You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your name. But that's not your name. I'm not saying this is your name.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Money Mac is ready. He takes a deep breath. Waits for the long snap back to Rico. Rico puts it down. The kick is up. It is good.
Yes.
And the Bengals have a 2-point lead with 7 seconds left on the clock.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Friday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. An absolutely crazy Thursday night of sports. We got a crazy Friday show for you, including degenerate football picks, the film room to preview the Commanders, junk drawer. We'll pick the game at 8 o'clock with you. Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20. New Cowboys segment at 8:40. Worst of the week, worst take at 9, and then Babe Laufenberg at 9:20. So we would appreciate you turning it on, leaving it on. But the Ben Gay Bowl lived up to the billing last night with an epic back and forth between Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco. The Cincinnati Bengals get the win.
Maybe Mike Tomlin was onto something with the Andrew Berry criticism of trading within the division.
Well, he was from his viewpoint.
His viewpoint, for sure.
Not Cleveland's viewpoint.
No.
Last night does not change at all, unless you're going to tell me Joe Flacco plays like that every single week for Cleveland with Jerry Jeudy as his leading receiver and not Jamar Chase with 24 targets. Last night does not change, just like the Giants. The Giants should have gotten something for Saquon Barkley a year ahead, but them not signing Saquon, I defend them for that. Same thing for the Cleveland Browns, but Mike Tomlin, of course, is only worrying about who he has to face that week.
24 targets seems high. Seems like a lot of workload.
16 catches.
What a game, though. And then, Joe Flacco is just, he is like the quintessential super vet who has seen everything. He can roll out of bed. He's the hitter who can roll out of bed and hit 300 no matter what he did that offseason. We see this in college football now where, like, if you want to win, just get a, like, 6th-year starter. Just get a 6th-year transfer in. They've seen everything that there is to see in college football. They're so much more prepared and so much more ready. They can go to a different team on a Tuesday and play. And that's what Joe Flacco is.
There's a bunch of things that I took coming out of this game. A lot of the stuff lately in the NFL, I felt like, how productive is it? It seems like it was a random game. Like, it was an entertaining game, but it's like, how many big takeaways can I have from it since teams week to week aren't consistent? One, the Browns are terrible. If Flacco can walk in and all of a sudden just look sort of competent after he looked as bad as he did, the Browns are that bad. The second aspect of it is the Steelers secondary.
So does it make you question Stefanski?
No, I just think they're. I don't think they've invested enough in the offense because they really do throw all their resources at defense. And I mean, the defense is good, but offensively, the two worst quarterbacks in the NFL heading into last night from an EPA per play standpoint were Dylan Gabriel and Joe Flacco. Those were the two worst in the league. And so then he just steps in. It's like, oh, I can stand back here and throw. The Steelers secondary is terrible. They have a lot of trouble covering. The big thing to me though here is, and this is,
did you guys notice is Minkah Fitzpatrick playing for them?
I didn't notice.
On which one?
I was too busy looking at the greatest.
Minkah go back to Miami?
Yeah, Minkah went in the Jalen trade.
I was like, Miami, Pittsburgh, Miami.
Right.
Which one are we trading for to give up picks? All right, we want Chubb and Minkah. Got it.
So the other aspect of this, and they lost, so it's odd that I came away from it thinking Pittsburgh is legit, only because Aaron Rodgers is really, really good right now. Like that, yesterday, the way the biggest thing to me is the mobility. Like he's moving so much better than he did with the Jets last year. There were 4 or 5 different instances of him extending plays, running around, looking like old Aaron. And
the Freiermuth thing, he should have been sacked. Like to get out of that and find Freiermuth for one of the 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, and he had that beautiful third touchdown on the deep ball down the middle of the field. That one was great. The extension running around, he had that one. The throw, the final one, the 60-yarder, the catch and run. It was just a really encouraging performance to me if you're talking about what's the outlook for Aaron Rodgers. So if Aaron Rodgers can play at that level, to me that is when we were talking about top 10 quarterbacks yesterday, that's somebody playing like a top 10 quarterback right there. And so I would be leery of Pittsburgh moving forward if Aaron Rodgers is going to play like that.
Cincinnati needs to go to those uniforms permanently, by the way.
Yeah.
Those things are so sick.
Yeah, and the end zone.
Yeah. Yes, the end zone.
Joe Flacco, legacy alert here. We're the legacy definers in all of the sports world. He is going to go down as much more likable, appreciated, and better for his post-Raven years.
Yes. Oh, so you know how like sometimes the end of someone's career we will use to crap on the regular part. Eli.
Yep.
Eli's an example. The end of his career has vaulted him like up, whereas at the end of Eli's career, like torpedoed him down to the point where it's like, all right, we could have an absolute legit conversation that Joe Flacco's had a better career than Eli Manning. Now he's not going to wind up having those numbers because Eli's got the second Super Bowl, but the end of his career, it's not even close. Like the last half of either one's career, Joe Flacco blows them away.
Well, and Flacco was such a controversial player early in his year. He was memed. It was the whole, is Joe Flacco elite? Is Joe Flacco elite? Like, it became like a bit question. Yeah. I remember Trump got trolled with it the very first town hall he did, where he was taking questions off of the internet, and one of them was, is Joe Flacco elite? And he answered it.
What?
Yeah, and he was like, Joe Flacco, I think he's a very, very elite quarterback. He's won a Super Bowl, and, answered the whole thing. But is Flacco elite became just kind of like a meme question, because everybody just looked at him like, sure, he's got tools and stuff, but it's the most just generic quarterback performance you've ever seen. And he's become so much more prolific here in the last 5-6 years.
And he's still doing this of week 2 of being there.
Yeah.
Week 2.
He doesn't. How many players' names does he know?
I mean, if you listen to Chase Brown, he's got this beautiful mind, Russell Crowe style, and he's able to recite every playback and know everybody's names already.
Wow.
Meanwhile, it was a disastrous. The Dallas Stars are the Baltimore Ravens. That's what they are. They're a really, really good team. They're going to end up in the playoffs, at least in the second round, but they can't hold leads.
Blackwell deep in his own zone. Gets away from Patterson, gives it away. Garland to the backhand, scores! What a move! A steal and a goal in the backhand. And Connor Garland, with 66 seconds to go in the second period, makes it 4-2 Canucks.
A 2-0 lead there on Vancouver radio turns into 4 goals against in the second period. Defensive breakdowns leading to all 4, and the Dallas Stars lose. They lose 5-3. They score 1 to get it within 1 with a couple of minutes left. Not enough. The Canucks stunned the Stars at the AAC.
Yeah, and this was look. I mean, if this is Otter, you're kind of worried, but since it's the Smith,
Why didn't he play?
They just. I mean, they need to get the Smith in. The Smith's going to play 20 games. You know, you're not playing him every game because you're going to need him. You're going to need the Smith throughout the course of the year. So you're trying to keep these guys current. So I bet if you were to go look,
so every fourth game,
probably. Now you get to the playoffs, it's not going to be the case. But, I bet that's probably the case over the course of the year. I mean, let's go look at the Smith last year, how many games
I'll find it.
He played. I mean, he played 27 games last year. So that's more than a quarter of the games. It's almost every third game.
Not only can they not hold a lead, it's who would be Baltimore's quintessential team they can't hold a lead against? Kansas City? Somebody like that? Yeah. Vancouver's their Kansas City.
Canucks?
The last time we saw them, the Canucks was at the end of last season when they put up those 3 goals in the final minute. And we're like, we're in overtime now. Like, it's 5-2 with a minute left. And you're like, okay, we got this. We're up a field goal on them.
Yeah.
Here with a minute to go. And then they had that crazy run and then won in overtime. And then last night you get that flurry of goals. You get 3, not in a minute, but it's like 4 minutes or whatever it was. Like that. They just are having trouble closing them off.
Gulletson on what the heck happened in the second.
Yeah, you know what? This has been brewing. It's been brewing, and if you want to take an objective view of our record, 3-1, it's probably where it should stand. The problem we're getting into a little bit isn't so much not structure or anything like that. It's just managing the game, and really, we need to manage leads. So you go back to the first goal. We got beat by a dump out, right, off of a specialty team, and our power play's been good, but we've got 5 guys really condensed with 1 second left in that penalty, and it's risky, right? You got to kind of manage that part of the game. They dump it out and get a breakaway. So there's one. We got something on the blue line there. We're trying to force a play. When probably the play is down now, it makes it 3-2, and then we have a giveaway. Everybody saw we have a giveaway to make it 4-2, and now you're pushing to get back in. Our challenge is to manage the game right now when we're up.
Great detail.
Yeah, that's interesting. So he says our record is probably where we should be. So he's thinking that they probably should have won this game, but lost one of the other 3 that they had won.
Yeah,
that's interesting. You don't usually hear coaches talk like that. And even Nate came in here. He said, I generally think that the team who wins is the one that deserved to win. I think that's how coaches a lot of times think. Obviously not.
Well, yeah, because we're never gonna say
apologize for a win.
There's no moral victories, and we're not gonna apologize for real victories. Like that's the whole thought that's behind it. But I mean, you listen to him talk too. Like, A, the detail's great. B, like there is such a, which feels different than the Pete DeBoer energy. There's such more of like kind of a folksy feel to him. Like just like, gee, well, guys. So like, I wonder just alone if that's going to be, if Pete DeBoer was heavy-handed enough with some of those guys that they felt it like that. I wonder if those are the guys who are going to be most impacted by Gulletson.
Thomas Harley took the blame for 2 of the goals. Gulletson, of course, saying it is not on one guy, but a disastrous second period leads to a Dallas Stars loss. RJ yesterday said, we now have an ALCS. Do we?
1-1 pitch is hit high in the air, right field, tracking backhand zone at the warning track, leaps at the fence, it is gone! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with his 5th home run of the postseason, and the Blue Jays strike back to take a 6-2 lead in the 7th.
He is now hitting 455. 455 in the postseason, and the Jays tie up the ALCS at 2.
They've outscored the Mariners in these 2 games. The road teams won every game of this series, and they've outscored the Mariners in these 2 games 21-6 in Seattle. And quite frankly, the last 3 games of this series have been completely non-competitive. It's been 8-2, 13-4, and 10-3. Outside of game 1 where it was 3-1, that was the only competitive game so far in this series. But it's going back to Toronto now. They still have game 3 in Seattle, but the series does have to go back to Toronto. So if Seattle's going to win, they're going to have to win another game in Canada. This was just an offensive barrage. kudos to Max Scherzer, man. I was like, dude, there's no way you can throw Max Scherzer out there.
Wasn't he
5+ ERA?
I thought he was left off there.
He was left off the ALDS roster, I think, but he was put on. They were going to need him for this one, and he came through. And he had 5+ innings, and he
Two
was
earned.
Yeah, he was like, it was vintage Max. That curveball was working, so good on him.
Yeah, we always joke about the Sports Center crew that we see on here and some of their choices on production elements. I did love when I looked up here when we were starting the show, they had a big banner up, and it was Rogers and Flack on one end, and then Scherzer in the middle, and the headline was "This is 40." And you got to think about it. That's got to be one of the best days or sports days, period, for 40-year-olds we've ever seen have such big performances like that. Vlad, by the way, 8 games in the postseason so far. He struck out once.
That's one thing about Toronto is they don't have a lot of swing and miss. They don't strike out a ton. Last night they struck out they struck out 8 times last night, which is high for them. But if you go back to the rest of the year, they're one of the hardest teams to strike out.
Meanwhile, the Dodgers survived the Miz. Mizorowski comes in relief with 9 strikeouts, but LA still wins 3-1. They're up 3-0, and they're going to the World Series.
Yeah, they are. Listen, their ERA this playoff is 1.54. They are 12-2 in their last 14 playoff games, 8-1 this year. So 12-2 going back to the World Series last year. In that time, Shohei is 8 for 57. Those are 14 games with 2 home runs, a double, and a triple, and they don't lose.
And he didn't do anything or was hurt during their last title. I don't remember.
Last year they won. He did nothing. He had a home run in the opener.
I think he was hurt. I think.
Well, he played every game. He may have been banged up.
He wasn't pitching yet.
He definitely wasn't pitching. But in the last year's playoff, he hit 230 for the entire postseason. He had the 3 home runs, but nothing after game 4 of the NLCS. So he did nothing in the World Series. World Series had like 2 hits, and they win in 5 games. And so far in 9 games this playoff, he's got 2, 4, 5, 6 hits in the entire postseason, and they're not losing.
Brian Schottenheimer will join us at 8:20 this morning. He already got his birthday gift yesterday. And should the Cowboys have closed this portion of practice because of what they may be doing differently against the Commanders? Inside the Star to preview DC right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maiden?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Injured Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Have the Cowboys given away their major adjustment for Sunday against the Commanders? Pregame on this radio station Sunday, right here on 105.3 The Fan, 3 hours before kick. It'll be a 3 o'clock game with the Sun. We'll talk to Brian Schottenheimer about all of it at 8:20. And Brian Schottenheimer celebrating his birthday by taking a photo with the return of CeeDee Lamb. So number 88 is going to be back, and he was asked, how long is it going to take for you to get back to full speed?
I don't think it'll be long at all. I feel like I'm out there moving around, running around, being me. Happy as can be, obviously, and I just believe it in my ankle, obviously. I feel like it's back to where I needed it to be, and I'm pretty good.
He said he could have played last week?
Yeah, he said that he was probably in a spot where he would have been able to go last week. I imagine if it was like a playoff game, he would have gone. But he said it was good to just have the extra week, build the confidence in it, feel better about it. For a lot of these guys, even if it's a sprained ankle or a torn ACL or a concussion or whatever the injury is, it's one of the biggest things for them is just like having like confidence in that again and feeling like they don't have any sort of, for lack of a better term, PTSD about that specific part of them. And so that was a big thing for CeeDee and could have forced it last week, but says he feels confident in it now.
Offense already rolling. George Pickens becoming a 1 in front of our very eyes. Maybe he always was. CeeDee and George, of course, tight. So Lamb was asked, what more is this offense capable of?
Again, that's Dak being Dak, man. Again, that's all the praise that I've been giving him since I've gotten here, and the type of player that he is. I mean, he's an overcomer, he's a conqueror, and with him, he'll have his guys ready to run through a wall. I mean, he missed out. It wasn't just me. He missed out on his O-lineman. Me and T-Book, we were together. There was a couple other guys. CG was out, Tyler Guyton, that was, and Turp. Just a lot of playmakers, and Dak being able to, still be Dak. And that's probably the best thing about it. But when you get us back, hopefully I can help, and so can Turp.
You worried about ball distribution and balance now? Mouths the feed?
The thing to me is, because we asked this to Jerry on Tuesday, I think. We had asked him.
But did you ask a follow-up?
I didn't quote statistics out. No, I should have had EPA per play ready.
Make sure you praise this Dip S former producer that we had.
So
likes to tweet out stupid stuff.
We had asked, like, is there another level that you guys can get to when CeeDee comes back? Like, does that just speak to, if you guys are already doing this without him, is there another level? And the more that you think about it, I think they've executed so well without these guys in here. I don't know how much more possible it is for them to perform better, even if CeeDee's in there and he's clearly a better player and he makes their offense better. I think it just changes the way they distribute things and changes the way that they funnel things.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because, like, now the fact that George has done this and he is really, like, it's like, okay, yeah, the guys, don't forget about me, I'm here.
Yeah,
the CeeDee's coming back in like that, and Pickens is going to be thinking, "Oh, we did this without you, and I emerged. Where's my food? I need to eat too." This is going to be interesting for Schotty to have to work these guys back in and find a way.
Good problem to have.
Very good problem to have.
Great problem to have. He had a couple of 9-game targets early on in the first 3. Then he went 11-4 and 11 with 8 catches, 2 catches against the Jets, and then 9 catches against the Panthers. Probably not going to be that high.
Obviously, they planned to have CeeDee for the Chicago game. That was part of their game plan. So then he gets hurt in the game and they lose him. So I wouldn't necessarily count that one. If you just look at how they called things and planned for things with CeeDee out, it's 3 games where they average 35 points a game. It's like, man, that efficiency is already so high. Bringing CeeDee back in here may just change the complexion of it. I don't know that it makes them more. If it does, great. I mean, you're talking about an all-time offense at that point if they're able to do that.
Jerry Jones, later on Tuesday, told reporters, well, you say play man, you may be seeing more man. And then yesterday, Nick Harris got the screenshot out at practice, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, of the Cowboy cornerback group running through man press techniques. You're out there all the time, Bobby.
Well,
how odd, rare is that? Schottenheimer going to come on at 8:20 and say, guys, we do that basically every other practice. You're reading into it too much.
So if they do it, like if they run through press technique like that, it a lot of times I imagine would be not in front of us because I don't recall seeing it very much. Now here's the thing. You guys have seen it practice before. It's this way at training camp, and when you're at the start, it's super different because you're only allowed to stand in one spot. They'll put a position group here, and they kind of spread everybody out. So, like, for instance, we never can see the offensive linemen. They look like ants off in the distance doing their work. So it's really hard to see specifics. But in general, whenever we've watched the corners, I don't recall a lot of instances of them working directly on press. And so could be that they do it when we get inside and they have closed off practice. But, yeah, you don't typically see a lot of it.
I mean, I guess it could be something specific just for this matchup. You know, I mean, it could be. Could be, hopefully, a change of philosophy where they're just like, okay, we're just ditching what we've been doing. The problem with that is that do you reset the clock on?
Yeah. So where do you stand on it? Because Nate Newton was in here and said, don't change to man.
I guess I would side with Nate, just for the standpoint of like, yeah, if they change, it is a desperation move, but this is a desperate time, so we understand that. But if it does, if you do change, like how much does that just kind of reset everything? And are you kicking the can down 4 or 5 more games? I can't do 4 or 5 more games of this. I mean, actually, I shouldn't say that.
Entertainment.
I shouldn't say that. I can't because I'll just keep taking the over.
There is a. Now, this is super conspiracy theory, but
there ain't nothing too big for me.
Football coaches are notoriously paranoid about what gets out there and what they're tipping and things like that. Schottenheimer hasn't been nearly as much. He's said before, like, we all know each other's secrets. I don't have any problem talking about stuff. But like a small part of me does go, did they do this in front of the media on purpose? Like, did they want the media to talk about, hey, Dallas is practicing some press over there? We've heard buzz before. Brian said whenever they would do training camp live, they had to stop because an NFL coach contacted him and was like, hey, really loved the good look at that, defensive concept you guys were throwing out there. Thanks for the wide shot. And then Cowboys like, nope, done. The teams are watching these things. I know other teams will watch not only Cowboys media availability, other teams will watch their media availability, other teams will watch B-roll to see as much as they can on things. Like they get psycho about it. And so part of me does wonder if they're just like, let's throw this out there. Let's just kind of throw off DQ a little bit and make him think we're going to do something.
Matt Eberflus said, we know the solution is in the room. Nothing is off the table, but the changes will be more subtle than big when it comes to the struggling defense. This stat has come out over the past 2 days. The number of passes defended by Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland this year, defended, not picked, not pick six, defended, 0.
Really?
Not a pass defended by your big-time paid corners.
I don't think that's what you're looking for.
Nah. Well, if you don't throw at him, if you're Julian Choppy and you just own one side of the field.
That's right.
See, I can understand that.
Yeah.
There is also who's going to see most of the targets. Because, for instance, the guy who leads the team in pass breakups right now is?
Kyer?
Donovan Wilson.
Oh, God.
Because that's now the second on the team is Dante Fowler jumping up and swatting passes. So it's that's troubling right there. I hadn't even thought of that. And no, in fact, Sean, Kyer Elam doesn't even have a pass breakup. So basically everybody who started a corner for you doesn't have. Reddy Stewart has one.
I don't know.
I'd be interested in looking at the top 3 corners on every other team throughout the league and see what the next lowest amount is. Dak was asked if he feels the need and pressure to score on every drive.
It's my standard. It's our standard. It's what we believe that we can do, what we expect to do. So I don't think it's any added pressure through our defense's early struggles. One, we've got trust in them. We're going to do our job as part of being a pro, doing your job and trusting, the man next to you is going to do his. So we've got all confidence in that, and that allows us just to stay within ourselves and play our game plan. When we come off the field and if we don't score or we get to the red zone and we get a field goal over touchdown, that whole group is pissed and unsatisfied, and it's not about the whole score of the game necessarily. And our defenses, we need to help them out and we need to score. No, it's because we expect to, and it's because we have the ability to. And so we're just going to keep holding ourselves to that standard and doing the best we can.
Again, it's quarterback speak, coach speak, where it's always just, we're going to have confidence. We trust that we're going to go out there and we're going to score every time. We're going to do this sort of thing. But one of the things that, if you asked it in a interview setting or a public setting, they're not going to give you a good answer with it. In fact, they'll probably be a little pissy with you. But the thing I would want to know, like just off to the side in a moment of honesty, is just like, Schotty, if you were getting ready to play your defense, Dak, if you were getting ready to play your defense, aren't you walking this game going like, we're going to cook them? Like, we're going to destroy them. And because we can do this, and this, and they can't handle basic stuff.
They can't stop anybody. Can't stop a running nose.
Good news on the injury front for the Commanders from our perspective. Terry McLaurin was not present at yesterday's practice. Debo apparently was not there. McLaurin has missed the past 3 games with a quad injury. They go and get someone you've mentioned here, Bobby, Treylon Burks, the Titans' first-round receiver, expected to sign on the Commanders' practice squad with an elevation likely coming quickly.
That's a quick turnaround. We talk about just
Flacco-esque.
Not against this team, it isn't.
I mean, you remember last year, even like a savvy route runner like Amari Cooper. You remember he got to the Bills last year and Keon Coleman, they get to the line of scrimmage, he's basically just having to tell him where he needs to run, and then he scores a touchdown. But we had JP Finley on yesterday from our sister station, and I texted when I saw the injury report came out. I was like, you said Thursday's the real practice, so this is a bad sign, right? And he says, yeah, this is a bad sign. So that sounds like, Washington could be without Debo and McLaurin at this point.
So for a change, the Cowboys look to be the healthier team heading into the game Sunday right here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We got you covered the entire way. Film room at 7:20, the junk drawer at 7:40 in the commercial-free expressway, and then we'll pick the game at 8, followed by Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20. Micah Parsons may be getting set to pay his biggest fine ever. Why Micah is probably going to be in a lot of trouble with the league and the latest trade rumors for the Cowboys to be taking a look at. See if you're interested in any of these names next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen this before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shotgun snap. Flacco floats one high into the air, left side of the end zone. Chase going to the ground, makes the catch. There's a penalty flag in the end zone. It's on Pittsburgh. Touchdown, Bengals.
Cincy Radio with the call. Awesome Thursday night game as Joe Flacco, Jamar Chase, and the Bengals beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 33-31. Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ, we got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Micah Parsons may be getting lit up by the National Football League, even though the NFL doesn't fine you for these comments like the NBA does. It doesn't feel like baseball does either. But just to summarize, Micah Parsons hates the tush push, thinks defensive players get screwed compared to offensive players in the league. And this week, Matt LaFleur and the Green Bay Packers are feeling our Micah pain for years, wondering where are the holding calls? Where are they? Why isn't it happening? Green Bay has had 6 holding penalties called on their opponents this season. That's tied for third fewest in the league, but they did have their bye week. They played 1 fewer game than all but 5 other teams. Micah was asked about it yesterday.
You can tell how they call the games. They don't call offsides for offense, but they'll call on defense. They won't call offensive pass interference, but they'll call defensive pass interference. I mean, like, we know what they're trying to do. They want to load the points up so fans can be happy, and you know what I mean? They'll call defensive holding, but they won't call offensive holding. Like let's just wake up. Like, it's just one of those things that we know what the higher ups is trying to do. Like, the ref would say, I know that's a hold, but what? Like, you're not gonna call it? Like, come on. Like, it's just one of those things that, like, I'm over it, and I'm gonna just have to keep going, push through it.
So there's Micah saying it is a direct league mandate to go ahead and fix the calls towards the offensive side. Matt LaFleur said before the Cardinals game, it will definitely be a pregame conversation with the referees.
Yeah, look, I mean, we all know most of the calls and most of the rules are always geared towards the offense. It's all like that in all sports. The only one I can think of that isn't in the NFL that's more penal for the offense than the defense is when you get a penalty and the offense gets a penalty near the end zone. Like, if they get a false start, it's 5 yards. But if you're inside the 5 and you get a defensive offside, it's only half the distance. That's the only thing that really is not more penal for the defense.
He said there's a double standard when it comes to player safety. When he got poked in the eye by a Bengals player and popped a blood vessel, there was no call for illegal hands to the face. Said he changed to a more protective face mask during the game. Protect all players. Don't just protect one side of the ball. I don't mind guys chipping from the outside, but running backs want to come and hit players while we are engaged with offensive linemen. That's complete BS. It's not good football. It's not safe football. You want to find guys for putting their head down and leading with the helmet, but you can be engaged with an offensive tackle and a guard. You can put his head right into your head. What are we talking about here? I might get a fine for this news conference, but you can't do that to offensive players. You get a $50,000 fine.
Oh, gosh. And he had the line there where he said, you know, they want to load up the points so the fans can be happy. And then, like, he even circled back around, and he never talks like this. He goes, like, I don't give an S what the fans want sometimes. And he was like, you know, we just want the game to be called fair. And it's like, all right, now you're calling into fairness. You're saying they're edicts. Like, the league's going to come for you on this one. He's definitely getting penalized. Also, it's not totally true. I know we hated when he was here that he didn't get enough holding calls and stuff like that. But when he starts going, they want to call holding on the defense, but not on the offense. They want to call offsides on the defense, but not on the offense. There have been 269 holding calls this year on the offense. There have been 74 on the defense. There have been 226 false start calls. There have been 59 defensive offsides calls. So it's also, we feel like when it happens on defense, it gets called every time almost, it feels like. On offense, It's just it doesn't get called
on
every time.
Play. Yeah. It happens on every play on offense and on defense. Also, it's an automatic first down. Like, I feel like if you're going to call a defensive holding on third down, it better be egregious.
Micah posted on social media his disdain for the Eagles' tush push after they ran it 4 straight times against the Giants. He said it's the most consistent thing they've got. That might come back and bite me one day. November 10th, Eagles, Packers at Lambeau. By the way, how is Micah doing? Well, according to ESPN research, leads the NFL with 4.6 pressures per game. Was credited with 5 against Cincy. Did not record a quarterback hit for the only time this season.
And look, it's a case where a lot of football people will tell you that they think pressure is more important than finishing a sack. Because pressure can lead to turnovers, pressure can lead to bad decisions. Like there are aspects of pressure that they like more than just actually getting the sack and getting the loss of down.
Plus, I think the sack isn't as important with passing.
But he's paid to sack the quarterback. Like he can lead the league in pressures, 2.5 sacks through 5 games, whatever he's at. That's not going to cut it for people there in Green Bay. Like fans are going to be really unhappy about that. And this level of complaining, which he never did this bad in Dallas, like on the referee topic. He would make a side comment. I don't remember him giving an extensive comment this long. That to me makes me wonder if
feeling the squeeze.
Is he feeling it a little already? Just the pressure of I'm making $47 million a year. I need to have more than 2.5 sacks.
Diana Rossini, who led the way on the Micah trade request and reporting when he was here, she went on FS1 and I think said a really false statement.
If the Dallas Cowboys don't trade away Micah Parsons, they are an NFC Super Bowl contender. They are that different of a team with Micah Parsons in that unit because of what we're seeing now and all the struggles that they're having. So what do? So I talked to someone from Dallas right before the show to just see, all right, is Jerry just playing the game, trying to keep the name? And the response was pretty basic of, if there's a trade available for us where we think we can make the team better, we're going to do it. We're going to go after it because we've got the picks. Historically, though, you look at Dallas, they made 2 trades in this offseason. They don't really do this, right? They're collecting these picks. They're not a type of team that's going to move quick on this to do it. I'm sure they'll make calls, they'll take calls, but this was also Jerry yelling out to everyone in the NFL, hey, give us a call. Maybe we'll strike a deal.
I guess Diana Rossini just started covering the league this season and just conveniently ignored every other year when Micah was here. And Jerry Jones has been taking his shots at Micah. He's been right about a lot of them in terms of the way they've been exposed and worked over by other teams, particularly in the playoffs when Micah was a part of this defense. Oh, yeah, and Micah was here when Dak finished second in MVP. So you had a really good offensive season with Parsons still here. They were not close and have never been close to being a Super Bowl contender. So Rossini carrying somebody's water.
Micah.
It's not your night.
Micah will make. Micah can force a throw quicker. Okay, that's fine. This is a defense that's so bad across the board. One player's not fixing it, and I definitely don't think the player that's going to fix it is just somebody who will pick up. I mean, you literally transfer those 2.5 sacks to Dallas right now.
You got to transfer the pressures too.
Yeah, the pressures as well. I don't know that makes a difference in a game. Maybe Green Bay if they're able to get to Jordan Love a little bit more.
But maybe there's a stop. Maybe there's one stop in the Carolina game on 3rd or 4th down. Mm-hmm. Maybe the Giants game is not that tough with one stop with Russ dropping back. The Bears were going to beat you down anyway, but it really takes one play on one series. Like last night, TJ Watt, I was waiting for you. I know you were watching baseball because otherwise that would be disgusting or bad, whatever word you use. But if TJ Watt doesn't get a sack at the very end of that game, he was invincible.
Yeah.
He wasn't
because he's not a very good player.
He was non-existent, but you get one sack, and now everyone's like, okay, all you got to do is get one of those a season. You got 17 sacks, and you're an all-world player.
I believe disgraceful was the word I used, not disgusting.
Garbage.
Garbage. That's
garbage.
Garbage. That's right. Garbage. But yeah, it's completely reasonable to say that the Cowboys win the Packer game. It's reasonable to say that. It's reasonable to say they win the Panther game. Super Bowl contender? No. I mean, I guess get in the tournament and find a way to scratch through some wins, but no.
If they were the 18th best defense in football right now.
Yes.
With or without Micah. If they're the 18th best defense in football, we are talking about them as they're probably in contender conversation because the offense has been that good.
He's not making them the 18th best.
I was looking at it. I was going to go through. It felt too dense and nerdy to really dive into too much, but every year The Athletic does this basically getting screwed index for quarterbacks. And it just tries to show how efficient has the quarterback been by how efficient has the defense been.
The betrayal index.
The betrayal index. So you take that and look at it. Dak is the second highest rated quarterback on the list, and the Dallas defense is last on the list. So he is literally playing as well as he can and getting screwed by a defense that's playing as bad as pretty much they can. And if that was just a little bit average, we'd be talking about them in a different way.
I need a 1-for-2 trade, or I need a couple more bodies than just one player. Dan Graziano, Jeremy Fowler with their Week 7 trade buzz. Edge, Arden Key could be out there. Roger McCreary, cornerback off of Tennessee. Titans currently plan on keeping D-tackle Jeffrey Simmons. 49ers consider Trey Hendrickson an ideal fit. Likely to check on Rashawn Gary, Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, Jermaine Johnson, Will McDonald, Breece Hall, Jerome Ford, Devin Singletary are names out there. Jalen Wright, Keaton Mitchell could be dealt. Raiders are open to trading Jacoby Myers, are not actively trying to move him right now. RJ threw out CGJ again after the Ravens just got rid of him, and Bill Barnwell has some ideas. Any names on that list jump out first?
Roger McCreary pops because he's that's somebody. Now you've got Reddy Stewart, who's played pretty well for you at nickel corner, but Roger McCreary is a guy who can hold down the nickel and will play well in run support. That's a good player.
All right, so we had mentioned Trey Hendrickson the other day, and what it would take to get him. And did we come up with a number?
I think we said second. That could become. I had said second. That could become a first if they make the playoffs.
So Bill Barnwell was suggesting just some trades. And the Cowboys weren't in this, but these players were. So let's just take it to the Cowboys. And one of them is the Lions trading a second-round pick to Cincy, and in return they get Trey and a 4.
Yeah, if you can get that, I don't think there's any chance. Since he was holding people hostage for a 1 before, right. They wanted like a good first-round pick.
So they're
a tough team to deal with, aren't they?
What do the Cowboys give up a 2 and get Hendrickson and a 4?
Yeah, like that. If you were reticent to,
my answer is still no, because we just talked about how Micah is not making this defense good enough,
right?
And Hendrickson is older, and Hendrickson is on the last year of his deal,
right? And now he does get to the core. He does finish more.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, he's better against the run than Mike is.
I'm still saying
no.
I would honestly rather do.
I can't give up a second for a rental because I'm not going to pay him after this, I don't believe.
I would rather do 2 and an escalator.
No.
Because to me, if I know I don't have to re-sign him. He can go. I can get a comp pick back. Probably a fourth or a third is coming back. Then if I can get him in the second and just say, hey, it's a reward system. If he helps us get there, I'll give it. It's worth a first to me at that point, the Green Bay first. And so I would rather look at it that way.
Now, how about this one? Jalen Phillips and a 7th for a 4th. Jalen's with the Dolphins.
Jalen Phillips was a banged up player. He's really impressive. Like he's got.
What's his position?
He's an edge rusher. But you're talking about the last 2023 he played 8 games. Last year he played 4. So he's a guy who gets hurt a lot. He has not been 8.5 sacks his rookie year, and 21 is his career high.
All right, we'll go through some of the other trade scenarios throughout the show. Bobby's film room study of the banged-up Commanders at 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway. But the fellas are going to get you set for the college football weekend. Choppy going to make you some degenerate pigskin money, and why Bobby is rooting for absolute chaos for the college football weekend. We get you set for it after this.
And where are you going to take that weekend in? I've got...
be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Major Lady. Nutmeg Lady?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
couldn't handle his pass. Myers gets the loose puck ahead, and here's Sasson cutting in. Max Sasson scores! 3 in a row for the Canucks. Sasson with his first of the year, and Vancouver leads 3-2.
Canucks radio, where the Dallas Stars were stunned in the second period at the AAC. Another lead that they have a hard time. Last night it wasn't a hard time, an impossible time hanging on to. They were up 2-0 in this game and fall to the Canucks at home. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you on 105.3 The Fan. No Matt Duchene in the lineup after the tough hit on Tuesday. Skated yesterday morning. Did not play, considered day-to-day. Wyatt has a goal in every game this season. Robo got career point number 400. Mikko with a power play goal. He owns the Canucks with a 10-game point streak against them. But Glenn Gulletson said they're pressing with leads, trying to make the spectacular plays instead of the smart, correct ones. And the challenge now is to manage games when they are ahead.
I mean, that obviously you don't want to lose games when you have a 2-goal lead. That used to be
better than Casey DeSmith,
right? That used to be an end game, but now in the NHL, I mean, teams are overcoming 2-goal leads like it's going on, like it's easy, a piece of cake. But you know, when you have DeSmith and your backup, any backup in, you can't be like super upset that you wind up giving up 5 goals in the game. Like that's you don't want that to happen, but. You know, this was odder in that, I mean, like, all right, now you got a problem. That it wasn't, so you look at the game a little bit differently, at least I do.
Yeah, look, I mean, the most frustrating thing about this yesterday, and especially I know for you, Sean, like, Money Puck had them as a 57% chance to win. And we haven't had to reference that at all this year yet, but I think that's important to notice is that the deserve to win meter said 57% for the Stars. So clearly a game they should have won.
Pepe, did you watch this? How did you divvy up the night between hockey, baseball, football?
I was all Thursday night football. It's a big week in this studio because I'm facing Aiden in fantasy football. I had the Steelers defense yesterday, and I would have taken 0 points because they got me -4. I said hi to Aiden when I walked in, as I do every morning, and he said, "Shout out Steelers defense." It's tough back here, Sean. It's tough. I was all Thursday night football, though, start to finish.
Aiden is more of a smack talker than Ryan was. Ryan just kind of sat back there, and he'd have a commentary line. Aiden will talk S to Peyton back there.
Are you hanging out with Ryan this weekend?
I am. Yeah, or next weekend. So, because when we go to Denver, that's where he's working now. He had left the cartel. The cartel ran him out of town in Midland or wherever he was. And he ended up at Denver with Mike Kliss. You remember the Denver sports reporter that brought us the Dallas web guy?
That's right, Dallas web guy.
That's their sports reporter that he's working with at their news station now.
He's working with Mike Kliss?
He's working with their news team. So he's doing the stuff that he wanted to do, where he's like, running, directing stuff in the booth.
Tap it.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Biggest no-brainer in the sport.
Except for one person's belief.
Except for one person. We'll get to that. Coach, Google me. Kurt Signetti gets a big time, and I do mean a big time, 8-year, $93 million contract extension to keep him in Bloomington at IU for the rest of his career. I don't know that most people know that. He is a 64-year-old man. He is older than Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
He is less than 10 years younger than Bill Belichick and Nick Saban. That's how old this guy is, and he acts like he's 30. He's brash, he's energetic, and he 10 years ago, he was at Indiana University, Pennsylvania, like ooey pooey. And ooey pooey. 10 years ago, he was at ooey pooey. And here he is now of just doing great things at IU, and they reward him with a big-time contract.
He was making $600,000 2 years ago, James Madison. Like, that's where he's at. And
he's got 8 for 93 with the extension.
He has never... He had never coached at a top level. Like, you watch his career arc, he was at a D2 school. He was then an FCS head coach. Then he was in the Sun Belt with James Madison before he finally lands at Indiana, which is not a football program that people are like, all right, that's where you're going to make your career. So at 63 years old, he instantly turns Indiana into one of the top teams in the country the last 2 years. he deserves every bit of trash talk he wants to get. He's one of these guys who's earned every single bit of he can say whatever he wants for now because he has done something that nobody can do. And of course, we all think this is a good, if we were Indiana fans, we'd be like, good, locked him up, positive, right? Who hated this deal yesterday?
One guy, the voice, the mouth of the South, really, the voice of college football, Paul Feinbaum, did not understand the signing of the extension for Coach Sig.
Yeah, I mean, I frankly think this is a terrible move by Indiana. I know that the college football cognoscenti will disagree with me, but there is no way in the world that Kirk Cignetti should be the third highest paid coach in the country. He is not in Kirby Smart's league. He is not in Ryan Day's league. He has a big win on the road against Oregon. What else is, I mean, listen, I realize he may end up winning the national championship, and those who cover college football are very high on him. But this is not how you make sound decisions. This is how you take your university to the ledge and at some point end up paying for it. The question I was asked a minute ago, is it sustainable? Well, he went to the playoffs last year. Today it looks like he's going back to the playoffs. It looks like it because he's got literally nobody on his schedule. He's 64 years old, so he's got a runway of 6 to 10 years. But you just mortgage your university to an astronomical contract based on what? He didn't beat anybody last year. And I know I'm going to be excoriated for sounding like that guy against Kurt Cignetti. I'm just being realistic. It's too bad somebody didn't say the same thing I'm saying about Jimbo Fisher or Mel Tucker or any of these other coaches that ended up with these ridiculous, or James, well, I did say this about James Franklin. That's a great day for Kurt Cignetti, but I'll make you a prediction. That athletic director probably gets run out of there in about 5 years because they're not going to be able to sustain this.
He's going in worst take.
So, here's the thing. This is why it's not a bad deal if you're Indiana. Because if you don't do this, and here's how this thing went down. I have exclusive. He walked into the AD's office, brought in a photo of Beaver Stadium, and then just left. Right? That's what he did. He just brought in a photo and he left. He didn't even negotiate. He didn't even ask for the money. He just gave it to him. If you don't do this, in 5 years you're fired anyway because you're back to being Indiana.
Yeah,
you have to do this.
Indiana football is irrelevant. Has been irrelevant. Name me the best. I just tried to Google.
Antoine Randall.
I tried to Google who are the best football players in the history of Indiana's program, and I'm getting like
Babe Laufenberg, right?
Babe. Antoine Randall.
Okay.
Right? It's not a long list.
Now,
is he overpaid? Sure. But there's a tax. It's the Indiana tax. You've got to pay it.
If he wins the national title, does Feinbaum still have this take?
Apparently, because he just said he could win the national title, and he still thinks this is stupid. This is, I'm trying to look here.
Let me throw out two counterpoints. I think Feinbaum has turned into a desperation type Skip Bayless clown. We're getting close. We're getting close for this Mr. Potato Head. But could you say Cignetti hasn't done it long enough?
Sure.
And then that the schedule is weak.
Sure.
Last year, the only ranked opponent they faced, they lost to, and it was Ohio State 38-15. He said they don't play anyone. They did just beat Oregon, and the only other ranked opponent on the schedule was Illinois a few weeks ago, who they beat 63-10.
Yeah, they blew them away. And Illinois has lost a couple games, so I don't think they're ranked anymore. But it doesn't, and they were supposed to play Penn State again, and they are playing Penn State. Penn State was ranked. But obviously that's gone by the wayside too.
Make a comparison to the programs around here if this type of rise took place. Baylor? What was
okay? So
Baylor Briles?
Yes, because Baylor before Art Briles was one of the worst programs in sports history.
Yeah,
it was awful.
Yeah,
and Art did really tremendous on field.
Yeah,
Be very clear, tremendous on field things there. But
so you telling me that you shouldn't pay Art Briles for that?
Right.
Yeah, you should.
You have to lean into, hey, we've got a chance. Now, is it possible?
And you have to overpay if you're Indiana.
Right. Yes, you do. And is it possible that Kurt, at 64 years old, ages out of the contract? Like he slows down?
Sure.
Is it possible? Of course it is. Of course it is. But worry about that in 8 years. Instead, have fun. Your boosters are paying you all this money. They obviously want him there. Have some fun with it. Enjoy the fruits, because ask Ask Nebraska what it's like to be on top and go down. Ask my school what it was like to be on top and go down. Ask Colorado, Georgia Tech, what it was like to win a championship in 1990 and then go into the barren wasteland desert.
Last year was the first year Indiana's ever won 10 games. It's a 127-year program. They won 10 games last year for the first time. The highest they've finished or the times they've been top 5 before last year at any point was once in 1967. They were top 5 last year. They're third this year. This is the highest they've ever been ranked in the history of the program.
Let's try to make you some money.
We did not do it degenerate last week. I was out. So here we go. I think I got 2, 4, 6. I got 7. I got 12 games.
Damn.
I got 12 games.
12 games.
Money's just burning all in my pocket, Peyton. College football first. There's a couple of really good ones. This is a really good weekend. I like Ole Miss plus the 8 at Georgia. Now, the one thing about this is going to be Trinidad Chambliss' first road start. That's a tough place to play. But Bama already won there this year. I don't think Georgia is as unbeatable as they have been.
I was surprised when I saw Georgia with 1 loss yesterday. I was like, what? They don't have 2 losses? Because that's the way it seemed for them.
Well, we should have beat them. We had a field goal chance to win, huh?
Herbie said that.
Yeah. But I like Ole Miss plus the 8. I think Georgia wins, but 8 points, that's a lot. I like USC plus 10 at Notre Dame. Notre Dame has lost 2 games to the only ranked opponents they've had, and they've won all the games they should, and they're probably going to win out. If Notre Dame wins this game, they're going to be in the playoff. Just get ready. Just get ready. They'll be a 10-2 team, and they'll be in the playoff. Georgia Tech money line at Duke. I like Missouri minus 1.5 at Auburn. Penn State, Iowa, under 40. You can't make this line low enough. Drew Aller's out. New coach. Iowa can't score with a fistful of 50s. Penn State, Iowa, under. Clemson, look, this was a 9 earlier. I think it's down to 5.5. I like Clemson minus 5.5 against SMU. And then Arkansas plus 7.5 at home against A&M. A&M will win by 6. That's your college games. NFL, Bears minus 5 at New Orleans. I'm riding the Bear train. I'm riding it. Philadelphia minus 1.5 at Minnesota. Give me Kappa Sig plus 7.5 at Denver. The Giants at Denver. Shout out ASU Reed. He said he's going to get me that Arizona State Scattaboo jersey. He heard that. He heard it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Remember I said I wanted a Scattaboo jersey, and I was like, I can't wear a Giants jersey.
Oh.
So he's going to get me the Arizona State Scattaboo jersey.
Nice.
Shout out. New England minus 6.5 at Tennessee. And then Washington Cowboys over. Depends if you get a 54.5, 55, but take the over either way.
6.5 is that Patriot spread. Because Vrabel's going to do some petty, low-down things to them. He's going to try.
Yeah, no, I would.
Although maybe he was just mad at the GM that was there. I don't know. But the owner allowed it.
Yep.
The owner got rid of him, too.
Find the book that's got it at 6.5. I think ESPN has it at 7.5, but find the place that's got it at 6.5.
There's nothing about Mike Vrabel to me that says level-headed contextualization. Like, he can go, I didn't dislike them.
College football kegger here with the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Even more of the big fat breakfast football sandwich down your throat with the commercial-free expressway. We have the junk drawer at 7:40. But Bobby has been in the film room to preview why injuries to the Commanders may not save the Cowboys defense from being embarrassed by Cliff Kingsbury. We preview it right here on the home of the Cowboys.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. That's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway. Is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We're going to do our own show next week. It's just going to be me and Bob.
You know, human beings learn best and most from other human beings.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
That's right. That's Sean's favorite open on the station now. This is where we take a look in the film room, take a look at the opponent for the week. You're still, it hasn't grown on you in a week?
No, how will Brian Schottenheimer be petty this week? Did you hear what he did to me last week?
I did not.
He came on here and praised Bobby for a dinner reservation that was made for him in New York when they were there for the Jet game.
Where'd they go?
It's a good question.
You remember what we did after that show?
Yeah, we went and tried to get him a reservation.
Yeah. And who was and who I was on the phone with?
I remember that, yeah.
That guy gave me the dinner spot that Brian Schottenheimer referenced here on the show, Arthur and Sons, and Bobby Belt got the credit for it.
Well, here's
when I put in the work.
He said, "You're big salad."
He said he tried to walk up and he was like, "Hey, Sean Sharif," and that they said who? And then he said, I mean Bobby Belt. And they said, "Oh, of course, your table's in the back. Come here, sir." And
that's what he said.
That's literally what he said.
Wow. See? Oh, I think we're gonna.
I respect the troll game. I really do.
I blame Tad.
Follow-ups.
I gave Tad credit for style. PR czar out there for his shoes. I thought that we had a shared pain because of our nightmare home building experiences that we bonded over in Oxnard. So I blame Tad as well. Brian Schottenheimer, the birthday boy, at 8:20 today.
Oh, what a wonderful day. So now we've got great quotes coming out of Schotty. That whole, I think eventually after every week, I'm just going to have a whole stack of Schotty quotes for this. But this is where we take a look at the film room of the opponent for the week. This is the Washington Commanders that are coming to AT&T Stadium. Before I get into specifics of the Commanders, I was looking at various advanced stats yesterday, and I was combing over some stuff with the Commanders, and I saw a note about the Cowboys that was jarring to me. So, the league average yards allowed per play in man coverage this year is just in man. The league average yards allowed per play is 5.8. Most games you're allowing between, if you're really good, you're under 5. If you're really bad, you're going to be probably over 6. It's going to be somewhere in between when it's just a normal defense. So 5.8 is league average in man coverage. The lowest in the NFL is the Packers, who in man coverage are allowing about 3 yards per play. What do you think the Dallas Cowboys are allowing per play in man coverage this year?
So I did this a couple weeks ago where they were allowing defensively about 6.8 yards per play as a whole, which, I mean, that puts them as every point is 0.2. It puts them about a 6-point dog just walking on the field. So I'll say 6.8.
7, 6.
9.
Oh, gosh.
The next highest is the Texans are allowing 7.7. It's 1.3 yards per play more.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
We haven't probably talked about it enough. We've talked about the topic, but not the branch of the tree topic over whether Matt Eberflus has been protecting them from themselves.
Yeah, I think...
Could Eberflus walk in a room and say, "You all realize what would happen if I put you on islands? You think it's bad now? At least I'm taking the heat for scheme. Trayvon, you want to fall 4 times a game on your slip and slide? Duran, you want your contract? I'm giving a scenario here.
Yeah.
Duran, you want your contract to be called Diggs' contract right now? Overpaid and overrated? Y'all really want that? We haven't talked about that. Khair?
Yeah.
You want to be on another team real quick? I'm trying to help you all out.
Yeah, and I think...
How much truth do you think there is in that?
I think definitely there's a thought that if you're not going to rush the passer effectively and you've got your team in man coverage, that can cause problems. Like that's just going to hang you out to dry a lot of times.
Yeah.
But the other aspect of it is I should apologize to just a little bit to those that when I was talking about the man coverage rates a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I mean, how much more of it do you want him to play? Greg Olsen did bring up that good point last week of like, there's just something about like not having a team load up and know what you're going to be in every time though, and how advantageous that can be. So it is fascinating to look. They are not the worst defense in the NFL in yards per play in zone coverage. So, which is what they're playing most of the time.
Who is? Baltimore?
New Orleans. New Orleans and Miami are both worse than Dallas in zone coverage this year. And not very far off from the Dallas Cowboys in zone coverage, who are allowing 7.3 yards per play, which is still a ton, is the Washington Commanders that are averaging 7.2.
Take the over, baby. Let's go.
There you go. That's it right there. So, all right, let's look at schematically, kind of conceptually what the Commanders like to do. I'll start on defense here because I think we're just going to spend a little bit of time here because I think most people assume Dallas is going to be able to get theirs this season against most opponents, regardless of what ways they want to do things, especially if CeeDee Lamb's going to be back in the lineup. But this is a team that does not blitz a ton. They'll do it from time to time. Frankie Louvu, who was referenced by JP Finley yesterday and who had the big breakout year last year, he'll come on some of the blitzing stuff. JP was right. Dorrance Armstrong is their best pass rusher. Like, he's developed into something, which is stunning to me because he just always felt like I don't know about y'all. He didn't ever even feel like having Sam Williams upside to me, where we're all frustrated with Sam and feel like Sam doesn't even play that well a lot of times. It at least still felt like, oh, you're wasting potential. With Dorrance Armstrong, it was like, I kind of felt like he milked everything he had. And It's like, no, Dan Quinn has taken him up another level, found an ability for him there in Washington. So he's been one of their good pass rushers. He missed practice again yesterday. So it's looking like Dorrance Armstrong's trending to be out, and that's going to be the guy who rushes the passer best for them. But they get a decent amount of pressure. They don't finish a ton of sacks. They don't finish a ton of plays, but they'll generate enough pressure, and a lot of it frequently is front four. And it's a lot of the Dan Quinn twists and stunts, and that's a big way that he's going to get home. In the secondary, they've got Marshawn Lattimore there, obviously, who is, I don't think, been the guy that they were hoping when they traded for him.
No.
He's been picked on pretty consistently since he got there. They've got some issues there with the corners. Lattimore's had some problems. You've got Mike Sainer still. He's been an issue for them. I do think that this is going to be a week where Dallas can kind of pick their poison a little bit if they want to, because Washington just hasn't been super effective this year defensively. And I think that a lot of the things that they like to be in man coverage more than most teams. Their man coverage rate is about 9th in the NFL, which they are more effective in man coverage than they are in zone. But they're still above league average in terms of what they allow when they're in those looks. So they've got a lot of issues where when they're in man coverage, they're just oftentimes not good enough. Like the secondary, when they get beat, it's just flat out they get beat direct from somebody there. In zone, when they're going against really savvy quarterbacks that know the spots, they get picked apart a little bit. Not a lot of coverage busts, just soft coverage. And so it's not a defense that particularly concerns me. I think they'll be able to get theirs, but that one is less concerning to me.
Dak was asked yesterday if he's excited to go against his old friend DQ.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's exciting. I feel like it's the first time in my career I'm like playing a game against a coordinator that's a friend, and not just and just knowing both of them. I mean, even Dan DQ, just having the utmost respect for him, understanding how they're running their program, the success that they've had so early is not a surprise with the way that they do things. But we've had a lot of back and forth, whether it be right in practice, training camps, 2-minute drills, particularly with Joe Witt, that I'm pumped for this one.
So, and look, I think there is something to be said about familiarity. That's something that can help. It's something I kind of want to ask Schottenheimer about next hour. Is I do think it tends to make people overthink a little bit. They'll go, oh, what about this? It gives you too much information almost at times, and you try to get in their head too much. And
yeah,
I think at times that can burn somebody. But Dak, I think that over there, seeing what the Commanders have put on tape this year, I think Dan Quinn expects that Dak's going to get his if he wants to, especially if CeeDee Lamb's going to be back. They're going to have a hard time covering them. Okay, so on the offensive side of the ball, Cliff Kingsbury, what is everybody's view of Cliff Kingsbury been? Like, when you think Cliff Kingsbury, what kind of offense pops into your head?
My view of Cliff Kingsbury is on your lower back, because Cliff Kingsbury to Bobby Belt is Peyton Manning to RJ Choppy. My God. Cliff this, Cliff that, questions about Cliff, praise for Cliff, everything about Cliff. It's
the
Cliff,
greatest of all time.
Cliff for Bobby, like Peyton Manning for you, and that orange shirt that you're wearing.
Oh, baby.
I think that's your number one man
crush. With a hole in it.
Well, and it's an evolution, though.
How'd that happen?
You know, I let a buddy of mine borrow this. He needed to borrow it. He was like, I don't have a shirt to wear. It was a Saturday. This was a couple years ago. I let him borrow it. Well,
did he go to Tennessee?
No. He's actually, I think he's in Arkansas.
So this was Peyton.
It was not, but good reference. So he borrowed it. 2.5 years later, I got it back. He just never returned it, but he returned it with a hole in it.
What did he want to wear it for?
He needed a shirt. We were going out that night. I guess his shirt got wet. I said, here, take it.
Oh.
Put your shirt on. It's college football. This is your punishment for needing to use my shirt. You got to wear orange, right? You got to wear a Tennessee shirt.
Okay.
Well, he showed me. It's got a hole in it. But the good news is I can touch my nipple.
Oh, that is good. Yeah, that's a big perk there. No, I respect Cliff because 4 years ago, I did not like Cliff Kingsbury. So I've got a lot of respect for Cliff because of how he didn't get stuck in his way. Some of the stubbornness that we're worried about with Matt Eberflus and things like that, Cliff said, I need to change, and went and changed. One of the reasons I respect Dan Quinn so much, Dan Quinn got to Dallas. This is a guy who never played man coverage. He didn't do it. And he got to Dallas and he went, this is what we have to do. And now he's in Washington. He's going, this is something that we have to do. We have to play it at a higher rate. It's those evolutions that I respect. So I think everybody generally thought of Cliff Kingsbury as, not only when he was head coach, neglectful of defense, but I think they also thought of him as like, yeah, he's going to throw the ball 60 times. He's Mike Leach, air raid guy. Like that's the type of offense that he runs. He runs something now that's unlike anything Dallas has gone against this year. The closest offensive design and style is probably Philly, where you've got a mobile quarterback and they like to do some similar things in the run game and different things like that. But these are the biggest takeaways that I think are out there on Washington after watching them. Their biggest thing, they're going to control the game with tempo and space. That's what they like to do. So they'll play a lot of spread. They'll set their offensive lineup really wide. It's basically an old school power football running game, and they've got modern spread concepts tied to it. So it's not flashy. It's really efficient, and they do everything on the ground ties into the pass. Everything they do in the pass ties into the run. The stuff that Schottenheimer's talked about before that he wants to do of marrying the run and the pass really closely together. Kingsbury's done a great job of really nailing that. They snap the ball faster than almost anyone in the league. They are in the second highest rate right now of no-huddle offense in the league is 23%. How often is Washington in no-huddle?
33.
65.
Dang!
They are.
Wow, that's fast.
They are in no huddle almost the whole game.
Wow.
And because of that and the tempo that they play with, you can't. Dallas, who likes to sub in defensive linemen every other play, they're not going to have the opportunity to do a lot of that as much as they would want to. So they do a lot, not necessarily because they're going to go up there and they're going to rush plays, but a lot of times it's just to stop the defense from substituting. It's to stop them from getting into disguises that they want to do. They spread the field out. They get the defenders to kind of show their hand. Then they try to attack the weakest spot. A lot of rhythm. There's some West Coast air raid blended passing concepts. So you're going to see him throw a lot of mesh. I promise. If they get on third down or fourth down, if there's a big third or fourth down in this game that they need to convert with the pass, watch for it. It'll be mesh, which is you've got two receivers tight and they're going to just cross each other. That's Cliff Kingsbury's go-to in big moments. But this is a team that the biggest difference between them and Philadelphia likes to play kind of outside towards the boundary with their passing game. They'll throw to A.J. Brown. They'll throw to Devontae Smith on some vertical stuff outside the numbers, or they'll throw some out-breaking routes. Washington doesn't. Washington is almost exclusively between the numbers. So you're not going to have to worry as much about the far boundary if they follow their tendencies. They could obviously change some things up. But it's an offense that runs the ball to set up the pass, and they create a lot of balance with it. They will use zone. They'll use counter schemes. they run to the weak side of the formation, which is obviously the side of the formation that doesn't have as many of the players on the other side of the ball. But they'll run to the weak side of the formation more than any team in the NFL by a large rate. They will run jumbo packages more than any team in the NFL. They're out there running with 6 offensive linemen about 1 out of every 6 plays on offense. So they're trying to run out there with big physical offensive linemen, create easy cutback lanes that they can then take advantage of to the weak side. And they do it effectively. This is a run game that is going to be just as concerning as the one that the Jets put out there, the one that the Panthers put out there. Dallas is going to have just as much of a problem kind of stopping those sort of things. And so I think biggest thing for Dallas that they got to worry about this week, Jayden Daniels is playing well. The running game's playing well. Their offensive line has been fine. The biggest thing...
Is this your first time hearing it?
It's my first time. I feel like I'm at a cocktail hour on a soap opera.
I hate it.
This is crazy. This
I
music.
love it. Loving you.
It's I'm waiting for like General Hospital to be on.
You want an apple martini?
Yeah. That's just fucking cocktail,
we want it to be mellow. You know, we want it to be mellow. But I love that. There's
John
nobody.
Tesh is going to break out here in a
called
second.
forward scat. I feel like I'm at scat.
There is nobody who gets more distracted and then preoccupied by the side thing than Schott. Like I don't know if I don't think he heard a single concept in the last 30 seconds because he's like,
I think that's everyone in this building.
Flute? Yeah.
I think that's everyone in this building. Just listen to G-Bags. 3-letter.
Way.
3-letter.
Way, ot, and gay.
Yep. Those are the 3.
Otway gay.
Otway gay. You got it. This is something where for Dallas, here's the big key: Reddy Stewart and the safeties. Which, if you're counting on the safeties, you might be in trouble. But Reddy Stewart's been good. Basically, what you're gonna have to do is those safeties in the nickel corner are gonna have to be really flexible because Washington doesn't allow you to get off the field very easily and make substitutions very easily. When they get into that tempo, you're going to have to be really versatile as those defenders. The stuff Nate Newton was talking about with Darren Woodson, where he's like, we didn't have defensive packages. We had Darren Woodson. Darren would change the complexion of our defense. We would put him somewhere and we wouldn't have to switch guys out. He would play a certain role. You're going to need Reddy Stewart. You're going to need Wanye Thomas. You're going to need Donovan Wilson. Those guys are going to have to be that. They're going to have to be flexible to play down against the line of scrimmage, back in coverage. They're going to have to do different things to really take advantage or to be able to not get blown up by what Washington likes to do with tempo. And the other thing, if you want to slow Washington down on tempo, they are going to have to, and Matt Eberflus is going to hate it, I'm sure, they're going to have to start doing some different things with the blitz. I think more than man coverage this week, blitzing is going to be important. And not just the blitzes they do, showing blitzes and then bailing out of them, showing certain coverages and bailing. They've got to disguise stuff or else Washington's going to eat them alive.
Bobby's Film Room Preview every Friday at this time in the commercial-free Expressway here on DFW Sports Station. What about the chess match that Nick Harris kind of took us into between Schottenheimer and Quinn?
Yeah, so this was a good article from Nick Harris, which we had done the article a couple weeks ago where Nick had talked to all of the different coaches that Schottenheimer had played under or who had been kind of an influence to him. And so he took a lot of that. I guess he had some of it saved up and kind of dove into those two and what it meant to them. Because Brian Schottenheimer has kind of told people that if it's not for Dan Quinn, he may not be in the position that he's in. That he came back here to Dallas to work primarily with Dan Quinn to kind of develop his people skills again that he felt he had lost. But there's some really good stuff in here. Brian Schottenheimer talks about when the opportunity came to stay involved in the building in a special place like this for a guy like Mike McCarthy that I love and care about, under a guy like Mike and Dan Quinn and people like that, to come down here and be a part of the Cowboys. It was just something, the more I thought about it, the more Mike and I kind of talked about it throughout the spring, it made too much sense. Dan Quinn said he was like a secret weapon for me. I really challenged him in that way. Brian was in defensive meetings when we installed the defense. What a cool year, kind of a sabbatical to do something different. Brian could have been a quarterback's coach or an OC at a lot of spots, but for one season, he and I got to be together. It was awesome for me. And I think Quinn, I would bet for Schotty, this will be a bigger game to him than New York. Like going back to play the Jets. Going some of these other things that he's done, this is the guy that he felt like kind of got him back on the right track. And it's a guy he respects a ton, his defensive mind. I think this will be the one where Schotty and Dan Quinn both kind of feel like all right, let's see who can get the best of each other, who's going to be able to get the other one. And so I think it's a big week for both of them, and I think both of them are going to try to throw some different things at each other to kind of throw them off.
The official picks at 8 o'clock, and the 5 things Choppy wants to see from Cowboys Commanders Sunday, right here with the pregame show, play-by-play, and the post in Arlington, 105.3 The Fan. Let's clean up the junk drawer.
that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Did you just change the football music right there?
I was transitioning because I play the same intros off the same computer, so when you do the junk drawer, I had to stop the other one, start the other one, and so I was trying to do a little behind the scenes thing, but caught me off.
I'll give you a little State Fair report.
Oh, okay. We all right. This last weekend?
Yeah, you have till Sunday.
Just not going.
Kristen went yesterday because she realized it was still Sunday. And she was like, "Can you go?" I'm like, "No, I got stuff to do." And so they ended up running out there and doing it themselves.
A lot of reports that attendance is down, that they're struggling. People out there, young kids not allowed to just roam around free if you don't go in with an adult. I did not, thanks to the great Joe Ramirez, by the way, for hooking it up. Appreciate you, Joe. Appreciate it. I did not notice. Now, this was a Friday around 11 a.m. I did not notice it like that much lighter in attendance compared to every other year that I've gone. And then when it got to around 2:33, it definitely started to pick up to the point where I said, how could you ever want to be in this for Texas OU? So it was getting to that point of the crowd where I was like, imagine this times 15. Mm-hmm. Hell no. Maybe if I was 21, 22 years old. But that sun.
Or a concert. There's a concert you want to go see.
But man, that sun out there, it always hits different. Mm-hmm. My gosh, it is brutal. But I didn't notice any major difference.
I asked Kristen too because we hadn't talked about your trip yet, so I was like, "Oh yeah, has it been light? Was it super light like everybody said?" And she was like, "Hell no." She's like, "It was a Thursday. We went in there at 1:00." She's like, "It was shoulder to shoulder. It was like it was a weekend." She's like, "There was nothing light about it."
Yeah, I guess like all the photos and videos were from like the first week. And it just I think it takes when you, at least for me, when you have a whole month to go, it's like, I'll wait. I'll have to go right now, and then all of a sudden, like you're in my situation where it's like, oh well, now we can't.
I ran into Mike Rogers from KRLD walking in the other day, and he was here super early, like getting here when we do, and he doesn't start for a couple hours. And I was like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "Man, when the fair starts, I don't want to drive into that fair traffic coming here." I was like, "Well, everybody said it's been light this year," and he goes, "No." He's like, "I've seen the fair enough years to know first week is always light. People talk about like, oh, there's nobody going out there." And he's like, and then it always closes, like people start rushing over there.
So that was it. Nothing spectacular to report back food-wise.
Food, no, nothing.
I don't love the food out there anyway. I'm looking for the most basic, simple thing. I was actually looking for Palmer's chicken sandwich, and I couldn't find it. I didn't know if he was out there.
That's where Kristen, first place she went yesterday was Palmer's. Because she gets their little froze or whatever.
It's on the
that
midway.
It's back over by whatever that little Sky connector is. It's back at one of the base areas for that.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law, she was intent on cooling down with some beverages for the hot weather.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I had to tell her.
You get the big yardstick thing?
No, but my goodness. She's like, where's the tickets? Need more tickets? Need some refreshments. My wife got sick at dinner afterwards. She couldn't even eat. I said, you can't let my wife out. Like I already know tomorrow she's going to be in bad shape because we're going out with the Sandlers tonight.
Wow.
And my wife, you let her out of the cage, man, and no restraint.
Yeah, you should keep the women at home.
Buck wild.
Yeah.
No, she's fine. Not the next day.
Not the next day.
Not the next morning.
Yeah.
And she's just mixing everything.
And isn't her thing usually like having said she's like the queen of like one more spot. Let's go to one more spot. Like she wants to keep it going.
Yeah. But I kept it going. I was like, I want to take my in-laws out. I want to, go ahead and get the kids and let's all go out to dinner. I want to treat them for dinner. And that was a humongous mistake. My boy was falling asleep on the way back home. I forced it. I put him in Ava's stroller in the restaurant to try to sleep. It was a mess. I should have just stayed home. I should have left them at home and taken the in-laws out myself. Okay. Every month, we usually get asked to do a radio show here and there. Mm-hmm. We had JP on yesterday from DC. I went on their show. Mm-hmm. And RJ Choppy was a recent guest somewhere else.
I was. So I do a college football betting program on BetMGM Network.
Well,
once a week. And, this week, so yeah, time from time, I will be on BetMGM Tonight, which is their evening live action gambling show. I don't know why I use the word live action. Doesn't make any sense. Live gambling show. And it happened. Like I go on there maybe, like you said, maybe about once a month, talk Cowboys. Well, I was on this time and I played it for y'all. And I was like, I only played part of it, but we got to play this. So the host is, look, I love these two guys. Ryan Horvath, and Brad Evans. But Brad is so over the top. He is so energetic. Like, I could totally see why bosses love him. He is so...
He's a Boston guy?
No, bosses love him. I think he's a Chicago guy. He is so over the top. I played for Sarah. She goes, you have to play this. Like, you have to play this. So this is the intro. Now, radio folk out there knows, what do we always say? Get into it. Get into it right away. You got a guest on. Come into the segment. Don't waste time. Get into it.
Yeah, Fred.
Yeah. Well, here I am, and I'm on video here with these guys. Like, this is a TV or video thing, YouTube thing, and it's 2 minutes and 38 seconds before they get to me, and just the energy.
Get into it, Chop. It's 3 minutes.
Let's go. Here we go.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Toilet?
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvath in the host here on a Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to our friend RJ Choppy about them Cowboys in a second. It is 14-7 right now in the ATL as I'm watching Khalil Shakir just undress dudes in the open field after the catch on that run. I was 3rd and 10, and he got about 14-15. So the Bills trailing, and this game's got a lot of pew, pew, pew.
Stop. What was that?
Points. Pew, 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 pew.
Pew, pew, pew was the point.
I guess.
I guess. Not Texas Tech, not guns up.
Guys, pew, pew, pew.
And I'm just, like, you got to picture me. I'm just sitting there, and I love these. I love going on, but I'm just getting, like, the energy is sucked out of me. Like,
oh, it's not hyping you up instead?
well, it is for a minute, and then it's just like it drags on.
Let's continue.
So the Bills trailing, and this game's got a lot of pew, pew, pew. Shootout appeal down there in the ATL, and Buffalo driving, approaching midfield here in the second quarter. We'll keep you up to date on that. Friendly reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us ahead of a week 7, if you as well want to talk a little college football, whatever's on your mind, sports betting or fantasy-wise, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter.
Stop.
This is not a real person. This is not a real person.
What's this guy's name?
Brad Evans.
This is
we hear him do the sports minutes at the end of our show.
I know his writing, I just realized. This is the guy, he used to be the fantasy writer at Yahoo. You remember him?
Oh, yeah.
This is that guy.
What?
I never heard him talk. I had no idea this was his personality.
Your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, though, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D this year, especially on the defensive end. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy, who knows the Cowboys inside and out.
Get to
He's
it.
the host on Shan and RJ on 105.
Hang on. Okay.
Oh, got him.
All right. I need to find his handle. I need to find his handle.
It's I think it's Noisy Huevos.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Noisy.
Yeah, he's Brad the Noise Evans.
What a tool. Brad the Noise Evans, Team Huevos.
He's a host
Team
on
Huevos,
Shan and
yeah.
RJ.
He'll inject like a Spanish word every now and then.
Coke? Cocaine?
Maybe Coke.
Yeah.
He'll inject a Spanish word every now and then.
All right, I got to hear RJ's energy at the beginning of being put on the air finally.
He's a host on Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan in the Dallas area. Also on X. Give him a follow, would you kindly? At RJ Choppy. Again on X. At RJ Choppy. RJ, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, holy mother of the fantasy.
Stop. I thought you were going to get your hello in right there.
No, there's no hello.
How many times have you been on? Once a month?
Yeah, I go out pretty regularly with them.
And you have not corrected my name yet?
Oh, I've corrected.
You've corrected it on the air. You've not corrected my name.
What I do is, because I'm very passive aggressive. So what I do is I'll just work your name into the conversation.
Oh, so you don't say, guys, it's Sean.
No, what I'll do is I'll say, Sean and I were talking to Schotty this week, or Sean and I were doing this.
I think that's just passive, not passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Passive. Yeah, that's just passive.
All right, let's see if Choppy finally.
I don't think I pulled me.
Okay, well, let's hear the.
There's more. There's more though. I mean, he keeps going.
For me, holy mother of the fantasy gods, is George Pickens going absolutely nuts week in and week out in this offense without CeeDee Lamb. What's the latest that you have heard on Dallas's WR1? And it's not Pickens, it's clearly CeeDee in that bum ankle. Do you think we may be able to see him back in action this week? Got kind of a rivalry game going down with the Washington Commanders, who are about to see in action against my Chicago Bears here in a second. So what are your thoughts about Pickens, and what's the latest on CeeDee Lamb and his potential return possibly this week?
Stop.
2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Well, now obviously we stopped and started a little bit, but I originally wrote down on my paper 46-10, and that final bit ended at 51-10.
That
2 minutes and 38 seconds.
That my Chicago Bears.
There were at least.
You have to go on every other week now just for us to have it for the junk drawer.
There was like 8 different things in there that I was like, Peyton needs to pull that for a drop. Peyton needs to pull that for a drop. Like
Titanic on Twitter just said, I just spit my water all over the desk with that Twitter.
He sounds like a glove. He sounds like, you remember Full House?
Yeah.
He sounds like he grew up like thinking Rush Hour Renegades, the radio show they did, was like, oh, this is how you gotta do radio. Like, hey, everybody. Blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
That's so
Brad the
great.
Huevos Evans.
The noise.
Brad the noise. There's like 4 drops.
I love it.
And Dallas Fools at 833-732-3875.
There it is. Bobby, what you got for the junk drawer?
Oh, my gosh. Okay, let's go to the law, I guess. It's not just adult websites anymore that you're going to have your photo ID ready for. Texas is all about making you present that photo ID for just about anything. And starting January 1st, you will have to use your photo ID anytime you want to download an app on your phone of any kind. Mm-hmm.
So have you done the photo ID for the... Oh, no. I'm sorry.
No, I don't go there. I go to church. Now, what it says, this is a story out of Austin yesterday. A trade association filed a lawsuit in federal court Thursday against Texas over a law that would require Texans to prove their age before they can download apps to a smartphone or mobile device. And this goes for anything. It can be E for everyone. It can be mature. Whatever the app is, it doesn't matter. They want you to have to present your ID when you're making a app download. The law in question is Senate Bill 2420, which passed during the regular session earlier this year. It'll go into effect January 1st. SB 2420 mandates that app stores such as Google Play or Apple's App Store must use a commercially reasonable method to verify a user's age. It would also allow software to access age verification documents stored by an app store, provided it deletes them after verifying the user's age. I don't know why this has become such a heavy push to like, well, you got to have your ID for literally everything here.
Where you at, Greg Abbott?
Yeah, I don't...
You said you were going to get rid of my property taxes, and now this? I got to put ID out for an app?
Yeah,
Any app?
I don't care for the ID. I don't... Is it, like, obviously, like, if it's for adult content,
sure.
I get it. Any general app, I don't know.
They said one individual, Angela Paxton, Republican from McKinney, authored the bill. She said in her statement of intent, Paxton specifically referred to social media as, quote, pervasiveness in young people's lives. It's like, well, that just sounds like you're trying to parent the entire state at that point, and now I definitely don't think that you should do that.
It's the junk drawer every Friday, commercial-free expressway. Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20. We have been wrong, but it's felt easy to be wrong. Not this week.
Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer every Friday at 8:20. We got a brand new Cowboys segment at 8:40. Worst take at 9. Babe Laufenberg, 9:20. No reason to go anywhere else for the final 2 hours before you start your weekend. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt will be in Arlington for the Cowboys and the Commanders. Choppy, let's get to the 5 things you want to see. And you came out with the referee preview this time.
Yeah, let's do the 5 things first. The refs. Dealer's choice.
Let's go with the refs.
All right. So the refs for this game, we have.
I guess I should have said whatever you have pulled up first.
Yeah.
Whatever you were ready for.
I was ready for the 5 things. Here we go.
Go with the 5 things.
All right, number 1, take the football. JP said take the football for Washington. I'm saying no, we take it. In their last 3 games, they've been down 13-zip, 10-zip, and 10-zip. They've been outscored the first quarter 33-0. Take the ball, get an early lead. That's number 1. Number 2, limit possessions. The best way to help this defense keep it off the field means long drives, 7-minute drives. I want 7 8-minute drives here. I want the quarter to be more than half over before the Commanders get their first possession. Number 3, keep that same aggressiveness on 4th down that you had last week. I think it speaks volumes to where the defense is as a whole. But you have to know your roster. I think Schotty does a good job of knowing his roster, or at least so far he has.
Defensively?
Defensively. He knows he can't stop anyone. And field goals are for losers. Sorry, but it's just true. Number 4, bring the blitz. Jayden Daniels played 4 games this year. He's been sacked 11 times. He can be gotten. If they don't have at least 2 sacks, it's a missed opportunity. Other than that, his passing numbers are kind of the same as last year. You know, like he's doing well. He's not having the same sophomore slump like a CJ Stroud is. And then number 5, just bust out the trick plays. If there was ever a time for reaching in your bag of tricks to get one, it's this game. I don't believe you can beat them straight up. So bust out the tricks.
Bust out the tricks.
And go treating.
With Lamb and Pickens together.
Yeah, bust them out. That's your trick right there. Lamb and Pickens together.
You don't think they can beat them without trickery?
I think Washington's better.
You've been a Washington seller this whole year.
I know, but that's how bad the Cowboys are.
Okay.
So there's your 5.
Referee assignment.
All right, so this is Alex Kemp. Alex Kemp is the official for this game.
Matt's brother.
Yeah, absolutely. NFL ref stats posted this on social media. Divisional home teams are 15-22 ATS against the spread in Kemp's career, but it's not great for the Cowboys. All right, so the most notable game is their wild card loss to San Fran in 2022. They had 14 penalties for 89 yards in that game. Since the start,
are penalties up? I wonder right now, compared to 6-7 weeks in, compared to the last 3 to 5 seasons, is this the most penalties in the league? Are penalties going up?
Yeah, I need to, because I think it was last year people talked about the early part of the season was up, and there was something about typically the back half of the year, teams settle into a rhythm, start adjusting to the way officiating is, and so it tends to taper off. But I need to look that up and see if it's up.
You have a paper clip holding up your sweatshirt?
Yeah. It's torn here. I don't want it to tear anymore.
We're sitting there talking about
it's not a paperclip. It's a clothespin.
Oh my
God! It's literally made for clothes.
Down here.
We're sitting there looking.
What the hell?
That guy had moths in his closet.
We're looking at all year. Bobby's got a huge silver just clothespin paper clip.
It's a fashion choice.
Holding up the front of the sweatshirt.
I was like, I got a buckshot here. What the hell? This guy definitely had moths. So since the start of 2024, he has been the ref for 23 games. All right. Favorites. Like Washington is favored in this game. Favorites are 22-1 in those 23 games.
Wow.
18-5 against the spread in those games. Wild. His crew calls a below average percentage of overall penalties on the offense, only 43%, but they do rank third in offensive holding penalties per game. These are split between offensive special teams, subpar field position, and kick returns. So both offenses rank in the top 5 beneficiaries of automatic first downs via penalty. Both the Commanders and the Cowboys do. His crew ranks number 1 in awarding automatic first downs via penalty in 2025. Top 3 for defensive pass interference penalties called. They are number 1 in calling third down defensive penalties. Those are crippling, right? Third down defensive penalties are crippling.
Ooh.
They've been great for the over since his debut in 2018, but the under is hit every time this year. It's kind of bizarre, but they've been great for the over. So, there you go. But their officiating style generally has all the elements of a high-scoring game.
Yeah, I'm looking at the last few games Dallas has played with Alex Kemp. They lost 34-6 to the Eagles. They lost 28-10 to the Cardinals. And then they won that shootout with Philly at AT&T Stadium 40-34. There's the T.Y. Hilton bomb. So I often wonder how much you can connect actual game results to a certain official, but definitely their trends of what they call is important.
Who wins and why? 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Bobby, start us off.
I think that regardless of what happens, regardless of who wins, where the margins are found, I think both teams are scoring 30 points. This is going to be a day where I think Dallas has a lot of success attacking the middle of the field, some in-breaking stuff. I think that Washington is, in all likelihood, going to be able to run for 200 yards against them. And I mean, that would be, if they did that would be the third time this year that Washington's run for 200 yards. So they've got a ridiculously effective ground game. To me, the only thing that's separating them,
over 150 yards a game against this Cowboys run D.
They are ridiculous. They're 11th in attempts, and yet they're second in rushing yards. They're number 1 in yards per carry. I'm going to give the slight benefit to Dallas because it looks like they're not going to have Debo or McLaurin. If one of them looked likely to play, I'd probably be like, all right, well, there's your fourth down conversion you need. It like whatever. If Dallas just needs one stop at the end of the game, if Debo or Terry's out there, they're going to get it. The fact that neither one of them are going to be out there, it doesn't look like right now. That to me at least feels a little bit more like, all right, maybe you'd have a shot to come up with that stop when Washington really needs to throw the ball. So I got Dallas 38-35.
Okay. All right. Look, I agree. This is going to be, both teams are going to score over 30 points in this game. I also think both teams are going to score over 40 points in this game. In a related story, I also think both teams will score over 50 points. I have the Washington Commanders winning 54-51. Cowboys score 51 points, they're going to lose. They're going to score 51 points and not cover.
Have any teams ever scored 50 points in the history of the NFL?
Was that Rams-Chiefs game?
Like, was that both teams have?
Yeah.
Was that 54-51?
I don't.
No way.
Or was it 51-48?
I think is that the one?
51-48 was Dallas and Indy. I think the closest we got was Cleveland and Cincinnati years back played a 58-48 game.
54-51 was Rams-Chiefs.
Wow.
That was that.
I think Corey asked Jerry after that game, and Jerry said, yeah, we're kind of like the Rams offense. It was when golf was blowing up.
Yeah.
And the next day, Corey
Are you embarrassed?
54-51, November 19th, 2018.
Chiefs scored 28 points in the second half of that game and lost.
So you have 54-51 Commanders?
Yeah.
Philip.
I will take them Cowboys 37-31. Look, they haven't lost at home yet this season.
Big D or the little D?
The big D here. Big D
He
Dallas
always takes
Cowboys.
the big D.
That's right. All the time. And so I have the Cowboys by 4. They haven't lost at home yet this season. They're 1-0-1, Chop. They're not going to lose this game. It's a short week for the Commanders. They played Monday night, and they came with that heartbreaking loss against the Bears. Jayden Daniels fumbled the win away. And I trust the Cowboys offense to out-offense Washington, so I have the Cowboys winning 37-33, and the totals have spoken. And right now you're getting a lot of Commanders lay on the fan text. 325 Commanders win 35-30. 214 Commanders win by 10. 469 has the Cowboys winning 30-27. And 417 says Cowboys win by 3. But a lot of shootouts here. Everyone has over 30 points here.
So it'll definitely go under.
Yeah, for sure.
The over-under is 54.5.
Damn Cowboys.
And the Commanders are favored by 1.5. I think Underdog actually has it with a 3.5 point spread. So if you like the Cowboys, definitely go to Underdog.
Yeah.
Promo code TOLO,
Absolutely.
TOLO, for the head-up bet. I am 1-4-1 this year picking the Cowboy games.
Really?
Yeah. And I would guess you all's record is also under 500, so don't rip back that surprised. 1-4-1. It's a horrific streak. It's awful. And I don't feel that confident about the pick. So you don't have to bet. This isn't a Shanks bet against because I don't feel strongly about it. I'll go Cowboys 33-30. That they win by 3 in a high-scoring affair. But that wide receiver injury situation, I think the Cowboys are going to finally do something a little bit differently in the secondary. We'll ask Schottenheimer about it here in 10 minutes. But Jerry talking about it earlier in the week. Yesterday, the photo of the man press techniques to open up practice combined with the wide receiver injury issues that they have. I'll go 33-30 Cowboys, but I don't feel confident enough in saying it that you should automatically win by betting against me.
And we're going to address it.
Yeah, and we're going to address it. 877-881-1053 to continue to get the selections in.
And also very important to note, as I just calculated in my head, I'm 3-2-1 this year, Sean. So I am above 500. Now the problem is that I picked them to win games that they've lost, like Chicago and Carolina.
Dak Prescott was asked, I know he's going to give a canned answer about the defense. Iron sharpens iron and all that stuff. Pepe, let's play the other clip about having to score every drive, the one that we did not play, where Dak was asked about the pressure that is on this offense.
No, I damn sure not unrealistic. I feel like I need to score every time. I feel like I need to complete every pass. I would hope the running backs feel like they need to get 5 yards every time they carry. Now, it's not realistic, but you better feel that way and you better think that way. And I think anybody in that locker room has, or they wouldn't be an NFL professional player. I think that's just kind of the way some of our minds have been wired from the beginning. And whether you see it as crazy or, arrogant or whatever it is, I think that's why guys are in this locker room. And so, no.
Are these numbers lining up with Joe Burrow from last year? Damian Woody made the Dak comparison that Dak Prescott was having a Joe Burrow MVP-type season. I would think the numbers were not as good as Burrow's, but we'll go ahead and take a look. But speaking of the schedule and how the Cowboys needed to be 4-2, we thought coming out of it, the teams with the hardest remaining schedules entering Week 7, according to whatever the SOS metric is. It sounds awesome because it's my
schedule metric.
It's my initials. PFSN strength of schedule. The Cowboys have the toughest schedule the rest of the way.
Makes sense. I mean, they've got a brutal end.
And don't they face the West, AFC West?
And the NFC North.
Dallas 1, Minnesota second most difficult, then Eagles, Washington, Giants.
Makes sense. Yeah. I mean, those are the Minnesota's in a division with Green Bay and Detroit. All right, so that's obviously there. They still got games with them, and then the East plays the North and the West.
Easiest remaining schedules: New England, Cleveland, New Orleans, Jets, Ravens. 4 out of the 5 teams, it's not going to matter at all because they're out. Oh my gosh. The second, third, fourth, and fifth easiest schedules remaining in the National Football League have a combined record right now of 3-21.
Ooh. Look, that's why
it's not going to help those teams at all.
No, but that schedule right there is why the Ravens are still like 40% to win the North.
To win it?
Dude, they're still like 40%. because their schedule is so manageable.
Their numbers are like identical.
Wow.
Burrow through 6 weeks. They literally have the exact same completion percentage. Dak has like 40 more passing yards. He was 13 touchdowns to 3 picks. Burrow was 12-2.
But he's not gonna have a chance at the MVP for obvious reasons, than that they're not gonna be competitive enough.
Let's talk to the birthday boy, Brian Schottenheimer, with all the defensive questions we have. The head coach of the Dallas Cowboys joins us next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We are also your home.
And segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It is now time for the Brian Schottenheimer Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. As we have everyone together here. Yeah. Everyone together. It wasn't RJ Choppy on the Tennessee road trip, so Coach will have nothing to bust our balls about as we say good morning and happy birthday, Brian Schottenheimer.
Happy birthday.
Wow, I'm shocked that you guys, number one, knew it was my birthday, but more importantly, that there's all three of you guys actually working today.
Right. We wanted to talk to you before you fired your head coach, Billy Napier. But
yeah. Well, geez. Okay, it's going to be that kind of morning. Let me buckle up and get ready to go, boys.
Hey, don't use buckle up now.
Always. Hey, I'm ready for you guys, man. I'm ready. It's been a good week. I'm ready for you guys. Let's do it.
Was CeeDee Lamb returning the birthday present?
Well, I tell you what, it was. And, CeeDee Lamb and Terp and Tyler Booker having a great couple days of practice. But, there's an old adage that your wife is always right. So I'm leaving the office last night about 9:45, almost 10 o'clock. And she goes, hey, we're over here at D. Lincoln. My son's in town and my sister-in-law, my mother-in-law. And she's like, just come by and just say hello. I'm like, nah, babe, I'm tired. I'm going to bed, whatever. She goes, just stop by. Come on, just say hello. And so I drive over there. The last place in the world I want to go is go sit, and just in a restaurant. And she's like, look, there's no one here. You're fine. So long story short, I walk in. I'm just kind of ill. I'm just kind of in a bad mood, And I sit down, and about 10 seconds later, the door swings open, and my daughter, my 20-year-old daughter, surprised me. She came to see me from college for my birthday. And, of course, me, I'm a crier. So what did I do like all grown men do? I cried. And I realized my wife was right and I was wrong. And thank goodness I went because it was a great surprise. So that trumps CD and the boys coming back. But it's pretty damn close. It's pretty close.
That's awesome.
See, that's why Kristen loves the interview so much, is because he says the wife is right all the time. All right, Coach,
sorry, guys.
Except Brian listens and you don't.
See, that's the biggest thing. Coach, it's a good problem to have, but how do you approach getting your top target back, CeeDee Lamb, and making sure that he's getting worked in while also making sure you're not breaking the rhythm that George Pickens is in?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, guys, look, it's a deal where, we go in with a good game plan. We try to each week. And, again, you never know how the game's going to go. But like, I said yesterday in my press conference or whoever I was talking to, and I was saying, like, the biggest thing for us is not even that. It's just we got to get the running game going, man. Like, we just, we didn't run it very well, and Carolina, really, beat us up a little bit. And that's the biggest thing. So the ball's going to find those guys. They're both great players. George has been on an incredible run. But again, you never complain as a coach, certainly a play caller, when you get weapons back. You're not like, golly, I can't believe I'm going out there with CeeDee and George Pickens this weekend. Like, you don't really do that because people don't really feel bad for you. So you look kind of like an idiot.
Brian Schottenheimer here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach Jerry on Tuesday said, well, it may make more sense to play a man. And then yesterday, we got a photo from practice lining up to start off with some man press technique. Is that an indicator of things that come Sunday or just usual drills?
Well, first of all, the fact you guys have aerial photos scares the hell out of me. I got to be honest. I don't approve any aerial photos, although I'm sure the fans and people that work at the Dr. Pepper Carrick building probably have a lot of aerial photos of what we're doing. So, we're certainly we're looking at all kinds of things, and yes, you will see us play man to man. I said this the other day. We actually do play man. Now, how much man we play and things like that is what people certainly can talk about and question and things like that. But look, we look at a lot of different things. It's not just okay, what's great for us, which certainly we're hurting in some areas, need to be better. But we also look at the opponent and say, okay, what are they struggling with, or what are they good with, or what do we need to take away? And so, yes, again, there will be some man to man, but like I said, it's not going to be nothing but man to man.
Coach, we always talk about someone bringing in their scheme and the players have to fit into it versus fitting the scheme around the players. When you guys, and we know that the zone numbers are high, but was Eberflus's system something that was just going to be run when he came in here no matter what? Or did you decide on the way you were doing things to start off the year based upon the players?
No, I think the system has always got to be flexible, guys. I really believe that. I've always believed that. I think for us to just be like, okay, this is what I run. I am Brian Schottenheimer, and I am the greatest offensive mind in the world, and we're going to run these 5 plays, and you guys are going to – no, you don't do that. Like, you've got a philosophy. You've got an identity, and then you have to adjust based on what your players do well. It's been very clear to us that we've been struggling some in zone. That's not a secret. And why is that? Well, there's lots of reasons. Our eyes haven't been great. There's things we got to clean up, but the flexibility and the ability to adjust is what coaches should be judged on, and that's what we're going to be judged on, and that's why we're working so hard right now. On the defensive side of the ball of making some of the adjustments. And it doesn't mean that man-to-man's the only answer. It means, hey, guys, we have to play zone. And when we play zone, let's play it better, and here's how you do it. And so, but absolutely not. It's never a thing. You better, as a football coach, have the ability to adjust to your talent and your players. And that's what we're in the process of doing.
Coach, we had Nate Newton in studio this week, and he was like, if you change up things, let's just say your defensive scheme and go to man, you're going to have to communicate there as well. And you also run the risk of maybe, resetting the learning curve back to zero. Is that something that you have to factor in? And do you buy into that if you were to change things up, you would have to reset that learning curve?
No, because here's the point I'm trying to get across, and you guys obviously understand, but maybe to the fans out there, we have man-to-man coverage calls in our defense. We didn't go in there and go, okay, hey, guys, this is called cover 1, and everybody's going to go. We didn't do that on Wednesday morning. And the guy's like, oh, my God, that's so cool. We just chase guys around the field all day. These are all calls that we've had. It's some of the ways that we're using them, some of the ways we're tweaking them. Let's be honest. Washington's got a lot of weapons, and so there's certain ways if you do want to play man-to-man, where do you send your help and how do you do it? And again, you can't just play man-to-man. And then there's things where we're going to line up like we're playing man-to-man and we're actually going to play zone. And, we call it maze. It's for, you show man, it's play man, but it's zone alignments. And so that's really difficult for offenses. But my point is, for us, it's the way we're using the calls more than the calls themselves. The calls they've been in our playbook going back to the offseason program.
Coach, for guys who have been here longer than just this year even, and you talk about cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, those aren't new concepts necessarily, but what's so different about the new defense, do you think, that you guys are implementing that might explain some of the communication problems or some of the other issues? Is it a language thing, new technique, new keys? What's different?
Well, I would say there's a number of things. And again, you guys know me. I'm not going to sit here and make a bunch of excuses, but you asked the question and I'll answer it to the best of my ability without making it sound like excuses. When you play zone and you're a spot drop type zone deal, you got to do a great job of keeping depth and width when you drop. And there's things that come across your eyes as an underneath coverage player that sometimes grab your attention. And it's literally like if I'm at the park with my dog and, I'm trying to throw the ball and a squirrel flashes across my dog's face, good luck. But, Marley's gone. She's freaking gone.
Oh, no.
Or chasing snakes, one of the two.
No. Wow.
She's chasing snakes with that. And so I think, we haven't done a great job sometimes keeping our width and depth and having great eye discipline. That's one thing. Another thing is, our communication, it's a little bit harder when guys aren't all practicing together, right? You had a guy like K9 who has to learn to do the green dot, things like that. Malik Hooker's, been in and now he's out for a while. You get different guys. And so there's different things that come up to it. But at the end of the day, communication inconsistency has been probably our biggest issue, and we have to get it corrected. And, it's one of those things that as a coach, as a player, it's frustrating, but the solutions are in this building, and the solutions are, guys, you don't just say close left. You go, close left, close left, close left. You say it 3 and 4 times to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Coach, have you found as an offensive play caller that the defense's struggles have impacted your decisions to be more or less aggressive on 4th down? Do you factor that in?
Yeah, but each game's different. Each fourth down's different. It's how much time's left. Where are we at? Do I like this call? Do I like that call? How do I feel about it? Multiple things come into play when you're making those decisions. It's not just, okay, how's the defense playing or how's the offense playing? It's so many situations that come up. And again, you guys know this, but I always, before I jump on this call, I just left Ryan Peters' office and, we were talking about a couple of different things. And it's like, it was last week actually in the Commanders and Bears game. They tied it up and 16-all. And it was like, do you go for two? Because there was a penalty that moved it up to the one. Do you go for two? Well, I kind of like having a lead, So, kicking the extra point and going up 17-16 to me, instead of going for two maybe and going up 18-16 from the one, is all things you got to consider. So a lot of different factors come into play.
Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of personnel questions, Coach. Donovan Wilson, everyone loves the physicality, maybe the best tackler, hardest hitter on the team. What fans are asking every single week is, why is Donovan being put in these coverage situations so much where he seems to be struggling so much? So that's on the back end. The other is James Houston with his pass rushing efficiency as a fan favorite. Is he not getting even more playing time because of his run D? So Dono in coverage and Houston up front are the two personnel questions.
Okay, well, first of all, let's talk about it the right way. That's James Houston, man. Okay, that's how you got to refer to him. Okay, you don't just ask the question like that. You got to say that's James Houston, man.
Got it.
Okay? But absolutely, look, James, we're deep on the defensive line. James has a very unique specialty, which is rushing the passer. He's getting better playing the run. That's not his strongest suit, but he is getting better because he does play with length and things like that. So, again, all those things are factored into, last week, again, we just were struggling with, stopping the run, and they were exposing some things, and we were trying to solve, a couple of those problems. But, again, we are better with James on the field, and you'll see James play a little bit more. But, yes, that is part of the issue. And then with Donovan, look, when you're a safety, you have to play in multiple spots. Right, you can't just be a box safety, because if you're only a box safety, right, then guess what? You're in one or two coverages, and it's like, okay, well, how does that work? I think you look at the touchdown that they hit on Tet McMillan, hit on us. It was a little double move on Dono. There's a couple things there. Like, we were in cover two. It was a good call. We didn't get a great reroute on the edge, and then Donovan, kind of felt like, because we didn't push up underneath the low piece, the inside slot guy ran a low route to be a piece of cheese, and then McMillan came back in behind it, and so Donovan felt a little bit stressed, and then he stumbled. And but again, that goes back to Donovan can play in the middle of the field. Donovan can play deep half, but of course, just like James, players have, and coaches, I have things I'm better at. I'm maybe a better third down guy than a red zone guy, or a better pass guy than a run guy. And our job as coaches is to feature those guys that way, and that is a never-ending process. But I do understand the question, and that's the answer.
Coach, when you have a familiarity with a guy on the other sideline like Dan Quinn, people talk about the familiarity. It's almost like it's a shortcut for preparation, and that's kind of how the discussion goes. But do you actually have to guard against overthinking when you feel you know so much about the coach across from you?
That's a good point, because they change. And, again, I sat in meetings with DQ and Joe Witt and watched them install third down and 2 minute, and I can watch their film and, be like, okay, well, we called that Lone Star, we called that Waco, or we called that whatever. And, but I also know that they know that, and we understand that. And this team is very different. They're a big man-to-man team. I think they're going to play us man-to-man. I think they've got good quality coverage pieces, but at the same time, we've got a lot of elite weapons and speed and things like that. And, Joe and DQ are extremely bright. And so I think, you factor all those things in, but this is the 2025 Commanders versus the 2025 Cowboys. And the fact that we're close and friends is just part of the process that makes it fun to talk about on game day. But when you get going, man, it's really, hey, let's just go execute. Let's put the plan, trust the plan in, and give ourselves the best chance to win.
Coach, we know the sun plays a major role there this time of year. So, like, do you play to it? Do you go away from it? Do you run plays towards it? Are they called sensational plays? Can you call that in the playbook?
Maybe I should have a list. I like that. I'm actually going to start that. Let me get my guy Boyles on it. I'm going to start my sensational list. I used the word majestic the other day. You guys obviously don't like the majestic term because you went sensational. But this is true. I'm not just saying this to be funny. I literally have satellite photos on my desk as we speak that as soon as you guys let me off this phone call, I'm going to go look at those. And we have a process and a plan that we like and that we use. But it does affect the game, and it affects both sides, which is a good thing. But I got to make my sensational list because I don't have it done yet.
But, Coach, is this a really overblown media topic? Do you get sun issues in other stadiums, or is it definitely more of a thing in Arlington?
No, there's sun issues everywhere, and again, I think it's one of the situations where when you've got God knows how many games have been played in AT&T Stadium, and it affects a play or two. And the bigger the play, the more people are going to talk about it, right? And last year, whatever, Philadelphia, CeeDee's running over route on the naked and can't kind of find the ball. But I think you do deal with it other places, and we factor it. But again, I'll say it again, man. It really is majestic. It's freaking beautiful when it comes through there, man. You're like, wow, this is AT&T Stadium. Look at how crazy this is. This is really cool. But it does factor in other places other than Arlington.
Last one, and I think this could be my birthday present to you. Consider it my lemon. Greg Olsen on the broadcast last week, when Dak was audibling, I think he was saying true, and Olsen goes, okay, run right. Sorry to blow that up for you Cowboys. Is that something that you're aware of? I think a lot of broadcasters do it, and they're like, all right, we know it's going right. We know it's going left. It's the same 5 or 7 dummy calls or audible calls. Did you know that? And why is that not like a disadvantage if the defense knows it?
Well, first of all, you are showing your football acumen and IQ, which is incredible and incredibly high.
I got a compliment. First one in 6 weeks.
Yes, that is the first one. Yeah, don't get used to it. Yes. But the answer to the question is actually kind of funny. So the game ends, and we're just kind of really down and pissed off, and it's like, man, we had a chance, shit, And we have a captain's thread, right? Well, CeeDee Lamb had sent something on the captain's thread just saying, "Yo, we got to change, true," and the other words we used because Greg Olsen was talking about it. And I kind of was like, oh, okay, I'll text him back later. I was in my feelings, so I was like, I'll text him back later. But the answer to the question is yes. What Greg was saying is correct. We have multiple things that we use for right and left. Every team does. And then we have ways of dummying it. So unless Greg listens to everything or the fans or the players listen, we have the ability to say things with true that don't mean right. And we use those things all the time. But, yes, we actually have someone on our staff that they literally listen to every broadcast, and they hear – got to change this signal, got to change that call. Again, will you hear true this weekend? Probably. Will it be run to the right? Probably not.
Phenomenal explanations. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Happy birthday. Spend some time with the family, and good luck Sunday.
All right, guys. Thanks. Always enjoy it.
Wow. Brian Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's react to all that and Bobby's brand new segment, What If This Happens, on Sunday on the home of the Cowboys. We'll address it all next.
After we...
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Guys, he's my favorite.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball.
That's a good point, you know.
That is a pretty good point. I make lots of them, Brian Schottenheimer. Thank you for recognizing that. And dinner on me anytime here in New York. Let's talk about what would happen on Monday if some things don't come to fruition that you're hoping for here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. You like the new open, Shaw?
Did you grab that from the last interview he just did?
I was rushing back there, and we had a shorter break, and I was putting the pressure on Peyton. Peyton, I never give him credit because he typically doesn't deserve, but he does this time. He got it.
Well, it wasn't a totally clean edit, so give him like 94% credit.
No, it was good. It was. I believed in you, Peyton. All right, so we're gonna take a look at. I was thinking about this yesterday, that we always talk about, what we expect to happen. The Bears game, I think we all picked the Bears, or I think we all picked the Cowboys in that game. And we didn't really conceive, all right, well, what happens if this happens? Or how does the messaging change if this sort of thing happens? Like, what might truly be on the line for the Cowboys, whether it be their reaction to it, fan reaction to it, or whatever else. So I just grabbed a couple of different things, and I wanted to go over what would be the fallout if this happened, whether it be fan fallout, how Jerry reacts to it, how the team reacts to it, how it changes confidence for the fan base, anything else. So we're going to run through these really quickly. So I'll start with you, Choppy. What's the fallout if this run defense allows 200 yards on Sunday?
Nothing, because nothing ever happens.
They traded Micah.
Yeah, that's right.
He's capable of a big move.
Fallout in the fan media world, we're not surprised. It's more of the same. It's panic. It's
200 and they win or lose. Let's say it's a loss.
Yeah, because I would assume they're probably going to lose if they give up 200 on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody is surprised by it. Nothing. There's no fallout for the team perspective. They're not going to. It's too late.
Does Schotty change the way he talks about Eberflus? Because Schotty's been very just pro 100%. Does he start saying like, look, we need to do some different
Why is it too late?
Well, it's too like they're not going to, because
they're 6 weeks in.
It's you. Who are you going to get? Are you going to get somebody that's going to
promote Sorensen?
Your special teams coordinator, Nick Sorensen. He was the DC in San Francisco last year. So
I'm not saying he's an answer. Yeah. I just had a name to answer your question right there.
And you would, I imagine you would not ask him to implement a whole new playbook. They would run the defense. You just have somebody new coordinating and just directing how it looks.
I agree with RJ. By the way, I don't think it's too early to make a change. But Bobby put the bye week in my head of a couple of weeks from now, which you would probably consider really, really late. If it's 2 weeks after the Washington game, that's when the bye is, right?
Yep.
2 weeks after the Washington game. But I don't believe they would change out Eberflus if Washington ran for 200 with a loss.
The other issue is if they give up 200 again and they lose again, I don't want them to get better.
Yeah.
That's fallout.
What's more likely? Jerry rushes to make a deal next week, or Eberflus is gone?
Man, 5 years ago, I would have said Eberflus is gone. Now, the Cowboys seem like hell bent on making trades at the deadline right now.
Jerry making a deal is what would seem more likely to me. I'm just like, well, I got to fix it with this because that's not the problem. This would be the problem. So that's what I would assume they would do. All right, next one here. Sean, what's the fallout if Tyler Guyton...
What's your answer?
I think that Schotty changes his tone a little. I think that would be the biggest thing we'd notice after the game would be Schotty would start talking about this just isn't good enough and we got to evaluate why. And so I think then you'd start hearing some different things. Sean, what's the fallout if Tyler Guyton is just awful in pass protection again on Sunday?
Was he awful last week?
He battled last week. He did a decent job last week, but there have been enough instances of people saying Carolina wasn't great. Like it was not a great pass rush. He still was not clean technique-wise. There's a lot of people who still think the leash needs to be short and Nate Thomas needs to be given an opportunity.
Well, I was ready to say Nate Thomas until people told me Nate Thomas was overrated against the Jets. That the Jet game, Nate Thomas was not as good as everyone thought. Is that true?
So, yeah, he was not great in pass protection. He battled, but it was not clean. Again, Dak did a lot that was kind of covering over some things, but that was the game where Dak said after the game, Nate Thomas walked up to him and said, hey, I'm sorry, I got to be better, instantly in the locker room after the game ended. But they like his demeanor, too. He's tough. He plays with a little bit of nastiness.
I'll say there's zero fallout. He's still the first-round pick, and Nate Thomas, I guess, is not definitely better, and you have to ride it out with the first-round pick to get better.
Chop?
Same. Totally agree. You got to ride it out.
I think the only thing that might change is you might start. I don't think they'd be willing to put him on the bench yet. I think they don't want to mess with Tyler Guyton's head for a season that it's not like Nate Thomas would save it. I think instead what they would do is they'd start trying to give him some chip protection. They'd try and help him out a little bit more. You'd start seeing some slight differences in the way that they're sending help to him.
I guess the next question is, with that, do you consider at the end of the year trying to move on from it?
Not after it's year two.
It's early. It's early.
Yeah, it's early. The biggest problem, and this is what you always run in with trying to move draft picks like that, is if they've been disappointing, you probably held on for a little bit because you were hoping it would turn around. And by that point, everybody sees it's not working.
Right.
So that's why
early, if you do it early, you could still maybe get
a fourth for Jonathan Mingo. Yeah. All right. Next question here. Choppy, what is the fallout if George Pickens has another dominant performance but the Cowboys lose? Do they start fielding trade offers? Do they start calling about an extension? They would have to call the agent, Dave Mulugeta.
Oh, listen. I am so in love with George Pickens. I would sign up for George Pickens on a 4-year deal at $30 million right now. The fallout is that if he's not going to work with you in season, right? You have to move him. You have to.
You can't tag him. You got control.
All right, fine. You want to tag? That's fine. But We know what's coming down.
That's likely, by the way, I think what's happening. I think he's going to get tagged. So, Sean, you fielding trade offers, or you just saying, nah, tag him and let's figure something out at the end?
Tag and figure.
All right, next one here.
Truthfully, I just trade CD, get 2-1.
That's a difficult contract to trade
on
right
Lamb? Why are you turning on Lamb?
I'm not turning on him. It's a businessman. George Pickens is playing right now.
So then the next time you get a really, really good receiver, then you just trading Pickens out, and you have a one true receiver.
Yes,
you just Belichick it for forever.
I mean, that like CD was not a. When they drafted CD, that was an Amari replacement, right? That's what they did.
Let's do a positive one here, Sean. What's the fallout if the Cowboys actually manage to shut down the Commanders?
Down?
Do the fans embrace Eberflus? Does Jerry spike the football? Does Eberflus say, I'm emboldened and I'm digging in the rest of the year now because I've seen it work?
All of the above.
All of them have. Jerry comes on here and just goes, boy, you guys thought that you wouldn't.
The National Football League, 10:30 today, we can't see. It's a game of attrition and 17 weeks. And it takes these guys a while. And Mike Zimmer, second half. Yes, and the fan base. Roller coaster ride will be high and mighty for the week.
Chop.
High and mighty. You shut down somebody. What we did with the Jets. Got a little excited about it.
I think the fan base is so far gone on Eberflus right now that I think they would.
Oh, no.
It would become an instance similar to like Jerry, like when they have success and they go, yeah, but that's just in spite of Jerry. I think they would. They'd need a few more weeks and they would come around, but 1 week I think they're still killing him and just saying, nope, that was luck. That's all you got there. So there we go. That's that.
Nice job. New segment, Fallout Friday. If and what happens Sunday, how are we discussing it next week here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan? We got to nominate the biggest losers of the entire week. Worst take, is it Skip Bayless for ripping a baptism?
Yes.
Brian brought us for cheesecake.
Yes.
Rasheed Rice or Jerry Jones for echoing Brian Schottenheimer with us about the Cowboys pass rush. Your nominees and the biggest loser on Worst Take after this. Are you confident in your retirement plan?
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
It is time for Worst Take here on 105.3 The Fan. And we've got, I think, one of our better collections that we've ever had.
All right.
I could see really any one of these winning.
Okay.
I had 4 banked up. I added a 5th. If you guys have something that you want to do, I mean, we can kind of take our pick here, I think, because this has just been an awful week. And, we'll play stuff that we heard during the week or stuff that was talked about during the week. Our first nominee today is one that we haven't played yet, but I'm pretty sure, Sean, I saw you on social media just ripping this individual over their take. Our first nominee is one Skip Bayless, who I don't believe has ever been nominated before. This will be his first time.
Because he hasn't been employed.
That's kind of the biggest problem. Him and Scott Braun just in the unemployment line. This is Skip Bayless destroying Travis Hunter.
There was no way that Travis Hunter should have chosen to be baptized on the morning of a 1:00 game in Jacksonville, where he plays, obviously, for the Jaguars. Not under normal circumstances, but here's the point. The Jags are using him so little, especially on defense, where he is the most gifted, all-time gifted, that Travis Hunter is starting to lose interest. He's starting to check out mentally on the Jags. So he was actually happy to be baptized on a game day morning because football isn't taking that much concentration or focus or pregame mental preparation. Nope, not now.
This is one of the dumbest things I think I've heard him say.
What time is he supposed to be there?
So generally, most players will be there. It can vary. There's 2 buses usually. Some people get there 3 hours before. Others will get there an hour and a half to 2 hours before.
I assume this is a home game, right?
Mm-hmm. He said Carolina.
So 1 p.m. Jacksonville.
So
right?
1 p.m. So he would have been there at 10 a.m.
Jacksonville, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like if he was late, if he got there at noon, I got a problem with that. If he got there at 10, I don't really care what he does. That's...
What else are they doing beforehand?
I need more context, I don't know what time he got. I assume...
No, you don't need more context because he's just making up something to scream about.
Oh, it's very possible Travis did that Saturday night. Very possible.
No, I think it was Sunday morning. Travis said,
Sunday morning church,
I want to do it on Sunday.
Yeah.
I want to do it. I don't even blame Skip Bayless at this point. And I tweeted this the other day. Anyone who gave him time, he is the worst poison and plague in the history of this business. The fact that this man made $6 million year after year is an indictment on the morals of the talent evaluators at ESPN, at Fox. You sold your soul, just like Skip sold his soul years and years and years ago. I hate him so much. I don't even have, and I'm not saying this lightly. I'm not going to attack too much because I don't know the woman. There's no way when Skip puts his wife on camera, I can look at her with any respect because of what a vile sellout piece of human garbage he is and has been. And I resent anyone who gave that fool the time of day to help him make that salary for decades. Did he influence the business? He did. Absolutely. You can say that Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith,
the most influential.
Well, of
the debate type.
Of the debate, yeah. Which has, in my opinion, been not for the better.
Yeah, influence is not necessarily good.
No,
he definitely made an impact.
PTI to me was an influential positive in terms of the debate back and forth, but not
massively influential. It allowed people who don't watch sports to have a platform on a sports radio TV show.
Well, Michael Wilbon watches a lot of sports. But
yes, the other guy does.
Skip Bayless. Trash. Human trash.
682 already says Skip is nominated for Dumb Mistake of the Year easily. So this one might be an easy Skip Bayless runaway. Let's go to the next one here. And this was the one that was, man, we posted that joking image of Broadus with the cheesecakes, the AI image. He did not like or retweet the post. And when somebody said, yeah, Brian, great, then he quote tweeted it. And Brian was like, it's not me, not a real, but like with no humor. He is very serious about this cheesecake take that he had the other day.
I think your palate has no
no imagination if you
But there's
just order
different
cheesecake.
flavors. We can do all kinds of things with cheesecake.
That's a lazy order for a dessert. Something that takes some like prep time to it. Cheesecake takes no prep time to it. So to me, that is a very lazy order. And then you could say, oh, well, I put berries on it and stuff. Yeah. Even more lazy.
You know who I need to consult this weekend? I need to consult with AI Broadus and just be like, what other takeaways about people's character can you get from the food they eat, Brian?
This take from Broadus is the Cowboys evaluating Michigan players. This is the whole in Broadus's food resume. I think I probably have I put his food game here in the building at the top in terms of talking recipes, looking up videos. This is his, to say that cheesecake has no prep time. That is the Cowboys evaluating Michigan players, except for J-Lou.
Yeah, if you already have it purchased and you just got to slice it, that's no prep time.
Right.
But there is prep time that goes in. And I stand by. I mean, Broadus is like Louisiana food sucks. He loves crawfish. He loves dumping all that crap in there.
I love his crawfish.
Let's not forget too that
he only makes it for Kavanaugh now, though.
Even if you cut it out, Jonathan Gannon. Even if you cut it out, it's just a bot. When I don't get that doesn't make you as the one ordering it lazy. If you like cheesecake, I don't understand what the cheesecake does taste good.
Yeah,
I don't understand why the prep time has to go into does this taste any good?
Yeah,
that's just bizarre to me. But that was Broadus' take. Next up. This is another story that I don't think we've talked about yet. The all-time dumbest organization right now. Not in terms of the way they structure their team, because they've won several titles, but just in terms of their way of handling, is this a good idea? Is this a good PR idea? Is the Kansas City Chiefs. And Rashee Rice reminded all of us of that again this week when he released a hype video for his return from suspension over the crime he committed. This is not, I'm coming back from injury, here's my Joe Burrow hype video. This is, again, the free 4 shirts a couple weeks ago that they were all wearing. This right here, the Chiefs are idiots.
The Chiefs have done a lot of things over the years to make you question their football morals and ethics. And I've still kind of been like, oh, ho-hum, Andy Reid. Oh, I want to give him a hug. Oh, funny commercial. Pat Mahomes, nothing wrong with him. Oh, Kelsey and Taylor Swift, blah, blah, blah. This has done it now for me. That they're so stupid and tone deaf over there in that organization that this Rashee Rice sympathy play has now been done twice. This week I have decided I'm totally rooting against the Bears because of Ben Johnson and rooting against Kansas City because of their Rashee Rice approach.
Yeah, look, the free 4.
And it's not even welcoming back. It's the shirts and then not stopping a hype video.
Yeah, it's definitely like they obviously don't think he did anything wrong.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I think they know he did something. I think they're just like,
don't care.
He's not irredeemable, and he's our guy, and we're going to support him. That's not. I mean, they took.
And I have no problem supporting your friends. I have no problem with that.
You can let him back out there to play.
Yeah. The organization, though, shouldn't be like actively. I don't want to say promoting this.
It's like if you put someone in the hospital with a DUI, and
which the Chiefs do about every year.
Yeah, and we started the tease the day before was maybe and you were out for a 2-month suspension,
6-month jail sentence.
Yeah, and we were hyping it up, and like the tease before was like, and the return of RJ Choppy. You know what I mean? There's just a tone in the delivery. Like, let you come back in the room quietly, pop you on the show. You address what happened, probably in a somber tone, and then we go about business as usual.
Yeah, the Chiefs are going
let's get his Texas legend calls on a Monday, and then let's play his we'll call our Vita from now on a Tuesday, and then RJ Choppy fart jokes on a Thursday, and this funny build-up to your return.
The Chiefs have taken a Brad the Noise Evans approach to talking about Rashee Rice, where it's like, what do you do? Why is it like, Ed coming out onto the field? Let's go. Rashee Rice. No, that's him running, not him driving. It's just, that's so stupid. They keep making dumb decisions the whole way. This was a late addition to Worst Take here. Kurt Signetti signed a massive extension to stay in Indiana.
$11.6 million a year.
Paul Feinbaum, who said he will literally leave the country if a Big Ten team wins the national title this year because he just is
How's he going to run
SEC
for
committed.
office out of the country?
Exactly. I mean, he's going to miss his opportunity. Paul Feinbaum is not a fan of the Kurt Signetti extension.
Yeah, I mean, I frankly think this is a terrible move by Indiana. I know that the college football cognoscenti will disagree with me, but there is no way in the world that Kirk Cignetti should be the third highest paid coach in the country.
What would he have done? That's my question back to Paul. What would you have done with his deal?
Yeah, look, I agree. He should not be the third highest paid coach, but Indiana has to make him that,
right?
Because he would have left,
right?
So
it's like the Rangers getting free agents,
right? And so it's like, okay, so you're going to split hairs that he was going to get $9 million. Okay, so like he's still like top 10, top 15. Is he better than Lane Kiffin? Is he better than Kirby Smart? Is he better than Ryan Day? Is he better than Dabo? Is he better? Like, you know,
I don't know. He's been at Indiana. They're 3 in the country.
What he's done is more impressive than all those people you just mentioned. I think what he's accomplished there is more impressive.
It is. Now, Dabo, I mean, Clemson was a nothing program too.
Yeah.
They weren't Indiana
They weren't
bad.
Indiana.
They weren't Indiana bad, but he took them to multiple national championships.
Very impressive.
What Lane has done at Ole Miss, which is a very difficult place from and they've done a really good job with NIL. But
Kurt has no equal at Indiana in 127 years as a coach.
No equal. No equal.
That's
this is remarkable what he has done. Honestly, it's kind of what was it Bellotti that started Oregon?
Nick. Was it Nick Bellotti?
Mike Bellotti?
Mike Bellotti?
Was that him or was there somebody else before him? Like when they first burst onto the scene, Oregon was nothing forever. Right? They got a little bit of Phil Knight money, and that's the new uniforms came out there pre-Joey Harrington.
Our final nominee here, and this will be the one that I'm sure the fan text is going to vote for. Earlier this week, when Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones said, quote, where we are potentially our strongest is pass rush. We've got the most capable pass rushers that we've had. We've got the ability to really rotate our players, which is very important at pass rush because you exert more energy there than at any place else.
And Brian Schottenheimer's talked about their deep pass rush last hour with us.
Which the fan text, we immediately got 2 texts of people going like, they're deep, they're just not very good. Like, man, that's why it matters who says certain things, I think, to the fans.
We got there's a lot of 4s in this bar.
Yeah,
I was going to say 6s. That's too much of a compliment for the Cowboys D-line. All right, this is a great list. Jerry on the D-line, Paul Feinbaum on the Indiana mistake, Bayless for the baptism, Chiefs for Rashee Rice hype. How's everyone voting?
You had Broadus in there. You mentioned his too.
Broadus cheesecake.
And let us know on the fan text too.
877-881-1053.
Man, it's tough because Skips is like the other ones. I can at least. All right, you want to say that Cignetti's overpaid? Fine. Jerry's opinion on the offense, on the defensive line, that's a subjective opinion. Wrong. But it's subjective. Broadus and his cheesecake, I'm not in his mouth. Everybody's palate is different. So I will say Rashee Rice. So it's really down to Rashee and Skip. And I'll vote for Skip.
Skip is a troll, and Skip is saying something that I don't think he believes. Broadus is just kind of being a food snob. Like, it's a bad take, but it is what it is. Jerry's always going to sell optimism. Paul Feinbaum routinely just trolls the Big Ten. The only one here that has no trolley or other sort of explanation is Rashee Rice, thinking that was a good idea.
But I'm almost okay. So you're blaming Rashee?
I'm blaming Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice is worst take this week, thinking it was time for me to put out a hype video.
It was between Skip and Feinbaum, but it's Skip by a landslide with me here that I decided. And the fan text has spoken. 214 Skip Bayless is the worst. Skip easy. Rice 1, Skip 1A. So you have a lot of Rice texts in there.
And you know what's sad about it? If Skip Bayless heard this, that would be heroin injected into his veins as long as you're talking about me. Even if you think, that's the only question I have for Skip Bayless if I ever interviewed him. What is your technique and philosophy, and how did you avoid all the hatred? How did you never respond to a tweet? How did you never follow anyone? How are you okay with everyone thinking, except for your bosses who paid you all that money over at Fox and ESPN and now with Gilbert Arenas, how are you okay with everyone believing you're a soulless piece of garbage crap? In a way, I respect that part of it, that he's able to just have it bounce off of his old wrinkly-ass skin. Worst take every Friday at 9 o'clock.
Fan text overwhelmingly went Skip, so Skip Bayless loses.
Babe Laufenberg previews the Commanders. Cowboys color analyst joins us next. But let me go ahead and preview your week.
to lower V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. They're on the road. We'll tell you where you can stop by and eat lunch with them at 9:40. Right now, it's Cowboys color analyst every Friday at this time. Babe Laufenberg joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Babe. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you, boys. And, Brian Schottenheimer had another birthday. He's a little bit older. He hadn't lost anything on his fastball. He must have, like, the Dan Campbell coffee before he goes on with you guys.
Man,
I think it's Black Rifle. But
he's radio gold. He's so good.
Now, even better than Jason Garrett?
You know what? We're mad at Jason because he did not text. He did not text us back to come on before the Packer game.
Did you text him?
Peyton did. We think it was the right number.
We should have talked to you about it.
Yeah, we should have had.
Yeah, I'd have told him to do it.
Now, most importantly, real quick, what did you think about what Schottenheimer had to say about the issues with this team?
Well, which part of it?
Defense.
Oh, I was listening, and I agree with a lot of it. It's not like they don't know how to play man defense, right? It's like, okay, man, what is that now? How do we do that?
But it looks like they don't know how to play zone defense. So is it a stretch?
No, they clearly have had communication, but they have everything in that Rolodex. They could dial up anything.
Yeah.
Now, it's just a question of how much you want to do whatever it is. They have blitzes. Trust me, they have every blitz known to man.
Sure.
If they want to call them. Here's the thing too about the defense. Quickly, and I got to get to trivia here, but they lost their best run defender from last year. They lost their best pass rusher from last year. So, you can only do so much with the talent that's there. And I agree with you guys 100%. We talk about the depth on the defensive line. There's a bunch of high draft picks there, but really none of them have, jumped up and said, hey, look at that. Aren't we happy we got that guy?
Yeah.
I think Ezeraku is coming on. But, the best pass rusher is James Houston, who they got off the street, literally. This year, so that's been a little difficulty there. So, hey, like Parcells used to say, just because you can identify the problem doesn't mean you can fix it. And
Absolutely.
I think that's kind of where the defense is. But,
yes. All right, let's do trivia.
Hey, this isn't the greatest trivia. I'm just going to be right up front, but it's barely trivia. So, Cowboys have played 6 games. Okay, only one quarterback, speaking to the defense, has not had 100-plus passer rating against the Cowboys in that game. 6 games, only one guy hasn't hit 100 on the passer rating. Who would that guy be?
Fields.
Oh, I was going to say Hurts. I totally forgot about Fields.
I love it. Oh, I totally forgot about how bad Justin Fields is. Peyton, you want to jump in?
RJ should have been confident with your answer. It is Jalen Hurts, 94.2 week 1.
That's what I said.
You weren't confident with it.
I would have said I was going to say Hurts. I forgot about Fields.
Well, I
Say it with your chest,
think that's
RJ.
a change of the answer.
Wait, Fields had 100?
He did, 100.2.
What?
Oh, God.
Yeah, and RJ, I got to tell you, there's a great line in a Tom Petty song, and he says, "You're confident, but not really sure." That was you.
That's me.
You were easily talked out.
Absolutely.
I've heard.
Absolutely.
How about this too?
And on the
go ahead.
drive home from Tennessee, I listened to Bruce the entire time, just for you. Just for you.
I love it. I love it. By the way, so they will have faced Jalen, right, in the opener. Jalen, then Jordan, Justin, Jayden this weekend, and the next time around when they get the Giants, it'll be Jackson.
Wow.
So it's a lineup of Jays.
Babe Laufenberg joined us here, 105 through the fan. So speaking of the Jays, Jayden Daniels, we were worried, at least I was, about a sophomore slump. C.J. Stroud had that. We've seen it throughout the history of the sport. Is he showing any signs of that, or is he right where he has been?
Here's what he's showing signs of. He had a sprained knee, missed 2 games. He hasn't had his best receiver, Terry McLaurin, for the last 3. Terry McLaurin, who, by the way, missed all of training camp. So when he came back, he was not Terry McLaurin. Deebo Samuel's banged up. And it's really the same thing that happened to C.J. Stroud last year. I mean, he lost all his receivers. And I don't care what you say about next man up. As you guys well know, the next man up is not as good as the guy that was playing. So I don't believe in the sophomore slump. I really don't. Never believed in it. I mean, if you can throw the ball straight, right, and you can run the way Jayden Daniels can run, what are we slumping about? Where is the slump coming from? And I've always said, teams figured this guy out. Well, if you can throw it straight and you can run the way he can, and he may be the most elusive runner outside of maybe Kyler Murray, elusive, I said, at that position as anyone. I mean, he's right up there with Lamar Jackson in terms of making people miss. So I think it's just more a product of, again, him not having his receivers, and he may not have any of them this week. We'll see what happens with their injury report.
Babe Laufenberg joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Babe, Cliff Kingsbury obviously had gone down the rehab coaching program after Arizona, went to USC, talked a lot about the different run things that he studied, got back, and Washington's been able to have a really effective run game since. What do you see when you watch Washington with the run and pass concepts in general that makes Washington unique relative to other teams Dallas has faced this year?
Well, when I see Cliff Kingsbury, I see a very blessed man. I mean, he is good looking, right? He had Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback at Texas Tech. He had Johnny Manziel as his quarterback when he was the OC at A&M. He had the number 1 pick when he got to Arizona, took Kyler Murray. Got to Washington, they had the number 2 pick in the draft. And they took, obviously, Jayden Daniels. So that makes you a pretty good coach. But no, he is very creative. You can see it. I mean, as we like to say, the Mother Teresa litmus test. If Mother Teresa can say, wow, that guy's really good, then that guy is probably really good. And I think, too, a lot of it comes from, and maybe he's talked about it, I don't know, just the background he's had of being in these different places and learning from different people. And Mike Leach, he was at Tech with him. And I always say, I played 8 years, 4 teams. I wanted to be that guy that had 1 team and 15 years and all that. They have a big ceremony for you at the end, but that's not the way my career went. But on the positive side, I learned from different people, different philosophies, different ways to attack, different. And everybody's different, as we know. All offenses are different. All defenses are different. So that was a benefit for me in terms of learning the game because I didn't learn just one way to do it. And I think similarly in his career, both as a player and as a coach, I think he's learned probably everywhere he's been. Probably helped him being with Lincoln Riley again at USC for that year and kind of sitting back. But again, he had Mike Leach. He played in Canada for a while, so I don't know how the Canadian game translates, but I guarantee you there was something that he picked up there. He said, this is kind of cool. They don't do this, in the NFL, but I like this. And he was at New England, obviously, with Tom Brady. Tell me you didn't learn something there. So anyway, I think a big part of why he's tough to defend is because he does come at you with so many different things. And very quickly, They run more no-huddle things than any team in the NFL. I mean, by far. Actually, who's second? I think they've got 200 and some no-huddle plays. And second is Kellen Moore with like 94 no-huddle. So they put a lot of pressure on you that way. While you're wanting to make a defensive shift, they're back on the line with no-huddle. And it makes it difficult on the defense because now you can't get the guys out there that you would like. But, no, I think he does a fantastic job. And what he did, obviously, with Jayden Daniels last year as a rookie. Did you guys see the stat, by the way? I'm going to digress just a moment here. But
are you scratching on paper? Are you writing with a pencil?
No, what do you mean?
I feel like I hear like a little Jerry, like you're crossing out some of the questions or answers. I thought I was hearing that in the background, but my bad.
No, I don't know. Sorry, but maybe it's the connection. But no, can I be honest? I've got the phone in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other.
There you go.
Straight black.
Here's a revelation. Oh yeah, black coffee.
That's an attaboy.
Just the way God intended it. And you know the beauty of black coffee? You'll never go into a coffee shop and, you don't have the oatmeal. Oh, you don't have the yellow sweetener. Oh, I can only have black. If it's a coffee shop, they're going to sell coffee and I can drink it. Okay, but so we all know Brian Callahan obviously fired last week. And again, this is an ESPN stat, so I got to give them credit. I found it. But anyway, the past 4 quarterbacks drafted number 1, and 6 of the last 8 have had their head coaches fired during their rookie seasons. So I was talking with a buddy of mine last week, and I forget who we were talking about, but I said, typically if you're playing a rookie quarterback, you're grooming him for the next coach because you're going to get fired. And then that stat came out. And that happened with Eberflus, obviously, last week in Chicago. You got the number 1 pick, and he doesn't make it through the season. So it's pretty crazy, when you're playing that rookie quarterback. So I guess a long way of saying hats off to Cliff Kingsbury for what he did with his rookie quarterback last year.
Babe, what is the best way for Dallas's offense, which obviously has been very efficient this year? What's the best way for them to attack Washington on Sunday that you've seen?
You hate to sound like a coach, but that's okay. You got to be balanced. You really do. I mean, they couldn't run the ball last week, still put up 27 points. That's pretty good when you have 0 running game. Washington, this is going to be, I'm sure you guys have touched on it this week, but this is going to be a game of big plays. Mm-hmm. Both these teams are right at the top of the list in allowing big plays. And so they're going to be there. They're going to be there through the air for this Cowboys team. And we'll see, looks like obviously getting CeeDee Lamb back, but it could be a track meet. And I will say this, I know the defense has not been good. They've been bad. They've been really bad for the Cowboys. But these have been really entertaining games. Would you agree?
Yep.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, they have been. Matter of fact, there have been more lead changes in the Cowboys games, than any other team this year. So it's like, hey, Cowboys just scored to go up, and it's but then the other team just scored, and then the Cowboys just scored. So, I mean, they have been entertaining, and I know they haven't won them all. But I always say, if you didn't have a dog in the fight, and you just said, hey, come watch, I'm going to go to this game, or come with me, and you had no dog in the fight, you would say, man, that was a lot of fun. 2 overtimes, and last week going down to the final kick. Matter of fact, both teams last week lost on that game-ending field goal. Obviously, Washington to Chicago and the Cowboys to Carolina. So they've been entertaining. They just haven't been winning them all.
Great stuff, Babe. Thank you. Have a fantastic call.
Finish that letter.
Okay, you too. Thank you, guys.
Babe Laufenberg, D&M Leasing Hotline, Cowboys color analyst that you will hear on Sunday. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece to finish up the week, probably in wild fashion after this.
That's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Blackwell deep in his own zone. Gets away from Patterson, gives it away. Garland to the backhand, scores! What a move! A steal and a goal in the backhand. And Connor Garland, with 66 seconds to go in the second period, makes it 4-2 Canucks.
A devastating second period for the Dallas Stars. 2-0 lead gone, and they end up losing to Vancouver on Canucks radio. Just as surprising that second period as Kevin Hagelin actually being the prepared one on the fan cam and not Corey Majors. What is up with that?
I don't know what his deal is.
Internet.
Well, okay.
No. How can Kevin's internet be working right next to you?
Yeah, he's stealing all the internet.
What?
He's stealing all the internet right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you're having another issue like last night at the station. Did you guys monitor that?
No. What happened?
Yeah,
were they not able to make fun of dead people in a segment?
You've mentioned
paralyzed, sir. He did
is
die.
dead. He passed. Yeah.
You've mentioned.
Hold on. So wait a second. If he's just paralyzed, that's fine.
No,
But
I
he's
wasn't
dead,
saying he was
it's
fine. I
too
was just
far.
correcting you. But
Okay.
He just wants to get the facts right.
Okay.
But you actually were correct.
You've mentioned Corey as the #1 station Tolo.
Yes.
Whatever the opposite of that is.
#1 morning show Tolo.
Whatever the opposite of that is Hagee. Hagee does not listen to anybody else. He never has any clue what we're doing.
This guy.
Well, they're tied for zero because Hagee clearly does not listen ever. We could just be like, did you hear literally while he's driving in? I don't know what he's listening to driving in. It's not us.
I would think it was.
I heard RJ on BetMGM for 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Did you? There you go. Wow, well done.
Hold on.
Shut up.
We're going to play it today in the show if y'all don't play it in crosstalk because it's the most hilarious thing I've ever heard. I was waiting for my kids' football practice to be done, and I was listening just crackling up.
You just lied to us?
I'm sorry. You're right. I should not have done that. I know. But here, this is not going to help my case.
Podcast thing?
I know
Yeah,
the Jesus
cancel that.
podcast would be disappointed in me. But I know that RJ was hilarious for 2 minutes and 38 seconds on BetMGM. At least.
RJ,
You missed it. You missed it.
You did miss it. RJ was not even a part of it.
No, not a bit.
Oh, what?
Can we play it for him? I really want to see it.
Sure, you set it up.
Chop, this was your interview the other night?
Yep, so I was on.
By the way, real quick, Kevin, in all seriousness, what do you listen to driving in and going home, if anything?
Yeah, I like to listen sometimes to...
Be honest.
Okay, I like to listen to historical podcasts so I can learn up about things.
Okay.
And like, whenever I leave the station, I don't know about y'all, like, I need to decompress from this world.
Right.
So for a little bit. And so it's nothing against, like, and I know that violates the code of turn it on, leave it on. But in the moment, I need to just, like, escape the sports world.
I didn't know we were on when you were driving home and not when you were coming in.
So last
the only one that makes me happy, so that's why I'm always attached to it.
Last night the board in here fried for the last hour and a half of G-Bag. They were all doing their shows on a cell phone. Tolo D gave me the alert on that. The great Chris Ordat got up here to fix things.
Oh, yeah.
Tim Collins apparently was with a client meeting, I was told. And then you had the night show in this back studio, both behind the glass with Fred and Blake. So Fan After Dark was over in this side studio, and they got it all fixed up for this morning.
Good for them.
Heck yeah.
That is spectacular.
And you guys have made it worthwhile by having a great show.
Yeah, y'all were amazing. Yeah.
You bastard.
So dismissive. So Brad Evans.
All right, so I was on with BetMGM tonight. Now, this is Brad Evans is the host. Ryan Horvath is the other one. I go on with them quite a bit because I do stuff with the BetMGM network as well.
Oh, well.
So they have me on, and I think this is on either Monday or Tuesday. They have me on to talk about the Cowboy game and all the things. Well, it takes a bit for Brad to get into the segment. And by a bit, I mean 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Kind of like this story.
Thank you. To get into the segment. I love these guys. I love them.
This is working.
I love these guys, but this is a bit much.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Proud of the big noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvath in the host here on a Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to our friend RJ Choppy about them Cowboys here in a second. It's 14-7 right now in the ATL as I'm watching Khalil Shakir just undress dudes in the open field after the catch on that run. This is real? He got about 14-15. So the Bills trailing, and this game's got a lot of pew, pew, pew. Shootout appeal down there in the ATL, and Buffalo driving, approaching midfield here in the second quarter. We'll keep you up to date on that. Friendly reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us ahead.
When you guys are on hold, Kevin with Portland every week, missing crosstalk.
That hasn't happened in like a year.
How long were they keeping you on hold to when you start getting irritated for real? Because RJ is sitting on this line so far for this long.
You've hit the point. It's like, I get it if you're in a commercial break at least, but like the segment has started. What is he doing?
Or if something organically happens between you and Corey, and it's like a little side, but you're
He's talking to nobody.
You have games going on that you're giving me all the play-by-play and 4 different recaps.
There's still 90 seconds to go, Kevin.
And this guy, Bobby pointed out, Brad Evans, Yahoo Sports. Does that ring a bell? Was he a fantasy guy?
Yeah, he was one of their big fantasy writers.
Yeah, so when I was sitting there looking at fantasy football and stuff, Eric Carabell, Matthew Berry, Brad Evans was the Yahoo guy because we play Yahoo Fantasy Football. Let's continue.
Whatever's on your mind, sports betting or fantasy-wise, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again,
here's the other thing we need to include.
You swear this is a real show?
Yes.
You're not.
This
just
guy's
doing a
about
bit?
to do the Sports Minute. The guy.
Yeah, he does it. He does it the previous segment, but
previous.
It's not every day. He does like 3 a week.
So here's the crazy thing, though, that we got on the text line and our cell phones. 6 or 7 different people were named from the radio station. Go ahead, Choppy.
6, 7.
People think this is different voices from the station.
Yeah, people were like, "Oh, that's Reetma for sure." Somebody said that sounds like Hagee on crack. Somebody else said this sounds like Broadus interviewing Sandler. And
Tolo Chris said Chiafalo. I'm not hearing another voice on the station, but keep that in mind as we finish it.
Your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, though, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D this year, especially on the defensive end. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy, who knows the Cowboys inside and out. He's a host on Shannon and RJ on 105.3 The Fan in the Dallas area. Also, all right, I'm back in. Give him a follow, would you kindly?
All right, stop.
RJ.
So did you think RJ was about to speak there?
Okay. So I have lots of thoughts.
45-second introduction.
I think one of those things he did could have worked. Like if his thing was like the X or the Twitter, and like that's the only weird thing that he did, I think it could have worked. But it's just nothing but bit after bit. What it really feels like is RJ said he had to take another call and he would be back with them in about 3 minutes, and this dude has no other content ready, and he's just stalling.
Yeah.
But you were on the phone for all of this, RJ?
I was on video. Like, it's a same thing with, kind of like the Zoom.
Oh, he's looking at you.
Yeah,
through animated picture.
it's
you guys need to get this guy to record a 2-minute intro for Steven for you guys.
Oh my God,
yes.
great.
And Steven will hang up. And like I love how he felt like he was like devastating RJ's world or doing this for the first time when he's like, he knows everything about Big D or Little D. Like nobody has the concept that this defense is terrible.
Let's finish it up.
Who knows the Cowboys inside and out. He's a host on Shannon and RJ on 105.3 The Fan in the Dallas area. Also on X. Give him a follow, would you kindly? At RJ Choppy. Again on X. At RJ Choppy. RJ, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, holy mother of the fantasy gods, is George Pickens going absolutely nuts week in and week out in this offense without CeeDee Lamb. What's the latest that you have heard on Dallas's WR1? And it's not Pickens, it's clearly CeeDee and that bum ankle. Do you think we may be able to see him back in action this week? Got kind of a rivalry game going down with the Washington Commanders who are about to see in action against my Chicago Bears here in a second. So what are your thoughts about Pickens, and what's the latest on CeeDee Lamb and his potential return possibly this week?
Look at Kevin.
What the hell? You know what he could have also said?
Bears.
Hey, RJ, how are you doing? Like, instead
you
he
can't
asked
say
you
hi.
to-
There's no highs in radio. You just go right into it.
Okay.
We need one of those producer steps that like just playing under him the whole time.
So good.
Even Chiafalo was like, dude, that's a long intro. Corey, where are you? What's coming up?
Guys, we are at Taco Bueno for the Friday football feast, 7940 Forest Lane. Not in the forest, but on Forest
Put on your
Lane.
hiking boots,
Right.
move past the sprites,
Nope,
the
that is
wood
not-
nymphs, and make your way to us in the forest.
We have Tolo trucker hats to give away. We got we have one remaining G-bag flag as well. And then we also have Jerry Jones
Live
coming on
from
show
the Big D.
Talk about the Dallas
Damn Cowboys.
All right.
That's so good. You got to do it.
I'm going to try to work some of that into the Jerry Jones intro.
Yes.
I'm going to do my best.
Whenever you got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens out there's a lot of pew 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 going on.
Yes. Yes. The fellas are coming up. We're back on Monday. Have a great weekend. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Pew, pew, pew.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It's KNC Masterpiece, pew pew, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Taco Bueno in the Forest in Dallas.
Okay, Forest Lane, 7940.
Yeah.
Forest Lane, ladies and gentlemen.
70. That's what I said.
A lot
in
of
the
parking.
Forest.
A lot of parking out there.
7940 Forest Lane. It is also a Shout Out Friday. We'll try to do a better job of that. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30, but right now, and I feel like I'm going to take a lot of the blame for this, we need to talk about the Dallas Stars. Can you go ahead and play cut number 3, and then we'll deal with if this was my fault or not.
Couldn't handle his pass. Myers gets the loose puck ahead, and here's Sasson cutting in. Max Sasson scores! 3 in a row for the Canucks. Sasson with his first of the year, and Vancouver leads 3-2.
Now, we're going to talk about the Stars again in a second, but something else has been brought to my attention from the 817 Sleepaway Camp. WTF. It took me a little bit to get through the beginning and understanding it's an older movie, but that ending is the stuff of nightmares. I'm telling you, if you have an hour and 25 minutes, you should watch Sleepaway Camp, or I'll take 90 seconds during this show at some point. Not now, but at some point to give you a recap of it. But also, I want to read you this message I got, Corey and Alec, and I think you will approve. Kevin, the Stars loss is on you, man. It has nothing to do with the Stars letting Vancouver get their first power play goal all season.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to do with the lousy defense, the flip-it turnovers in the second period.
Mm-hmm.
This is all on you for not having any faith in the Stars this season. I hope you get lost in the forest tomorrow.
Did you bring your breadcrumbs?
Yes, I did. I had boots in the. I changed, had boots in the car to get here and everything.
What's really funny is our boss, Gavin Spittle. You can hear him on Spits and Suds, by the way, Kevin.
Yes.
He texted us last night and was like, the 72 Dolphins can pop a bottle of champagne because Kevin was correct, which he wanted more than the Stars to be 82-0.
Look,
but Kevin was right.
I don't know how much faith you put in Grok, but somebody tagged me in a thing that said, what are the odds that an NHL team can go 2-0-0, and Grok said it was 1 in 166 billion.
I love it.
And then it said,
so it is a chance.
But I said I'm against math on this one, but it depends on certain factors that could make the odds even longer. And I was like, 166 billion are pretty long.
That is interesting.
Pretty long odds.
Because you think about that for a second. They're going with the idea that maybe a team is healthy. Now you have no health, and that changes your odds too, right?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that.
From the 469, it's all your fault. From the 817, damn it, Kevin, look what you did. And from the 945, it's okay. The Stars will go 81-1, Kevin. We can't be greedy. And I will tell you, I think that would at least oddly take some of the pressure off of you as opposed to being 82-0-0. But in reality, you can blame me too. But in reality, I think the note that I got was fairly on point. That second period was sloppy as all get out. Your special teams failed you. And look, early on, your penalty kill does not look so great, but it was just sloppy, turnover-laden hockey for the Stars in the second period.
Yeah, even in the third period.
Yeah,
your defense
that's probably
wasn't
true.
Your defense had some moments where it wasn't handling the puck correctly, and it had some moments where it let things slide through that it shouldn't. And Kevin, we had moments last year where we were a very leaky defense.
Yes.
And when he talked with Brian Ray coming into this season, and he was excited about the potential of some of the new defensive players, especially Petrovic getting his opportunity, and a couple of the other guys. So this is
and that could certainly still be the case.
Yes, absolutely. But
there's your backup goalie in there.
You got to tighten up, dude. Like, you have to buckle that thing up, like Rico Dowdle said. All right, you have to be buckled up on that defensive side of the puck. And I think they're going to be a good team. Like, they're going to be a team that gets to a place, and because of the amount of talent they have on this roster, they're going to get into the playoffs. But Kevin, those little things, that's what Gullitson's going to be challenged to challenge this team with this season, is how do we sharpen, how do we buckle things up whenever we get into the playoffs.
You know, and I was really, like probably a lot of Stars fans, I was really encouraged last night by the end of the first period. You know, some people will say it's the last minute and the first minute of the next period. Other people will expand it out to 2 minutes. But when Rantanen got the goal, and so now you're up 2-0, I really did think
I was like, okay, we got DeSmith in there, but you got a 2-0 lead. Let's rock and roll. Let's get this thing going. I really did think it was going to be a good night for the Stars, and I do want them to win, contrary to popular opinion. But, man, it fell apart. The second period yesterday, easily, it's early, but easily the worst period of hockey that the Stars have played so far this year.
Yeah. And, I mean, obviously, I don't expect them to play another period like that. I don't.
Them in Vancouver, there's something about that just leads to these just seemingly catastrophic runs of hockey.
Now, Kevin, I want to ask you a question real quick. Do you know what Canucks means?
No, I just assumed that was like a slang term for a Canadian. But
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Do you realize that Canada has 2 teams named the Canadians?
That one in Montreal?
Yes.
Okay.
Last night, Adrian was like, what's a Canuck mean? And I was like, I think it's a Canadian. I went and looked it up, and I was like, 2 Canadians, huh? Interesting. They couldn't be more creative, Kevin. Come on.
You know what? But, remember, that's been a problem that's plagued Canada for some time. I think there was a time in the CFL where they had, 10 or 12 teams, and 2 of them had the same mascot.
The
and I'm like,
Blues and the Grays.
I'm like, whoa. It's not like you have 120 teams, and you're like, I gave up. We're not going to name them the Winnipeg Lorax.
Well, you got the Leafs, you got the Canadians, the Canucks, or the Canadians,
Yeah,
the
right.
Canucks, and then the Senators, Ottawa. And I was like, you know what? All they did was, just things they see. And here we are with lightning and sabers and all this cool stuff, dude. That's why America's amazing.
Okay. I did not realize that is why you thought America was amazing, but I like it. Now, a couple of other hockey notes, and then we're going to circle back around to the Stars. For Brady Tkachuk, he is going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. We have talked about him and Matthew Tkachuk, but after thumb surgery, Brady Tkachuk is going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. And then I thought this was really interesting. NHL contract efficiency rankings. So it's like, what did you get out of the players that you decided to sign? And the Tampa Bay Lightning, they lead this. Them and the Carolina Hurricanes both got A+, as did the Colorado Avalanche. And so Florida's up there, not particularly surprising. But the Dallas Stars were 6th on the list.
Okay.
And essentially it lays out the model value of what you're paying a player versus what kind of contributions he gave you, and everybody is graded out accordingly. And so the Stars get an A, with the contract that leads the way being Jay Cottinger, which that makes a lot of sense to me.
Especially after last night.
If you choose to view it like that, yes. He got an A+. Miro's an A. Thomas Harley's an A-. Wyatt Johnston is an A. I was surprised that Jamie Benn was a B+, but that's on his new lower tier contract, not on his long-term contract.
Very low tier, too.
Yes. And then Tyler Sagan.
What did you say Robertson was?
Robertson's a B+ as well. And again, that's probably why he's in line for a raise. That and the rising value of contracts in the NHL. Lowest on the team, this probably won't particularly surprise you, Tyler Sagan. Tyler Sagan's a D+. That has been an albatross around this franchise for several years
I've been
now.
trying to think of the comp for Tyler Sagan, in other sports. And last night my mind was is it Chan-Ho Park? Or, but he's been better than Chan-Ho Park was.
I think it was the end of Albert Pujols, where you got the big money deal, and early on you're like, oh, hey, yeah, this could be really good. But then as the years have gone along, you just count down the time until he's not under contract
He was still so young when we got him.
Yes.
He was still so young.
Many great years.
Yeah.
It's just for a couple of years, whether it's lack of productivity, injuries, maybe you think those two things go hand in hand.
Maybe.
That has been a disastrous contract for the Dallas Stars. But still, good idea to show you that not only the Stars using the money, they're using the money very well. And we can always go further in depth on this on another day, but good for the Stars there, not so good on the ice.
Let's do it. Let's go in depth more at 10:30 with Jerry and ask him how he would approach this.
Okay, I might not, but
right.
that's going to be up to you. Yeah. We might have the interviews go in totally different directions. I would like it if I was on one path and you were really on the Stars path to really mess
Well,
him
you
up.
have the link, so I don't have it right now. So,
all right, a couple of other things. Somebody said there's 3 parts to Sleepaway Camp. I looked up the sequels, and they're not related, so I did not watch them. And then somebody said, have you seen the movie Chopping Mall? I think you would dig it. I did see a preview for that, and I thought about it. And they're like, they invade this mall after hours, but it's set up with high-tech security. And most of the kids are going to die and probably get it on before they die and stuff. You've seen horror movies before. You know what I mean,
People?
like college students
Yeah,
and
where
whatnot.
sex is okay.
Yeah, okay. We're the KNC masterpiece. Ooh, somebody said Chandler Parsons right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is not bad. Coming up next, we'll continue live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane for some NFL overreaction or reality. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We're live at Taco Bueno, 7940 Forest Lane. Come join us in the forest. I assure you they are indeed open. We're going to do...
There's literally a parking lot, and I guess there is a lot of mulch on the ground, so that could be considered used to be trees.
See? There you go.
Okay.
So it's time for NFL overreaction or reality, and I'm going to start with this. Overreaction or reality. The loser of Sunday's Cowboys-Commanders game will not make the playoffs.
Oh.
I say it goes both ways.
Reality.
Oh.
Yeah, that's too much to overcome. I mean, if the Cowboys win against Washington, Washington's worse than we thought.
Yes.
I'm gonna come in on Monday and be like, look, like the Cowboys, we still have a lot of. I told you after the Jets game, they're not good enough to give up points like that to the Jets late in the game. And you were like, Corey, you're joking. And I'm like, no, I'm really serious about this. They aren't. And they have to get better. And at this point, we have not seen a good football team on the field. We've seen a good offense at moments, but we haven't seen a good, complete game from them. So, yeah, Kevin, I think that's the reality is Dan Quinn and them have lost a step in something if they lose to the Cowboys.
Now, Alec, here's an update from the 469. I'm putting on my off-road tires so I can head up there to the forest. I appreciate it. And also from the 817, I'm hitting the road to Lubbock to see the kiddo for Parents Week, and I'll be toloing in my earbuds for the next 5 hours. We better do a good job. All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? The loser, assuming there is a loser and it's not a tie, of the Commanders-Cowboys game will not make the playoffs.
I'd say reality. I'm having a tough time picking this game. I'm sure by the end of the day I'll have my mind made up, but it is because what Corey said, the Commanders are not as good as we thought they were, and a big part of that, which I will give them credit, is because I don't think Jayden Daniels feels 100% confident in that knee that he sprained a couple weeks ago.
And then the news about McLaurin and Debo yesterday certainly is not going to help them.
Yeah, and like Babe Offenberg said earlier this morning on these airwaves, Terry McLaurin missed all of training camp, so he already wasn't Terry McLaurin as we know him.
Behind.
So that team is just not who I thought they were going to be. So yeah, I think, and we already know what the Cowboys are: atrocious defense, #1 offense in the league. That's not good enough to make the playoffs in my mind. I think somebody is going to miss out.
NFL overreaction or reality, the loss to the Bucs and the loss of Fred Warner has derailed the 49ers' status as a contender.
I want to say that, but I thought that before the season, and they open up with a little bit of a run.
Yeah?
And I was like, okay, so hold on. Shanahan's adapting. It seemed like there have been times when
Mac Jones looked good again.
Yeah, it seems like there's been times when he doesn't adapt well. I love what Moose was telling us the other day about the coaches that have come from that area and how they have changed some of these quarterbacks to be like, oh, maybe they are actually good. There's some places if you want to be a quarterback to revive your career, you know where to go. But I don't think so, Kevin.
Okay,
I'm out on this one.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? The loss to the Bucs and the loss of Fred Warner has derailed the 49ers' status as a contender.
I'm going to say overreaction for now because I know that John Lynch is not afraid to make a big move if he feels like he's got the right pieces there already and they still have a chance, which in this year's NFC, I think anybody really has a chance. I mean, even Carolina weirdly does, even though I think their quarterback play isn't great. But, hey, they've got to win against us. They have a power running game now, so they're figuring things out. I think anybody can figure it out, and I think the 49ers are maybe one trade away to get some defensive help, maybe like some pass rush. If they make that move, whoever it may be, I think they're back in it.
Overreaction or reality, it is beyond time for the Dolphins to just think about 2026 and beyond.
It is time. It's like beyond time probably was 2 weeks ago, but it's definitely still and is going to continue to be time with this coach because he's lost the room. And again,
I agree with that.
I don't know how you get a room back when you've lost it because you've set the foundation for what you are. And so now you either have to have enough control within the front office to go say, no, I'm staying here. We have to move a lot of these players out and keep some of these guys as our leaders, or you're gone. So, yeah, I'm with you.
Alec, what say you?
Reality, it's been time, and I even saw Jordan Schultz, the super insider, on his podcast yesterday, kind of giving some Rangers-like accusations for the Dolphins, saying that there's not a lot of camaraderie. Guys don't really talk to each other. They don't really communicate. Seems like nobody in that locker room really cares to play with and for each other. So I think the locker room's lost. I think they need to go ahead and think about what's next for the future of the organization.
NFL overreaction or reality, special teams are more important than at any point in NFL history. Now, this can be... Okay.
Reality.
Woo! We didn't even need an explanation. I love it.
Yeah, the kickoff has changed the game. The fact that we've juiced the balls and give those guys the opportunity to use them throughout the week to kind of understand, like, these guys are playing at a different level. And, Kevin, the punting is insane, too. So
I agree.
It
is weird that we just seem to take for granted that you can just belt out a 50-yard net punt again and again.
Remember how many times we used to see a punt that go 5 yards and it would be like, dude, what was that? But, like, the special teams game at this point and the fact that we've seen so many block kicks, it's changed games dramatically in every single game we've seen this year.
Alec, what say you?
I'd say reality for everything Corey said, plus some of the teams that were, kind of crowning as the better teams in the league, close to elite teams like Tampa Bay, they're the cardiac Bucks right now. They're playing a lot of one-score games, and that's just the nature of the league this year. There's a lot of really close games. The Cowboys just played one against Carolina, a walk-off field goal. It seems more important than ever, and for very good reason. And like I said yesterday, I really enjoy it. I think it's good for the game.
Yeah, I got one more for you because I know we got a boogie. NFL overreaction or reality, Mike Tomlin was right to be upset and paranoid about the trade of Joe Burrow.
Yeah. No, or
Joe Flacco.
There's so many Joes.
He looked like Joe Burrow for a minute yesterday throwing.
Some of those throws were fantastic. That one he threw to Chase, the one that was not called the touchdown because Chase dropped it, was amazing. And then the throw that he made after that over, the moon ball was amazing. Yeah, he absolutely was right. That guy knows something about that team and the way that they play the football game, and Tomlin knows that.
Alec, overreaction to reality. Mike Tomlin was right to be upset about this trade.
Mike Tomlin's often right about a lot of things, and I think that trend continues here because we joked about the Anthony Richardson thing last year where he was like, don't let Flacco get in the game. I think he has nightmares about Joe Flacco. I really do.
Yesterday sure ain't going to help then. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane. Coming up next.
Got my beef roll-ups.
Okay, we're going to talk to Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on The Fan.
What's up, Tolos? Carter from Fan University here. Join me, Jake, and Brennan this Saturday at Jake's Burgers in Fort Worth for a live broadcast. We'll be keeping an eye on all the big games of the day, including TCU Baylor, USC Notre Dame, Alabama Tennessee, and much, much more. We'll be at 515 Main Street in Fort Worth from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., so come on out and see us.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes.
brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager. It is Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, man, I want some of what y'all are smoking today.
There we go.
It's excitement, Jerry. It's excitement for a big weekend.
I love your energy. I love
All right,
your energy.
thank you.
I want some of it.
Okay. Now, Dak said something yesterday, and I know he was just kind of talking in the context of like, you know, it feels like every NFL game can be a must-win game, and he was like, hey, we got to win this game. We got to do better in the fourth quarter. We have to close out some of these losses that have come late. Do you view this as any semblance of a must-win game?
Well, I thought last week was one that we let get away from us at the end, even though we can certainly pointedly be critical of certain areas of play. We had every opportunity to win that game. I think what's surprising is people think, well, Charlotte, surely we can be competitive there. That's the misnomer. You've got real parity in the NFL. It frankly has always been there because if you look at the system, it's almost impossible to not think 500 because of the system of the teams that do the very worst year in, year out, get to get the best players. And therein lies the challenge. But the main thing is that's bearing out here. We certainly, while we are not at all happy with where we are with our record, we have a great opportunity when we've got some of the players that we've got the systems in place we've got. Now, you say, well, what about your defense? Doesn't that need work? Yes, it does. It's going to get work. And it has room for improvement that you can tweak defenses and make dramatic difference. The game itself, in my view today, has been designed so that you have good offenses. And now everybody doesn't have them, but it's designed, in my mind, rulemaking that offenses have an edge. And we're taking advantage of that edge. But just because it's designed that way doesn't mean we're not going to do a better job of trying to stop them, whether it's on the ground or in the air.
Now, I know I've heard you talk about the parity nature of the NFL several times, and I think you're absolutely right about that. I know it was far from a one-man show. Do you ever go back and regret being part of the group that really pushed for the salary cap and it really pushed this league to parity as opposed to having, you know, some of these super teams year in and year out?
Well, I do when it works against me. I regret it. And when it works for me, I've always been for anything that helps the game, helps the interest in the game, as long as it favors the Cowboys. And so you can see where you are, but everybody walks in that room at league meetings. Everybody understands, boy, you're up against the mindset of people that want their team to win it and win it all. Now, the big deal is that, how to do that, and that's where the game comes in. There's all sets of ways to approach most decisions, personnel-wise or, for that matter, scheme-wise. There's all kinds of proponents. And when you incorporate a direction, personnel-wise or scheme-wise, you can rest assured that over half the people will disagree with you. That's a part of what makes this thing the exciting game that it is. I know that years ago, when I first got involved, I went to what I thought and was advised one of the best people for entertainment and TV there was, Dan Burke. He was chairman of Cap City. He had just bought ESPN, and they owned ABC. And he told me at that time, he said, we can't do without football in the NFL, the time of year. But he said there's so many variations on and off the field that it just creates interest every way from Sunday year-round. That's borne out here as I look at it 30 years later.
That's absolutely true. Jerry, how excited are you right now about having a handful of players, potentially having a handful of players coming back, and CeeDee Lamb and maybe Booker and so forth?
I'm ecstatic. I really am.
Mm-hmm.
We've known that we were going to get players back. We had hoped we'd be in a little better shape on this record right now to get these players back. That still doesn't mean that we don't have a dogfight every time we walk out here. Certainly we all know what challenge we've got against Washington this weekend. But there's no question that getting players that we haven't had, using the reps that the players that have been on the field for us the last 3 ball games, boy, that's priceless for those guys to be getting those reps. And they'll come in here and they'll add depth and they'll add, we'll be able to give repetition relief to some of the players that, let's say, start the game. All of that bodes well. All of that's a part of the journey. Attrition, dealing with injury, is just as much a part of it as the quarter or the football. It just is going to happen. You can't have these men flying around out there like they do without a lot of time spent on the sideline. You need to plan on that, and shouldn't surprise you when you have to deal with attrition, injury.
Now, Jerry, one of the guys that we're still waiting on, and we still have a little bit of time, I forced my wife to watch a bunch of DeMarvion Overshown highlights last night. She was like, this guy's amazing. In your mind, is he the missing link for this defense?
Well, he is. He would dramatically help our pressures, and he dramatically, as you saw him from sideline to sideline, he has an unusual ability to get outside, all that speed, those instincts, and then can he really wrap them up? He's one of the most unique wrap-up tacklers. And that's the way they're teaching tackling today in the NFL, is to get down there, get in their wheels, and then somehow make a turn that just drops those legs right out from under them when you grab them. And as you've noticed, we've had, on our defense, we've had some run after we make those initial hits, getting them down. Well, that has a lot to do with who you're trying to hit, but it also has a lot to do with technique and tackling. Overshown does it well.
Now, he's probably, from everything we understand, it's still another 4 to 5 weeks away. Do you believe that y'all can stay in a competitive mode defensively to get to the point where his return will matter?
Well, we will have something else by the time that we get there, and I hope that it's sooner than 4 or 5 weeks. Now, you may be including a bye situation in there, but hopefully he'll be out there. He was moving around great in training camp. But we don't want to really push that. But we need him yesterday. And he's an outstanding player. I sound trite when I say that, but he can do the kinds of things that the kind of speed and instincts, and yet that motor, and you talking about a good influence on the team. Yeah. He was a good influence at training camp, and you'd see him running around out there, even though he was rehabbing. You'd see him running down the sidelines and those kinds of things. So he's good for a football team.
Now, I know obviously we would love a world in which the offense was the best in the league, the defense was the best in the league, but from some of the improvements or regressions that you've seen from this defense, how good do you believe the defense can be this season? It feels like they just need to be league average. Do you think that is?
Yes, and I'm interrupting. I do apologize, but let me give you a perspective. We've had 3 different defensive coordinators over the last 3 years. That's my fault. That really is. You knew you were going to have somebody different than the last 2 years when we hired Flus. On the other hand, you look at any of these defenses, they get better and better as the season goes along. That's just part of it. And they get more comfortable with their responsibility, they call it gap integrity. That means be sure you've got your spot covered before you leave it, mentally or physically. And so when that changes to any degree, and you're thinking at 100 miles an hour, it's not like we're sitting down there on a piece of paper doing X's and O's. Mm-hmm. Then you have some growing pains. Yes, I think our defense will improve, and it will improve to in the level of preventing some scoring.
You know, Jerry, I'm glad you said that because when the Commanders coach, the guy on the other side this weekend, Dan Quinn, was here in Dallas, this defense turned around pretty immediately. And I remember him basically saying, look, they wanted to overhaul personnel longer, faster, stronger. They said that frequently. What do you think was the key to Quinn's quick success here?
Oh, I think that his emphasis on takeaways, and you say, why doesn't everybody have emphasis on takeaways? Because sometimes you leave yourself vulnerable. All the time you're giving up something to get something. And so we were always working to, when people were determined, we were always working to stop the run. But we were very good at taking the kind of risks that are justified and getting turnovers. Mm-hmm. The other day, where we were there in Charlotte, that turnover almost was the difference in the ball game to show you how valuable turnovers is. Dan had the ability to generate more turnovers and thereby kept us in good shape with the overall defense, and certainly is great for the offense as well. But, not that we don't emphasize them. We are emphasizing them. We've got some guys out there that know how to take that ball away. And we want to continue to do that, but we also want to incorporate what Flus is trying to do. He'll get there. He will get there. And he's trying to, an opposite from what you see, he's trying to eliminate those explosive plays and make them go the long way. A lot of repetition on an offensive possession by the opponent.
Well, in that instance, Jerry, I don't want this to be any real conflict. I'm just kind of curious.
Well,
I was looking through.
I was okay. Then I'm trying to think of something to say that would create some conflict.
I was
interested in conflict.
Okay, well then.
Yeah. Yesterday I was looking through some stories and I stumbled upon a few that said Eberflus's difficulties in communication with his players at the end of his tenure in Chicago. He had some problems with some of those guys in the locker room. Were you guys aware of that, or did y'all investigate that on your own? And if so, what made you comfortable moving forward?
Well, first of all, I don't want to mean that there's that much meat on the bone there.
Yeah.
But one thing about Eberflus is we certainly knew Eberflus, knew his background, knew how he's evolved in his coaching, knew times when it didn't go good for him, and knew times when it did go good for him. We know Eberflus. And I can tell you he's a young 50-year-old coach that's had head coaching experience in the NFL. You say, well, that's where's that right now if it's important? It's just a part of a makeup. And what you really want more than anything is in times like these, you don't want people that break and run. You want them that'll hang in, stick in there, look pragmatically, make the adjustment if necessary, but do it begrudgingly because Flus has a plan, and he has a plan of what he wants our defense to be. It hadn't worked. It always looks bad, boys, when it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Yet there's a lot of pats on the back when it does. If you can't take that, you can't coach in the NFL.
Also last year, Jerry, you told us that if you played Cliff Kingsbury's offense before, it's a little bit easier to pick up after that. Do you think that his offense is super simple and you're going to destroy it?
Wow.
I'm just
No. I'm not doing anything to the question there, and for obvious reasons.
Gotcha.
No, I have all the respect in the world for Washington, Dan Quinn, the organization that owns Washington, and, of course, we play them twice a year. But, look, we can get our stuff together. It just shows this past weekend that was a surprise that they came out of there with loss. But it just reminds us of how competitive things are. Every game is, when it used to be, let's say I'm going to go to college, you had games that had a certain level of just excitement about it, like a bowl game. Mm-hmm. You had some games, but not all games. Every game in the NFL is like walking out there and playing in the Rose Bowl or playing at that high level. Every game requires that. And every player on that field is inordinately talented. And you got to play like that. And when you mess up real good, you will pay for it. So that's what I love about the game and love about being involved. And there's no way to be involved in this thing. As our fans, there's no way to be involved and have a lot of only happy days. You're going to have some down times. For me, I use that to feel good in the good times. And I look forward to it when I get hit on the end of the nose, and that helps me through it.
Now, you yourself have played in plenty of those big-time games, especially at the collegiate level. There was a lot of discussion coming out of last weekend's game about physicality, whether it's from your experience or as a player or now running the team. What percentage of physicality in this game do you think is set up by pure talent, by scheme, versus just pure want to?
If the want to is a bigger deal than we want to make it, and it's particularly a big deal, the want to, the going out on a practice or going out in a game and just having accomplished, gone out there and taken the effort and the punishment that goes with this game. This game's, you mentioned it several times, the physical aspect of this game has you do unnatural things, not natural things. Mm-hmm. And you're supposed to get out from in front of it, not over in front of it. And so you got to call on yourself all the time to play this game. More often than not, you've got something hurting. And so you got to do that with some pain. And then you should be tired as time goes along in a game. All of this is a part of it. But you put all of that together, and it's got to be more than just shooting, than just a play. It's got to be a satisfaction of having gone through that physically, mentally, and then at the same time do your job and get a win. And I emphasize that because that's the bond between the players. That's, I'm going to do my job. Please do yours. Don't leave that gap until you know they're not coming through it. Please do yours. So they create a accountability to each other as a team game with 11 players out on that field. That is the most important part, is the accountability to each other and the feeling you've got when you've done a job well done. That's bigger than some of the accolades.
Jerry, I think that goes perfectly with the question I'm about to ask here. Sean and RJ had Nate Newton on the other day, and he was phenomenal for an hour. He was great, but he told a story of Charles Haley standing up in the Cowboys locker room and addressing every single person in there and basically challenging them for greatness. Who in your mind in this defensive team has that voice that can do something like that in this locker room?
That's why that we have such a chance. It's our quarterback. It is a dream that that guy in that position has that kind of thing that Charles Haley was exhibiting, talking to those players, because that doesn't come from just because you're good with words. That comes because they know you have done it. I've seen that Charles Haley and everybody in there heard him before a game, put a needle in him to deaden an area that most people couldn't walk, so that he could go out and compete. As important as he was, the reason he's got 5 Super Bowl rings is because he has the heart of a lion for staying in there. Not talking about it, but he has it, and he had it. And everybody in there knew the price he was paying. And plus, he was that kind of leader. He'll be the first to tell you issues. Of course he had issues. Everybody's got them. But I really admire him. He's one of the smartest players I've ever been around. It's not players, one of the smartest people that I've ever been around. The problem is Charles has a heart bigger than his body. He has that big a heart. And so I can't say enough about Charles Haley, what he contributed. 5 Super Bowl rings. He was on teams that won 5 Super Bowls. And, boy, he was down there where it's rough, man. He's down there in the middle of it.
And I know we all appreciate that level that Dak also brings to the team. Do you guys have any players on defense that you feel like can do that?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I'll tell you, 95 got that. Got it big time. And that's a very good question. Where is that on defense? Now, actually, that can go from each side of the ball. It's not that defined as to you're on your side and I'm on my side, defense, offense, special teams. But we've got some guys that can do that there defensively, and I like very much, frankly, the Overshown. Michael Irvin said the greatest thing that happened to him was his rehab from his injury in his second year with the Cowboys. He said, I realized that I could lose the thing that I love so much, and that is football. And he said that injury helped me really understand how bad I wanted to get every moment out of it and everything out of it. So injury has several aspects to it that could compensate for having the injury. Overshown could be that kind of player.
Hope so.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir, and none of us like Washington, so let's go kick their ass, man.
Listen, I would like to say something. This is something that's happened to all of the Metroplex and really the Cowboys and everybody involved in this great area. But Brad Sheaves, the longtime SMU star that has meant so much to people involved at that great university. But Brad Sheaves has just become our new regional director for the Chamber of Commerce. Now, we've all won. It's not just good for the Cowboys. It is good for everybody in this area. And I don't know how you could find anybody more qualified. I know of some of the things and rabbits he's pulled out of his hat. He's a champion, and we've just now had him come on, and he's agreed to be the new leader of our Dallas Chamber of Commerce. That's a win for all of us.
Heck yeah.
Very nice. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you next Friday.
Okay. See you guys. Bye.
There you go, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm inspired right now.
Wide-ranging interview right there. 95 is Kenny Clark.
Yes, he's hopeful. Kenny Clark's been a voice.
Sure.
He's already stepped in and been a voice. Being able to challenge the rest of the group is something I hope he can do, man. I hope he can. But obviously, Overshown is the one that they're kind of hinging a lot of that on right now.
Yeah, interesting little, I still think 4 to 5 games away, but he was like, nope. I think it'll be sooner than that, or maybe I'm including the bye. So I will be fascinated to see how that plays out, because we did get to talk to Overshown during training camp, and he's
very motivated,
super positive influence out there. But that's great. Do it on the field.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's just the nature of it.
Listen, he was talking about Charles Haley, and he said the lion inside, not talk about it. That was a direct. I mean, that was a direct Micah shot right there.
Be about it.
But he was definitely talking there, and I think that's, we saw Overshown be a little bit of both there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will continue live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane. We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now,
you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, so Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. That's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget me.
what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron's what?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-club.
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron's one?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, ma'am.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. We're doing the show today live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane.
I can see how you would get that a little mixed up, though.
Yeah, it's tough to find addresses in the forest. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How was my lead-in today?
He was good. He did not name check you today, but plenty of fascinating things to say. And we had a fascinating turn of events yesterday when it came to practice participation. Because one of the ideas that we talked about yesterday was, hey, like if CeeDee Lamb is limited, but we all think he's going to play, you should probably afford that same logic on the other side with Terry McLaurin. And then yesterday, neither Terry McLaurin nor Deebo Samuel were able to practice. That feels like a wrinkle that could very much change the dynamic of this game.
Yeah, and also Dorrance Armstrong, DNP.
Oh, yeah, that's another one.
First 2 days. So, between Deebo and McLaurin not practicing. See, limited, and I think we need to explain limited. Limited doesn't mean you're physically limited. It means you're not participating in all the snaps normally given to like a first team rep, right?
Right.
And so that's why, when you see CeeDee Lamb limited, well, yeah, he's just getting back. He hadn't practiced in, 3 weeks. You're not going to wear him out during the week. You want to get him to game day. And so between him, who else? Tyler Booker. You just don't want to wear those guys out. Even Tyler Smith, who is practicing, but you just say, okay, let's not overdo it. And for, I don't know if it's good news or not, but Jack Sanborn at least was full, which means he's available. I'm trying to be nice here, right?
Okay.
Because do you want to go back to where it was, or do you want to keep playing the younger guys?
Yeah.
Right?
No, I hear
you with me?
No, 100%. I am with you. I appreciate you setting it up like that.
And then the other guy that has been full all week, Kalen Carson. Now, do you think he would better serve you on the 53 because there's still that open spot, right?
Yes.
Then maybe one of those backup cornerbacks that are just there for special teams purposes. So we'll see where that one goes. They don't have to make those moves with him or Mingo until Wednesday.
Okay. Until okay,
they're going to finish their 21 days this week.
Understood.
And then by time they get back to practice, or Tuesday, you have to decide you're moving them or you're leaving them on IR or you're releasing them. One of the three things.
I promise.
Last Wednesday is already passed.
I know.
Kevin.
I promise I understand. But when you said Wednesday, it threw me for a loop, and I was like,
"What day is it?"
Hey, Mickey, today is Friday. I have terrible news for you.
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, you mentioned Dorrance Armstrong. Obviously, that makes a big difference in this number, but you are going up against the Commanders team that has done a good job at getting to the quarterback, and they're sixth in the league in sacks. But like you said, I do kind of feel like that's another dynamic that could change quite a bit if you don't get Dorrance Armstrong.
Yeah, and again, okay, they're getting to the quarterback. What's their defensive rank?
It's not
26th.
Yeah, and they're third to last in the NFL in giving up explosive plays. And so, obviously, the Cowboys have been very good at getting explosive plays.
And especially at home, and especially scoring points at home, right?
Yeah,
So, this is, I look at it as a pretty even-Steven game, right? They've got as many losses as you do. They've got one more win. You got the tie. Right, so they have some injury considerations themselves coming into this game too.
And I think that has been reflected. I know normally you don't dabble in this, but the point spread has swung quite a bit. It's gone from Washington -2.5, depending on which circles you're traveling in, to the Cowboys -1.5. So I think that is a reflection of perhaps the combination, especially yesterday, of Dorrance Armstrong, Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel. Like, that's a lot of missing weapons, especially since they just put a wide receiver on IR as well.
And then maybe they heard Schotty saying if Lamb's breathing, he's probably playing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's worth a point.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. What did you think about? And I thought this was a good way to do it. Is CeeDee Lamb said he thought he could have played last week, but they wanted to make sure he was all the way healthy and he would have no restrictions on him. Now, I realize hindsight would have been like, hey, maybe we could have played him for just a second and won the game, but that does feel like a move that hopefully can pay off in the long term.
Yeah, and you got to understand, guys never say they can't play.
That's probably
They
true.
could be sitting there with a crutch, right? Well, I can go out and do something, right?
Right.
So you got to be careful with that. And good that they feel that way. You don't want a whiner. I don't know, and then for sure you're not putting them in. But in that case, and you've heard me say this a lot of times with the trainers, their philosophy is, when I let you go, I don't want anything to happen that you come back to me the next week. I want to make sure you're good enough to actually play football. And so that's normal. Their operating procedure with guys coming back from injury.
I didn't get a chance to ask Jerry this, and I wanted to kind of have the conversation with you. Jayden Blue, Clayton Adams talked about him a little bit yesterday and basically was like, my understanding was we haven't been good enough to get him enough opportunities. Was that kind of the same feeling that you were getting there, and do you think he's earned that spot, or do you think that they are looking elsewhere?
No, I don't know where else they're looking.
Okay.
What do you have available other than him? Well, you got Phil Maffa on injured reserve.
Okay.
But again, this guy hadn't played at all, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to say, okay, let me throw him in as my backup running back. They just haven't, I don't know if they haven't had opportunities to get him going. And the ones he's gotten, like last week, the run blocking was so poor, right? They ended up with 31 yards rushing. They were getting dominated up front, and we talked about that yesterday and why. So, you give them a couple carries. There's not much room to go. They just need to get him in space a little bit, and that'll open up his ability to run inside. Maybe give him a whole series and see what happens. But, you would like to say, okay, I got this lead. I'm up 7 or so. Let me give him a series and give Javonte Williams a blow here. And I think that's probably what they're looking for, that opportunity.
And then that feels like another helpful spot to mention how Washington had really struggled against DeAndre Swift, who had his own struggles this year. So potentially this is an advantageous defensive matchup for you.
Well, and again, and this is what I've been wanting to see and really haven't had an opportunity to see it, is having Blue and Turpin on the field at the same time.
Fact.
With your two number one wide receivers.
Right.
So, think about the possibilities there. Maybe they'll score 50 points.
And they might need to.
Or maybe they just need to get one receiver to catch 16 passes.
Man.
Dak said it was 20 balls and 4 touchdowns between Pickens and CD. So that's what I'm looking for.
Jamar Chase last night, I think he got targeted 23 times. So
I don't have another receiver.
Did you think the Steelers might have adjusted?
Yeah, I would have thought that.
No, that's not.
I thought they were, the kings of defense. This guy's running free.
I definitely dropped one of my NFL questions this morning, was that the Steelers will win the AFC North and they are true contenders in the AFC. And I was like, you know what? We might need to save
just
that. That
tap the brakes just a little.
Yeah, that didn't feel particularly relevant anymore.
How about Flacco? Jeez.
So, and I'll admit,
he's on his way
I
to
kind
the
of
Super Bowl right
made
now.
a little bit of fun
Yeah.
of Mike Tomlin 2 days ago when he was like, I don't know about this trading a quarterback. And I was like, dude, it's Joe Flacco. He stinks. And then he went out there and did that. And I was like, well, you know what, Mike Tomlin, that's why you are head coach and I sit here.
It was a pretty good performance by the 40-somethings, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you like
icy hot?
Yeah,
bowl?
the icy hot.
Yeah,
bowl.
right.
We enjoyed that.
Those guys on the post game have been pretty good on Thursday nights.
Yes, I agree. I think I might know the question to this. Do you just watch the regular broadcast, or do you get into any of the stat-heavy options for that broadcast?
Yeah, I just do the regular one.
I'm not going to lie, Mickey. That would have been my guess.
Yeah, I guess I'm not that nerdy and plus I'm sort of working up there while watching the game, and then they got my interest at the end, and I'm going, do not leave Aaron Rodgers 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I've seen it, right? And look, you see how far he threw the ball?
Yes.
40, what is he, 40, 41?
Yeah,
I don't know
40, I think.
which one was older. He got it to the end zone. He must have thrown it 70 yards.
It was impressive.
Yeah, he's 41. Flacco's 40.
40, okay.
I did look that up last night.
Okay.
So.
Jeez.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I think we've learned that here too, haven't we?
Yes, we definitely have, unfortunately. Do you have a prediction for us?
Yeah, for what it's worth, right?
Yeah.
So the Cowboys been scoring at home. I think that'll continue. But as I've pointed out, they better score more than 30 to be able to win. So I got them winning 34-30.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you and I are in line when it comes to, if you took a gander at that over-under again.
And I didn't, but what do you think it is?
I mean, I know what it is. The last I saw it was 52.5, and I know that's high for an NFL over-under, but I thought perhaps there's some advantage that you could take of Las Vegas right there.
Oh, well, okay.
If you're looking for pseudo gambling tips, there's mine
I can't
for the day.
even look at it, let alone do it.
That's right. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have learned that. All right. Thank you very much, good sir. We appreciate the time. We'll catch with you again on Monday.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Hey, did you just say gander?
Did I?
I reckon you did.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I think you did. I reckon you did say gander, Kevin.
Okay.
What are we doing here? Are we an old western town with a saloon around?
You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense.
Over yonder?
I have been on a Western kick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I finally watched all of the Man with No Name trilogy.
Okay.
And I just watched Stagecoach.
Gunsmoke.
No, I haven't gotten to Gunsmoke yet. Or The Rifleman. It's been mostly movies. And now I've got The Searchers and Rio Bravo up next. So you know what?
There's this new show, Bonanza. You gotta see,
that
Kevin.
is, shut up. So you know what? That's fair. Stagecoach is from 1939. So you know what? That is a fair critique. I wanted to, real quick, talk about somebody that we talked about a great deal yesterday, and I know you really dig this guy. How did you feel about Kirk Cignetti getting the 8-year, $93 million extension for Indiana? If you want to look at a program who has changed remarkably under a specific coach, man, does this jump to the forefront.
He could go anywhere he wanted.
I think you're probably right.
If they didn't sign him to this contract, right? Like
I bet Penn State would look at him.
Oh man, yeah,
or would have.
Yeah, and I love the fact that like this dude does win. Like that's his moniker. I win. Google me. But he also like a program that none of us really cared about. Quite honestly,
for sure.
Not very many people cared about that program at all, and he has put them at the forefront of the NCAA college football playoff. So it's congratulations to him on earning that. Now, I do wonder. I know they have lots of alums, they have lots of money rolling in. How that does that change him? Does he stay motivated? Is he still that kind of guy? Is that just the beginning of the foundation of that program and he has another place to go? Because we haven't quite seen that version of him yet.
Well, I think 100% he stays motivated because if I'm just playing like a little bit of devil's advocate right here, his buyout was about $10 million. Now it's up to $15 million. All right, so I'm going to use the same team again as an example. Penn State just paid their coach $56 million to go away. Mm-hmm. What do you think they would pay to buy out if they were like, I want this coach?
Yeah, no.
And it feels like Cignetti could. I'm not going to. I don't think that's going to happen now. But
so
I'm saying
he's still very motivated.
He could name his price at a lot of these different places.
I really hope, because Kevin, we see this happen all the time. You know, these programs, they just get pushed around by a coach, and he leaves them. So the kids, commit to it. I'd love to see him say, you know what, I'm going to be here. Nick Saban was there for a very long time.
Yep.
Fulfilled a lot of things there. I hope he fulfills that contract and those kids and takes them to a good place.
Look, I don't know how the TV execs feel about it, but I would love to see Indiana playing for the national championship in football
against UNT.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Why the hell not? Or give me A&M. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane. And coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus Joe Mazzulla spoke. That's all you need to know. Next on the Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds.
is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in the forest of Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane. And Alex, some people are dunking on me on the fan text from the 682. Kevin, there's a really good movie coming out soon that's getting rave reviews called Casablanca. You should look into it. Okay, quick Casablanca story. When I worked at Blockbuster, we had the old movie program, and like if you didn't like it, you get a coupon for another free old movie. And so one of the people was like, hey, I need one of the favorite coupons. And I was like, oh, what was the movie they didn't like? Because I always want to know that. And they said, oh, Casablanca. They said it was boring. And I go, if you don't like Casablanca, you should not be allowed to rent movies. And that person was standing like right there. And he goes, I just thought it was really slow. And I was like, I'm just kidding, buddy. Here's 2 coupons. I was not kidding. But I had to like try to cover my ass right there. And yeah, so
did you offer a suggestion for another movie that was much dumber that he could watch?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, look, I get it. And that's why, hey, if you're looking for a prestige movie, maybe that one. If you're looking for a nonsense movie that will rattle your brain still 2 days after you watched it, you need to watch Sleepaway Camp. Yeah, it's the precursor to that, let's say. Right now, don't think about it.
I spit on your grave.
That's the same thing when you watch Sleepaway Camp. Don't think about it, just watch it. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. Yeah, that is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, Joe Mazzulla spoke into an open microphone. That's really all you need to know. Now, I'll give you the context. Remember,
I can't wait.
This is a follow-up to a story that you guys brought up.
Hey, I have a couple of updates for you. For both teams. Dan Quinn has officially ruled out Terry McLaurin for Sunday's game.
Oh, no.
However, Brian Schottenheimer has added that Trayvon Diggs had an accident at his home last night. He has a concussion, and he also is not going to play on Sunday.
Holy cow.
Holy moly, Alec.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's not great.
Man, so I'm sorry, and we can still get to the question of the day, but like, with McLaurin, we just talked about it with Mickey. It felt like when he didn't practice yesterday that it was trending in that direction. And so that was one of the things that Schotty had said at the beginning of the week. I know he said it before too, is like, it's not just can you practice, it's how do you feel the day after practice.
Sure.
And clearly for McLaurin and to a certain extent Deebo Samuel, that didn't sit well. So Terry McLaurin out. He still hasn't played since September 21st, but the Diggs thing is out of nowhere and obviously very vague, but Schottenheimer said, within the last minute and a half, that there was an accident at Trayvon Diggs' home last night. He has a concussion. He will not play. So multiple bits of breaking news right there.
2 things there. A, we do have Kyle Yeomans coming up at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Maybe we'll have some more information on that. And then the other thing, this kind of proves the theory, like here we were, the Diggs and Bland getting healthier as they go along. They just do not like each other and don't want to be on the field at the same time is basically the theory that I've thrown out there that's being proven true right now, Kevin.
Yeah, that's man, that is wild. I'm sure we'll get more information about that. I just you just hope it's something where like he not even, I don't want to say he just fell, but like
opened a cabinet.
Yeah,
it was an accident that really just something like that.
We've all had some wacky incident at your house to different degrees, but man, to hear that it not only gave him a concussion, but that he's not going to be able to play on Sunday. Actually, the fact that he can't play on Sunday because he has a concussion makes a lot of sense. And doesn't that make you wonder at all? Not to diverge too much of like, do you think you've had an undiagnosed concussion, like outside of sports?
Yeah.
Because I've wondered that a couple of times. Like if you really like smacked your head, because the entire reason they know this is because he went to the Cowboys and they could like observe him at their at their like built-in medical facility. Whereas if that ever happens to you, I bet we all don't just go to the doctor the next morning, you know. And so I wonder like how many of all of us have had some sort of undiagnosed concussion, but. Man, that's wild.
We got in my mind, I'm just going to assume this might be another Darren McFadden situation. Maybe
slip by the pool.
Yeah, slip by the pool kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's happened to all of us. Don't lie.
Yeah.
That if you have a pool or have been around one, you have slipped. Maybe you didn't hit your head, but you have slipped and thought you almost experienced death. That happened to me like probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, chasing one of my dogs around the backyard. So, yeah, it happens to the best of us. But no, hope that everything's okay on that scene. Again, like you said, very vague, but Trayvon Diggs not going to play on Sunday. And, hey, even though he hasn't been playing well, him being out sucks because anybody that's playing behind him, as Babe Laufenberg said this morning, you know, next guy up is the next guy up for a reason. He's not good enough.
Yeah,
so.
If you think Kalen Carson can eventually be good enough, he's also coming off an injury. So if you're like, hey, maybe we're going to work him in some, like that is a lot to ask right there at a position where it's not like you're thinking, hey, we're really good at defending the pass. This is quite a stunning turn of events that both of these would come out in the span of a matter of minutes. So Trayvon Diggs, in case you've missed the breaking news, Trayvon Diggs suffered some sort of accident at his house last night, has a concussion. He is out for Sunday. And then Terry McLaurin, ongoing issues with the quad. He will also be out on Sunday.
When it rains, it pours for Mr. Trayvon Diggs. It seems like once he finally starts to find some sort of rhythm, which hasn't even been consistent lately, he's just been on the field, which has been nice. Something comes up.
Can I ask you guys something about that then? Because I don't think this at all, but I see numerous texts coming in right now to this effect. I see it from the 469, from the 817, and another 817. There are multiple people who are texting in that they don't actually think anything happened, and that he's faking a concussion.
You can think that. You weren't there.
Yeah.
You don't have a clue what's going on. And I don't either, and that's why I want more information on it.
Yeah, because they've questioned his motivation. I get it. Him and Micah were buddies, but I guess I don't view it at all. I still think he's hesitant mentally coming back from his injury.
You know, Kevin, that's an unfortunate, like Jerry may have set the tone for that when he was questioning his rehab. And now, we've seen other moments where we're like, oh man, did he want to tackle that guy? And so there's always been a little bit of a question because he's a very unique kind of guy.
And he said
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt until I find out more information.
And he said, going back, he didn't necessarily think that maybe the Cowboys wouldn't bonus him.
Yeah.
That 500. That $500K. I know he's not necessarily hurting from money for that perspective, but yeah, sorry, Alec. There's no part of me at this moment that thinks he's faking it, and I was just kind of taken aback that so many people started texting in saying that that's immediately what they thought.
You know what? I'm going to change the question of the day to actually go along with this then, because we did see some of the local media that was at practice yesterday showing off that the Cowboys secondary unit was working with Matt Eberflus and the defensive backs coaches on some press man techniques and some man coverage stuff in team drills yesterday. So do you think that with Trayvon Diggs being out, Do you think this changes that? Do they say, hey, we're down an important player that whether we like it or not, whether we like the results we've gotten from him this season, he's probably one of the guys we want pressing and one of the guys that if he is healthy, he's one of the better man coverage guys. Do you think for at least 1 week now we have to abandon the idea that they're going to switch things up and maybe they do have to be a little conservative and say we got to sit back and cushion and zone, give people some space to make plays because one of your better athletes is now out for this game?
Maybe, but I feel like Eberflus has a really good understanding of what Reddy Stewart is, and he's been pretty comfortable letting him go out there and just be part of this defense. So I think he's going to say, hey, you go stand out there and do your job over there, and we'll do what we practiced this week against this team and try and man up with them, especially without McLaurin. That might be an option that suits them well.
Yeah. I don't mind that idea now that I think about it because Noah Brown on IR. I was just scared of the idea of the 2 weeks in a row getting a former Cowboy revenge game. And now he's on IR, so we don't have to worry about that idea from me. But you mentioned Terry McLaurin being gone. Now I'm looking at guys like Luke McCaffrey, and I'm wondering with his shiftiness and his speed, what is that going to look like against a defense that already isn't doing too well against the explosive plays? But again, I talked about it earlier in the first hour of the show, guys, that I don't think Jayden Daniels still feels totally confident on that sprained knee. So I think there's a lot of things in favor that this might not be as bad as I'm expecting. I respect the history of Trayvon Diggs and what he has done, and I know what he can be. So I was thinking, man, he's been on the field for a couple weeks consistently now. Maybe this is the week he kind of figures it out, especially if some of these guys are missing. So maybe that's just me. But let me know, 877-881-1053. I'm going to steal something from Corey. The level of concern with Trayvon Diggs being out for this game against the Commanders with a concussion. Let me know, 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, Twitch and YouTube. Guys, you brought up a story earlier this week about the Boston Celtics doing something very unique. They played a game with their coaching staff against the local media, and the coaching staff obliterated the media 57-4. And it's fun and all, but Joe Mazzulla, being the psycho that he is, he found sentimental value in that. And I actually like his point of view in this, and I think he has some great points, but listen to how serious he took this game against the local media.
Hey, thanks for yesterday too, guys. I obviously didn't know it was going to turn into what it did, but I don't think you realize how much it helped me, see. I think one of the reasons there's no stage up here today because I felt like after yesterday we all had our guard down and like we were all in the competitive arena together. That meant a lot to lower everyone's guard and bust balls and do all that stuff. So it was cool to see everybody in a natural environment and. Sometimes we're coming from a competitive arena and you're not in a competitive arena. You're just doing your job. And that's where things get misinterpreted. But for all of us to be in the same arena, I think that says a lot. So yesterday was very, very important. It'll be laughed at and joked about, but it means a lot more to humanize. We have too many interactions where it's coach and you, everyone's doing their job. But we all got to see Corrales shove, Jack Simone, which is no different than me getting pissed at Jack Simone's question, right? It's a competitive reaction to a thing that's going on. So if anything, we have to do it more because it humanizes the competition. And I realize how much you guys really like the game and care about it. So I hope that it doesn't drag on as something that's funny. It's something that was serious, So I meant that. And that was important that we did that yesterday, and we'll do it again. So thanks. Appreciate it.
I like that a lot.
That is a very well thought out answer.
Yeah.
And
how many times do we think, man, if we could just get Schotty in that group, out on the field and just talk with them or treat them like regular people with us, how different the conversations might be in the future.
Yeah.
And look at what Sean and RJ and them have after they built that bond with him.
I agree. And you know what? You might see it expand across the league because I don't know if it just happened or if it's about to happen, but I think the Nuggets media is going to do the same thing.
Dude, I will dunk on Derek Lively so hard. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. PJ Washington, you got some.
It's against the coaches too, right?
Never mind. I don't want them to get hurt and lose their confidence.
Okay, because I'm going to tell you this. if you played the actual Celtics and only lost 57-4, the fact that you got a couple buckets, I think, is pretty awesome.
I don't
That
want
would
to play
be
against
impressive,
Jason
yeah.
Kidd.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Jason Kidd will destroy us.
And guys, real quick, I hope I can borrow some time here. It is a shout out Friday, and this is going to be a little bit more of a somber shout out. I want to give a shout out to Mansfield Summit High School and the Summit Jaguars family. Been waiting for today to get to this. One of my former teachers, my economics teacher, Coach David McDonald, passed away on the 10th in his courageous battle with cancer. He was an OG Jaguar from the opening of Summit High School in 2002, the head boys soccer coach and economics and AP economics teacher. I believe I had him my junior or senior year. He was an excellent man, a great coach, and I just want to send some love to the school, all of the students who loved him. He was one of my favorite teachers in high school, and he was battling the entire time, but he would never let you know. He always had a smile on his face. He always dapped me up when I walked into class. I was always one of the first to show up. We would have a good chat every afternoon before everybody poured in from lunch. And he was just an incredible guy. His family is amazing. I want to send all the love in the world to his family, to his friends, and to Mansfield Summit High School for an immense loss of one of the OG Jaguars, David McDonald. Rest in peace, my friend. You were awesome. You taught me a lot, and appreciate everything you did for the school.
It was a lovely tribute right there, Alec. Thank you very much for that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey is going to be excited about this. It's time for Gridiron Gravy, the NFL Betrayal Index. What is it and why Dak leads the way? Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are live from Pickler University.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper
are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1 yard line with 19 seconds. Under center, play action. Prescott looking. He's got a man wide open, left side. Ferguson for the second time today. Touchdown, Cowboys.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane. If you want to come and see us, not the one off of North Central Expressway that we have been hanging out with a couple of different times. That's why we're in the Forest this week, 7940 Forest Lane. And right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it. You know, I'm always concerned, Kevin, about the people that are like just here that didn't know about us.
Sure.
And that whenever that happens, they're like, what is going on in this cult right now? You know, but you know what? I say join the cult.
You know,
this one.
You know what I've really watched for a lot on the Football Feast tour is to make sure there's not a string of people who come in and then they leave because they're like, well, I need to get my delicious Taco Bueno, but I'm just going to go through the drive-thru because I don't want to deal with these jack nuts. Luckily, it doesn't feel like that's really come up a lot.
Yeah. I don't see any nuts or any jacks in here.
Oh, my God.
Huh.
There could be somebody in here named Jack, right?
Anybody in here named Jack? No. See?
All right.
Told you.
Kind of felt like a giveaway. So let's start. We'll get to the betrayal index, but if you missed the breaking news from about 25 minutes ago, it was a 1-2 combo for sure. Terry McLaurin with the continued issue with his quad. He is out for Sunday against the Cowboys. However, the Cowboys will be without Trayvon Diggs as he is currently in concussion protocol. The team says he seemed okay in terms of like hopefully, long term, but you have rules to follow. There was an accident at his house last night that led to this, and he is currently in concussion protocol, so he is out for the Commanders game as well.
First and foremost, I hope he's okay.
And they did seem to say that. Yeah,
I really hope that he's fine. Everything's good there, and he can be back and rocking here in just a little bit. But for the immediacy of right now, the Cowboys got to figure out exactly how to get their cornerbacks squared away for this game.
Right.
But I think that Eberflus has some pretty good ideas. Kalen Carson coming back, I guess that answers the question Mickey had earlier, because you go ahead and slide him in and then keep those other guys that you had kind of standing around waiting for their opportunity.
Yeah. Now, a couple of other injury updates. There's not going to be any certainty about Kyler Murray. When the Cardinals injury report comes out earlier today, they said they're going to take the next 48 hours to figure out if he can play this weekend. And then we kind of prepared you that this would be the case early in the week, but Puka Nacua is out for the Rams and Jags game. But I felt like we'd kind of thought it might go in that direction. Now, let's get to the betrayal index. Now, Corey, you brought this... Fine. You brought this betrayal index up to me about 6-7 days ago. There you go, for all these people doing that. And essentially, it's your quarterback ranking versus your team's defensive and special teams ranking.
Yes.
And so
the betrayal index.
Dak leads the betrayal index at a -31, meaning, and I'm not even sure how this part can be possible, he's ranked second in quarterbacks and 33rd in defensive and special teams. Now, I feel like that's a misprint, and it should be 36.
Or maybe they're saying there's another defense out there that still has, or a special teams that's still better than the Cowboys' defense and special teams.
Okay, I mean, but like,
I don't know.
Even if it was 32nd, that would still be a -30. Now, second on the list is Baker Mayfield, and the thing that really sucks about this is Baker Mayfield and the Bucs have the best record in the NFL, and so you're like, hey, that's fine. I bet Baker Mayfield's okay with the way things are playing out. The top five is Dak, Baker, Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, and Josh Allen. And Lamar Jackson and the Ravens and Dak Prescott and the Cowboys are the only two teams in that group that have a losing record with that quarterback. And that's in part because those are the two worst
defenses in the NFL.
Yeah, again, Dak's never going to point a finger in that locker room.
Sure.
But the reality exists. You see the reality about this whole thing.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Ask.
Every now and again, though, it's okay to go ahead and point that finger, right?
It is, yes. I don't know if you do it in public. That's
definitely not.
I don't. I've always been one of those that in the public eye you defend as much as you can. And Dak does a really good job of that. But then and people say that on the sidelines and in the huddle, and he holds people accountable. But maybe he is not as much of that, but. Yeah, dude, the defense is pointing the finger at themselves a lot of times right now, and that is a reality. Like that proves what's happening there. And if he's that much of a leader, like Jerry was saying earlier,
and I feel like we mostly all accept that.
Yeah,
right?
But if he is that voice that gives everybody in that room the belief that they can win, then those guys are working their tails off to try and fix this defense right now. Like that's and the same thing goes for the guys like Baker. Hey, we'll figure out a way to right this ship so that Baker doesn't have to carry this whole thing by himself.
What would you call the opposite of this? Like we're saving your ass index?
Yeah, probably
like
so.
For the quarterbacks who are the worst, but their defense and special teams. Like Daniel Jones. So Daniel Jones, he's not being bailed out by the defense or anything, but he's 9th on this list. And I think that's unfortunate because he's got the number 1 QB rank, but the defense and special teams is ranked 8th. I feel like if your defense and special teams rank 8th, like you probably aren't.
You're doing fine.
Defense.
Yeah, you're doing just fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, let's go from that to let's talk a little.
That shows a lot of balance for the Colts, though, man.
Yes. No.
A lot of balance.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Let's talk about some Thursday night football, guys. Were you locked in for Thursday night football, the Icy Hot Bowl that ended up being more entertaining than I possibly imagined it could have been?
I was. For a variety of reasons. I had DK Metcalf going. That was a struggle last night. I put Chase Brown on the bench. He did pretty well, so it was kind of a bad night for me overall. But it was, dude, Aaron Rodgers was so mad at his teammates last night. Every teammate got the ire of Aaron Rodgers at some point last night, especially Jalen. I believe it was Jalen Warren who did a flea flicker when a flea flicker was not called. And he was like, what are you doing?
He just throws the ball back to him. Okay, I don't normally find myself in this position, but if I can defend Aaron Rodgers for one moment, the one I thought was legitimate is when his dude came up from behind him and did the tsunami on him and knocked his ass to the ground. And I could see how Aaron Rodgers was like, what in the actual hell are you doing?
Yeah, there was that throw. Who was the throw? It was the throw to DK Metcalf, the interception that was fascinating, dude. Amazing job by the defender to make that play. And DK Metcalf had a lot of struggle last night. I didn't think it was as fun of a game as I expected it to be, but it was more fun than I thought it would be. Is that weird?
I am somewhat confused, but also intrigued by what you just said.
Thank you very much.
So I'll say good.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it looks like Mac Jones is going to start again this week. They're still on the fence about Purdy, and Mac Jones has been playing very well. It looks like he will be good to go after returning.
If there's any question about Purdy,
I would
give
agree.
him a break, man. Mac Jones is doing a serviceable job, unless you're Shanahan and you're like, we're having to cover up a lot of warts, and we're just able to slip by. But do whatever you can to give Purdy the time to recover.
And Mac Jones is back as a full participant, so obviously
good for him.
That will help. Now, the Commanders made a move, perhaps into anticipation of the issue with McLaurin and somewhat the issue with Deebo Samuel. They picked up Treylon Burks, former first-round pick, added him to their practice squad because they are getting very thin at wide receiver. We had already talked a couple days ago about Noah Brown going to the injured reserve. George Kittle said he is going to play on Sunday. Now, you can just take that at face value, but as Mickey said, sometimes players will tell you they can always play. And then let's go to Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons kind of lashed out at the officiating yesterday, and I do think he made a lot of good points about how penalties seem like they're stilted towards supporting the offense. The one part I didn't agree with him was they called defensive defensive holding all the time, but never offensive holding. And I was like, I feel like they call offensive holding all the freaking time.
Never
just
against,
not
never,
against
yeah,
him,
never with him,
which is fair.
Yeah,
but that culture is already seeping into Green Bay to just complain about the officials. I'm not saying they're wrong, but it doesn't feel like you're ever going to win a game by complaining about the officiating.
Do you remember how long we let Danny Crawford screw the Mavericks over before finally we said, enough? And we were like, dude,
at that
you've been screwing the Mavs over, and then all of a sudden the Mavs win that game that night. Maybe this is that. Maybe this is they're like, hey, look, we got to make it public. But you can make it public, but still understand that you have to fight through it. Like, that's something you can't just go, well, mindset is now they're screwing us over and there's nothing we can do about it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say,
States has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Can't see a masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in Dallas, 9740 Forest Lane. And, you know, at some point, we might find room to play that ridiculous RJ intro again.
I told you, dude, it was hilarious.
It was
really funny.
It was hilarious. But right now, we're going to do Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, and there's already been a lot of news today. No McLaurin for Sunday, no Trayvon Diggs for Sunday. From the 817, Cowboys win because, man, Trayvon Diggs' sorry ass is out. Dude couldn't cover leftovers. Ouch!
Oh, like tinfoil?
Yes.
Or saran wrap?
Which your preferred?
It kind of depends on what the product is, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, it really kind of does depend.
Okay. From the
probably tinfoil though, Kevin. Heavy duty.
Okay.
Yeah, just because barbecue, you have it around a lot.
Now, this one seems like it should go in our favor. From the 214, Cowboys win because they score more points. Cowboys lose because David Stern makes an appearance. Well,
he's dead.
Yes, I know. So that's why it feels like it should go the Cowboys' way.
Are they saying the apocalypse is happening,
or maybe just
in
David
the apocalypse?
Stern
Do
shows
people
up?
come back, Kevin, and say, "Hey guys, it's not as bad as you thought"?
I don't think that is what happens.
Right.
I mean, to be fair, let me try that again. I don't think that's what I've read. Who the hell knows? But I do not believe that goes in tune with what I've read. All right, a couple more real quick, and then I'm going to throw it over to y'all from the 972. Cowboys win because Jayden Daniels is on the RG3 path. Man,
I'm sure there's Commanders fans who are worried about that. And the Cowboys lose because Dak gets hurt again. That
man,
would suck.
I don't love that.
No.
Because, Kevin, the one thing I don't want is I don't want to do an entire season of this show with the Cowboys in a situation they were in last year. Now, that being said, Joe Milton does offer some excitement. But that's not what I'm looking for right now.
Excitement is the right word for him.
Yeah, but I'm not. That's not what I'm looking for this season. I want other things from this team this year.
All right, if you don't mind, I would love to toss one out there.
I dare you to toss one out
and
there.
I don't think anyone is going to have the same answer as this. Cowboys win because this is where Washington almost always loses.
This is exactly what I was going to say.
No, it is not.
All right.
Now, hear me out. The Commanders, if they win on Sunday, it will mark the first time they've won back-to-back seasons in Dallas in 10 years. If they win on Sunday, think about that. It gets worse. If they win on Sunday, it would mark the first time Washington has started 2-0 in the division in consecutive seasons since the divisions got realigned in 2002.
Wow.
And also, if the Commanders were to win, they would have at least 4 wins through 7 weeks, which is not a lot in back-to-back seasons for the first time in 25 years. They do not do this in back-to-back seasons. This is historically the spot where the Commanders lose.
Wow, so you're going on history.
That's right.
And you know what? A valid point is Dan Quinn's been with that team now, so you do have something to work on with the same coaching staff. So I like what you're doing there, Kevin.
From the 9-7-2, Cowboys win because Pickens and Ferguson combined for 150-plus receiving yards, and we get 1 defensive score. I could see that. If a team scores on defense or special teams, I believe that will tip the balance.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there.
You want to go next, or you want to go to Alec?
Let's go with Alec.
Ooh.
Medford.
Oh, yeah, full name, government. But let's see. Cowboys win because, gentlemen, I think they win this game because I think the offense is going to look more balanced if you see a win. Versus last week against the Panthers, the run game was almost non-existent offensively for the Cowboys. I don't like their chances against the defensive tackles that the Commanders have, but I do think that I think the game planning and the strategy by Clayton Adams and Brian Schottenheimer is good enough to where they can compensate for that, even down some of your starting offensive linemen. So if it just looks more balanced and you're not having to make Dak drop back a million times in this game, I think it's because you're instilling your will on that defense. So Cowboys win because you just look more balanced than you did last week, and everything seems to be working offensively like it has almost all season.
All right, let's roll out. Dallas Cowboys win because the defense is able to make Washington one-dimensional. And then the Cowboys are able to say, you know what, now we can focus on one of the weaknesses we have. Which weakness is the bigger one, we don't know.
Do you have a preferred dimension then?
Not the ones that go over the top for 80 yards.
Okay.
So I would rather them go to, be one-dimensional as a running team. But we have seen that the Cowboys' front line has a difficulty, even stopping that at the moment because, and a lot of people are saying, pushed around in the middle too, but those edges aren't doing their jobs either, and so there's a lot of gaps that need filling, and the linebackers are struggling to fill those. I would, however, prefer to not be beat over the top, but if the Cowboys can make this one-dimensional, I believe in their offense.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys' defense can do the job to make their opponent one-dimensional, then it will give them a little bit of reprieve from being like, we don't know what to stop. And they got to figure out to have at least one thing you can hang your hat on, and this Cowboys defense needs to find that soon.
From the 9-0-3, Cowboys win because we contain Jayden Daniels. From the 9-7-2, Cowboys win because Dak actually runs. That's fascinating. From the 4-6-9, Cowboys win because Dak puts up 40 points. Now, as we move to the other side of the equation, Cowboys lose because their defense gives up 40-plus points. And we're not doing that this week, but they said that the Cowboys could tie because the defense gives up 40 points on the nose.
Okay, and so they're going to score 40 points, give up 40 points. That's considered a tie.
And there is precedent
in today's game
for that.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to go with the Cowboys lose because Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt doesn't fumble the ball. Now, we talked about this earlier in the week, is he has had fumbles in his last 2 games. These 2 teams have combined to force only 7 turnovers all year.
Ugh.
Think about how many games they've played combined. They've played 12 games combined.
Yeah.
And they have forced 7 total.
That's just over half turnovers.
Yes, which is terrible.
For the games.
Yes, which is terrible. So you factor in that the Cowboys missed 11 tackles on Sunday, bringing their total to 39 over the course of 6 games, which is tied for the 6th worst in the NFL. And they've given up 219 yards after missed tackles. If Krosky-Merritt doesn't turn over the ball, he's averaging, I think, like 5.7 yards per carry. He's scoring. He's already got 4 touchdowns. That can be problematic. I will say that is my reason why the Cowboys lose this game.
Okay, can I ask you a question about that?
Yes, please.
All right, he doesn't turn over the ball, but he runs for 2 yards.
Yeah, I mean, I would think...
Would you consider that a turnover?
I would consider that a turnover equivalent.
Okay, all right.
And I think you would win that game, but what I'm worried about is what you said about you make them one-dimensional, and then they
chose the wrong
slaughter you one-dimensionally from the passing game. But, yeah, you know what? I make that deal. No turnovers from Krosky-Merritt, and he gets 2 yards.
Okay, all right.
Deal. I accept.
I'll Cowboys lose because, sorry, Alec, I'm skipping in line here. Dan Quinn, I really...
Did you hear how sad he was?
Alec, go ahead.
No. This is your show. Your name is in the show.
All right.
I'll let you go ahead.
Is it?
Dan Quinn applies enough pressure, knows how to apply enough pressure to get the ball out. That Dak cannot get the ball out of his hands quickly.
Okay.
One of Dak's, we've talked about it from game 1. One of the reasons Dak is performing well right now is because he is decisive.
Yes.
He's making moves. He's moving fast. The best quarterbacks, they go 1, 2, 3 out. They're getting rid of the ball quickly. And Dan Quinn, if the Cowboys, if he goes in going, no, I know how to take advantage of this guy. And we're sending people at him. We're going to be able to send guys, disguise it so he can't. If he knows and gets to Dak and forces Dak to hold on to the ball, this team is not going to win.
Alec, I am really excited to hear what you have to say, especially since Corey skipped you in line. But I did see somebody say there is no Cowboys win because, I mean, look, even Vegas disagrees with you on that because they have now shifted the point spread to 1.5 in the Cowboys' favor. I know there are some spots where you can see it for 1, but the Cowboys are now favored in this game.
Kevin, real quick, you have respect for Ted Wynn, correct?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Ted Wynn quote tweeted John Machota's Trayvon Diggs tweet and said, "The Dallas defense is so bad, I'm not sure if this even matters."
Yeah, you know what?
That's a national perspective right there.
He might be right about it. Sometimes this year, I have wondered what would happen if instead of safeties, you just put up like 2 of those target things that you see at like the Pro Bowl skill competition.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the balls out in front of target.
No. Okay, well then that I definitely think we do better. But no, just kind of the target things that they have at the Pro Bowl games, I've wondered. So, you know what? He might be right about that.
Mm-hmm.
Alec?
Cowboys lose because the defense is still in the business of giving people their career games. And I'll go even more specific. They're in the business of giving Luke McCaffrey his career game.
No.
Just
You're
because
calling your shot?
Yeah. Well, I hope it doesn't happen, but if they end up losing and we say, somebody from the Commanders just had the best game of their life, I think it's going to be Luke McCaffrey. I think Jayden Daniels has enough trust in him. I've seen enough connection from them early on for that idea to even be warranted, but I do think McCaffrey is an underappreciated route runner. And I do think that his speed is going to be an issue if you're going to play some of the patterns that they've played this season. I mean, you've seen the wide open looks that some guys have gotten just because they run past all the zone coverages because there's no communication on the back end. So somebody gives up a responsibility and he's too quick for anybody to play catch up behind him. So I do think that if the Cowboys lose this game, somebody's going to have a career game, and I'm willing to bet it'll be Luke McCaffrey on the offensive end.
Well, I could see that. But like you said, I hope you're wrong, but I could definitely see that. I like this one. This one's very
Make
clever.
your play. Make your play on underdog, Alec. Do it.
I have looked at that over-under, and I'm telling you, much like the Panthers
No,
game
I'm saying
before
make the Luke McCaffrey play.
You need to look into that. They have plays for just about everything. The multi-touchdown Luke McCaffrey game, I don't know, but I'd be willing to bet you could get really good odds on that from the 817. Cowboys win because Dak throws 4 or 5 touchdowns. Cowboys lose because Nico Harrison trades Dak to Washington before the game because defense wins championships.
I've told you that many times, Kevin. I've told you that many times.
Yeah.
Many times.
See, and I think this is what it comes down to for a lot of people from the 2 and 4. Cowboys win 34-14 because I'm not really sure, and everyone is going to think that the defense just got lucky as opposed to figuring it out. If they win this game 34-14, I am not going to show up on Monday and be like, the defense is back.
Why not?
I'm going to be like, how the hell did that happen?
Well, I don't know. You might hear different from me. I might believe after this weekend, Kevin.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Will you eat the same Taco Bueno meal every Friday to ensure that that remains the case?
Oh, if I have to, yes.
Oh, please.
Oh, my God. Yes, dude. I love that Taco Bueno meal. It is. Here's what the layout is. 2 beef roll-ups and 2 chicken roll-ups. That's the way I rock.
So jealous.
Last week I had a Frito burrito and a Bueno burger. So maybe that was the wrong meal.
Dang it.
We'll check it out this week.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
And you can get those 4 roll-ups as part of the $6 party box. But here's my quick question for you guys. And Alec, I feel like you're an expert on this. Putting aside professional eaters, so just regular humans, how many grilled roll-ups do you think a regular human could eat during our show? So you get 4 hours.
Ooh.
What are we thinking, like 20?
That's where my mind went immediately. It was like 20, 18, 20, somewhere around there. I'm not a regular human. I think I could do 25 or 30.
See, this is I don't want to see, Kevin. I'm not like I don't want to suffer the wrath of food challenges. That's why I don't do them.
Well,
but I think I could knock down about 40.
You know what?
I do have to talk though. So
all right. Well, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do then.
That's why I'm not doing this.
Alec, if you ever feel like it, I would like to sponsor that challenge for a future Taco Bueno appearance. We'll figure out a way to have you there, and I will sponsor your attempt to go for that many roll-ups because I think that would be amazing.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Sign me up.
We're going to figure this out.
So he needs a sponsor for his meetings?
I am his sponsor.
What kind of meetings? Like, is it a weekly meeting that you're sponsoring him
just
for?
that one day. Then we'll find out if he has a problem. And we'll go from there. Like they say, take it day by day.
Yep.
We're the KNC
First,
Masterpiece.
You have a problem.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway where we've got some Forgiveness Friday for you. But also, it's time for the Combo Platter, Nostalgic Book Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what was your favorite book as a kid? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next. Live from Taco Bueno in Dallas on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Master.
Remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razorblades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
security experts. Control everything from your phone and get alerts only for people or vehicles. Visit DFWsecurity.com for smart protection today.
DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
3rd and 19 for the Jets at their 30. Fields in an empty gun. Snap is back. They run a stunt. They flush him out. They've got him again. The stunt worked. Who is that flying the jet? James Houston with his 2nd sack of the year.
Of course, it was James Houston. Who else would it be? We're live at Taco Bueno, 7940 Forest Lane in Dallas. And Alec, an interesting wrinkle to this eating challenge. Some people have suggested it become an open invitational, whether that is to Atolo, whether that is to Eric Chiafalo. I support either one of these, and I'm glad to sponsor this eating competition at a future Taco Bueno Friday football appearance. We will figure that out. In the meantime, it is, I would love for you to do that more. It is time for the combo platter from the mind of Corey Majors. It is the nostalgic book edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what was your favorite book as a kid? 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion, and then your favorite book from when you were a kid. From the 817, Skip will get the Rangers back to the playoffs with a 90-plus win season next year. And then Where the Red Fern Grows and Lord of the Flies was their favorite books as a kid. From the 972, Combo Platter. Cowboys will lose because Dan Quinn has the defensive setup to destroy the Cowboys' offensive line. And then Where the Wild Things Are, or How to Eat Fried Worms.
Okay, yes.
Were their favorite books as a kid.
Have you ever read How to Eat Fried Worms before?
I think maybe.
So Adrian used to tell us that was her favorite book as a child. Or no, it was a book called Slugs. And she was like, "This is my favorite book of all time." And we were like, "That's not a real book." And she was like going through all the ways to eat slugs. And I was like, "You imagined this." And then she found the book, so she proved us all wrong.
Okay.
And it was a ridiculous book.
And then what do you think from the 817? This sounds like something I would text in. Books are gross.
That is definitely Kevin. Kevin is definitely
but that's not
on the forefront of books are gross.
We were watching, I don't remember, we were watching something last night, and I asked Jess if she thought there'd ever be a time where we stopped making books. And she sounded kind of defeated, and she goes, "Oh, I hope not."
Yeah.
But it sounded like she kind of accepted that maybe could happen.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kevin.
Tell me.
No, I won't let it happen, because I have about 6 or 7 already written. And so when we stop making books, when we stop making them, I'll just start printing mine.
Next time you take a vacation, you need to
finish them.
Finish your books.
Take my time to go ahead and get them published. Okay,
Yeah.
I will also add this. I know they didn't add anything else, but Maniac McGee. For anybody that's ever read that book, yes, I absolutely agree with the 469. I love that book as a kid, but it's not my favorite, but I absolutely love that book.
Okay.
Can I go ahead and start this thing?
I mean, we already started with the fan text, but sure.
Okay, go ahead.
No, we already did it.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
See how it feels, Corey?
Yeah, now I understand, Alec. I'm sorry. And
You're welcome.
I knew what I was going through. My sports opinion, Kevin, Jerry is right about DeMarvion Overshown.
Okay.
They are missing that type of player. Unfortunately, they don't have another player on the team able to do that either.
Yeah.
And whenever you are stacked with a team full of players like that, you lose one, you don't have to stress about when he comes back.
Right.
I was dead serious, and I told Jerry earlier, I dead serious. In the middle of the game last night, I think it was halftime, I pulled up some DeMarvion Overshown highlights, and I said, "Adrian, you have to watch these." And she did, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, this dude's crazy. He can fly."
Yeah.
And I was, a lot of what he was doing, he was tackling at the hip, kind of like not a hip drop, but it was very much like a cowboy and chasing a calf, at the rodeo.
Yeah.
And just watching his ability, the range he has to cover from the middle of the field all the way to a sideline, and then from another middle of the field to the other. He can cover so much ground. And also when he recognizes a play in the backfield, he darts forward at it. And he has a pretty good ability to cover too. And Kevin, I always had the question of whether or not his size was going to be a factor. Whenever we got him, you had thoughts on him, and I was like, dude, I'm concerned. He was a safety. Is he going to be able to physically play this linebacker spot? What the middle spot? If those guys up front can defend and keep the offensive lineman off his knees, DeMar Van Overshown absolutely will make that much of a difference for this team. I believe it.
This is a side question of that.
Because they don't have anybody else like him.
Okay, do you have any concerns that Jerry said 95 and not the player's name, and then 95 is Kenny Clark, and I feel like he was talking about Overshown, or am I
No, he absolutely was talking about Kenny Clark.
Okay.
But there are a lot of times where Jerry says numbers instead of, because I think that's when he's up in the box, he's just looking at numbers, and I don't think he thinks.
Because I know what he said about Ezra Raku. He's like, I'm not going to mispronounce that.
Yeah.
And I do get that part.
I think he does recognize that, and he says the number, but I don't think he thought that it was Overshown.
Okay.
But Kenny Clark, they wanted this tenacity, this attitude, the way that he plays, come in here and be like, guys, this is how we're going to play.
Okay.
Because they didn't have anybody in the locker room to be that. He basically told us there's nobody else in that locker room.
Right.
We had to go find a guy to get this, and we had to trade a huge piece for him so that we could have a guy like that. And that's frustrating because it was Michael Bennett. They go out and get Michael Bennett, and he walks in, he's like, why am I the one having to charge this locker room up right now? Was
it him or was it Marty B?
It was Michael Bennett because he was the defensive end. Marty B was the tight end. He was like, why am I the one that's having to get this thing going? And there is a lack of that in that locker room. I understand Dak Prescott is the real leader of this team, as Troy Aikman was. But Troy Aikman also had other guys, other lieutenants, other dudes in the room that could have that thing rocking. And then the book that I loved as a child, I'm going to go with Where the Sidewalk Ends by Shel Silverstein. That was that one. There was also Where the Wild Things Are. Then they screwed it up with that bad movie.
That movie
yeah.
was not
Which is,
great.
Good director, bad movie. It's okay. It happens sometimes.
From the 469, the Stars are going to go 81-1.
There you
That's
go.
right.
I love it.
And then Of Mice and Men was their favorite book. From the 817, this one's intriguing. Anthony Davis will play 70-plus games this season, and the Mavericks will advance to the NBA Finals, beating the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. That is a TV executive dream series right there. And Goosebumps, those books were their favorite.
Did you read those or did you watch the show?
See, I watched the show because my unfortunate trend of watching over reading has existed for a really long time.
Yeah, that was a fun show, though.
Yeah, it was. And then Are You Afraid of the Dark? Sorry, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing.
I am afraid
right
of the
now.
dark because of that.
From the 817, the Patriots are going to make it to the AFC Championship. And once again, Goosebumps is the vote. I've seen a lot of votes for Goosebumps and Where the Wild Things Are, which we've now both mentioned. All right, Alec, can you give us a sports opinion? And then what was your favorite book or book series growing up?
Gentlemen, sports opinion. Somebody kind of hinted on this on the fan text earlier, but this was really cemented in my mind after you guys interviewed Skip Schumacher the other day. He has me sold already. That interview alone, and I can even pinpoint the exact question that Corey asked whenever he talked about the starting pitching. And you said something along the lines of, like, when you walk in the clubhouse and see those faces in there, like, do you think that you have the man advantage? And he instantly goes, oh, heck yeah, I want to start playing games now.
Yeah.
Like, and when he said, oh, heck yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm in. Like, I just like this guy's energy. I already know what he's capable of doing as a manager. Obviously, won Manager of the Year just a couple short years ago. And he took this job knowing what he was getting into. He sat around for a year when he could have been managing a playoff team right now, for all we know. But he took the consultant role, which that alone told me this guy is worth waiting for. And I think he's going to be everything that we imagined and then some. It might not be year one that you start to see those things. They gave him a 4-year deal, which is not normal for a lot of managers to get a 4-year deal their first turnaround with an organization. They gave him that deal for a reason. They know that it's going to take a little bit of time, and you guys have touched on it a lot. This offseason could get very odd and very interesting for the Rangers, and he knows that. He's well aware of it, but he's really excited, and in turn, he's got me excited for this team and this season.
Kevin, I like that one.
We've been fortunate that we've had some managers that really have come through and ramped me up to start. Bochy, Bannister was one for sure. I had thoughts on Woodward, but Skip seems to have a different vibe about him, and I'm with Alec on that. Man, the way he was talking about launch angle isn't the most important thing.
Yeah.
You know, the way he was talking about sometimes you got to win a game with small ball, sometimes you can win it with home runs. We just got to figure out each day which one that is. But his philosophy on pressure with runners on base, like I just got absolutely pumped up for that. Alec is dead on.
What about the book, Alec?
So, Kevin, to steal one of your phrases, I knew how to party growing up. I had a senior level reading level in like 3rd grade because I had some like medical stuff growing up, so I didn't get to go to recess when it was hot outside and stuff. So what did I do? I sat in the library and read. And I read a lot of books that were way above my level, so I didn't really appreciate the childhood stuff. I was in 3rd grade during lunch reading like the Harry Potter series and reading some of like the Star Wars lore novels and stuff that was way above my age, but I really enjoyed that stuff. So sci-fi was always my thing. It still is if I do take the time to sit down and read. So I would probably say the Harry Potter series is the most nostalgic to me. Even if I just go to Barnes & Noble and see it sitting on the shelf, it just takes me back to when I was really into books and I was knocking out multiple books per week. Probably say the Harry Potter series. It's one of the most well-written series ever, and it still holds up to this day for me.
Did you ever think you could become a wizard?
I really did, and that was where my reality totally blurred. Even though I had the reading level that was super high and everything, I really thought that some of those things were possible. So I was like, you know what? One day I'm going to have a magic wand that shoots fireballs, because of course. And guess what? They make those now, but it's not magic. It's technology.
Oh, man, kind of killing some of the magic there. Yeah. From the 615, Miko will score 100-plus points this year, and their favorite book as a kid was The Hobbit. From the 214, Cowboys tank and get a first-round draft pick, a better first-round draft pick, I assume. And the Magic Treehouse series of books.
Kevin, the 817 says that Javonte Williams is going to get a fat contract. And that
hopefully
Hatchet,
not here.
Hatchet was their favorite book. I don't know if you ever had to read Hatchet in middle or high school. I read that book. It was awesome. Kid in airplane crashes, air pilot dies. He's alone in the woods with only a hatchet to survive, and he's able to shoot a rabbit with a bow and arrow, and he's able to make it out. He doesn't have to cut off his arm or anything like that, so that's okay. But they also ended up making a movie about it, and the middle kid from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids was in it, the blonde kid with the backwards hat. He was in it, and I had to watch that the other day with my son because they were reading the book, and he was like, I've read it, now can we watch the movie? And so there you go. But also Javonte Williams getting a fat contract. Do you think he's running his way to that with the Cowboys or another team?
I hope not. As long as it's not here, then more power to him. I hope he gets all of the money. From the 254, the Texas A&M Aggies will win the football national championship this year. Oh, my gosh, that would be freaking amazing. And The Indian in the Cupboard is their favorite book. My 2nd grade teacher used to read it to me and read it to us all the time. She was the first teacher that I really liked. Man, that was...
Did you watch that movie?
I actually read that book.
Dude,
I don't know if I have seen that movie.
I loved the book fair for this reason. Every one of these books that people are dropping off out there right now, we saw at the book fair.
Yeah.
Along with the Lamborghini poster and the Cowboys
I was just thinking
pencil.
that if I could get that and a Lamborghini poster, I felt like I was the richest person in the world.
Yes. I like it.
Do you know they still have
Lamborghini
Scholastic
posters?
books? I mean, probably.
Yes, because my kids have book fairs all the time. They look different than mine did, though. I don't know. There's something different about them. These books are newer. They don't have the same old books.
Okay, from the 214, let's just address this real quick. Are y'all going to be hitting up any Taco Buenos in Garland or Richardson? We are not that far from Garland or Richardson, and we're right off the highway. Like, you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
You can be here right now, 7940.
I think Richardson's right there.
Yes, it is.
I think I could throw a rock to Richardson right now.
Hey, that's impressive.
I would never throw a rock at Richardson, though.
Sure.
I got a Richardson story.
At Garland,
Kevin.
though, I don't think people would care.
Would you like me to share my Richardson story right now?
I would.
When we were looking for a home in the Richardson-Plano area, one day Avery was about 7 years old, and he was very thirsty while we were going around looking at homes.
At 7?
At 7 years old, yeah,
Wow.
he was thirsty. And no, for water, Kevin, not like that.
My mistake.
And Adrian told them that they didn't have any water in the house because the water in the houses weren't on. And so he kept saying, I don't want to move to Richardson because they don't have water in that city. And then one day we were driving home from the office down 75, and they have the big Richardson water tower. And he goes, hey, what is that? And I said, that's a water tower. He sat there for a minute, and he goes, well, I stand corrected. Richardson does have water. And that's my Richardson water story.
That was a great Richardson story.
Thank you very much.
From the 972, Kevin, is your favorite book Guide to Fence Doors by Bob Vila? All right.
Bob Vila.
All right. All
I like
right.
that.
From the 817, Luka will beat the Mavs in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on a buzzer beater shot. Oh, that would be so painful. And their favorite book, Super Bowl Stats of the Past growing up. I know a lot of us would read those. It was always the thin, black-covered, mini autobiographies of either athletes or the year in review for the Super Bowl champion or the history of it.
I don't remember these.
Oh, man. I remember
you must have had a fancy book fair.
I know it was in Garland, so impossible. But yeah, they would have like the team histories, and that was at a time when I was learning sports, and I was always flipped to the back to see like, oh, did this team win the Super Bowl? And if so, sometimes yes, sometimes no. My sports opinion: FC Dallas is going to defeat Vancouver this weekend to make the playoffs because
they have to win.
Yes, they probably do. They really, really do. And this is where I was concerned, Corey. I have been dead inside for a long time, so I couldn't think of a book.
You can't think of a book
from when I was a kid that I really loved. Is that a problem?
Did you block out a lot of your childhood?
I don't think so.
You ever have those conversations with Talking Doctor?
Yeah.
As a kid.
Yeah.
I didn't
think
read
I was
much.
okay as a kid. Maybe I wasn't.
You think you were too busy playing with your cash register to read
Actually,
a book?
yes, and that is where I developed the theory that has not caught on, that we have a fundamental flaw in the way we do our money. Think about it. We need to get rid of the $20 bill and have the $25 bill. All right, hear me out. So if you look at the cash register, you have the penny and the $1 bill. Okay. You have the nickel and the $5 bill. Yeah, that's right. You have the $10 bill and the dime. Oh, still rocking and rolling. We're going to skip one spot. You have the 50-cent piece and the $50 bill. You have the dollar coin and the $100 bill. But somehow we made a decision to have the $20 bill and the quarter. What happened there? Now, you can't get rid of the quarter because, well, maybe you can. We're moving away from being a cashless society. But that was the most popular coin, so you couldn't do that. You need to get rid of the 20, make it the $25 bill. I don't know why we dropped the ball on this so many years ago,
Doesn't make any
but
sense.
it is a fundamental flaw in the way we do our money.
And just think about that. You could have 4 $25 bills instead of having an extra $20.
Exactly. So we're getting rid of paper, saving the environment. Now some would argue that eliminating an entire denomination of bill and starting a whole new one will actually be a lot more paper. But anyways, we're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you feel smarter by having heard that. Or the alternative.
You just feel. We just
right now, it's time for some Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Franklin Jury Attorney text line. Do you need to ask for somebody's forgiveness? Do they need to ask for your forgiveness? Let us know. 877-881-1053.
Kevin, I believe my wife asked for forgiveness this morning.
Oh.
As I was leaving for work this morning, my wife looked at me and just smiled real big. And I was like, what's going on? And she was like, You're just so handsome.
Oh.
Your beard looks amazing.
Oh.
Guess what? It worked. Remember I told you I challenged
The story
her
about the lady at
that
the
was
haircut
touching my
place?
beard? I challenged my wife, and she's like, you know what? I better compliment this man.
Okay.
I better compliment him, or he's going to go back to get that haircut. I'm going to get another haircut for sure.
Right.
Maybe not
Open
from
your
her, though.
eyes, women.
That's true, Mike. Thank
So
you.
she has realized the error of her ways
Yes.
in not complimenting you appropriately.
Yes, and now she is complimenting me more, and it helps. It sends me off into the day with a confidence, Kevin, and I like
Okay.
it.
All right. From the 214, Kevin was too busy shoplifting to read books.
This is true.
That is.
He was coming up with plans.
That is hurtful, but I see your point. Now,
When did you say you developed the plan to rob a bank?
I was about 8.
Okay.
And my mom said she was worried then. And then when I got arrested, she was clearly right to be worried. So, you know.
Yeah, pretty good.
Now, this one could be divisive.
All right.
Does Kirk Herbstreit need to ask for forgiveness for running around and playing with his dog in the hallway of a hotel?
Tell me more.
All right. So, you know, whenever they run out of content, they've gone to Kirk Herbstreit talking about his dog, and you're kind of like, I've had enough.
Ben was the one that passed away.
Yeah, and like...
Now he's got 3 other dogs.
I get that. I just don't need a segment about it every single week.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so...
People love his dog.
That's great. Some people have started to call him out because they showed him and his dog running up and down the hallway where the rooms are in a hotel, and then all kinds of people are like, you're the worst, and you do not understand hotel etiquette. I don't know if you're trying to sleep or cheat on your spouse or whatever.
What are you talking? Oh, okay.
People
All right.
probably do that at a hotel.
I would never.
And I'm not saying you, other people.
Other people never would.
And you have this jackwagon running up and down with his dog, and you're like, hey, Kirk Herbstreit, be quiet.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
I'm going to defend Kirk on this.
Are you going to say more?
No, I was just going to defend him.
That's a terrible
I
defense.
could come up with here we go, though. What if there's nobody on that floor? You know, what if it's just he knows that it's all ESPN folk or whatever?
Well, there's people on that floor.
Or
I
NBC
guarantee
or
you there's somebody who works for ESPN who also doesn't
And
like
he's
his dog.
This is what is he supposed to do, Kevin? Take him outside?
Yes.
In the streets?
Or don't take him to the hotel.
That dog is going to be so sad if he has to stay at home with Kirk hanging out up there. Somebody's pointing outside right now. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Is there something happening out there?
I don't know. I see a 105.3 The Fan sign, but I don't know what else is happening.
I don't know.
Okay. Everyone keeps pointing. I don't know what you're pointing at.
Oh, okay. There's a lady losing her pants out there.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
That's
Well,
unfortunate.
come on, guys. What does it have to do with anything? I thought there was like somebody. I thought Kirk Herbstreit and his dog were right outside
I literally
for
thought
just
the
a
same
second.
thing. I was like, oh my God.
I really did, and I was like, somebody go get him. Like, let's bring him on the show. I thought that's what y'all were pointing at. All right, look.
So, but yeah, you know what?
Better people come out to Taco Bueno right now.
you got a good
79-40
point, though.
Forest Lane. I'm just kidding, y'all.
He was really affecting some people's sleep in the middle of the day or night. I don't know when this was happening.
Okay.
But don't do that, dude.
Alec, do you have fiery thoughts either way, or should I move to the next one?
I'm with y'all. I don't like this idea that just because the dog is famous and just because you're famous, you can do whatever you want. There's probably people there too. And like Kevin said, just because they might be his coworkers doesn't mean they like it too. Like,
Yes.
I'm over it too. I'm with Kevin where I don't need to see a segment about the dog every college game day anymore. So I was already kind of annoyed, and it's like, okay, now we're acting like these two are royalty. No, they're both entertaining. I get it, but stop.
From the 972, no forgiveness Friday for Trayvon Diggs. Ouch. From the 940, the Stars need to ask for forgiveness for not going 82-0. And then another person said, I need to ask for forgiveness for causing the Stars to not go 82-0.
Yeah.
And yet another person.
I'm not going to blame you. I'm not going to blame you for them not going, because that's on them.
Don't turn the puck over so much.
I'm going to blame you for not believing they could, and also and not sending those kind of vibes their way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then multiple people are blaming me for raising the price of table dance, we'll say, from $20 to $25. Because if you're getting rid of the 20,
oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, dude.
A good point.
I never even thought of that. That is a good point because you don't have a $20 bill. Or you can just say I'm using 2 10s.
Okay.
It could still be $20.
From the 817, forgive me, I've used up my PTO for my honeymoon, so the whole office is getting sick from me coughing up a storm this week. Hey, it could be worse. I know this chump that just got married a week ago, and he's not even on his honeymoon right now.
Yeah, what's that dude doing? Is he working?
What's up with that?
He literally got married on like Friday, and now he's not even on his honeymoon anymore. So I don't even know what he's doing.
Okay, let's go from that back to sports as we continue to entertain and yet also perplex people in the Taco Bueno. Does the ESPN app need to ask for forgiveness? Probably the programmers, not the entity known as the app. There is an idea going around that what the app is doing is they're saying, I'm getting my entire commercial break in, and is forcing people to fall behind on live games because instead of split screening like the last 7 seconds of the commercial, they come back after that 7 seconds acting like it's live when in reality you're now 7 seconds behind. You might be like, well, that's not the end of the world. But if you do that every single commercial break and you're not checking, all of a sudden if you're like...
You could be up to 49 seconds behind.
Yeah. Yes, you could.
A lot of seconds.
If you're on social media or something, you could see a key play before you're like, hey, what the hell?
Yeah, 7 times 7 is 49. That's how I got that. Because I'm presuming there's about 7 of those instances.
That is true.
And here you are not knowing. Yeah, I hate whenever I go to something and now like my somebody's texting me and something just happened. I'm like, why am I so far behind and they're so far ahead right now? That doesn't make any sense. That's crazy, dude.
And then, Corey, I
Fix
feel like you fall in this category from the 903. I don't forgive the ref who gave FC Dallas a red card last week.
I don't either. It was ridiculous. I rewatched it 1,000 times and I never saw what he saw. And I know for a fact that the person who got that red card, their family members were frustrated. They were pretty upset about what happened there. So that wasn't cool, man. That wasn't cool, and especially when FC Dallas, they needed that win for sure. Like they really could have used that win. It would have solidified their place in the playoffs. That would have been awesome. But the fact that they had to play man down pretty much the entire game, screwed them out of an opportunity to get a win.
All right, now. Does Cam Ward need to ask for forgiveness? Look, we may or may not have made a direct comment at somebody in the Taco Bueno, and then they pulled their chair up like right in front of the table. Does Cam Ward need to ask for forgiveness, or is it NFL teams? Check this out.
He keeps it a buck.
Yes, he does. So Cam Ward is the latest quarterback to lose his head coach less than a year after being the number 1 pick. Consider this. Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Cam Ward have all had their head coach get let go within the first year. That's 6 of the last 10 years.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. No, it is wild. Can you imagine being a number 1 overall pick? And then you're like, all right, here we go. I get to help this franchise. This is my coach. I get to rock with them. I do wonder if there is a little bit of headbutting that goes along there. A lot of times we discuss the concept of you are a coach that is new to the team, and now you are picking a quarterback, and you're marrying those two things, right? Those two things are going to stay together for a while. Well, what's happening right now, Kevin, is a guy goes to a team, Eberflus, let's start with him, goes to a team, takes that team over, loses a couple times, gets the number 1 overall pick. They're already on their way out. The number 1 overall pick doesn't do well, and so the owner says, well, we're with this guy. Sorry, coach, we were already thinking about letting you go, and that's the way that it goes.
Now, I've seen multiple people mention
Except
this
for
now.
in Trevor Lawrence's instance where it was just a bad situation.
Yes, as Mike dubbed Urban Meyer, Fingers Magoo. And also, I've seen multiple people messaged this in now. Was somebody in my camera view behind me without pants on?
Oh, that might have been what they were talking about. There was a lady losing her pants out there.
Huh.
And that's what they were meaning, was she was on their camera.
Okay. And I really thought Kirk Herbstreit was maybe here. He's like, I'm visiting TCU or SMU before.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is not the case.
Thanks,
And then,
Kirk.
as long as we're talking about the Jags, do they need to ask for forgiveness, perhaps to Travis Hunter, perhaps to fantasy football owners? He is averaging 33 yards per game receiving.
Really?
And he's the number 2 overall pick. I know he can do both, but he's supposed to be an awesome wide receiver.
Well, isn't Liam Cohen talking this week about expanding that role even more? I haven't really kept track of the.
We'll see.
Yeah, I haven't kept track of the snap count for him, but I know they wanted to kind of progressively grow him into that. He's had a couple of catches that you're like, wow, I get it now. He has a couple of moments out there, and defensively he's pretty good too. But yeah, maybe I don't know that it's him. Maybe it is a little more of the growth that Liam Cohen is trusting that he can do that job.
Alec, is there anyone either A, you've run afoul of, or B, needs to ask you for forgiveness?
Maybe just Corey for the pre-show height jokes and, stepping on my turn in the segment earlier, stuff.
What's
like
up with that, Corey?
Yeah, there's a vendetta here.
There's no vendetta.
Or do you just know what's about to happen at 1:30 and you're trying to get even?
That's
Oh.
Mickey's going to win. That's what's going to happen.
Oh,
and
is he?
Also, we need to ask for forgiveness from Cody. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and special guest Kyle Yeomans. Next, right here on The Fan.
Tolo.
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've been rocking and rolling all day at Taco Bueno, 7940 Forest Lane in Dallas. And right now, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors and Kyle Yeomans.
Yeah, it is nice to have Kyle Yeomans on the show from DallasCowboys.com. You can also hear him pretty much broadcasting to all of America. It's going to be some game that you're going to find.
That.
Kyle, how's it going today, man?
It's good, guys. I'll be on a national broadcast tomorrow in the U.S. and in Mexico. So I've got both countries taken care of tomorrow.
Well, are you going to make sure that game turns out better than the last game you really cared about?
Which one? You talking about Cowboys or North Texas? They both didn't end up working. Yeah, neither one of them worked out well. And it's funny. I also lost all 5 of my fantasy games last week, too.
Oh, my gosh.
It may have just been me. That might be the problem, if I'm being completely honest.
Dude, it happened for me, too, Kyle.
It was just a bad week.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that, man. What was Mestamaker doing in that game?
Well, he played well through the first half, kind of, and then it just all kind of just fell apart at the start of that second half. I mean, when South Florida can put up 28 points in 3 minutes and 28 seconds, there's not a whole lot you can do outside of that. And I mean, I talked about it on the show with you guys last week. South Florida's a really good team, and they deserve to be inside the top 25. But I thought North Texas showed that they belonged in that game, but they weren't necessarily ready to close on a big stage like that. I don't think this is a bad football team, and I think that North Texas showed that they can hang in there with a top 20 team in the country. But now they've got to claw their way back into favor starting this week against UTSA in a homecoming matchup on Saturday.
Now
it is homecoming, Kevin, this weekend.
Oh,
yes, it is.
They expect to win.
Mm-hmm.
We had our own shocking turn of events in about 5 minutes earlier today when we find out that Terry McLaurin is not going to play, although you might have inferred that from him not practicing yesterday. But then the news about Trayvon Diggs having an accident at his house, being in concussion protocol. That I don't really have a question so much as I'm like, that feels like a fairly surprising turn of events.
When Coach Schottenheimer walked into the press conference and immediately said, one piece of news to keep up with or one thing to note, you would expect it to be, somebody's returning from practice or maybe you're going to keep a rest day for a veteran here or something like that. And he said, no, we're going to miss Trayvon Diggs in the concussion protocol, and he's out for the game because of something that happened off the field. Yeah, it was quite shocking from that point forward. And I guess the next chance, and maybe the only chance we'll get to hear some answers directly from the Cowboys is whenever Stephen Jones comes on later in the week or later in the day on G-Bag Nation Day, right? I think that's the next real opportunity we'll get to ask those questions. So it certainly is a surprising deal. They're out on the practice field right now. Diggs, of course, not out there at the moment, but still something to keep an eye on as we move forward because it's kind of a story that feels like there's something more to it and there's more of a development still to happen.
Okay, well, with that in mind then, I'm not saying that you have to agree with this. I'm just curious if you're surprised. We had so many people in the fan base when we announced this instantly say that they think that either A, he's faking it or was just looking for an excuse to get off the field and maybe off the team. Have you got, I mean, I know him and Micah were really close, but have you gotten the vibe that Trayvon Diggs doesn't want to be here at all?
No, not really. That's the only thing I can point to is the fact that the Micah connection and the way that whole situation was handled. But Trayvon Diggs got his contract when he needed to. He has played throughout the season, and even though he was kind of sat down at one point in time, at least going into that matchup against the Jets, that didn't last very long, and he got back out on the field and played well. He looks like he's happy in practice, of course, in the small sample size that we get when we're out on the practice field. He's jumping around. He's getting up and down the field. He's in the middle of individual drills. So nothing really to talk to there. And then whenever he's in locker room, it's usually pretty quick, and he's out of there himself. So, no, I don't think there's anything to point to for any of that being the case unless some monumental fallout happened over the last 24 hours, which I don't necessarily think that's the case either. I think this is a legit something that happened at his home, and he is having to deal with it just as the team is having to deal with it.
How is Dak going to get 20 catches and 4 touchdowns to both George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb? Like, and I know I'm joking too, but the serious part of it is like now he probably does want to find a little more balance. And I go back, Kevin, to the Dan Buckner theory from Allen High School back when we covered them. The coach said if Dan Buckner is double teamed, throw to the other guys. If Dan Buckner is not double teamed, he's got single coverage, throw to him. That would probably be my philosophy on whenever I got those two guys on the field, because Dak's confidence in both receivers now.
Yeah, I think that's the case, and that's the good thing that comes out of the last 3 games, really 4 games that CD has been out, is now you have that connection between him and Pickens, and you take what the defense gives you. You don't have to force feed one guy or the other, because both guys have shown a very capable nature of being able to get 150 yards and being able to make an impact in the red zone. Plus, I think early on, if you're Washington, who do you double team right now? Which guy are you looking at? Because CeeDee Lamb is coming off of an ankle injury where you don't know exactly what his percentage of health is. He looks good running around out here, but until it's Sunday and he's playing against other NFL players, you can't really tell how high of a percentage his health is really at. Whereas George Pickens is coming off of really an incredible streak of games. So do you double George Pickens and leave CeeDee Lamb, man? Or do you double CeeDee Lamb and take your chances with George Pickens against a guy like Noah Igbenogany, who we've known here in the past with Dallas? So I think there's a question on Washington's side of how they're going to defend it. So if you're Dallas, you just take a look at it, read it before the snap, and take what the defense gives you. I think that's pretty simple moving forward. The rest of the target share is where it's going to get interesting. Does Jake Ferguson still handle much of the load? Kevontae Turpin coming back from injury, does he have more targets or the same amount of targets as he had prior to his injury, or does he kind of resort back to that wide receiver 3, 4, 5 on the depth chart? Because now that you have George Pickens emerged as a capable wide receiver 1 in this offense, you can really and truly attack it like a 1A, 1B scenario, and everybody else has to just kind of fight for what they can.
Okay, so adding intrigue level to the way you do your offensive spacing and distribution is getting the run game back on track against a Washington defense that I know has struggled against big-time offensive plays that they've given up. But they also didn't look too great against DeAndre Swift, who hasn't looked too great all season. So how do you balance that with hopefully getting Javonte Williams rocking and rolling again?
Yeah, I think that's a key this week. I mean, to be held to 31 yards like they were last week, it really makes you one-dimensional on offense, and that's not a knock against the offense as a whole. I still think we saw Dak and George Pickens and some of those other contributors for Dallas have some impact against Carolina, but if this thing is built to run off of play action. Dak Prescott is built to run off of play action, so if you can establish the run early, we've heard that for years around this franchise, it is going to help the offense be successful. The question for me, it has to do with the offensive line. You get some guys back this week. Of course, Tyler Booker working back into the fold. It's the second week back for guys like Guyton and Smith on the left side of the offensive line. And then Cooper Beebe's getting close to getting back. So you're getting offensive linemen healthy again. Does that make you a more well-oiled machine up front whenever it comes to the run blocking and run scheme standpoint? And then who else is going to run the football outside of Javonte Williams? Because now that Miles Sanders is out for the year, the next leading rusher on your team is Dak Prescott. That's the next guy up outside of Javonte Williams. And then after that, it's Ryan Flanoy with 25 rushing yards this year. And the guy after that is Kevontae Turpin with 23 rushing yards this year. So,
and I think Jade Blue's averaging 0.2 yards per carry or something like that, probably.
Yeah, I think he has 7 yards on the year. So you need to either find some level of rushing attack that is not named Javonte Williams, but that comes secondary to getting him going again and making sure that he is still your bell cow back, and they establish some level of rushing attack outside of him is the secondary level that you need to get to as well.
I know, Kyle, that it was probably time with DeMarcus Lawrence. I know he's having himself a little bit of a season up there in Seattle right now, but it was probably time with the Cowboys parting of ways. However, the thing, this morning, Schottenheimer is on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and sometimes Aiden's show. And they said, hey, what about James Houston? Why were the snaps limited? And he basically conceded he's not good at run defense. We're working on it, but we're not there. Who do you see that has the potential to be both a run stopper and pass rusher that can be on the field for those moments?
Ooh, I've always said Marshawn Kneeland, but he's missing the pass rush element where he's actually a pretty decent run defender.
Yeah.
And we've already seen Dante Fowler Jr. and what he could bring from kind of a balance standpoint. He was probably more balanced with Washington than he was with anybody else. And all of that was under Dan Quinn, so it kind of continued that continuity there. But I don't know if you have a truly balanced pass rusher / run defender on this team like you had with DeMarcus Lawrence. And that's part of why D-Law is having a successful start to his tenure with Seattle is Seattle is asking him to do the middle of the road stuff, which is run, defend, and then pass rush on occasion, and he's able to do so at a high level. Dallas has to find a way to combat it. Either you have one guy that's rushing off the edge trying to get to the passer, and then the other guy is pretty much honed in on run defense. You've seen that a couple times where they'll put Marshawn Kneeland on one side and then Dante Fowler Jr. or James Houston on the other side, and they're hoping that one of those attacks can work in their favor. They don't have that balanced attack kind of guy right now, and I think that's what's been a big struggle for them up front.
I want to go back to the other front. You were talking about people like Guyton who are back for their second week and everything like that. And I appreciate that he's back. I appreciate that he was a high draft pick, but man, it really felt like maybe things flow better when Nate Thomas is out there. Is that a crazy thought?
No, I don't think so. Now, remember, Nate Thomas went up against the New York Jets defensive front, and they didn't have the same. And I mean, Tyler Guyton went up against the Carolina Panthers. It's not like there's a huge discrepancy there. But the biggest thing with Thomas that he has continued to show is that he's consistent. He is a low ceiling, high floor guy. I know there's a lot of people that hate that type of mentality or that type of possibility, whereas Tyler Guyton has a high ceiling but maybe a lower floor. And I think we're seeing that from two guys that were drafted in the same draft class. Thomas has continuously shown that he is serviceable, but you want to have the high-end ability of Tyler Guyton, and you want to continue to have him develop as a first-round pick and as somebody that's playing at a decent level. Now, if Tyler Guyton is playing at a subpar level and he's continuously giving up pressures and he's continuously struggling in run blocking and his game as a whole, I think that's when you would see there's a switch. But right now, I still say Tyler Guyton's your starter. Nate Thomas is just a serviceable backup that you can rely on at times.
Appreciate the time, as always, good sir.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me. And, how's Taco Bueno? Sound like you got a good crowd out there.
It's amazing. It is always amazing at Taco Bueno for the Friday football feast.
Okay, and I don't know if you engage in eating competitions whatsoever, but if you were here for a 4-hour span, how many of the grilled roll-ups do you think you could eat?
Ooh, wait, you said what was the time span?
In a 4-hour, if you were here for our entire show, but you didn't have to talk at all, how many of those do you think you could eat?
I bet I could get 40 down. I'm a big
that's what I'm talking about, dude. 40.
Yeah.
I have a good number.
I bet you I could get 40. Hey, you know Joey Chestnut's in town, right? He's in Dallas this weekend.
Well, you got to go. I'm going to go outside and find him.
Kyle, we have really dropped the ball on not having that happen at this Taco Bueno. Thank you for bringing that up. We're going to work on that now.
Beacon. Make sure that he knows that you got to go to Taco Bueno down there in Dallas.
Yeah,
Yes.
you just send up the it's a light with a hot dog or something like that.
Okay.
And then he's like, I know where to go now.
I like that. And he's
Yeah.
like, I am needed. All right. Thank you very much, Kyle. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
There you go, Kyle Yeomans. Or, sorry, let me try that again. Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle
Right here
Yeomans.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we had a chance to do this earlier, so let's do a little bit of baseball nuggets, plus Masterpiece of the Week, all of that live from Taco Bueno in the Forest, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more
that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
A free foundation inspection, 844-919-7276, or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He has gone back to the dugout and then got back up. That's a liner into center field. That's down for a base hit. Here comes Smith. Felix got a great arm. It's cut off. Throw to third, not in time. Tommy Edman puts the Dodgers in front.
And that right there is the first ALCS or NLCS game to be won by the home team. Right now, we'll get to Masterpiece of the Week in just a few minutes, but right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. The Dodgers were victorious 3-1 over the Brewers yesterday, and man, at this point, Shohei's on the bump tonight for the Dodgers. This feels like sweep city.
I don't think the Dodgers will lose again until they play Seattle in the World Series.
Because they're 8-1 in the postseason. And so you were talking, I think it's yesterday, about the pitching staff. Well,
Dude, Tyler Glasnow looked amazing yesterday.
You know what's funny, too? Agreed. But probably the worst of the NLCS so far, which is a weird thing to say. But consider this, and this goes back to the last month of the regular season. So I was looking at some different numbers going back to September 1st. Since that day, the Dodgers now played 34 games. Now, I didn't include the stats from yesterday into the group, but they gave up 1 run and 4 hits. So guess what? They did pretty well. Since then, their starting pitchers have gone 15-3. They've given up 40 earned runs in 34 games. 40 earned runs in 34 games.
Wow, man.
It's just, and their starters were giving up an average of 3 hits per game.
Jeez, dude.
In a month and a half, it's been a big sample size.
Yeah, I will say this. You've been to that stadium now.
Yes.
Like we got the experience when we went out to Oxnard. We said we got to go to a Dodgers game. It was totally worth everything about it. They did a big shot from the sky, and I pointed to my mom how close we parked because parking was amazing that night that you and I parked.
Yes, that was probably the best. Except for the one time I got to park in the players' parking lot at a Stars game. Yeah. That was the best parking at a sporting event I think I've ever had.
But it was amazing to see, all of the media that was there. Everything they talked about was just how much they loved that park, how much they loved the weather in that stadium. And then I was thinking to myself as those guys were warming up and watching them, I'm going, they take for granted. I bet Tyler Glasnow takes for granted stepping on the mound in the L.A. weather and how nice it is to pitch out there and what we've had to deal with in Texas in the middle of the summer.
Yeah.
But then he steps up there and he had some really good stuff. There were a couple of moments, but then the start of that one, Mookie Betts gets on and then he's driving in Shohei. You kind of know they're going to be putting runs up on you and they're gaining confidence right now, and that's scary for everybody else.
Man, that is scary. And now they're presumptive World Series opponent looking very much in flux. Alec, if you can go ahead and give me cut number 2. This man continues to have a hell of a postseason.
Guerrero drives the ball the other way. Canzone's going back. He's at the wall. It's gone! Vlad Jr. strikes again with his 5th home run of the postseason. Toronto takes the run right back.
In 8 postseason games, he's hitting .455 with an on-base of .500 and a staggering OPS of 1.470. He has been incredible, and the Blue Jays have really trounced Seattle the last 2 games. Home teams remain 0-4 in that series, and so this will be clearly an incredibly important game today as the Mariners finish out their trifecta of home games, and that series is tied 2-2, and obviously, as the series would indicate, it can go either way.
Kevin, I said it early in the series, and I will say it again right now. That is very reminiscent of the Rangers-Astros ALCS.
Yes.
Where A, the road teams are winning. B, both teams can hit the ball very well. There's good pitching, but both teams are very good at hitting. And I'm kind of comparing Vlad a little bit to Adolis in that series. Not completely yet, but he might put that team down.
I mean, he's going to win ALCS MVP if they win.
And so if you remember running through that series, watch this series because it's kind of watching it for me has kind of had that effect on it, even though they're not the same teams.
And then I did say I doubted Max Scherzer. He did get the win yesterday. 5 2/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs. He did walk 4, but he struck out 5, and most importantly, he kept Seattle at bay so Toronto could take that game over. Both of those series resume today with the Blue Jays and Mariners at 5, and then the Brewers and Dodgers at 7:30, especially that NLCS game. That feels like that could very well be the last game of the season for the Brewers, and then Dodgers against we shall see.
Brewers are going home. Well, I mean, they're staying home. They're going to go home.
They will have to go home. Yeah.
Unless they live in L.A. If some of them live in L.A., then they'll just
don't you feel like you would at least go back to Milwaukee to clean out your stuff? And
maybe next week.
Okay.
I'd be like, whatever. I'll show up for the end of the season.
Okay.
Or whatever.
Well, so don't count on that. I just wanted to throw out one more quick thing before we have some fun with Masterpiece of the Week. Super special shout out to our best furry friend, Izzy McLeod. This is from Captain Napkin, and I told him that is how he is saved in my phone. Izzy, every day you're with us is a victory and a blessing. To spend time with you means so much more than you know. I know you can hear this. You are cherished, wanted, cared for, and loved. We will always love you. That's from Sharon and Ricardo, and I'm sure everybody listening right now, if you have had to go through the pain of having to put a pet down, it's something that I feel like everybody understands now, because directly or indirectly, I feel like everyone's kind of been through this.
Yeah, it's not easy at all, man. It's not easy at all.
So I wanted to give you the sad and the heartfelt part, and now we can have the nonsensical and fun part, because it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, how are
Alec.
things going in the forest?
They're good. I had to go past a leprechaun, and I believe I saw a Sprite on the way here.
That's not true. There's no bridge. There's no bridge trolls. No.
I answered 3 riddles, and I made it.
That is not true. That is not true.
His first riddle was, what do you call cheese that isn't yours? And boom, nacho cheese. I knew it.
That seems right up your alley. I don't believe that you hated that as much as you said.
Lay out on me.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week, the one segment that you can't lay out on, because we're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week. Gentlemen, our tradition is going to be very short today. We pick on people who are not here to defend themselves. Surprisingly, Mickey only had one.
Hey, Alec.
Yeah?
Just real quick.
Okay.
I don't know how much humanity you have.
But
there are a couple of kids here, and so
they are in a good conversation as a family, though. So
we have concerns.
Right. Yeah.
Well, maybe you should not say things.
Story of my life, brother.
Yeah, well, that's the best way I can put it. We're going to pick on Mickey first because he's the only person here that cannot defend himself. And hey, guess what? It's not very family friendly. Kevin, you got involved in this one too, so you're guilty.
You know, you could gain an inch.
I would think that.
They lost 36 of them.
Oh,
had to leave the little and then
Because now you're looking at negative 30, negative 31. I don't know.
How do you go backwards?
Yeah.
I don't look. You've seen babies. Sometimes it just like whoop, goes right back up in there, and you're worried.
You've seen babies.
What just happened?
I don't know. I made it worse.
Yeah, you really did. You just
I might go
dug
mic
yourself a
off.
hole. Yeah. Oh. Well, I'm going to play sounds from you, so you can keep the mic off. I will fill the void. But let's see. Kevin or Corey? Kevin or Corey?
Corey.
All right, fine. Corey, you know what? We're going to start off light with Corey because I know this is one of Kevin's favorites.
Everybody's a brother.
Now,
I got to the end of a statement that I was saying, and then I was just like, I was talking about, I don't even remember what, but we're all united.
Brothers.
We're all united.
It just really
together.
sounds like Corey is a very inclusive person.
Yeah,
I think that's a positive thing.
Arm in arm.
Yeah.
Let's see, this is going to take a dark turn. Kevin, you said this.
We only got executed 8 times.
Now, I know exactly.
It took me a minute. You were counting while
Yes.
Steven was executing us.
Yes.
And
Every time he
you
said
were like,
execute.
1, 2, and I was like, what is he doing? And then it was like the 3rd or 4th time, I'm like, oh, that's what he's doing right now.
You know, this actually leads to a really controversial opinion I have.
Okay.
And this is probably because I've been listening to
Stephen Jones
historical.
will execute us to death.
Yes, I mean, that's true. I've been listening to a lot of historical podcasts. If you fail to execute somebody the first time, I think they should get to go.
I agree.
Like if you put somebody in front of a firing squad and all the guns backfired, or you just had terrible like stormtrooper style shots, I think that person should get to leave. That is my controversial opinion.
Now here's the deal. They might be exiled to a private island. All right?
Sure,
Because there's still a danger.
Yeah.
Still a danger to society.
Yeah.
But I'm totally with you. We go send them over there, and then do not give them tools to build boats so they can come attack us.
Agreed. Man, I like that your society still kind of hinges on how good you are at boat travel.
Yeah.
What a concept. Corey, you said this.
You ever seen his hip thrusts? They're so good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
Hip thrusts.
The thrust
Hip
is never mind.
thrusts.
Go
Who was I
ahead.
talking about there?
Yourself, maybe, after Men's Tea Clinic? I don't know.
You know what? You're right.
God,
Good
don't
point,
tell me
Alec.
you have a mirror and you're like American Psychoing it out there or whatever.
No, he's like Nate Thomas after a touchdown gets scored, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, not too many pump scoring, not too many pumps.
all right, yeah.
Let's see. Kevin has a spicy take here.
Stupid Lumineers, they suck.
Dang, dude. I kind of like the Lumineers.
I'm
not against them.
No, look, I actually like the Lumineers. I just bring them up because that was like Mike loved that band. Is when he said we should just give up sports, and I just don't envision people leaving concerts saying things like that.
Dude,
but
this morning on Sean and RJ, when Schottenheimer was talking, there was one I was like, man, I want to do an out-of-context interview with Schottenheimer where we take all these little
Yes.
clips. Because he had one line where he was like, I'm Brian Schottenheimer. I'm the greatest offensive lineman or offensive coordinator in the world. And I was like, that is going to sound so. And then we just argue about how ridiculous it was that he said that. Look at this guy.
you can use my James Houston cut in there too. Who needs Micah? We have James Houston.
That's right. But, you know, ever since Mike left, we've been lacking in this category, but I have a favorite subcategory of Masterpiece of the Week, and it is called People Overreacting. Corey, you are the culprit here. Just give it a few seconds and you'll see what I mean.
Did it bother you? Because he also said it's kind of majestic.
Ah! Dude.
I'm telling you, I know we've gone over this a couple of times.
It's just so frustrating.
He's so mad. And like
he talked about it this morning with them too.
Did he?
And then my truck, I'm sitting there just like,
and it's really quiet in that room at that point because you're just listening to the presser, and all of a sudden to hear Corey lash out about this, it caught me off guard.
It's majestic almost.
There you go, Corey. Let's see, Kevin, we might get back into incriminating territory. You said this.
But there's no P in there, too, which is weird.
Huh.
Are you talking about the
No, that was about somebody's name.
pterodactyl?
No.
That was so dumb. That was so dumb.
I hate this show.
Why are we so laughing?
I feel like I've said it a lot. This show is the
P
worst.
is silent with pterodactyl.
No, I know. I know.
Good job, Corey.
Thank you.
You guys are dumb.
We know. Let's see. I don't even remember this one. I'm scared to play it. Corey, you said this?
I did ask her if she would take it.
Oh, my God.
I was right in being scared.
And one of those kids looked right at me when you said that. So
see, I'm going to go to the end of it. I'm going to replay the end because I like
him right here.
I like Kevin's reaction.
What?
What?
I'm sorry. Can you play that whole thing one more time?
No, of course I can.
I did ask her if she would take it.
What? Okay, that. Oof.
Oh man.
Okay, that I think that might be my vote, but keep going.
This job rules sometimes. Kevin, you said this.
No, he was doing the thing, and I'm assuming it popped up and snapped him.
No.
All right.
Like one of those Beetlejuice worms?
No, that was about. First of all, if so, good for him. Second of all, that was about Anthony Richardson and the exercise band. And they put him on the injured reserve.
Dude, that's so sad for him and his face.
Oh.
Did it hit him in the face?
I think it did.
Or the junk?
No, I think it hit him in the face.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Either way.
Orbital bone.
See what I'm saying? Did you just...
Yeah, that was his orbital bone breaking.
Cartoon
I'm
sound
sorry
effect
if that
right
was.
there. Imagine if anytime we had a serious injury, it was just followed by a cartoon Looney Tunes noise. That would be That would be so endearing. Let's see, Kevin. I feel like I'm going to get use out of this for years to come. Thank you,
You
Kevin.
just snorted.
You just snorted again.
You were laughing and you snorted.
Because somebody, I don't know if you heard that, Alex. Somebody goes, "Oh man!"
Yeah, I did. Great timing. Great timing. Kevin, thank you for this. I will get use out of this for years to come.
If I'm keeping it a buck right now, we ask.
Okay, that actually feels appropriate for this team, but that was Cam Ward breaking down his thoughts on the team thus far.
And then one last one real quick. You got to listen closely to the sentiment that Corey is sharing here.
So
Women do things.
Okay.
Women do things.
Women do. That's true.
Man.
That is a fact. There's so many things that women do.
You know, I'm gonna vote for something that feels adjacent to what Corey just said.
I don't know who Jason is.
Me neither.
Adjacent. It feels almost like a governmental statement of "come and take it" is what I'm gonna say.
Oh.
I did ask her if she would take it.
Okay. All right. Okay. What?
Okay. Can you play it one more time so I can hear? I'm proud of my reaction here.
I did ask her if she would take it.
What? That's my vote.
I'm voting for the ridiculous, majestic comment and then my reaction.
The what?
About when he goes,
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. This one.
Did it bother you? Because he also said it's kind of majestic.
It doesn't
That
get
was-
any
that
less
was a-
stupid.
It's a real reaction. It's human. You know, that's a human reaction to the sky.
What?
Okay. Well, you know what? I think.
Hold on. From the 214, they say we need more pew pew pew.
Yeah, we do.
From the choppy the thing that he did.
Man, I wish we had time for that. But you know what? I'm gonna. No, I'm not gonna send it to a vote off. We have a winner.
I did ask her if she would take it.
What?
Uh-oh.
That's Masterpiece of the Week.
What? For the 817, man, that Taco Bueno laugh track's going hard. It
is amazing.
They are having fun.
We appreciate them.
out
Thank you
here.
so much, guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, off of Forest Lane. Coming up next, we will chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
30 yards for Javonte Williams.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have had a great time today live at Taco Bueno in the Forest. 7940 Forest Lane in Dallas right now. You're going to be in a real pickle as we take you out to Carrollton and Pickler Universe, courtesy of D&M Leasing, to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen,
what's the deal?
How is you today?
We're doing awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing good. Did you get an opportunity to hear our intro with Jerry Jones where we mocked that guy that introed RJ Choppy and then Jerry said, "What are you guys smoking? I would like some."
It was great, man. It was glorious. It was really good.
Good old Brad Evans, man. That guy, he's a ball of fury. At BetMGM, they're full of them. Nick Costos, who we got to sit next to all of Super Bowl Radio Row, just high-energy guys. It's like a bunch of Bobby Belts meshed together, just full of
Brad
God
Evans,
knows what.
Brad Evans used to do a gambling or a fantasy segment with me when I worked in Portland, and he was so energetic and hilarious. We called him the GOAT, and he started at the beginning and the end of every one of his interviews, and I was convinced that he had to be the biggest partier in sports media for a period of time, but
still is.
I've come to see him as just a natural character, dude. He's on fire.
It's incredible.
Chiafalo, were you proud of him for giving a longer intro than you had a question?
Yes. You know, when you put it in those terms, it's even more insane, the stamina that he had on that particular. And it wasn't even just the distance that he went, but also the high level of energy that he maintained throughout. Yeah, he gave you the pew-pew. And I mean, that guy is. I need to actually Google him. I need to see his face.
Big D, little D. He's a bald, skinny white man.
Got to get a glimpse of this warlock here, Brad Evans.
He just kept teasing Choppy too. Like you're like, okay, he's about to introduce him, and Choppy's like, I know. He's like, no, I got more guys.
Yeah,
Now,
that is amazing.
I wanted to talk about the baseball series a little bit, but we didn't get to bring this up earlier. Did you see the story from John Heyman at the New York Post that said that Tarek Skubal and the Detroit Tigers are currently about $250 million apart in their negotiations? Do you think it's fair to say that they might not get that signing done?
I think it's fair. Yeah, I think $250 million might be a little bit reasonable to say that that'll be the case. I don't know how you really bridge a gap that big. That is a $250 million. Like, what are the Tigers offering?
Nothing. It feels like he's like
$0.
He's like, I want a lot, and they go, our counter argument is nothing, and they're like, okay, well, yeah.
Well, if you want to stick around, you know, we'll give you $10 million a year. I don't know. This is weird. Best pitcher in baseball, arguably.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, is it safe? Do you think it's going to be sweep for the Dodgers today?
I do. Yep, I absolutely do. I think the Dodgers are. They figured it out, and they're. I mean, we know that the super team bit. Everybody signed there over the last few off seasons. They figured out the closer spot, moving Sasaki in there, and their pitching is just an absolute buzz. So I think the Dodgers might not lose again this postseason. I don't think that would surprise any of us.
Well, on the flip side, who do you have them playing in the World Series? Because very reminiscent of the 2023 ALCS, the home team hasn't won a game yet. Who do y'all have advancing in that series?
I'm going to take Seattle, but I don't feel confident in it at all. I really don't. I'm just going to say that Toronto, they've suffered a couple of injuries during the course of the series, and I don't think the home run ball is going to be able to be sustainable for them. So I think overall I lean pitching to Seattle, and I think that's what's going to end up being the edge for them. And this thing might go 7.
I think it's the season of Cal Raleigh. He's got some incredible heroics. And plus, the Mariners, to my count, have what's called the road field advantage, which the Rangers are very familiar with.
I like that. I like that very much.
Oh, you're an old cowboy.
It was the part where he made the joke that he felt like he thought RJ had never heard that in his life, and he's like, he knows everything about Big D, and he goes, well, maybe Little D right now. It felt like he thought he was rocking RJ's world with that part of the intro.
Damn Cowboys.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today, and where can everybody find you?
We are live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, and we'll be here for the next 5 hours, sportscasting, and Stephen Jones is going to join us at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I very fascinated to hear
You guys
his
going to
thoughts.
cut Diggs, Stephen? Your thoughts?
Yeah, give him a pew-pew and see how that rocks.
Hey, Steven, pew-pew. What happened with Trayvon Diggs? Like, I want to see how that goes over. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Go see them at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Thanks to everybody for rocking this Taco Bueno today. We will be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Pew-pew.
I did ask her if she would take it.
What?
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app.
for making us part of your day. Stephen Jones is coming up in 1 hour. Got the Stephen Jones here on a proper Football Friday. General at your service. He's there's Bras, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and fits you, fixing to go 5 flawless. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Ramon Cruz, remote engineering as well. And along with you, we are the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. My bad. I was promoting a Flagtober of Flag Day. We don't have any flags here with us today, so stay tuned for your next opportunity to pick one up. But, it's just my apologies. I'll do my best to make it up to you. Cowboys Commanders at AT&T Sunday, 3:25. I think Cowboys are going to win this game 37-33.
Love it.
That's my prediction.
Picking the dub. Yeah, I was kind of feeling a dub as well. I was driving in, and
they're not losing to Washington. Are you kidding me? Washington coming into AT&T. They're going to split the season series. They'll lose on Christmas Day, and that's going to suck for all of us. But they'll get this.
Boy,
win.
that could be bad because that game could be for a playoff spot.
Yeah,
maybe the last one.
Doesn't that feel like how this season's going to go a little bit?
Yeah,
they're just going to be like making you think, "Hey, we're in this," and then get your heart ripped out right at the end there.
But this is not one of those weeks.
No.
This is a week for excitement.
Yeah.
This is a week to feel like, hey, maybe we can do something. This is a week to say, hey, our offense can score 45 points when our defense gives up 44.
Yeah.
With a team that's got a couple of injuries.
Are you going 45-44 Cowboys
good prediction.
victory?
Yeah, I was somewhere around there. I was thinking about a 50 spot for one of these
You were
teams.
thinking about like the Denver-Dallas game, that 51-48 game that
there's a part of me.
Romo and Manning hooked up in.
There's a part of me. Yeah, absolutely. I think the over will hit by roughly shortly after halftime.
To like what, 55?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Maybe 54 and a half, 55 and a half, something like that. Both teams are touching 30 easy, and I think there's a real chance they both touch 40.
Yeah, I think, obviously turnovers could trip you up. Obviously, penalties could I think this game could really go either way. But just looking at Washington, man, they got a lot of work to do, don't they? They got a lot of work to do before they're a good team. Last year wasn't like their ascension. Last year was an outlier for a massively flawed roster. I think as long as you don't try to just ram it up the middle and get crushed like you did last week, you're going to have success running the ball. This guy on the outside, Preston Smith, he looks ancient. Bobby Wagner is getting tackles, but dude is ancient. He's just a giant plug in the middle that's going to wrap up anything in the area. And I guess he's smart, but I just feel like their secondary is bad. Like your offense is going to have a field day, and with CeeDee coming back and Pickens doing what he does and Turpin and Booker, you're going to score so many damn points on Sunday. It's going to give us some good vibes.
Do you feel like with Washington potentially being out, and I haven't seen an injury report, but there was talk about, I know McLaren is
they announced
he's
him
out.
Yeah.
But what about Samuel? So there might be a situation where both of those guys being out, then maybe that makes – I still think that the Commanders were going to try and run the ball anyway.
Right.
But I wonder if you take those two guys out of it, then it turns into McCaffrey and then your tight end there, Zach Ertz. But then it's Krosky Merritt running the ball. Do you think you get the thing to 40 with the Commanders' receivers being out like that?
Yeah, I still do, because I think the Cowboys' defense is still that bad. Like Luke McCaffrey, all these guys will still have a good day, and both offenses will play well. I'm just going to bank on Jayden Daniels maybe making one or two more mistakes than Dak Prescott, Butter Aubrey being the lethal monster that he is. Yeah. Maybe it's towards the end of the game field goal to try and make it happen for the victory. But both offenses are going to be humming.
I like Dallas here. I do. The problem is, which defense do you trust more? If you were looking at this game, what defense with, we'll see what happens with does Armstrong play?
Yeah.
Because he's their pass rush guy. Frankie Louvu is better than any linebacker you've got. So him as a linebacker and as a blitzer could be a problem. But Dallas's offensive line has done a good job with their pass protection. The run blocking was poor last week. I just wonder which defense is more likely to make the other one blink first. Which we don't have really any faith in Dallas's defense.
Well, in this one, I do think it'll be the Cowboys' defense that does it.
Do you?
I do, and I think it is. You have so much that is possibly going to be lost along this Washington offense, and I do think it's very capable that Luke McCaffrey has a big game. Zach Ertz,
but I'm just saying, which defense?
The Cowboys.
You trust Dallas's defense just because
with no McLaurin, and it does not sound like from Debo's quote that he's going to be playing. He said that it's aggravated for sure.
Yeah, it's
his
heel.
injury.
Yeah,
and we're just going to have to see. So unless he gets shot up before the game and he's just going to deal with the pain, but I'm willing to say that you don't have Debo, and they already ruled out McLaurin. Can they run all over you? Sure, they absolutely could. Yeah. But I think the Cowboys are going to be able in this one with a shorthanded Washington offense compared to Dallas, who is going to have pretty much everybody back except for Cooper Beebe. So
scoring defense, Washington's giving up 10 points per game less than the Cowboys.
Yeah. This is one singular game. And much like Brad Sham says last week and this week, have never met each other. So, I think you got to look at this situationally, boys. Washington does not have all of their parts. And I know that we've seen the Cowboys be able to get a win with 4 backup offensive linemen. I think, thank God, we played the Jets that day. The Jets absolutely stink. Washington, I think you can find a way. Can you just get 3 stops the entire game? I think that can win it for you.
You know you're going to give up a stop on yourself because the opening drive, they haven't done anything. So there's 1 punt.
Yeah.
How many times can you honestly afford to punt in this football game and feel like you're safe?
Once
a half.
2 punts for the whole game, right?
I think so.
Chief, you're kind of trying to figure this thing out.
I am. I'm thinking 2 at most. 2 at most.
Isn't that terrible? Isn't it terrible to think that you're going into a game and you can't even use a punt as a change the field position because that thing's coming back at you probably 96 yards.
Yeah. 5 touchdowns and 3 field goals.
12 plays later, you know.
Yeah, it gets you to your 44, 45 points.
It's sad that you're having to even think about how to even get stops, and you don't even have. There's nothing defensively that you can hang your hat on.
No.
There's nothing. There's nothing that, at least through first 6 weeks of the season, there's nothing you could say, well, man, that Cowboy pass rush sure can handle something. Oh, wait, Cowboy run defense. No, they've been so poor in so many levels, you know, and even with teams being compromised, it's hard. I like Dallas in this game. I'm going to pick Dallas to win. But, man, I mean, if I could see the other side of it, because the defense is so bad that it makes the offense have to play perfect.
Washington can protect pretty good, and they can run block pretty good. Those are things that are going to happen, and your front is not going to be able to get them. So once you have those things established and a good quarterback and Jayden Daniels and – you know, it hurts them to not have McLaurin and Debo, but professional wide receivers and a good tight end is all it's going to take to run up the score on the other side. So I think it's going to be like who makes the fewest mistakes on offense.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. And right now I do trust the Cowboys offense to make less mistakes when it comes to the turnovers and things like that. You've seen Bill Krosky-Merritt put the ball on the turf a little bit.
Yeah.
And Jayden Daniels is still super good, and he's going to look awesome out there. But like his scrambling and stuff hasn't been overly efficient this year because he's still dealing with that knee injury. So you're not dealing with Jayden Daniels at the height of his powers, even though I'm sure he's still going to have some highlight reel plays against you. So I mean, this has little to do with the Cowboys' defense because I do expect the Commanders to put up a ton of points.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs out with a concussion, hurt at home. Some sort of an accident. No other details on that situation. So I guess, you know, the frustration with Trayvon Diggs continues to mount here. Wolchuk, how you feeling over there, buddy?
I mean, at some point, when do you just say, we're good here? We're done.
Oh, do you want to trade him?
Or cut him.
Right now?
What would Jimmy do? You know, sometimes I ask myself that. And you're going to cost yourself a ton of money. You got the deadline coming up. Can I get a 6th-round pick for him? Maybe?
Man, I was trying to play him at free safety, and now we want to cut him. But
there's always something. I mean, how much does he even want to be a part of your team?
I understand.
And how much?
So when you hear at-home accident, you hear it was his fault?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Frisco police have said there wasn't an incident in terms of anybody was called. Like, could you have slipped and fell in the shower? It's possible. I don't know.
There's people in the organization I just asked that they're saying they have no idea.
No idea, right.
They have no idea.
So, I mean, and this isn't the first
Maybe
time.
they don't want to admit it, but they're saying no idea right now.
Just always something. And look, anytime I've been around Diggs, he's always been cool to me. I don't have anything personal issue with the player whatsoever. But your
Pretty cool dude.
Your plays declined. I don't know how much you really want to be here. Does that end up having a negative effect when you're having communication issues on the back end? Joe Flacco just showed up 2 weeks ago to Cincinnati's and balling out. I know he's been a lifer in the league and he knows pretty much any single offense, but we're going into week 7. We're having communications on the back end. How much of that is a Trayvon Diggs that maybe isn't really putting forth maximum effort? I don't know. But this is one where it's like, how many times? Again, if he was healthy, I don't think he would be on this team right now anyway, because they already would have moved him. So at some point, you got to worry, like, should you cut your losses? I mean, this is irritating.
Yeah, and who knows what it was. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, and, hopefully nothing too unfortunate happened or could happen again. But as an employer that's evaluating this, or as a football team evaluating this that has a contract for services with a player, how much longer do we want to continue this?
You only have 17
Do we feel
of
like
these.
we can trust him?
Yeah.
And is he helping you that much? Yeah. I would look at it like, can we get anything for him in trade? And if we can, then I like that idea. But just letting the guy go in a season where you need all the defensive help you can get, I think that
is he helping you? I mean, we're sitting here talking about Luke McCaffrey crushing your secondary. I mean, you have absolutely no faith, even if Diggs was playing, in Diggs. So if you don't have faith in that guy to begin with, and you don't want to cut him just to cut him because you need the body, I mean, what's
he's
he
probably
doing
better
for
than
you?
Triquez Bridges, wouldn't you say? Better than Kalen Carson?
I don't know.
I think he is.
I
get your frustration.
We shouldn't be talking about this as a problem anyway.
Yeah.
You should have 2 former All-Pro corners that you're thinking, hell yeah, you got Diggs, you got Bland. We paid these guys. That should not be an issue. Cornerback should not be a talking point right now with this team, but it's one of the biggest talking points.
Yeah, and your need
That's
is
all
huge.
fair. That's all fair.
It really sucks how unfortunate it is how many good players have been brought down by injury. Like you should have a 30-year-old Leighton Vander Esch right now in the middle of your defense, but he can't stay healthy. And maybe some of that they brought on themselves. On Overshown's return, Jerry Jones this morning with KNC Masterpiece. We don't want to really push that, but we need him yesterday. He's an outstanding player. You're talking about a good influence on the team. On the defensive issues, you can tweak defenses and make a dramatic difference, said Jerry. We've had 3 different coordinators over the last 3 years, and that's my fault. I think our defense will improve, and it will improve to the level of preventing some scoring. Okay, look at that confidence from Jerry Jones. We're going to prevent some scoring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Thursday Night Football, Steelers lost to the Bengals, similar to how the Cowboys lost to the Panthers. Couldn't get off the field, couldn't get a stop. They run the clock down, kick a field goal as Joe Flacco did turn back the clock.
He did.
A little
he looked
bit.
incredible. So did Rodgers.
Yeah, Rodgers looked good too, but Jamar Chase, no doubt. Best receiver in the game. He was 16 of 23 targets. He was targeted 23 times, 161 yards, and a touchdown there in that game. Okay, we're off and running here on a Football Friday. We are live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. Come on by, play some pickleball. Stella Artois is going to be here with some beer samples for those 21 and over. Be careful because some of them say 0.0 on them.
Yeah.
And if you're expecting the full flavor deal,
true.
you're gonna crack open an NA, and for me that's perfect. For
It's
everybody.
refreshing though.
It is.
The NAs are good.
It's incredible how close it is in flavor. I don't think you could. I think you could do a taste test.
I totally agree with you on that.
Okay,
yeah.
we got a G Bag of the Day champion replay on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220, buddy. Where are you taking it?
We'll get you some college football news, and it's National Pasta Day, the top 10 most popular pasta dishes in the U.S. of A. What's your favorite pasta dish? That's next in the nation. But let's chat RS Diamond Brokers, shall we? Christmas is coming. So are the rest of your holidays, and you can come home.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, and it's a Football Friday. Trying to build some momentum towards Sunday's 3:25 kickoff. You'll have the pregame with Broadus and Chief at noon. It'll be a time, and of course, Broadus and Wolchuk will have your postgame with all the press conferences and the locker room availability. It's time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214-817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. Here he is in the Pimp Cup, L.A.
Yeah, does my mic sound nice? Check one.
Absolutely.
Does my mic sound nice? Check two. All right. Happy Friday, gentlemen. We made it.
Happy Friday.
We made it. We made it.
Happy Friday.
Hey. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. You want to stick around for that because there's some great challenges lined up. I promise you. I got some John Blaze for you, bruh.
Ooh, nice.
John Blaze. All right, this is day number 1, going for 2 of this champion audio because we did not get to G-Bag of the day yesterday due to technical difficulties. I think Mercury was in retrograde. Is what they say? Is that the girls say?
Oh, that's what was happening.
I think Mercury was in retrograde because we went to Network after that. Even Network was having glitches and problems with their satellite feed.
No way.
Yeah.
What a day, huh?
What a day. And then I'm watching the MLB, the playoffs, and Fox had issues with their microphones. I said Mercury was just retrograde, and I said, you Mercury. All right, anyway, let's go to the Fan After Dark here on the Fan, our night show with host Fred Davis. Shout out to you, shipmate, and his special guest host, Blake Elliott. They were going over the top the top people that could score on this Cowboys defense. And,
At number 1, now, is he mobile with his legs? No.
Stephen Hawking.
Do you have to put him
in a wheelchair, and maybe we don't want him doing the play calls.
Yeah.
But maybe he's just hearing the calls, and you won't need much blocking because Kenneth Murray's the one in the hole. Give me Stephen Hawking at the one spot. I don't see that being stopped. Run laugh.
Juke right. Spin move.
Oh, Fred.
Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown.
Come on, bro.
Touchdown.
I'm trying to say something.
Come on, bro.
It's just out of it, Wilson. No move needed.
No move needed.
That's awful.
That's weed. That's weed.
Here we go. Yeah.
Sam
Black
Williams.
and mild.
Hey, man, the views expressed right there in that clip do not, just let you know, man. They don't reflect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a good joke, man.
Yeah, that's great.
I've often wondered where things went wrong for Fred, and then he says stuff like that, and I'm like, oh yeah, now it all makes sense.
I can't believe he's been fired
it.
twice.
I get it. Okay.
He is amazing. Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. All right, 877-881-1053. Let me know your favorite pasta dish. We'll celebrate the top 10 most popular pastas and all of the U.S. of A. A lot of college football news ahead of a big Saturday tomorrow. Got an update on your LSU linebacker Whit Weeks from Pete Thamel, dealing with that ankle. He's going to warm up and attempt to play tomorrow against Vandy. He's considered doubtful.
Yeah.
And he's been limited in practice and faces long odds. He's expected to give it a shot as he battles a bone bruise.
Yeah.
And the ankle is what it is. So, look, Whit Weeks, the trainer's probably going to have to step in and save him from himself.
Sure.
I'm sure he's going to go out there and say, everything's fine.
Yeah.
And then they're going to say, ooh, Whit. Let's go ahead and hold this one out for a second.
Yeah. Vanderbilt at home is a pretty good bet.
To be a good win for LSU if they can get it.
Absolutely.
But Vandy, my gosh, how about those odds this week? Finally, for the first time in a long time, they've got it going their way. Now, Bruce Feldman, big report for Texas Tech. Their star defensive tackle, Skylar Gill-Howard, had surgery. He is going to be out for the year unless they're able to make a deep playoff run. So the plan is that he can try and get back in time for Texas Tech if they can make the playoff, which I believe they should. I think they should win the Big 12 this year. But they've got a big test this week against Arizona State. I think Sam Levitt's going to be back for the Sun Devils, which will make that game interesting. Tech did beat Arizona State in Lubbock last year, but Skylar Gill-Howard, surgery on his lower leg, and the hope is he can get back for the playoff. Now, SMU going to be taking on Clemson. Cade Klubnik, he's got an ankle injury. He's questionable to start for Clemson in this one. Sweeney went ahead and said this is literally hour to hour. So I know we had, what was it? It was a Tolo a few weeks back talking about maybe, if they scheduled this game in the afternoon. It was for John Mateer in Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, every second counts.
Every second.
Coach Sweeney's like hour to hour, man. Every hour is going to count here for Cade to get him out on the field and play against the Ponies. But we'll have to monitor that if you're an SMU fan. And then in the Big 12, the tortilla throwing, they're doing everything they can to crack down on this one. As Texas Tech was already fined $25,000, Herbie Hocutt, who is the athletic director, said the stakes just got a little higher. They had a meeting, and basically if you are going to be throwing tortillas in this one, you will be thrown out. If they can find who
that is just
did
so
this.
dumb. Like it's more appropriate to throw out a person than just to throw a tortilla onto the field.
Yeah,
this is tradition. This is college football.
Well, this is they should.
This is not unsafe. This is just fun. Okay, it is a bit wasteful.
It's become unsafe if they start throwing other items, and that's what the concern is here. Because of the pocket knife situation,
which was a ball sack.
It might not have been thrown, but the problem is they don't want people to do this. They're trying to get ahead of it. The issue here is they should have never have cracked down on this before and said this is going to issue a penalty, because Texas Tech's been doing this for gosh knows how many years now, and it hasn't really been a problem. The second now you say, oh, we don't want to do this, and we're going to now penalize your football team, fans are going to make this a thing. And so now they're throwing them. It used to just be opening kickoff. They throw the tortillas. Now they're doing it throughout the entire football game, and maybe other items get thrown, and they're worried about coaches and players' safety, and so now they're trying to crack down on this. I'm with you. I think it's silly, but I think overall it's the Big 12's fault for trying to crack down on it in the first place.
I agree, but I do think the fans are being, and you know how much I love the Red Raider fan base, but I do think they're being a little petulant here.
No, I'm not.
Because they were made an offer at the beginning of the season. Okay, can we just get it to a point where we're throwing tortillas at the start of the game, right? And they were going to give you a warning. If you do it again, then the 15-yarder starts. So I thought that was a good compromise. But Tech fans decided, you can't tell me what to do. This is my house.
Yeah.
And now they're throwing tortillas everywhere, and I do think it's reached a distraction perspective. And on top of that, it's a lot of work to clean up all those tortillas between – you got a 3-minute TV timeout to get all the tortillas up. We need a whole tortilla crew here.
Get the tortilla
crew.
They got one. Get the crew out there.
They got one. They got like ball boys, but they're tortilla boys.
The tortilla crew. I guess 12 to 15 fans got thrown out last week.
I see the establishment side a little bit on this.
He's a fogey.
Tech fans could have made this okay if they'd just been a little bit more mature, Wolchuk. I'd expect you to stand up for that.
What if we set something up where they're
maturity and college fans? Come on.
Yeah.
If we all just throw them straight up together in unison as a fan base, right?
As
Everyone
one.
in the building, we all have a moment where we just toss them up sort of into the heavens and they come crashing down back onto us and the fans.
I like it.
Right?
I like it.
I don't know. They've been doing this for so long. Now that Texas Tech's a legit football team, all of a sudden you want to crap on their traditions.
I love the tradition. I hope they can find a compromise so it doesn't go away.
I've been throwing tortillas and nothing else for decades.
Yep, just keep it to the opening kick. And then if you throw a tortilla afterwards, then we'll go ahead and throw a flag. We'll kick you out of the game.
Well said, Lucius.
Unbelievable.
And I would like to start an extra tradition of maybe buttering them with some cinnamon and sugar, just a little bit.
Just in case you catch one. And
maybe the extras. Yeah.
Maybe we just start throwing burritos, like bean and cheese burritos down there. And
wouldn't mind that either.
Make it a party.
Dude, bean and cheese burritos are so freaking fire.
Just classic and delicious.
I'm like, I don't know.
You like black beans, the refried beans?
I like the refried. Yeah.
Either or.
It sounded like some judgment.
Don't give me a cheesecake situation on the refried.
Oh, that's lazy.
No, I'm just saying.
Refried, lazy black beans.
I like to taste the black beans better. I like them whole like that instead of mushed up.
And I do like black beans.
Yeah.
But when I think about a bean and cheese burrito, I'm thinking refried.
More refried.
Yeah.
Last news of note: we do have BYU and Utah. That's
the Holy War.
Gosh, this thing's going to get wild.
This has gotten pretty unholy.
Yeah, somebody took this a little bit too far, as we did have a BYU fan allegedly threatening to shoot anyone that was wearing red when Utah comes to campus.
Man, that's not like the BYU people. They kicked my ass and were very nice about it.
That was not a good one. So that person has been arrested for allegedly threatening to shoot Utah fans who head to Provo for the Holy War. So that person, they took care of him.
We're kind of into these guns at Utah, aren't we? A little bit.
Yeah. Yep.
It's an outdoorsman state.
Yep.
It's a bit of an extremist
Let's go
state.
hunting. Let's do it.
I think they're radicalizing folks.
All right, let's talk pasta, shall we? Gosh, who doesn't love talking pasta? I know the 432 is going to be really offended I'm doing a food list, but don't care.
Is that every day you get some type of...
Somebody's bitching to be bitching. Yeah. I mean, I try...
432, is it the bitcher to be bitching?
The 432, hey, anytime I do a food list, they're like, cancel the segment.
Yeah.
Can't do food.
Yeah.
But I will say, food or any type of movie or television gets the most text feedback. Everybody can relate to the food and to entertainment in some sort, form, or fashion.
Why don't you just alternate, like you give like a food and then give a sports thing?
Well, that's why I just spent the first 8 minutes or so doing college football.
Best backup quarterback, okay? And then you throw like, you got your...
And now I've got about 3 minutes to pasta it up here.
Yeah.
So 877-881-1053, your favorite pastas. Here are the top 10 most popular pasta dishes in all of America. The honorable mentions, you got the linguine and clams.
Very good.
Tortellini.
Tortellini's excellent.
And the manicotti.
That's where you got the cheese.
Tortellini, yes.
That's the one.
Yes, that's what I was trying to think of the other
That's
day.
some good stuff right there.
It's amazing.
That
I
is
think
some
I
good
said
stuff.
ravioli.
You did.
Yeah. Which are also
But
fire.
ravioli's good too, though. Yeah.
Phenomenal.
All right.
Phenomenal.
Unless it's in Chef Boyardee can.
Yeah, you don't like the Chef
No,
Boyardee.
that's not good.
Not into that.
Nope.
Number 10 is cacio e pepe. Can you tell me what that is, Brian? No, what is it?
Do
you know what it is, Eric?
I
Come on,
don't.
I thought you were Italian.
Yeah, there's too many pastas to keep up with. Okay, I'm chugging a lot of crap here.
See, I told you you just can't just look at it, hear a name, and be like, oh, yeah, I know what that pasta is.
Yeah, an Italian should.
Oh, okay.
Come on. Cacio e pepe. Pesto pasta. number 9.
Pesto is the green. Yeah, it's made.
Pesto is becoming so popular.
I make my own pesto sauce.
Okay, so does Maya, and I will say that makes a big difference.
Basil leaves, olive oil,
making it from scratch
with the cheese.
Because I was not super into pesto growing up. Mine's been open to the pesto, I will say. Pesto on the pizza, it's not bad. It's not bad.
More of a bread thing, yeah.
Yes. 8, baked ziti.
Wait a minute. By the way, that the
cacio pepe.
Yeah, it's a Roman dish. By the way.
Oh, light me up like a Roman.
So it's it'll make you forget about mac and cheese.
Ooh.
Simple on paper, but difficult to master at some at home, high-end quality ingredients. Patience will help you achieve. It's like a cheese sauce, is what it is.
Okay.
Spaghetti with cheese sauce is what it is.
Shrimp scampi or Cajun shrimp pasta getting texted in here.
That's good.
Angel hair shrimp Alfredo from the 817 getting texted. A little angel hair love. Do you love that? Number 7 is penne alla vodka. Traditional. Very good.
Not bad.
The vodka sauce.
Vodka sauce is delish. And you're basically mixing the fettuccine and the marinara.
Oh, is that what that is?
Now you get the pink sauce.
Yeah,
that's the vodka.
Yeah.
Aha.
6 is carbonara.
Yeah, you got the bacon in there.
Yeah. Is it like bacon and peas? Is there peas? I think I've had some peas or some kind of vegetable thrown in there as well. A little green to give it some color.
Capers? Yeah, maybe some
capers.
capers.
I'd give it some saltiness to it if it threw capers at it.
Some Dom capers.
Which you've already got with the bacon. Oh,
right.
Thank you, Lucius.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
5 is the ravioli. And there's so much you can do because you can toast the ravioli.
Yeah.
And then you can also fill it cheese. You can do meats. You can do lobster ravioli, crab ravioli.
Weren't they doing the fried ravioli at the state fair?
I think so. What haven't they tried to fry?
No, true.
I mean, could they just do full-on fried, like spaghetti and meatballs, fried spaghetti?
Yeah, they got like this fried lasagna at Olive Garden. It's outstanding.
My gosh.
Yeah, they make it little bites, fried lasagna bites. I think it's an appetizer.
Goodness,
that
dude.
sounds really good.
Yeah. Once I heard they were frying liquids, I was like, okay, I guess you really can fry
like
anything.
fried butter.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like, how's that going to work? But I guess it worked. Number 4 is spaghetti and meatballs. Traditional, incredible, classic.
Got to make sure the meatballs are right, though.
And in some places,
you can't half-ass those things.
No,
and you don't want them to be dry.
Yeah.
No, you don't want
Shout
them
out
to
to
be
my
dry.
father-in-law.
Yeah, don't let those things be dry.
Do you like
Driest
the
meatballs I've ever had.
Do you like the big meatball, or do you like the multitude of?
I'll tell you this, Eric. Give me the meatball if there's only one. If there's only one, give me the big one.
Okay.
And if you're gonna mainly golf ball size, is what my favorite.
Get a variety
like
on
4
there.
of them, but
Tee that up right
if
in my
you can only
mouth.
tell me I have one, I'll take a big one.
Campisi spaghetti and meatballs, favorite pasta dish from the 682.
It's good.
Number 3
Their lasagna's good too.
lasagna at 3.
Yeah, I think lasagna. I think Lucius will agree. I think that should be 1 or 2. I think lasagna should be 1 or 2.
It's a classic.
Yeah, unbeatable.
It really is.
Yep.
Top 2 most popular pasta dishes in all of the United States. Number 2 is the macaroni and cheese.
Oh, a lot of different ways. A lot of different ways.
Yeah, you're right, because you could do crab, you could do lobster, brisket mac and cheese.
It's got to be homemade.
Do you want to bake the mac and cheese, or do you want? Kraft mac and cheese.
I'll tell you what, man. You could doll up that box of Kraft mac and cheese and make it like it's gourmet.
You can,
if you really want to.
I like it the next day.
Mac and cheese.
Next day Kraft Mac, just specific to the Kraft Mac.
Like cold?
Not necessarily cold. Even though I probably would.
Yeah.
I would.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't mind it. I dabble. I'll give it a shot.
I'll tell you what, that cheese sauce that has in the pack, that's just you pour it on there and you're like, this looks awful, and then you start stirring and you're like going,
wait a second.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. Number 1, though, most popular pasta dish in America is fettuccine Alfredo.
It's a little heavy with that cream sauce there.
It's heavy but delicious.
It is delicious, dude.
It is. But it can be.
You put chicken in yours?
Yeah. Or, I mean, I'll go chicken and shrimp.
Yeah.
You know,
man, double it up. That sounds fantastic.
I think that's really the
That's
move.
just like a gut bomb, but it is good. It is good.
Really good.
Rich. God, it's rich.
Creamy and delicious.
Yeah.
So there you are.
Thank you, Wolchuk. I guess reporters have asked Stephen Jones for comment already on Trayvon Diggs, and he said no comment.
Yeah. I think everybody's
it's a comment-free environment when you have a microphone in front of your mouth.
Everybody's over there is a little quiet right now about this one.
Yep,
we'll test that coming up.
Stephen Jones going to join us in about 20 minutes here, top of the hour, on your home of the Cowboys. We'll see if he gives us the no comment as well.
How many questions can we ask in different ways?
Yeah.
He keeps saying, well, I can't really talk.
Well, I mean, he'll get annoyed and make a hefty re-raise on you.
He did break news on our station last week, so maybe he'll throw us a bone.
Do you think it's his world. Will he hit us with the HIPAA violation?
Maybe. I can see, obviously, we can't comment on that. At the end of the day, it's a HIPAA violation.
We still like our guys.
We're live at Pickler Universe here in Carrollton. And we'd love it if you can come on by. Stella Artois is going to be here. They're going to have beer samples for those 21 and up. And it's a great chance to, check out pickleball, learn all about it, maybe play your first game ever. Of course, I'm the GOAT around these parts. Last time I stuck around for a couple of hours, went undefeated. I held the main court. So if you think you can take me down, you got another thing coming. But we got biggest L's and biggest dubs coming up, Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next year in the nation.
Okay, if you take an L out there on the highways and byways in the form of a personal injury, you find yourself in an accident due to...
Frisco location. You can call them at 469-5.
feels comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Hey. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the fan. We are live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, and we'd love it if you can stop on by, say hi, maybe play some pickleball. You know, this is the best place to play pickleball in DFW, best place to play pickleball in the entire world. They've expanded, so they have twice as many courts now, and before too long, they're all going to be full with pickleball enthusiasts. Here's the chief with some biggest L's and biggest dubs.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
469 caught a 6-pound catfish last night. That's a victory.
That's a big boy.
Big L, though, he says a 30-pounder escaped his hook 30 minutes later. So he didn't get the big fish, but he got a fish. And I think that's our good buddy, old Kid Muse, who just dropped us off.
Dude, this beautiful.
He's a glassmaker or
Oh
whatever.
my gosh, this is absolutely gorgeous.
How about that for a chalice?
I know, isn't that cool?
Walchuk's going to be taking shots of Svedka out of that tonight.
I'm going to be my wife probably is not going to be happy.
Nope.
I'm going to fill this sucker up and just be hammering shots over the weekend.
It's just water,
Beautiful.
sugar. It's just water.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's
better than booger sugar, honey.
Damn sure. Yeah.
Come on. Seriously, man. We're taking
Keep that away.
steps in the right direction. All right.
We'll leave that for Brad.
214.
That's good craftsmanship,
Yeah,
bro.
no, how about
No,
that?
it is. It's amazing, right?
Yeah, he had to get up out of
Oh,
here,
he
so
had
he's
to
not
go.
here anymore. But, yeah, the craftsmanship's incredible. Look at that. Got the purple thing going there. Felt like it was maybe an LSU Tiger. Broadus gets his microphone on.
Yeah, you just remind people that I was trying to work. And by the way, this Diggs thing, nobody wants to talk about it.
Yeah, because it's
I asked Schefter. He says, I don't know anything
It's
yet.
a bit suspicious, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, 214, our guy Woody, biggest L this week. The Sooners got waxed. That's right. Biggest dub. Next week, I'll be in Denver getting ready for the game on Sunday.
To watch the Cowboys get waxed.
All right.
Wax on,
Hey,
wax
Woody, you
off.
enjoy that. Have fun in Denver, but I don't think it's going to be a good day for us.
Yeah.
817, big dub. Treated myself to a haircut, straight razor shave, and a 30-minute deep tissue massage. How about that? 100% re-energized.
The deep tissue massage. I had never had
those. It almost 30 minutes because it's so deep and
it's
painful.
the painful one.
I've never done one
That's
because
right.
it feels like it would be.
It hurts.
It'd be over the top.
It's
but
like, why would you do it?
Yeah, but at 30 minutes later, man, you feel re-energized. He's
so
calling
for
it
the
a
first
dub.
time last Friday before the wedding, I got the official, like the Sweeney Todd style. They bring out the legit barbers, and they're going to go ahead and shave.
Straight razor?
Straight razor.
Looks
and it
good.
was.
It's a little scary, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't ask for this. All of a sudden, he's like, "Okay, lean back, sir," and yeah, those came out. And I thought to myself,
Slap, 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 slap.
"What the hell?"
Yeah.
But it ended up being a nice, clean shave. He did a good job.
Yeah.
Got to be able to trust your barber. You know what I'm
Draw
saying?
blood?
Yeah. No blood. It was all clean.
No blood, no foul.
Tried to.
Wow, this might be the biggest dub of the week.
What do we got?
903. Wife and kids have been gone all week. Tolo Reginald.
Oh,
They're not
Reginald.
coming back.
Oh, Reginald, you're a legend.
Big dub. They're not coming back.
What am I going to do with this silence and this TV real estate?
Video games, probably.
I mean, the whole nine.
A lot of
dude.
sports.
I can't even imagine what that would feel like. You try to capitalize on just like 30 minutes of maybe they're asleep, maybe they're gone, whatever it is.
I was going to say that's the best thing about going to get your hair cut as a man is there's somewhere between 45 minutes and 2 hours where you can just check out.
Yeah.
Be like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You're just hanging with the boys. Usually got some sports on the screen in there. And just soaking it in. Okay, we do have an L that we need to address. There's a handful, actually. But,
Well, what happened?
we do need to talk about one of the Pittsburgh media members, Andrew
Filipino.
Filipponi.
Filipponi.
He is not Filipino. He's Italian. He tweeted out before last night's Steelers game. He covers the Steelers. There's no way the Steelers lose tonight.
Oh, no.
In fact, I'll get my nipples pierced with no numbing agents if they lose to the Bungles. Because it ain't happening.
I love it.
That's what he
can
said.
Just call Medford and ask him for advice.
That's true, but I think Medford did use the numbing agent.
Yeah.
Is he pierced yet?
I've seen no documentation.
He posted a video 3 hours ago. He has still not done it, but I think he's making plans to go and get them pierced.
Come on, Filipponi. Time to pony up. Pony up them nips. And he said nipples plural. It's not like he can just get away with just one of them.
No, you got to go both.
I think you want to go both if you're going with one. Make it symmetrical.
Try to double up and maybe make it happen at the same time, so you don't have to experience it
Just
two
get
times.
one person on either side.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Wolchuk. 214, biggest dub. My daughter hit her first over-the-fence homer, age 11. Congratulations,
Heck
214.
yeah. Hey, have we got Maya running around the bases yet after she makes contact?
Still have to scream at her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
run! You've hit the ball off the tee. Run.
We'll get there.
You can run.
It's a work in progress.
It's all right. Final game's tomorrow. So
A celebration.
I don't know how much progress we've made this
big
season.
dub for you.
But it is a big dub for me. Now,
Next week's travel team.
I can have some Saturdays back a little bit. Big dub to, obviously, Cignetti out there in Indiana. $93 million buyout. Wow.
That's
if
they fire him without cause, right?
Yeah. Which is most firings, right?
I don't know, man.
I mean, I guess unless he does something scandalous.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
he
if
could
it's
do
a Bobby
something.
Petrino
Yeah.
situation.
He could,
You can find something with everybody. Everybody's got a skeleton
face
in the
gets
closet.
slammed against the curb a couple of times.
Talking about $93 million.
That's a good point.
He cussed at a player.
Oh, how dare he?
The
How about
vulgarities.
was there a guy Mike Price?
Yeah, Washington State.
Yeah, he had the Alabama
Strip club.
job and hit the strip club there in Pensacola, right?
Roll Tide, I think he was saying. Yeah, he was.
And then and our guy George O'Leary had the Notre Dame job and
Lied about it, right?
lied about his
resume.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've been a head coach many years.
Read this one there, Broadus.
Ace Frehley is no longer with us.
Yeah, that's an L, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kiss.
Yeah.
Wow.
Guitar.
Yeah.
That's
74
too bad.
years old. Yeah.
Legend.
Yeah.
Beautiful game.
Yeah.
Diane Keaton, we
I
lost
always
her
thought
last
Kiss was a
week.
little overrated.
Oh, wait, Diane Keaton?
Yeah, something's got to give.
Yeah.
She passed away last week.
Oh, no.
I know.
What happened? Just age?
Yeah, I don't know the actual cause of death, but it might have been old
Ace
age.
Frehley can play a little bit.
I think I've taken the biggest L of the week, Chief. Telling all these Tolos we were going to have flags at Pickler Universe and letting them down.
Yeah.
I want to
Are
salute.
they all waiting for us right now?
No, they're heartbroken souls.
Yeah,
I want to
there's-
salute them all for supporting
seriously.
us
They are
and
60
encourage them to play pickleball.
some of the greatest people ever sitting around us right now.
Really
Yeah.
sad.
Just
Yeah.
wonderful human beings.
Yeah.
I would dance at all their weddings.
I would, too.
Yeah.
And they all got jobbed.
You should get them to write that on a piece of paper.
I would
right.
shake all of their hands
All right.
personally, but it would just take us too much time
Can
to
I?
break.
All right. Can I throw something out there?
Yeah.
Got a flag in the car.
Ooh.
Should we have a drawing for the flag? Would that be fair? Would that be fair?
No, because I think you have.
I don't know if it's legal.
You have earmarked that flag.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't want. I want people to feel like they had a chance to get one.
I know.
I do feel bad for all of them, and I just keep saying, "Hey, man, blame Dawson."
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm not doing that.
Flagtober. He started.
We all got to
it.
be accountable.
We had no control over this.
No, hey, big dub, though, to all of you gentlemen, especially you, Dawson, yesterday, hosting the show on your phone for a little while due to the
Yeah, it was
old
an
It was like the
technical
old.
difficulties.
It was like the old days.
It felt like a dub and an L at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun because it reminded me of like when I used to work DallasCowboys.com and I'd come on with you guys, like on the phone, and talk a little bit. Yeah.
Big deal for Lucius for juggling all of that.
Yeah.
I'm sure that must have been a crappy position to be in.
It reminded me of the very early days of radio when
Marconi and
the
those guys?
technology was unrefined, and it was about a 50-50 crapshoot of if that remote box was going to work every segment. So you had to have your phone ready. Usually a landline dialed in on hold.
That's miserable. Yeah, looks like it was pneumonia that got our girl Diane Keaton. So R.I.P. to her.
Okay.
And huge victory to the Hawaiian Japanese kicker. The Tokyo Toe.
Yeah.
Perfect 19 for 19 on field goals this season. Learned how to kick on YouTube, and he's such a sensation in Japan. He's like the 1B to Shohei right now. And now they've got it to where they can watch the Hawaii football games. Like a whole broadcast deal got done because this guy's so nasty.
So he's giant and he's good, right? And he hasn't missed.
Yeah, he's
So
automatic.
He's a freaking legend. Nice, dude. That's always fun. We're live. We got 1 hour down, 4 to go here at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. The G-Bag Nation. We'll see what Stephen Jones has to say about Cowboys Commanders and Trayvon Diggs. Concussion and more coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Toles, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. As parents, I know we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It doesn't even have to be running. This is probably just an eyesore in your driveway or somewhere sitting on the street. It is so easy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. That's on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
No. Nutmeg maple. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on
Nation. We are live in Carrollton at Pickler Universe. Love it if you could come on by. Fellowship, play some pickleball, and we'll have ourselves a time. Joining us now here on The Fan, Stephen Jones here talking Cowboys Week 7, hosting the Commanders 3:25 on Sunday. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good. Good afternoon to you guys.
Hey, is everything going to be okay with Trayvon Diggs? I was concerned for him.
Well, we certainly think so, but he's not going to be able to play this weekend.
Everybody else getting healthy, though?
I think so. We had a good week of practice. Guys stepping up and getting better. In particular, obviously, with CD and Turf and Booker, all really had a good week of practice and going to be able to get out there and play for us. And even some of the guys who aren't going to be ready this week are making big progress and could start the clock and practice starting next week, guys like BB and Overshown.
Well, that's certainly exciting. I mean, how much better can this offense get? Than statistically, it's been third best since Lamb went out.
Well, hats off to Coach Schottenheimer and Clayton and the whole crew. Shimko, our quarterback coach, they're just doing a great job. And then, obviously, I think our quarterback's playing as well as anybody in the league. Certainly, guys stepped up when we lost guys. George Pickens, obviously, playing, tops. Certainly, Flournoy stepped up with the receiving group. And then, of course, Ferguson's been steady all year. And then as a group, the offensive line group is, next man up. And, it's going to be great. We'll have 4 of our 5 starters out there ready to roll now and hopefully get our starting center back sooner than later.
Any limitations for CD on Sunday, or is he full go?
We don't see any limitations. I think he's ready to go. And, the competitor he is. He's shaking off the rust a little bit, but I saw him out here after practice with jugs, and he's ready to go. He loves to compete, and he's ready to get out there.
Stephen, we hear the word execution a lot about on defense and stuff. When you sit down and watch the tape and you see your defensive coordinator send a safety down in the hole and it should be a negative play, or a tackle for loss and you miss a tackle, it's a 9-yard run. How much of that has been really what this defense has happened to this defense this year?
Well, I'd use 2 things. I'd use execution and then, of course, I'd also use consistency. I think we've been inconsistent. I think, at times we've flashed and shown some things that we can do, whether it's against the run or the pass, and then at times we've been inconsistent and not very good. And I think we just have to continue to go out there and work hard every week, every practice, and get better. And I think we feel like we had a good week of practice this week. I know Coach Schottenheimer, Jerry and I just met with the staff, and they were real pleased with the week of practice. And now we got to go out there and we got to consistently execute.
Stephen, you talked about you just met with the staff, and this has got to be a difficult situation for you guys at wide receiver. Are you looking to get all those guys inactive and maybe go short somewhere else, or how are you going to navigate your wide receiver room this week?
Well, it's a good group, and one of the things Coach Schottenheimer said early is you do want guys fresh when you need to win the game in the fourth quarter, which is what the NFL is all about most of the time. And so I think one of the important things will be to, use guys like Flournoy and Tolbert, throughout the game, so that we can have guys like CD and Pickens and Turk fresh when that fourth quarter hits. And obviously we've gotten confidence that those guys can go out and do the job as well. And I think Flournoy's been outstanding. And then, of course, we'll have a big physical receiver coming back, probably not this week, but probably next in Mingo. So real pleased with that receiver room. And I think Coach Schottenheimer, Junior, those guys have a great plan as to, what the future is going to look like with that group.
With Diggs being out, is that just more Kyer Elam probably in the back end?
Well, we got several of them. We got Traquez and Caitlin Carson's coming up. So we'll have a group out there that we had a really good week of practice. We're really confident that they understand what to do and how they're going to execute out there, and they'll get the job done.
Stephen, you mentioned how well Dak's playing, and I think we all agree he's playing some of the best football of his career. When you see him performing at the level he is, does that add any extra emphasis to try and maybe improve the roster in some way or another?
Yeah, I would say this. We're always looking to improve the roster. If we can find the right situation where it makes us better, then we're going to be looking at it. And, we got our process as to how we work the phones and understand what's available out there. And certainly if we feel like there's a move that would make a difference for us and make us better, then we'll certainly be looking at it because we do. I agree with you. I mean, this offense is obviously, playing at the highest level. They're ranked number one in the league in a lot of categories, and certainly with Dak and his leadership and the group that's around him, they've shown that, they can move the ball against good defenses as well. So we'll certainly continue to look at that and see if there's other things that can help us as a team.
Is there any truth to a report that came out earlier this week about possibly looking at hunting some running backs to add to the roster?
No, we feel good about the running back situation. I think Blues, he's cutting his teeth and coming along, but he brings something that's very unique. And then we like the other group, behind them as well. Obviously, Hunter's steady as a fullback / short down runner. And then, we've always been a fan of Malik Davis. And as we all know, we have Maffa, our draft pick, who, we really like as well, that's on IR and eligible to return.
Our team's calling about your backup offensive lineman that had performed so well.
Well, we won't get into the details of exactly who's calling on what, but certainly I will say this. Those four guys stepped up in a big way. Hats off to them, and hats off to the coaching staff as well as getting them prepared as a group.
With McLaurin and Samuel possibly out, how much more of an opportunity is this to pick up a big divisional win?
Well, anytime you're playing a divisional team, it's big. I mean, you got to win, go anywhere in this league, you got to win your division, and it all starts with beating your divisional opponents. Obviously, we've got a relationship there with Dan, but we need to go out there and get a win. And it'd mean a lot here, obviously, at AT&T Stadium, where we have the greatest fans, to go out there and play really well and win a game would be big for this football team right now.
How impressive have you been with Schottenheimer, just the details of trying to navigate the sun situation at AT&T Stadium?
That takes the scientists to figure that out. No. In all seriousness, you need a sundial during the day or whatever you do. But, no, we've got a good system in place with our football ops guys, and got a great feel for how that works. And he's all set for it. We actually talked about it, and it can be a home field advantage if we stay on top of it. And I can tell you, Coach Schottenheimer's on top of it.
Stephen, until things kind of turn around a little bit for your defense, how difficult is it to put this much pressure on your offense to maybe not even punt during a game?
No, I think that's their goal. If you would ask Dak and Coach Schottenheimer, is every time they get possession of the ball is to move the ball and get points. And so, that's just line number one, when you're lining up before each game is, to move the ball and score. So, I think Dak even said it in the press conference. It doesn't add pressure because that's what we expect.
Sure.
So no other details on how Diggs got hurt, huh?
Not at this point. We'll look into it, make sure everything's good, and we'll go from there.
We'll give him hell on Sunday, sir. We'll be pulling for you. Have a great afternoon.
Appreciate you guys. Y'all have a great weekend.
You too. There he goes. Stephen Jones with you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, Fridays at 3 o'clock. I think this is, one of those situations where it kind of appears to be on the outside, one of those things that happens at home that maybe you're not transparent with your boss on.
This is so weird.
The time I broke my foot jumping off a cliff into 18 inches of water. How'd you sell that?
I'm lucky to be alive.
I think I said flag football.
Or saving a dog from a car accident.
Man, that would have been better.
Yeah.
That would have been
Jump from
better.
a burning home with a dog in hand. Yeah, something like that.
I mean, I don't know. Have you guys ever had a concussion? But the only time I've really had a concussion was it was after the Rams-Patriots Super Bowl. What was that, like 1999?
The greatest show on turf.
Yeah, the one where
The Mike Jones tackle.
Yeah.
Well, that was Titans.
That was Titans.
That was Titans. Yeah, Rams.
Yes.
Maybe that was the next
This was
year, the year
Brady's-
before that.
Was that Brady's rookie year?
01 was the Brady. It wasn't his rookie year, but that's
Second year?
That was when he stepped in for Bledsoe. Yeah,
Yeah,
never gave the
yeah,
job back.
Yeah, so the one that Vanderjagt made the kick to win it, right? And I think
Or
the
Vinatieri.
Vinatieri, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I think the Patriots were 13.5-point dogs.
Yeah.
And I'd been celebrating since halftime because it was clear I was going to win that bet. And so about 1 o'clock that morning, I was wrestling with my buddy in the parking lot of his apartments, and I kind of tried to get up, off my back, and I didn't have my feet underneath me well enough, so I ended up backpedaling, and I kind of catch myself on my arms, and then my head went back and hit the road, right? Ooh. So that
Kinda
was
like me in the Avis parking lot.
that was a concussion that I should not have been working through the next day at Sports Radio 1080 The Fan in Portland, and it was an adventure just to try to keep thoughts straight and like type stuff out.
Ooh.
But I was like, I couldn't tell anybody. You know, I was like, I mean, what the truth is, it's horrible, right?
I was hammered, celebrating a victory bet.
I'd won like $50, which to me might as well have been $500.
$50.
Yeah, it was like 10% of my monthly salary, and I was celebrating, living it up to the fullest, and you get a concussion situation, but I don't know. It does not seem like the information is flowing, which is just further confirmation that this is over. So I really think the interesting topic here is the medical guarantees on contracts.
Yeah.
Right now, Diggs, as soon as he clears concussion protocol, is healthy. Do you trust him? Do you want to have the risk of 2026 you feeling anchored to him because there's an injury to come on the actual field here in the final 10 weeks of the season, and now you're sort of tied into it? I think there's a case to be made for what can we get for him in trade? We'll take anything.
Yeah,
Is a team stupid enough to give you a 6?
A 7, I would take.
Yeah.
To me, from the outside looking in, I get the feeling of this is a player that doesn't want to be here. And could be totally wrong, and I'm sure that if I were to ask Diggs, he would say the opposite of that and say, I do want to be here. But based on his play, based on kind of just watching him and his motions pregame when we're at the stadium, I don't know. He just does not seem super motivated, and he just doesn't look like the same guy right now.
I mean, he lost his guy. His guy's not here.
The buddy that he would wrestle with in the parking lot at 3 a.m. is no longer here.
That's right. Of course, the E-Hammer had all kinds of playing-related concussions, right?
Oh, yeah.
I dealt out a few, but the worst one I ever had was actually whenever I was at my brother's practice, and me and my dad were just throwing the ball around. And it was on an old baseball field. My dad lobbed up a ball, and I'm running, and
hit the goalpost,
land me right into the backstop.
Oh.
Ooh.
Next thing I know, I wake up like 50 yards away from where I was, and I got all the dads are just looking.
Is he going to be okay?
Down at me. And then I was black and blue on my face for a while. Yeah, that was probably the one. Otherwise, football-wise, I don't know.
It was just the ACLs in the back.
Yeah, I don't know. My brain.
Would you rather the concussion?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's tough to say.
I've been hit so hard that I saw pink. Like everything was a shade of pink.
The pop singer? Oh.
The pink.
Oh,
just,
pink,
just
the
in my
color.
eye, yeah. And just kept playing. So I don't, it's kind of like I probably had COVID and didn't even know, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
It was like back then you played through like you were concussed. And
CTE.
You just played through it,
What is CTE?
And then nowadays it's like somebody from upstairs, they say, oh, no, wait, take 55 off the field. He's obviously concussed.
He's not playing well.
lining up
His
the wrong
concussion
way.
is too bad to play with.
And that's
He's
what I'm
in the
saying.
other team's huddle.
We'd be practicing and stuff like that would happen.
Why is this guy sitting on our bench?
And they're like, well, hey, what's wrong with you, man? Get back in there,
Take a quick breather.
Yeah. I mean,
Shake it off.
Yeah.
Shake it off was very popular.
Shake it off was
Yeah.
very popular back in the day.
Yeah, I think that last minute just explains your cheesecake take from yesterday.
I'm tell you what, man.
That and all the Tylenol as a kid, right?
Yeah, a lot of Tylenol. A lot of Tylenol.
Okay, we got the C-Note Cowboys News of the Evening. Thanks so much to Stephen Jones for joining us here every Friday at 3 o'clock. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, 35 and Bush on the toll road. Unfortunately, we do not have flags. We do have Stella Artois, though.
And we're now giving them away.
The Stella Artois are flowing for those 21 and over.
We do.
That's a beer sample. And we're back with the C-Note here, Cowboys News of the Evening on the Fan.
I do want to chat about East Dallas Diesel. You know I love East Dallas Diesel. Had an awesome fan hang a couple weeks ago giving out some G-Bag flags. If you're in the market for a truck, East Dallas Diesel, the only place that you need to look. Look, owner Tony Alberti and his staff, led by Fernando, who's been his best buddy since high school. He's got mom, he's got dad, he's got stepdad, all working there. It's family-owned. And Tony has been in the truck and car game for nearly 30 years. He's personally handpicking every single truck on that lot, and he's putting it through inspection. I've seen him in action. He has such a love, and he's got the golden eye to make sure that he is getting you the absolute best vehicles. When you are going to East Dallas Diesel, it's not like you're going to anywhere else. He is getting you the absolute best rides, whether it comes to custom wheels, tires, trim, whatever you're looking for. Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it. And no matter what your budget, they've got a truck for you that looks like $1 million without spending it. And when it comes to financing, East Dallas Diesel going to work with you to find the best deal possible no matter what. So if you want a truck that turns heads, it doesn't look like every other one on the road here in the Metroplex, head to East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard. Check them out today at eastdallasdiesel.com or stop by the showroom. Tell them Wolchuk sent you.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, this segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Texas Health and Human Services Commission.
Whatever you're facing, whatever you're struggling with, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can help 24/7. Call or text 988. Or to chat, visit texas988.org.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. Best place to play pickleball in the entire universe here. Picklerverse in Carrollton, 35 and Bush. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Okay, and it's time for the C-Note here. Cowboys news of the evening. Of course, the big news of the day so far is that Trayvon Diggs is out. We are still waiting to hear maybe in the next 30 minutes or so what's going on with McLaurin and Deebo Samuel. We're assuming they're out. At least that's what I've been assuming.
Yeah.
That's what I assumed.
McLaurin's
officially out. It's Sam you're waiting for on the heel. Hey, let me ask you real quick. This pickleball stuff, do you bring your own teammate? Because can you get mad at the person you're playing with? Because it always seems like you're kind of paired with somebody that it's not really a teammate of yours.
Well, yeah, I think if you're in real competition, yes, but in a pickleball social like what we have going on right now,
yeah,
I think it's a scramble.
So you can't get mad at your teammate for like effing it up at the net.
Not if you want to be cool. I think if you're getting mad at your teammate in a sport like this, you better be really cool, good friends, or just keep it to yourself.
I just wonder because it looks like everybody's kind of like it's just a bunch of singles, and then they get paired up with somebody, but they never really get mad at their teammate for just dumping it in the net. You know what I'm saying?
No. No, they're doing it for the love of the game.
Are they?
I feel like.
And the beer afterwards? Like the beer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great vibes.
And
I think
the pizza. The sell and the pizza.
Okay, yeah.
Part of why the sport's so popular.
Yeah.
So more Kaiir Elam. How do you guys feel about that?
Not good. Not good.
You don't feel good about anybody, though.
Well, if they're not playing, they're not playing.
I feel great about playing. He's getting that pick six this week. Put in the call, baby. He's
back.
due. He's due.
He is due.
He's going to give up a couple touchdowns, but he's going to make up for it with the pick six.
These guys need a pass rush, man, and to be fair, most DBs do. There's very few that can just cover all day, and unfortunately, right now, you don't have any semblance of a pass rush to give your DBs a chance.
Well, are you in a situation too where? Is there any reason for the Commanders to throw the ball?
But there might not be.
The best way to probably play without McLaurin and those guys and Samuel is just go ahead and load up those backs and they play in jumbo personnel. We talked about Commander offense on Wednesday. They just get in jumbo formation and just sit there and say, "Are you good enough to?" to stop us from the football. This could be very Army-Navy like this week. But and
it's pretty intricate the way they approach it, right? Like it's not just some this rushing attack. There's a lot of layers.
Everybody thinks at Cliff it's air raid, it's all this spread them out, throw the ball. No, the roots of that stuff is really running the football and running it with the pulls, running it with spacing, they're
pulling Biotish.
Yeah, and if he's uncovered, they're pulling him. So, I could see Cliff looking down. I could see, remember Mike Leach had his play call sheet, and it was like a bar napkin?
Yeah.
I could see Cliff's being that way this week. About 4 run plays on there and say, listen, let's see if these guys, I'm going to get in jumbo formation, 6+ offensive linemen, throw my tight ends out there, and just see if Dallas can stop you from running the football.
We're going to need a couple of Hawaiian punch-outs.
Yes, it's a big play day.
This might be a 45-minute game this week.
Can you win the turnover margin by 2?
Yeah.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of stops and interruptions and commercial breaks with all the scoring.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are going to probably air it out.
Probably looking at a total of 15 combined scoring moments in this game and subsequent kickoffs.
Right, so
we got the injury report?
Yeah, Deebo limited today. He's listed as questionable.
Okay.
Ertz was limited. He's listed as questionable. Armstrong has not practiced all week, but they've got him listed as questionable.
So that's going to game time that one is what they're going to do there.
And I guess Deebo will be the same thing, judging by what he said. But, Terry McLaurin officially out, and the Cowboys have Diggs and Keegan out. Otherwise, Wanye Thomas is interesting. He's been dealing with a migraine, but he's listed as questionable.
Oh, migraine! You
When he
shake that
missed-
thing off in 8 hours. It'll be good to go.
When he missed that tackle, I got a migraine.
Yeah, I think Debo's presence might swing my prediction, though.
Dawson's got
I reserve the right. Did you see the triple orbit thing they ran the other night?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, dude.
Wasn't that
The
sweet?
tornado deal.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah, they got like some crazy stuff going. Like they'll move one guy to the left, the other guy back to the right, another dude's coming to the other side, and then a twisty pop and bang.
Yeah, the first guy that's supposed to get the ball is oftentimes the blocking
Blocker guy, yeah.
We should isolate what you just said there.
Yeah?
There's a lot going on.
Twisty pop.
This guy's coming from the other side, then a twisty pop, and then bang.
Hey, just analysis, man.
How about a
That's
highlight?
football for you, you know?
How about
Talking ball?
Schotty was talking ball at his presser today. He pointed to one issue with their secondary. He said they need to have better sticks awareness, and that means if it's 3rd and 7, don't line up 8 yards off the ball. That seems to be, pretty basic type of stuff. But I think going back to the Giants game, what got them is they played the sticks too hard and got pump faked and over the top.
Because there's no pass rush.
Yeah, because there is no pass rush.
Well,
yeah.
the safeties also.
Yeah.
My gosh, the safeties were really bad against the Giants.
I mean, there's no pass rush, but there's also just like how quickly teams are getting the ball out on you. Like last night with Joe Flacco, did the Steelers not have a pass rush, or was Joe Flacco just getting rid of the ball in like 1.5 seconds again and again and again? And if you got the wide receivers that can win that quick, then it's hard. I don't know. I don't know if there is a great answer for quick game with good wide receivers. Because it's always been pass rush, but now they're just like, we're not going to even give you a chance.
Quick game with good wide receivers is play press. Just disrupt them at the line of scrimmage and try and throw out the timing there.
Jalen Ramsey was getting worked last night, man.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I don't think you can press Jamar Chase. I mean, you're going to be able to press.
Luke McCaffrey.
It was pretty nice. It's just Joe Flacco. Just throw it to Chase. Flacco to Chase. I'm not even worried about. Don't even give me a play call, Coach. Jamar, I'll find you.
Okay, CeeDee Lamb saying he could have played last week. Now, I know you're already on edge a little bit about the Trayvon Diggs concussion. He is out. This one kind of annoyed me a little bit, okay? Football players are playing with injuries. You had a sprained ankle.
You didn't want to hear that one, did you?
3-4 weeks ago, you lost to Carolina because you couldn't move the ball with 6 minutes to go. I think there's at times where I don't know if it's the medical staff or the training staff or the front office is saying, oh, let's just wait until they're 100%. It's football. After the first couple of series, nobody's 100%. You can play with a tender ankle, can't you? In a must-win game?
Yes.
2-2-1.
You kind of thought you could roll it out there and beat Carolina, though, didn't you?
Yeah, we were talking about, could you give some linemen an extra week? And
oh, no, we were talking about Tyler Smith.
I thought you'd be okay.
I did, too.
In hindsight, damn it.
What's the quote here again?
Could have played last week.
I feel like that's why we took an extra week off, just to make sure that I had that comfort, just to make sure that I had that same explosiveness, to make sure I had that same ability.
Yeah, so basically probably could have played last week.
He said he could have played.
Yeah.
I just didn't include that part.
Yeah, that's when you lose the game, that's a huge bummer. But unfortunately, he can't tackle
Don't
anybody,
say that after a loss.
play run defense.
Yeah, I from the very beginning, I thought this should not have been a multi-week absence. When you sprain your ankle and you're capable of jogging at pretty close to 100%, which he could, which is why he went back out in that game, but you just can't cut. You're like, wow, that's shooting pain. That's a 72-hour injury in my history, my experience. I think if you're playing for the love of it at age 15 years old and you have a sprained ankle like that, I think you're back out there by Wednesday afternoon. You might be in the driveway that night trying to limp your way through some pickup basketball. Right? Let's not pretend like you got to be 100% to make the kind of plays that he could. That had been a big difference last week. Mina Kimes tweeting, in Lamb's absence, the offense ranked top 3 in yards per play, EPA per play, and total QBR, and now they get him back. Scary. How much better is this going to be? You've unlocked Pickens in his absence. Now you can move either one around, creating matchups further. I think getting your running game back on track is a huge test, I guess, early in the season for Clayton Adams to kind of prove that he's got the magic dust to sprinkle and make this thing happen. But also, how do you make number one wide receiver plus number one wide receiver equal totally unstoppable offense? Plus Turpin. They really got 3.
Yeah, big time pick your poison. I mean, that's why I think they're probably going to be, especially against this Commanders defense, which is not very good. They are slow. They miss a ton of tackles. They should have great opportunities, and I do expect the run game to get back going in a pretty significant way because now, I mean, defensively, you really have to account for all these pass catchers. You can't just be loading up to try and stop the run by any stretch. So, yeah, I would. She said this is going to be scary. Absolutely. I think this offense should be absolutely nasty.
Eric Kendricks posted a workout picture on Instagram. You guys see this?
Yeah, I asked about him, and they said they wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
idiots.
I feel like it would have.
Sorry, we like Kenneth Murray.
It would have happened already.
Yeah, it would have happened already.
Talk about a total misevaluation, though, from a pro personnel standpoint. To
Sure.
feel like trading and taking on $7 million in Kenneth Murray is better than paying whatever small amount would have gone to Eric Kendricks. That'll go down as a terrible offseason thought.
Well, and the takeaway with the Eric Kendricks workout photo is he's got his Cowboys helmet there at his feet. He's getting his gear all lined up, and he wanted to make sure the Cowboys helmet was out there. I think he's got to be looking at it as an opportunity. But Kendricks is probably the kind of guy who doesn't want to play for scraps. There's a certain amount of respect. He has, been an all-pro player. He's still a very good linebacker. He'd be the best linebacker. And if I was him, I'd be like, well, if you think Kenneth Murray's worth 7, I'm worth 12. I'm not going to come in here and save you for $1 million while, you made decisions to go get other guys for significantly more than you paid me last year. That's the frustrating thing number 3 here of the day. CeeDee Lamb not playing, Trayvon Diggs concussion, and they don't want to bring in Eric Kendricks. We are live at Pickler Universe here in Carrollton. I am picking the Cowboys still, although
you thought about it, right?
If Debo plays and now that Diggs is out, I might have to do some more tinkering with it. We got the C-Note coming up next, though, Brian. Krusty's Corner. No, we just did the C-Note. Krusty's Corner's coming up next.
Let's talk about our officials for this one. We'll do that next.
But Tolos, I want to tell you about my friends at Current Financial. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. But Tolos, Chiafalo here. And if you're banking...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here, 105 through the fan. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. People are playing pickleball everywhere. You're invited to join us and have a time. We'll have flags again Tuesday at Shell Shack on Henderson there in Dallas. So looking forward to that. I hope everybody's having a great Flagtober. It's time for Brian's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much. Appreciate my teammates. Appreciate Reliance. Man, I've been trying to work the phones here, guys, to figure out what's going on. And
telephone man with Diggsy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if anybody knows.
What's your text? Like WTF Diggs ? Question mark.
This is I got this one. I got this from somebody that might know what's going on, and they said this. I said, hey, what did the quarterback do in order to miss this one? Was my question.
Okay.
And this guy got back to me and said, I don't know the whole story yet. I said, is it a crazy one? And he says, I don't know. I've heard 3 different stories.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think that they're kind of trying to figure out what the situation is with this one and what happened. So
can't win with them.
Maybe it'll
can't do it.
Maybe you'll get the answers here soon enough. I don't know, but the fact that people are trying to kind of figure things out, and there's different stories that are going on. I could say I even reached out to like Jane Slater and people like that. And Jane's kind of like, man, I'm trying to, like, everybody's trying to kind of run it down right now and see if they can get what's going on.
Yeah.
But people in the organization are, I don't know, or I've heard 3 different stories.
Is there any way it's like a phantom injury for a bigger picture punishment? He was benched a couple of weeks ago. Is this the next, or do you think this is all player side? Like, I'm not good. He arrives with concussion-like symptoms. I don't know. It's just there's a big mystery around it. So I think Pandora's box is open. I would not trust him anymore if I'm the Cowboys. For one reason or another, we got to move on before he gets hurt and we're on the hook for more money next year.
It's funny you say that like that, and I wanted to believe that there really was an accident, but now I'm not sure. I don't know with this player. Sometimes with this guy, I don't know how important it is for him, and so when he wants to play, he can be pretty damn good. When he doesn't want to play or he's not, then it turns into something else. I think Zach was kind of talking about it earlier that that he was ready to move on.
I'm not pushing back on that. I mean, this is a nice opportunity. Just go ahead and make a statement. We're not going to tolerate a bunch of garbage.
Or maybe from his side, he's like, man, this isn't going well. They're not playing me how I should be played. The tape I'm putting out there is not good. Maybe for him, he's like, I'm trying to battle through this knee injury. There's so many different ways it could go.
Can I throw something at you? And Steven, was kind of, I appreciate Dawson going after it a little bit there, but is this very similar in a way of what happened eventually to Amari Cooper, where all of a sudden now
a little bit, yeah,
like where Amari and I know it was a COVID situation and he got sick and he missed 2 back-to-back games. He missed the Kansas City game and then the Raider game, and Dallas lost both games, and Jerry got mad.
Never wanted to practice. Yeah, there was always something wrong with him.
Jerry got mad at him, and
it's interesting because you get such full support from the Cowboys at every turn. They'll never say a bad word about you publicly until they've had it.
Yeah.
And they have said bad things about Diggs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't remember a time they really went after one player like that.
Oh, training camp.
So outspokenly. Yeah. I mean, going back to camp, there's been some type of friction with Diggs.
But it telegraphs the end when their tone changes, and that end has been apparent with Diggs for a while. I guess it was apparent with Micah when they were going after him. We just didn't think it was that possible.
I just wonder. It just kind of has some tones a little bit of what with Amari.
No, you're right. Like the organization's man.
Yeah. Like you go out there and lose this game this week, and it's because you're not covering. I know you're not going to get a pass rush, or maybe you're not going to get a pass rush, but go out there and allow McCaffrey to have a 9 for $135.
Jalen Lane has 4 catches for 100 yards on
Would look good.
Yeah.
I just don't know if Diggs would do much better if he played. The difference between Elam and Diggs is hilarious. Yeah. That's how far Diggs has slid back.
I'm with you on that, man. I'm with you on that. All right, let's talk about the officials this week in this game. Zach put it out there earlier in the week that Alex Kemp and his crew is going to officiate this game for you. Alex Kemp is, when it comes to the officials, he's ranked 4th for him and his crew for the most penalties called. He's interesting in the fact that he is, in his 88 calls, 44 against the home, 44 against the away.
Can appreciate that. It's a balanced man.
Balanced man. So there's really nothing you could say other than like, okay, well, maybe he does call it both ways. They have a very, very low number of penalties that are declined. So usually that's a tell sign that maybe these guys are onto it as far as making the right call and teams not having to deal with that. So, but as you look at Alex Kemp and his crew this year for the penalties that they call, what's the one penalty that always worries you guys the most when you watch a Cowboy game?
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
Defensive offsides.
12 men.
12 men on the field? Yeah. I kind of feel like I'm always worried on third down for that 5-yard defensive holding one.
Yeah, or illegal contact.
Like all of a sudden, it's like Houston gets home. There's pressure. They dump the ball. Everybody's cheering, and then all of a sudden you see that yellow flag thing come on on the corner.
Extending drives. You think you're off the field.
That
is
holding.
Absolutely irritating. No doubt.
They got you at the end of that game with the Panthers.
Yeah.
Sure
that 6-minute drive that they had, you should have got off the field. It was Elam. I don't know if it was PI or if it was a hold or what was it.
They called a hold. For Alex Kemp's crew, the number one penalty that they're going to call is they're going to call offensive holding, is what they're going to call. Pretty balanced once again. 11 against the home, 10 against the aways right there. That's an average of about 1.83 for the homes and 1.67 for the aways.
He's going to call the hold unless it's in a game featuring Micah Parsons, and then he's going to let it go.
And he's going to let it go.
I love that storyline, man.
That is a good storyline.
He was ranting.
He was ranting. False start would be the next most, and that's something that just naturally. It's interesting there. The away team 5-7 on the calls of 12 for the false start. Defensive pass interference. His crew's had 9 of these calls in 6 games. 6 against the aways, 3 against the homes. Neutral zone infractions, so that's lining up too close. So once again, you get into that area. This is a guy that's going to him and his crew are going to call face mask. This is something you don't get very often. But I say this is a top 5 call. This crew's had 1 face mask penalty a game that they've called.
Really haven't seen face mask called a ton this year.
Now, I guarantee you this crew's called the most.
1 a game?
They've had 1 a game.
That's wild. That
is wild. That's a 15-yard penalty right there. Here's another one, Dawson, for you, the clock watcher. We got a delay of game situation here. But what's interesting about this, the 5 of the delay of game penalties, 4 of them are against the home team. You would usually think that maybe you're in a situation right there where the visiting teams are the ones that get those kinds of penalties, but delay game against the home, so got to be careful about that one. Defensive holding, unnecessary roughness, and then also defensive offsides are the ones. So
got to get that play in.
Yeah, I think the thing about it, like I say, Alex, this crew, like I say, Alex Kemp's crew is one of these that, to me, I really do appreciate the fact that they do have the balance. But I also, though, I don't want them to come into this game all of a sudden and just take it over that way. I just don't. I worry a little bit about these guys and these officials. We saw it with Ron Tolbert. These officials that come in and try and kind of take over the game. I just don't want that to happen this time around.
No, we don't want an over-officiated game.
Not at all.
It's the most annoying thing in football.
Just got a little something from Josina Anderson.
Here we go.
What do you got?
So she says her understanding is Trayvon Diggs' home concussion did not result from a dispute.
So she's ruling out the idea.
Yeah. I mean,
well, I don't know that it's a duh.
Yeah, because Frisco police, I mean, we had talked about that a little bit earlier. They had said that there was no call of any type of domestic dispute or
yeah, but I
like
still
that.
think that plenty of people were imagining there could have been something thrown at or some type of
But
I think he would have caught it.
I think he would have caught it. He would have caught it.
Yeah.
I think that was kind of shut down a while ago, but that's good confirmation.
If somebody else would have thrown it, they would have caught it. You know, that kind of thing. If there was somebody else in the room.
If he's having to defend that person.
Yeah, if he's nearest defender, that ashtray would have been caught.
It definitely didn't happen from him trying to tackle somebody.
No. That's for sure. I think they're looking to trade him. I think he's going to be moved. I think in 3 weeks from now, Diggs isn't on the team anymore. I think he's been a little too talkative. He's been a little too honest maybe about this defense. I mean, he's the one that's giving everybody the viral clips.
We don't have an identity.
Do you see this maybe being a suspension after the concussion is
it
over?
could be.
Conduct detrimental kind of a thing?
Yeah, the whole thing's weird to me. You show up on a Friday randomly, you've got concussion symptoms. I mean, to me, this is... I already had heard that they were fed up with him.
Yeah.
I think now it's like maybe you were hoping he could build up his stock to get like a decent pick. Now I think it's deadline's coming up. Cut your losses. Get whatever the hell you can.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a suspension because a suspension would signal like this guy's a handful. Don't trade for him. I think it's a concussion. You know, maybe that allows you to sit him out and work on.
What if
a
we
trade.
hear they're going after some of his money now because of this? That maybe they find out what
wouldn't
happened.
surprise me. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if they can. They already took what they could, but
a lot of suspicious here.
Different stories. I don't like to hear that.
We got 2 hours down and 3 to go here in the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. Our next spot that we're going to have flag Shell Shack Tuesday, Henderson in Dallas. A football fix coming up next, Wolchuk.
Yes, this Jordan Hudson drama just keeps getting worse and worse. And the secret's out about this guy, plus the history that was made last night. My goodness, we got to talk about it next in the nation.
Okay, in the history of DFW, there has never been a better foundation repair company.
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, the best place to play pickleball in the entire world. And it's a perfect opportunity for you to come maybe learn more about the sport, play some pickleball, and have yourself a time. Now, a Tolo named Alan, he just stopped by. Salute to you, Alan. And he brought a flag from the Plano Bowl appearance that we did in 2018. It was Luca's preseason debut back then.
Wow.
I remember hanging out with all the guys, and Jeff was there, and all the Tolos, and we were having a great time bowling and watching Luca debut there at Plano Bowl. And we handed out the white 2018 G-Bag Nation flag. Alan just brought one of those. We've all signed it, and he wants to give it away to a Tolo here. So we have 3 hours to go. We have at least one flight to give away. Okay?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Okay, here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
Thank you very
Alan.
much, Alan. We appreciate you, bro. Last night was crazy. Historic Thursday night football game. Jamar Chase setting Bengal records for catches and targets in that win. He had 16 catches on 23 targets for 161 yards and a touchdown. 13th game with at least 125 receiving yards in a TD. That's the 4th most in a player's first 5 seasons, according to NFL research. He also set another record, first time in 28 years, that Jamar Chase has now had a 100-yard game with 3 different quarterbacks. The only other receiver to do this, we got to go back to 1997. Jacksonville.
Jimmy Smith.
Rob Johnson, Steve Matthews, and Mark Brunell.
Shane
were
Matthews?
his quarterbacks.
Was it Shane
It was Rob Johnson. Steve Matthews is what's written in the CBS Sports article.
Steve
Matthews.
Who's Steve Matthews?
You know Steve.
Hell, the band.
Shane Matthews
Steve
played
Matthews
in Florida.
Clay Matthews' uncle, I believe.
You think it was Shane
family.
Matthews? They were like, the Steve Matthews band. It's got to be Steve.
I think it was Shane.
They went Steve instead of Shane. Well, John Breach, fact check him here, because he wrote down it was Rob Johnson, Steve Matthews, and Mark Brunell. But still,
No, I see Steve Matthews.
Is it really a Steve Matthews?
Yeah, he played for the Chiefs, the Jags, the Oilers.
There it is.
Later the Titans.
Pretty damn incredible, though. I mean, Jamar Chase, quarterback proof. So was Jimmy Smith. One that got away for our Dallas Cowboys. We've talked a lot about the son, fellas.
Yeah, we just gave up on him.
With Jimmy?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Then he went on to have a hell of a career in Jacksonville, and credit to him, man.
Yeah, this guy
outstanding receiver.
Kansas City.
Jimmy. All right, Tom Brady, and shout out to Brandon Laurie. He went ahead and posted this, but Brady does one of his weekly hits, I think with Jim Gray, and he was talking about the first time he ever played at AT&T Stadium. I want to say this was 2007. Battle of undefeateds, the undefeated Cowboys, undefeated Patriots. I think the Cowboys were 5-0. They were the only team that year to lead New England going into the 4th quarter. I think they were up 24-21. This was Marion Barber had the greatest 2-yard run you'll ever see in history, and the Patriots pulled away.
Was that AT&T?
It was at AT&T.
Was that a game that Tank Lawrence, somebody had sacked Brady 3 times?
2007 was Texas
Greg
Stadium.
Hardy did.
So maybe that's the Greg Hardy game. Maybe the Greg Hardy game was his first game.
I was saying the Greg Hardy. It was Greg. Oh, that's who it was.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it was Greg Hardy.
Yeah, he had a great. It was like in a half too.
Yeah.
It was absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
But here was Brady talking about that glare at AT&T.
We went back there for my first time in AT&T Stadium, in that beautiful stadium that Jerry built. It ended up being one of the biggest stadiums in the country and hosted a ton of great events. But I was very excited to go down there because you get to play in this huge stadium with the massive screen above. And we were trying to punt the ball to hit the screen in the pregame, but it was pretty fun. But the one thing that I remember about that, and this is kind of a controversial take, is the glare through the glass at a certain time of the day and certain time of the year was definitely in our eyes, which made it a little bit hard to play for. But the one thing that's insane, I got one of the greatest pictures from that game of us heading toward that end with the glass. One of the sickest pictures coming out with God looking down on this game, protected by my offensive line, standing in the shadow of my own goalpost. One of the sickest photos I ever remember from my playing days.
So wow. Brady loves this because he can just gush over himself.
Jerry's 6 to midnight right
Big-
now.
big fan.
That's what it's about for Jerry.
So it's about the photos, the pristine beauty. I mean, that's what Schotty was talking about all week.
It's incredible how much more he has his bleep together when he's being interviewed.
Oh, he's much better. Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like the football voice of God.
He should be the desk guy.
I am narrating a perfect Hall of Fame career to you now as Tom Brady, interview guest. You put me on a play-by-play team, I'm going to sound like a complete meathead. Almost as bad as Gronk.
Yeah, he needs to be. He needs to take over for Gronk on the set there and get the hell out of the booth. But it is a pretty iconic, badass photo for Brady. He did go 7-1 against the Cowboys. That loss, playoff game.
Playoffs.
We're talking about playoffs. Now, the Rams. If you're looking for fantasy football help, don't play Puka Nacua. Why? He's not playing against the Jags. He's got that ankle injury. Sean McVay said he's not going to go. Garrett Wilson, wide receiver of the Jets, in a battle of the winless Panthers and Jets. That's disgusting football. No Garrett Wilson. He's going to be out with a hyperextended knee. And if you had any thoughts of trading for one Alvin Kamara, don't do it. He was asked about this. He said, well, I'd go drink a pina colada somewhere if the Saints dealt me. So I don't think he's very interested in being traded away from New Orleans right now. Go ahead and scrap that off your trade wish list if anybody had it on there, no matter what.
He only wants to play football for Kellen Moore.
Only
Who
wants
can
to
blame
be
him?
with the Saints. Only wants to be with the Saints. And guys, maybe the most untalked about story all week long. Carson Wentz. Revenge game?
Revenge.
Carson Wentz, who's going to get the start. J.J. McCarthy's going to be the emergency quarterback with this phantom ankle injury. But Carson Wentz and the Minnesota Vikings, extra motivated to beat the Philadelphia Eagles this week, as it's Eagles and Vikings 2018. We remember MVP-type season. Ends up getting hurt. Here comes Nick Foles, takes his job away. Ends up getting benched a few years later for Jalen Hurts. Can Carson Wentz continue the Philly slide? Fellas, I say yes. Vintage Carson Wentz in Minnesota. Belt to ass. Screw you, Philly.
Wow, you have this as a BTA game?
Belt to ass, Eric. Did I stutter?
You know what's funny about this, too, is they're playing in Minnesota, which is the same building that the Eagles did win that Super Bowl versus the Patriots.
It's all full circle.
The stars are aligning.
Oh, it's all full circle.
I think the Vikings can definitely win, probably not due to Carson Wentz dominating anybody. But I think the Vikings can win because of their defense up against the Eagles' offense.
Yeah, it won't be Carson Wentz, but it'll be Kevin O'Connell schematically.
2017 Vikings.
BTA, baby. Whip it! All right. One of the most disgusting, and that defense. Disgusting and weird.
He's going to try and do too much.
Bizarre stories that are Carson Wentz, maybe.
Yeah, he's
we'll
going to
see.
try and do too much.
Just play within yourself. Play within the system.
He's still
Carson.
terrified.
Do your thing.
He is still dropping back to pass, insanely scared that he is on the field with fast, heavy people chasing him. He has never advanced beyond this game, and scares me.
Just need one game. Just need one game for you, Carson. Go ahead.
I mean,
this is the game to do it.
he will Daniel Jones trip over his own feet scrambling.
Yeah.
Just by picking his head up and looking at the guys chasing him, he'll lose coordination.
Yeah, but he's on a different team now, and so is Daniel Jones, and he's 5-1, and it is in the MVP
And he's fueled with revenge.
Okay, so.
Yeah, the Colts, the biggest pretender in the NFL right now, Wolchuk.
I know you're saying that.
Good comp.
But Daniel Jones is playing well, and Carson Wentz can get it done.
You're right.
I don't want to hear your slander.
I'm sorry.
I forgot you were such an Eagles
Dawson's
fan.
going to remind you, they played that.
The pretenders,
They
the
played
fraud,
They played
the fraud
Arizona.
Colts
They
and the
played
horseshoe.
The adults.
We should do contendies.
They haven't played anybody. You're right.
Contendies and pretendies,
We could do, and I would lean Colts are probably pretendies, but that schedule for them might be pretty fruitful all year long. It might be
It's the
reason they
perfect
make the
nickname, the
playoffs.
Dolts, though, with a picture of our guy Indiana Jones there, Daniel Jones, with his eyes too close together. It's like a Dumb and
He
Dumber.
does have some weird looking
sequel.
eyes. He does, and he kind of fits that Midwest because he's like super does not have a personality, just lunch pail guy. Like he
Dawson?
fits that.
He's going after your roots.
I don't think
Hear what he just said?
I
Repeat
tuned
what-
out there about halfway through.
Midwest guy,
Kinda
not
dull.
much of a personality.
There you go.
Lunch pail guy.
I thought-
No lies detected.
He's a briefcase guy.
He's a briefcase guy.
Yeah, he looks.
Dawson, I thought you were going to defend the state
Well,
of Indiana.
Basketball tremendous. But let's be real here. I mean,
hey, tell that to Signetti. Google him.
Yeah.
I don't think, is he from Indiana?
Well, he coaches there.
Yeah, he coaches there. That's
a good question where he's from.
So Pablo Torre, and we got some more stuff that we'll probably play next week, Brian. Just took some shots at your guy, Michael Lombardi.
They
today.
don't like Mike, do they?
I guess the league doesn't, according to Pablo Torre. The league.
They're saying that Mike's being mean to everybody.
Yeah. The parents have described him as nasty.
He's nasty.
Well, he is a bleep hole. I mean, just be real.
Jordan Hudson seems like quite a bleep hole as well. So while he's uncovering all this stuff about Lombardi, and I guess an executive told him he's one of the top 5 most hated people in the league.
Ooh, let's do the top 5 most hated.
In the NCAA or the NFL?
In the NFL.
Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is hated.
Jordan Hudson, there is now footage of Coach, that show with Bill Belichick that he was doing, and Jordan Hudson, who's basically running Belichick's social media, website. She is very hands-on. She's in this meeting. Nobody knew that she was going to part of it. There's 2 cuts here. Let's start with the first one as they're discussing what they're going to do on the show.
Is it necessary to say keep them out of the end zone? Because I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory on defense. I don't know if there's like an additional point.
Yeah. It's a
100%. 100%.
I feel like that applies to all defenses.
Well, no, but we just said that the Cowboys' offense is the best offense in the league. They have the most yards per game. So they're going to get the ball down there.
Mm-hmm.
We know they're going to get the ball down there. Preventing touchdowns and forcing the field goals is going to be a key to the game.
Yep.
I mean, we could say it differently.
Is that red zone specific, conceptually?
Well,
Should that say red zone instead of end zone?
well, there's explosive plays involved.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys haven't reviewed these before this moment here?
Not the graphics.
Not the actual graphic itself, no.
Yeah, this is Jordan Hudson, who is now asking questions. Do we have to say that? That sounds pretty self-explanatory. Is it the red zone? Even Bill kind of sounds like he's getting a little bit annoyed. You're trying to interject here. And no, honey, kind of here's why I do need this and don't need that. This is her now being a Photoshop whiz, apparently.
You want to create editable templates that Matt can just plug numbers into?
Well, we'll get somebody else to do it.
We could use Adobe Photoshop, and honestly, this is something I've done before with what you're calling a template. Okay, so Adobe Photoshop, and we have last week's thing, and then you literally just go back and say, oh, rather than Joe Montana, you just go click, 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 click on the delete button, and then type in a new name. It's already formatted. It's already this, and you just upload it. You take a screenshot of that screen and then just upload it, and it takes literally like 3 minutes to do it. I mean, I was able to build out his entire website with animations, with all of these things. I have zero real graphic experience, and he has a live website with all of these things on it. It was just a matter of pressing some things around. It's like, oh well, we don't like that.
Adjusting the info. Yep.
Right. So couldn't we it's pretty elementary. Do something.
Yeah, Mrs. Know-It-All, Jordan Hudson.
Is Lombardi in there with him? Is he talking?
Lombardi's not part of this. This is the rest of the team. It's actually paid to do this for his coach show.
Fat Patricia was in there with Bill.
And they're ready to try and record this. And Jordan Hudson has just come in like she is the boss and is trying to micromanage everything.
Okay.
And we wonder why Bill might have just lost his touch anyway. But this goes into a large part of why we've heard bad things about North Carolina and the micromanaging issues with Jordan Hudson. She's running every single part of his life. She wants to run the business part of it, too. She's here. I don't really know how to run Photoshop, but, couldn't we just do this? It's very copy and paste, self-explanatory. This is super easy, right? But meanwhile, you just said you don't know what you're really talking about, and you're trying to tell everybody else how to do their jobs. Yeah. I'd be pretty ticked off, too, if I was anybody around North Carolina. And I guess his son now, Steve Belichick, there's video of him packing up his home there at North Carolina, getting ready to ship out.
I'm out of here, Dad. You kidding me? I'm out of here, bro. You're ruining my legacy, Dad.
And the cow turd who wants to put out the Cowboys should look at Bill Belichick to fix all their problems. As long as he's got that, the eye candy that he's carrying around there.
It's Bill Hudson from now on.
You don't want Bill Hudson on your sidelines.
No, thank you.
Because he is a shell of himself right now. It's like basically having Diggs playing corner. You don't want it.
That's tough. I was hoping that she had like some sort of a marketing master's degree or some sort of,
She stayed basically employed because of Bill.
Yeah.
So there's not any respect for her really in the business world is what I've been reading and what Pablo Torre's been putting out there. And she's basically trying to stay in the public eye with her relationship to Bill.
Yeah, at some point, like, all the success put Bill in a bad spot, and he doesn't realize he can't just do whatever he wants.
It's not good.
And have people go along with the same level of trust that he might have in people around him. I'm putting defensive coordinators in charge of the offense. I'm putting a 23-year-old college dropout in charge of everything in my life. It's just a horrible look for Belichick. You have to wonder if, like, age has gotten the best of him already. If he's being taken advantage of, like, who was it, Anna Nicole Smith with that old billionaire, hubby she had?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the closest comp that we have in pop culture.
Hey, but she's got the golden,
Thank you, Wolchuk. We're live at Pickler Universe.
I always thought he was going to put the pigskin on the pedestal.
I thought so, too.
Apparently.
He's changed his ways.
Yes, he has.
Thought he was better than that.
After that Ring doorbell clip came out, never been the same.
We thought wrong. Okay, we'll be back here with more sports, and Nick Harris, Star Telegram's going to join you to give you everything you need to know about Cowboys and Commanders. Coming up Sunday, 3:25 here on The Fan.
But I want to talk to my Tolos in Fort Worth here for a second because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here. It's conveniently located at I-35 in Golden Triangle. You cannot miss it. Absolutely stunning building. You'll see it driving on 35. You can't miss it. Now, I was in the car business for a couple of years, and let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's a big-time Tolo. He's the owner, and he's delivering a dealership experience that is second to none. Trust me, you will absolutely feel the difference. A one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Right now, score 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq. Now, that offer ends on November 3rd, so make sure you capitalize on that. Now, how about this? Right now until November 30th, it's the fall tire event at Alliance Hyundai. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. An absolute no-brainer of a deal. From brakes to maintenance, they've got it all, again, through November 30th. Every new Hyundai comes with America's Best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. Check out the absolutely stunning 2026 Hyundai Palisade selection as well. Now, their state-of-the-art facility features Hyundai-certified techs using advanced diagnostics from top-notch care, oil changes, repairs, you name it, same-day service, and no appointment needed. Relax in their comfortable waiting area, free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. How's it going, Brad?
Babe, it's going great. We're racing to finish the year #1 in the world for the 3rd year in a row. Business owners can shop World Champ year-end savings now.
You've got the winning lineup. What type of work vehicles are these savings on?
Upgrade to a new Chevrolet low-cab Ford 4500 HD. $25,000 in total savings.
What about tax savings for business owners?
100% bonus depreciation is back. Don't miss out on the tax benefits of full write-offs for new equipment and vehicles. Consult with a tax professional before this year's tax savings end December 31st.
Visit ClassicFleet.com to secure your winning drives. This is Texas. This is Classic, your Chevy Business Elite dealer. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial, driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 and 2024 new Chevrolet deliveries. Stock number PS210426. MSRP $58,489. Accessories and equipment $85,06. 25 grand classic discount. Sell price $41,995 plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 11/3/25.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys return home to battle division rival Washington. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 12:30 Sunday with the Cavaliers kickoff at 3:25.
It's a little quiet on the border these days. Illegal border crossings at an all-time low because Donald Trump and Senator John Cornyn have been fighting side by side to seal the border. Cornyn has led the charge in the Senate, funding more agents, more technology, and more miles of secure border wall, beating back Biden's border failures, taking the fight directly to the cartels. Cornyn stands with President Trump, voting with him 99% of the time, supporting Trump's nominees, confirming conservative judges who defend our Constitution, and together, Trump and Cornyn put America first. They've worked to keep our families safe and our border defended. Yep, it's quieter on the border now because real leadership gets results. Call and thank Senator John Cornyn, 713-572-3337, and tell him to keep delivering Trump's agenda. Paid for by Lone Star Freedom Project, LoneStarFreedomProject.com.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back, and nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic. And guys, when was the last time you felt unstoppable? Is it fatigue, weight gain, brain fog? Well, Men's T Clinic is here to help. Low testosterone doesn't just zap your energy, it steals your edge. And the team at Men's T Clinic is ready to restore it with targeted treatment plans just for you. Doesn't stop there. Men's T Clinic has advanced hair replacement therapies, joint recovery, and complete bedroom wellness. They do it all. 972-GO Men's T. Check them out online, mensteclinic.com, to schedule your appointment today. All right, we are back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're live in Carrollton at Pickler Universe. Come on by, learn about pickleball, play some pickleball, and fellowship with you. The pizza is here, and we have one G-Bag Nation flag to give away, by the way, that Tolo Aaron has brought. Nick Harris is going to join you now here, though, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And, you said we're going to get Nick here in just a second, Lucius. We got him now? We got Nick Harris now? All right. Okay, we'll get Nick Harris Star Telegram here in a minute. I got, how about top 10 rookies plus honorable mentions? This is for the entire league-wide. And Donovan Ezuraku not on this list, Brian, but he is second in rookie pressures with 8 of them. Yes, and his pressure rate is higher than Abdul Carter, who's at 12%. Like Abdul Carter, his pressures, his good plays, they explode off the screen. I said it the other day, I just don't know that Ezeraku is athletic enough to dominate like he did in college, or maybe he's not putting himself in position for his athleticism to pop. But I'm looking for it. I need a breakout from Ezeraku. Are we going to get it here soon?
Well, good opportunity this week, especially with the tackle situation, with the right tackle with Josh Connolly, who is another rookie.
Bum.
So maybe a guy that doesn't move his feet all that much. Maybe with Connolly, he could take advantage of that. But that's that right tackle for the Commanders.
Their other tackle's pretty good, isn't he?
That's Laramie Tunsil.
Laramie Tunsil. Yeah, he's crushing.
Yeah.
So, maybe get your pressures off the other side. Top 10 rookies here. Who has been the best rookie in all of pro football so far? Gentlemen.
Ooh, Emeka Egbuka?
He nailed it. Football guy of the day is off and running here. Eric Chiafalo-Wolchuk, you got some work to do.
He's out this week, by the way.
27 catches, 469, 5 touchdowns. Sources close to me say that'll be the same stats for him next Football Friday. He's not going to play this week. Breaking news. Rookie number 2 in the top 10 rookies so far the NFL season is your chance to tie, Wolchuk.
Probably Abdul Carter with the
Abdul
Giants.
Carter, we're tied at 1. That concludes this game as Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Nick. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you fellas?
We're doing good, man. We're just we're trying to figure out what happened with Trayvon Diggs. Do you have any intel for us?
Yeah, me and you both. Very interesting situation, and curious if we'll ever get the full story. It kind of sounds like one of those situations where the team is going to let Diggs speak on it.
Okay, all right. Looking forward to maybe next week's media availability then. And this means more Kaiir Elam? Is that the case, or could somebody else get involved here?
Yeah, it sounded like the plan was already in place for Kaiir Elam to get the start alongside Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland in the slot. It was sounding like Reddy Stewart was going to be the guy that they pulled this week. You know how they've been alternating these guys and rotating the starters. Kaiir Elam's missed a couple of starts. Trayvon Diggs has missed a couple of starts. And then now they were going to go ahead and pull Stewart here. I guess it's just to find some sort of consistency in what works. But with the Diggs concussion, it kind of puts them back where Reddy Stewart goes in the slot, Bland back to the outside, and then Kaiir Elam as well. They're going to rotate in. Triquez Bridges and Kalen Carson is expected to be activated off of IR. So those are a couple of guys I would expect to see on the field too.
Nick, I know you know Jayden Blue and going back to high school. Do you think that there's going to be more of an effort to get him the football this week against a team that hopefully is not going to smother your run like Carolina did last week?
Yeah, and you would hope that you could find some sort of spark with Jayden Blue. Only 7 carries for 7 yards through these first 2 games that he's had. And, I don't think it was necessarily natural how he got himself into the lineup. And so, there's definitely going to have to be an emphasis to get Jayden Blue involved because, you see those 14 total touchdowns he had last year for the University of Texas, not only in the run game, but also the receiving game. It can help a lot of things when you can get Jayden Blue involved. So, yeah, I'm with you there as far as finding what that involvement looks like.
When Clayton Adams is talking about sliding back on some of the consistency stuff in the run game last week, and then you go out and do that, what is the state of the run game and your confidence level in it?
Yeah, there was a huge focus this week put on the run game offensively. They feel pretty comfortable about just about everything offensively, as they should. But the run game, that was the biggest focus. It went from play caller to OC, even to quarterback, as far as the added emphasis that they put and finding, the cure in the run game of what exactly went wrong against Carolina. But, there's an opportunity against this Washington defense. They gave up 7.7 yards per carry to DeAndre Swift last week, who I've liked to call DeAndre Stiff over the course of the last couple of years because he hasn't been what he was earlier in his career. And they allowed him to turn back the clock a little bit. So I think there's going to be opportunities not only for Javonte Williams, but for Jayden Blue in this game too.
Nick, your picture of the DBs lining up in man coverage together, trying to just get back to the basics and the fundamentals was pretty hilarious. But do you imagine, they act like they're not really going to do much in terms of changes, but are you just expecting status quo with the way they go about things defensively?
No, I would expect more man coverage this week. That's at least the sound of things. And, I do wonder how the injury to Trayvon Diggs maybe messes up that game plan a little bit. But the game plan has been to add a little bit more of man coverage. It was mentioned in Eberflus's press conference on Thursday. Is like, okay, does that like a 10 to 15% change as far as, man versus zone discrepancies? And he was basically like, yeah, something like that. So we'll exactly see what the split is on Sunday. But I would expect that, against these receivers that Washington may or may not have in this game, McLaurin out, Debo being a game time decision. I think being able to throw, what these DBs do best out at them, it should allow for some takeaway opportunities.
Hey, Nick, is it on defense, you think, scheme or coaching? Or actually, excuse me, coaching or players? Where do you fall on maybe defensive blame?
When there's a conversation like this, and I think you have a justified debate on both sides, I think it's a little bit of both. And I know that's the easy answer here, or maybe that's the easy way out as far as giving you an answer there, Brian, but that's truly how I feel about it. From a coaching perspective, you have this personnel in place that let's talk about the secondary. These are guys that were drafted under Dan Quinn to be in a man scheme and have thrived in a man scheme. Both of these guys, and Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs, have led the NFL in interceptions at different points in their career, and they haven't even gotten their hands on a ball yet, much less an interception. 0 ball production through 6 weeks. So I attribute that to coaching and scheme. But then also I look at the linebackers and Kenneth Murray, Jack Sanborn, and what they have been asked to do and what they have not been able to do. I see that as a personnel and scheme issue at the same time. It's really that second level for me. Like if you were to tell me, hey, you need to go rebuild this defense, but you can really only do it in about 2 or 3 places, I'd probably use all of my 3 wishes in a genie bottle on that linebacking core. I think it needs a major overhaul.
Well, I guess the hope is maybe Overshown can help. I mean, I don't know if they're putting too much of like their eggs in the Overshown basket here. What can you tell us about his recovery? And then also Savone Revel. I mean, that brace that he was wearing on that knee, I had not seen before, Nick.
Yeah, for Overshown, that's one of the wishes in the genie bottle for sure. But Overshown expected to get back on the practice field. If not next week, then definitely the week after. The 21-day practice window is what gets a little bit weird with him. It's not necessarily when he'll be ready to practice. It's having to maneuver around that 21-day window because they have the bye week coming up. And even though they don't practice during the bye week, the 21-day window counts toward that. And so you're trying to maximize Overshown's practice opportunities, but on the same token, try to get him back as soon as possible, when he is healthy. So that's kind of what they're juggling right now. As far as Revel goes, that brace that he had around his knee, I don't see that as concerning. It was the same brace that Overshown had on his knee yesterday when they were going through their rehab work. It's just more so they were asked to do a little bit more flexibility things yesterday. That's for stabilization. But as far as Revel goes, man, if it were me, I've been kind of sticking to this point since late training camp when we first heard that he wouldn't be ready to start the year. I would give him a redshirt year at this point, and it's a guy that hasn't played football in now over a year and hasn't even participated in an NFL practice. Last time he was on a football field was an East Carolina practice in the American Conference, and nothing against our guys in the American shut up mean green, but it's not the NFL. And so I would like to see, a full year of rehab, get back 100% ready to go for OTAs, and then head into that offseason next year with that train of thought. That's just me, though. I think you could realistically see him later in the year, though.
That makes a lot of sense. What about Josh Butler? I feel like that is a forgotten name that we just don't mention at all.
Yeah, Josh Butler. I mean, he had a couple of really big games last year. I think about the Washington game actually up in DC, where I believe he had 12 tackles in that game, 4 pass deflections and an interception. And then in the Thanksgiving game, he was playing well until he tore his ACL. But he's along the same recovery timeline kind of as Overshown. He's just a couple of weeks behind. So that's going to be more so about figuring out where his roster spot is. And when that time comes, then you'll probably see that 21-day window open.
Hey, Nick, I have the theory about Revel. I kind of feel like that maybe him at East Carolina, that they're going back and they're having to redo some of the things. I'm not talking about fix things, but maybe the rehab wasn't where it needed to be, and now they're trying to make up for time that's already spent on rehab. Have you heard anything like that, or do you have a theory on why it's
No, I
taken
wouldn't
this
necessarily
long?
say so. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think the rehab has been pretty consistent because he had his surgery done by the Cowboys team physician and Dr. Dan Cooper, and there was a plan, that these doctors or these surgeons lay out, after the process or after the procedure, and it was able to stay consistent when he got drafted by the Cowboys. And I remember talking to Revel right after that.
But
and he
that's
was
what I'm saying.
kind of
before that, like when he was at East Carolina, he had the surgery. Do you think that that maybe some things got crossed, or they didn't go with the rehab that needed to be done while he was at East Carolina, and they're trying to make up for that time?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I think there was a anticipation early in training camp that he would potentially be ready for the start of the season. And as they started to get him back out on the field more, doing a little bit more corner work, it was just a little bit more stiffness in that knee than they were comfortable, rolling him out there with. And so it's been procedural. It's definitely a process for Revel, but I wouldn't say it was anything that has or hasn't happened in his rehab. It's just more so it's tough, man. Those are tough things to project as far as the knee goes, and especially injuries like that. And it's a little bit unique as far as it just being the ACL. And this is one of those situations where you kind of wish he tore all three, because it's an easier process to be able to kind of rehab all of those together. When it's that one ligament, an ACL in this case for Revel, it makes it a little bit more tricky. And so, you look at a recovery like Overshown, it's a completely different recovery than what it has been for Revel, although these later stages are kind of looking similar, if that all makes sense.
Yeah, very interesting, Nick. How are we doing with Jack Sanborn back? Did they miss him?
Yeah, I think they did. Again, I'm not huge fans of this linebacking core, but I think Jack Sanborn is one of your three best guys that you can roll out there. But yeah, he'll be back in the middle this week and can give you a little bit more, run lane diagnostic. I think he's probably the more natural run lane fitter. Again, if we're talking other NFL rosters, I think he's still firmly a rotational type guy. But on this team, he's a starting linebacker.
How are we doing on chemistry between offense and defense? Are you detecting any resentment?
No, not at all. And I'll give the beat credit this week. I think that was something, we wanted to know because, gosh, I mean, imagine being the number one offense and you're cooking without CeeDee Lamb, and you have a game where you don't have four offensive linemen. You've been missing your starting center for a couple of weeks, and you're still able to stay consistent, yet your defense is not allowing you to stay in games, or allowing you to win games, rather. I would be frustrated, but, Dak has been a really good leader in this ordeal. And, he said it last week after the press conference when I asked him. I was like, do you feel like you have to score every time and you have to be perfect? And he's like, well, I've always felt like that. I always feel like I need to score every drive. So I guess that's just kind of the competitor in Dak coming out. He loves these type of games where it's back and forth until the end, and he has a chance to win it. But, I think realistically speaking, though, if this consistently goes on throughout the entirety of the season, I mean, what can you do to help out this offense when they're performing like this? And you hope it's not a wasted year for this offensive group.
Well, and that could be the fear, right, with how well Dak's playing. I mean, I asked Steven this earlier, and he says they're always looking to improve the roster, Nick. But to me, I don't know how you feel. I think that's even more reason to go after a big trade here if you can.
Yeah, I think so. And if you get Overshown back again, you're not expecting him to be the end-all, be-all savior, but you're expecting him to give you a little bit more on that second level. And if you can add, another piece that can help in communication in the middle, or even communication on the back end, I think it would really speak volumes to what they are trying to do to actually improve this defense.
Have a great football weekend, sir, and we look forward to catching up with you next time.
I appreciate you, fellas. I'm about to walk into the state fair getting some oxtail cornbread sliders. I'm
Let's go. You've won the day.
Gosh, that's delicious.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, with you here on The Fan almost every single football Friday. And if you see him at the state fair, say hi to him, okay? Might be one of the last days of the state fair here. You don't have any more opportunities. Yeah, buzzer beater. Football's finest coming up, Chief. Where you taking it?
We have some epic stats of the day for you. Plus, the B in Brown stands for butthurt. That's next here in the nation. Now, I want to tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. Best in the business here in the Metroplex. And here in the DFW, the roofing business is kind of like the Wild Wild West. I'll be honest with you, very unpredictable, chaotic, super risky at times, thanks to the storm chasers. And that's why you need to know who's on your roof. And you do when you use Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com. And you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. Fantastic people. This is a family-owned business here in the Metroplex. And they're high school sweethearts, power couple. Been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW. They're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique. They always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. They're never cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to Greystone-Roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's Greystone-Roofing.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we will break down all things Cowboys Commanders, and we will do so at noon with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Plus, throw in some wanker of the weekend. You gotta tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan. Pew pew!
Upgrade your hunting arsenal with premium brands at great prices during the Shields Hunting Sale event happening now through October 19th. Scope out savings on your favorite brands in camo, rifles, ammunition, and so much more. Like $200 off the Sitka Fanatic jacket and up to $500 off the Leupold VX5 HD rifle scope. Join the community of hunters who trust Shields experts to outfit their adventures and get more bang for your buck now through October 19th at Shields.
Hey, Tolos, Giafalo here, and as parents, I know we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It does not have to be running. It can be the biggest beater of a car you've ever had, and maybe it's just an eyesore sitting out in front of your house right now. So go ahead and donate that thing to Cars for Kids. It is so easy, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, man, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
Be careful with USC in South Bend. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The public loves USC, but the line is moving toward Notre Dame. 7.5 to now 9.5 at BetMGM. The Irish offense is cooking, and that team needs to win big to impress the committee. I'm laying the points. I'm Sammy P. from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it quits working. It's time to call the doctor, Garage Door Doctor. We've been Houston's go-to for over 35 years, and now the doctor is in the Big D. No subcontractors, just pros who show up and fix it right. If your garage door is loud, slow, or letting bugs in, don't ignore the symptoms. Call Garage Door Doctor. We've been all over Texas, and now we're right here in the Big D. Call Garage Door Doctor or schedule online at garagedoordoctor.biz and ask about our $29.99 tune-up special.
Let's talk about a very special place. That's RS Diamond Broker. The best prices for lab-grown diamonds, natural mined diamonds, engagement rings, and fine jewelry. And it's also my dad's new store. That's right, my personal family, going to give you that actual family care that you, the Tolo, deserves. They've been in DFW for over 40 years. Check them out at rsdiamondbroker.com. Again, that's rsdiamondbroker.com. And just ask to see my dad, Robert. RS Diamond Broker. Just ask around. Someone you know has done business with us.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Save on meal solutions at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off 24-ounce jars of Rayo's pasta sauces with Prime through October 21st. Have a delicious pasta night without the prep. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Every Tuesday night, you know where you should be. Spearmint Rhino. It's $2 Tuesdays at Spearmint Rhino North Dallas. From 7 p.m. until close, it's on. Sip on $2 cocktails, ice cold $2 beers, and $2 street tacos all night long. The drinks, the tacos, the energy, only at Spearmint Rhino. Check out our entertainers before you arrive on our visual roll call. Spearmint Rhino. The name is famous. Spearmint Rhino. Just like Vegas. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now, online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
It is time for our Sean and RJ October Firehouse Tour Friday, October 24th, and Chop's going to tell you where we're going to be.
Oh, baby. Denton Firehouse number 9, 4990 Airport Road, and our one-of-a-kind Tolo giveaway is a good one.
That's right, Chop. While they last, a Tolo stainless steel mug plus Whataburger's providing breakfast for you.
We'll see you at Denton Firehouse number 9, Friday, October 24th, proudly presented by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers and The Fan.
If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. The G-Back Nation rolls on. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. We're about 10 minutes from what you drink and what you think, and here's the chief with football's finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, 877-881-1053. I got some stats of the day for you, and also want to play this sound here from the morning show in Cleveland. This is the Tony Rizzo show.
Oh, I saw this.
After seeing Joe Flacco do what he did last night to the Steelers, they're a little butthurt there in Cleveland.
Yeah, very much so.
How could you do that, Andrew? How could you do it? Why on earth did you feel the need to trade this guy to a division opponent for a 5th-round draft pick? Fireable offense. That is a fireable offense. I want to know how much longer the owner's going to watch this crap, because the fans have had it. We deserve better. You're worried more about your stadium than you are your football team. That's the perception, Jimmy. And you allow these people to do this. You have the worst offense in the league. Your GM screwed this quarterback thing up like I've never seen in my life. I've never seen anything like it. Kids that play Madden could have done a better job. Truly, that's not hyperbole. It's a joke. It's a joke. This franchise has become a joke. And I'm sick of it.
You know, they became a joke a long time ago, to be fair.
Yes,
Tony,
that's a good point.
Like, you've been in joke land since
'99 when they came back.
For 25 years.
I think they've been a joke for 26 years now. It's just a different situation. Like, Joe Flacco was not playing like that for Cincinnati because he didn't have the protection, he didn't have the weapons. He had more interceptions than touchdowns. His completion percentage was low.
Yeah.
And for Cleveland, Joe wasn't worth anything because you got to find your next quarterback. I just wonder why Joe hasn't played much for like the last 8 years. Pretty dang good if you can protect him and you have weapons.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Well, he had
Joe's probably the 24th best quarterback in the NFL. I might be too low on that.
No. Well, he had 2 years ago. He took Cleveland to the
playoffs.
playoffs.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, he has. He had like a crappy year with the Jets. Like he's had hot moments, and then another comeback down to earth type of thing with the Colts. That was bad. But then, hey, this Cincinnati thing, he might be able to keep them afloat. Maybe Burrow comes back.
He sat down with the Amazon crew after the game, and he admitted that a lot of the play calls that were coming in, he didn't even understand them. And like
no communication issues? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, there was.
This is ridiculous.
It was
just line up and play football.
Just lined up and played. Yeah,
he was having to ask the guys like, "What are you going to do here?"
The whole thing was basically just like,
run.
Jamar, I'm throwing you the ball.
Yeah,
like just wherever you are, the ball's coming to you.
And
bro.
it's just a guy that's having fun playing football.
He said the zone read where he actually pulled it and ran, which was as shocking of a play.
Moment of the game, baby.
Probably the most shocking quarterback pull on his own read in the history of football ever being played.
40-year-old man. I don't think you could top it.
Scampering for a first down last night. He says that was impromptu because the play broke down so quickly, so he just jetted out of there. So he threw for 342 yards last night. He became the 6th quarterback to throw for 340 or more yards in a game after their 40th birthday. He's now done it 1 time. Vinny Testaverde, 1 time. Warren Moon, 1 time.
1 time.
Drew Brees,
1 time.
3 times.
Three times?
Those guys shook it out.
Damn it,
1
Brees,
time.
you ruined it.
But Brees and Favre did it 3 times. And then you have Tom Brady, who did it 25 times.
Wow.
25?
Yes, dude. So that was a Flacco stat, but it's really a Brady stat. Okay, a couple other things from last night that I found interesting. One, when my wife walked into the living room as I was watching the game, she goes, "Who are the Zebras?"
Oh, yeah, those are sick.
I was like, honestly, that's a great point. That is a great point because that's really the only football topic that we get into is who's got the better uniforms. So she went right to, why is there a team called the Zebras? I was like, honestly, that's a fair little assessment there.
Yeah.
But wearing the all-white alternates. So
it's Grandview High School.
You also had Thursday marked the first time ever a 40-plus-year-old starting pitcher, Max Scherzer, won in the MLB postseason, and a 40-plus-year-old starting quarterback, Joe Flacco, won in the NFL on the same day. So that was pretty unique.
Did I see Max Scherzer tell his manager to get the hell off the mound?
Yeah,
the
it was awesome.
was absolutely fantastic. So the manager goes that's fine. Then you better effing perform. You better effing execute.
And he got out.
He left him out of there. Yep.
It was great. How about this?
I'd have ragdoll his ass right off the mound.
Yeah.
Get over here. You're ancient. You have not been good. You lost the ability to stare down your skipper 2 years ago when you were with the Texas Rangers giving up bomb skis and not staying healthy. Freaking get out of here, bro. Tell me. It's a critical playoff spot. I came out here to get you. Your ass better be in the dugout or this will be the last game you pitch for us.
Thank God Scherzer stayed in.
Geezer.
Max Scherzer would bite your face
Geezer. Off. And by the way, I'm playing whatever I want in the weight room tomorrow.
If I want to play country, I'm going to play it.
He's like, fine, I'm not starting tomorrow, so who cares? 56 straight games with 7 or fewer first-quarter points for the
the Steelers.
Mike Tomlin Steelers.
Yeah, I think that's your quarterbacks and your offensive coordinators, but yeah, blame it on Tomlin.
No coach has a longer streak in NFL history. Well, who picks the quarterbacks and who picks the play callers? I'd like to say that's Mike Tomlin.
Omar Khan.
And then Aaron Rodgers.
Omar Khan, for sure.
The Hail Mary pass attempt was obviously an incompletion. 69.8 yards in the air, the longest record recorded pass attempt since at least 2017. He's still got the cannon. And then when his guy tackled him, did you guys see that?
Yeah, what's up with that? Did he really get mad?
Yeah, he got mad. I would honestly be mad too. You're 300 pounds. Don't tackle me.
Yeah, he jumped on.
Oh, Broderick Jones.
Yes.
It could have been like a broken collarbone.
Yes,
or something.
absolutely.
I mean, I get why he was.
He had just had a hold to put them in 1st and 20 instead of a new set of downs. So Broderick Jones was super happy that Aaron Rodgers had bailed him out, but old man Aaron was not in the mood for any of that.
No.
All game long, he was pissed off.
He went after Jalen Warren for the flea flicker.
It's not a flea flicker.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was great.
Well, thank you, Chief. Yes, sir. Edition of the finest most every afternoon at 5. But, of course, on Fridays we have What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Your next chance to pick up a G-Bag Nation flag is going to be Tuesday at Shell Shack on Henderson. And we're back with your phone calls at 877-881-1053 here on The Fan.
But Tolos, there's never been a better time than right now to transform your bathroom into a dream space. Zintex Remodeling Group has you covered. Since 2001, their family-owned team has been turning outdated bathrooms into modern masterpieces all across Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Right now, Tolos, you can save $1,000 on a new bathtub or shower system, or you could choose 0% interest financing. Mention 105.3 The Fan to your design consultant, and you'll get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. Now, from walk-in showers to tub-to-shower conversions, Zintex uses top-quality materials with installation done in just one day. Now, you can also enjoy peace of mind with your lifetime warranty on products and labor, and you can trust Zintex. That's why I love them. Proud winners of the 2022 BBB Torch Award for Ethics, and they were a 2024 finalist for the International Torch Award. At Zintex, they make it super easy with transparent pricing and flexible financing options. So call right now for your free, no-obligation, in-home consultation at 855-4-ZINTEX. That's 855-4-ZINTEX, or visit Zintex.com. That's Zintex.com. Zintex Remodeling Group, where your dream bathroom becomes reality.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. The Pittsburgh Steelers are a good football team, but even with the AFC being wide open, last night's loss to the Cincinnati Bengals shows you why they shouldn't be taken seriously in the AFC. The Steelers used to be about great defense and winning Super Bowls. Well, last night the Steelers allowed 470 yards to old man Joe Flacco, and Mike Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game since the 2016 season. Will the Steelers have a good record at the end of the year? Yes. Will they be in the Super Bowl? Absolutely not. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Looking for some iced caffeine, left you in the cold. No one knows why brown water costs as much as liquid gold. Told him your name was Brian, why does this cup say Nicole? But then you found paradise in your cup at the Quick Trip. No regrets to start your day.
Since I began my program with Men's T Clinic, everybody has noticed the difference. And then the test proved it works. My muscle mass is skyrocketing, my body fat's disappearing, and visceral fat has fallen off the midsection. With Men's T Clinic's individualized and comprehensive plan, I feel like a new man. And bonus feature, my wife sees the revitalized energy I have too, and she loves it. Get into Men's T Clinic today and transform yourself to exactly what you want to be. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Woolhart. Joey, how's it going?
The race is on, babe. We're running full speed to finish the year #1 in the world for the 3rd year in a row. To make it happen, we're offering our biggest year-end savings now.
I love that. World Champ savings that give buyers winning drives. So how much are we talking about?
Here's the game plan. Trade up to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 and score $14,000 in total savings. That's right, a winning drive with $14,000 $1,000 in total savings.
You've got the deepest roster in the game, a huge selection to find the perfect upgrade.
That's right, babe. It's the World Champ selection with World Champ savings. But hurry, the race is on to upgrade for less before the best are sold.
If you're ready to win, visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023-2024. Stock number T1107-111. Classic discount $8,000. Customer cash $2,000. GM bonus cash $1,000. Select market bonus cash $3,000. Plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer doc fee. Expires 11/3/25.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking.
Hey, what you thinking?
At 877-881-1053. We're going to go around the room. We'll go back into the Pimp Cup, find out what Lucius is drinking and thinking, and then we'll take your phone calls, and then before too long, it'll be time for the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live coming up here on the back half of this hour. Currently drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke. The coffee giving me acid reflux like nobody's business, which is disappointing to me. I had a big plan to get off the Diet Coke, save myself about $6 a day in refreshment costs with the coffee, but that only lasted about 10 days. Felt like my esophagus was on fire. So I'm back to the Diet Cokes for now, looking for an alternate, but also I'm looking to send Trayvon Diggs to whoever wants him, maybe the worst, coldest possible team for maybe a late pick swap. The news today that he is going to miss Sunday's game with a concussion needs to be the straw that breaks the camel's back here. This team's been frustrated with Trayvon Diggs for over a year now, and it's I think this season is as good as done for. I mean, you've lost to Chicago and Carolina. The most you can hope for is that your division is so bad that you could magically win it with 9 wins. Okay? So and Kaiir Elam is about as good as Trayvon Diggs, so you're not really missing much. And I think it'd be a great message to send. We want players that love to be here and are doing everything 24/7, 365 to make sure they can be the best version of themselves on Sunday. And I don't know what was going on last night at the Trayvon Diggs household, but I know it wasn't in the best interest of the football team.
Sure wasn't.
That's what I'm drinking. That's what I'm thinking. Broadus, how about you?
Yeah, I'm currently not drinking anything. I did have some water earlier, and now I'm kind of like settling in. What I'm thinking is I'm super excited. Tomorrow, guys, I get to be back in the broadcast booth.
Hell yes.
Remember Byron Anderson?
Byron.
Yeah, I'm doing the third-ranked Tarleton Texans football game against West Georgia tomorrow. So
this is a big one.
Yeah,
These
is a big
are 2 good teams.
2 very good teams right now. So super excited to get back over to I'm going to go to Stephenville tomorrow and be a part of the broadcast in the booth. Been kind of prepping for it at night and getting my spotter boards together and all that stuff. So I'm excited to get to do that again. You know, I really love to do that with Brad Sham and them in the preseason. So this will be my first done a high school game within 4 years of high school football with Coppell, pro game, and now getting to do a college game. So super excited.
That's awesome.
Byron called me up and said, hey, would you be interested in doing this? I guess later in the season, Bobby and RJ are going to do it too.
All righty.
So, yeah, so it's kind of...
Yours is going to be better.
Well, I hope so. But
bank on it.
Tarleton's the third-ranked team in the country right now. So
pretty good football club.
Should be very exciting times.
Woolchuck, drinking, thinking?
I plan on probably consuming a heavy amount of whiskey when I get home tonight. I got a sick wife, and I think our child's now sick as well. So this is going to be a hell of a weekend for me. I am excited for a Love of the Star podcast that we're going to record in the morning.
Yes.
So make sure you're checking out, downloading Love of the Star. We're going to have that out. We'll have a fresh one for you.
You might be hungover for that. That sounds exciting.
I was hungover last week, too. And the week before that.
And you crushed it.
And the week before that. So, hey, it's just part of the Saturday morning, baby. Wake up, get Eliza's breakfast ready to go. Hey, what do you want? What do you want to watch? We're done with Miss Rachel. Now, anytime I put Miss Rachel, no, her favorite word is no now.
Yep.
She said shoes for the first time yesterday. We're adding to the vocabulary every day. We are getting there. But what I am thinking is the news that Will Hammond is going to start for the number 7 ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders as they take on Arizona State. honestly, he's the better quarterback anyway. So this is a win for Joey McGuire. I know they love Baron Morton. I know he's the leader of that team, but Will Hammond's got something special.
I love it, Wolchuk. Chief, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Drinking some ice-cold Stella Artois. Thanks to the good folks at Stella for bringing it by. And honestly, I'm just thinking about how much you'd whoop Max Scherzer's ass.
I tore his ass up, dude.
Golly.
So tired of his bit.
That was belt to ass.
Yeah.
It would be. I'm
Yeah.
serious.
Yeah.
Get him off that mound.
Some young guy needs to step up and be like, bro, come on.
Your time's passed.
This was cool when you were in Cy Young form, but this is our clubhouse now and you're the old guy.
Yeah.
So why don't you go ahead and stand down? Back into the Pimp Cup we go. Lucius drinking and thinking.
I'm drinking some San Pellegrino. San Pellegrino.
Oh, that's the pretty bottle.
Yeah. Peach flavor, too, mind you. I'll let you know
wow,
that.
okay, all right. Yeah,
it's bubbly, man. I like it. Thinking of pulling up on my friend that I've known since, since junior high.
Nice.
He runs a boxing gym in Grand Prairie called Faith Over Fear Boxing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they're having a boxing tournament in Carrollton tomorrow, I believe, tomorrow and Sunday. I'm going to try to pull up on tomorrow's.
Kind of like Gold Gloves?
Yeah. He runs his whole little old boxing thing. Brothers, you remember Jeff Okuda, right?
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
Same family right there,
Same
the Nemo family.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
So shout out to Coach Nemo. I'm going to try to pull up on him, and I'm glad he followed his calling because this fool has never lost a fight as long as I've known him. In fact, he loved to fight. So, yeah, I'm glad he's a boxing coach now.
I thought you were going to tell us you're going to get in the boxing gym yourself here. Lucius, maybe.
No. But I do want to come to him and be like, hey man, crisp my jab up a little bit right here. Get my uppercuts right, son. Because I'm telling you, this fool used to love. You would hear, hey man, Jeff is fighting after school at 3:00, and you'll see Jeff at 11:30 at lunch or something. You're like, Jeff, you fighting? And he'll smile and he'll do like his little old boxing hands, like he's dancing a little bit. Like yeah. I'm like, man.
Man, why would anybody have fought Jeff if they knew he was that good?
Who decided to do this? It was always the new guys at school that wanted to test him. They ended up getting mopped up.
Yeah, there was a guy at our school named Dominic Susie, and he was so badass and so fast with his hands. He only had to fight one guy, and then for the next 4 years, the legend lived on. Nobody would fight Dominic. Wow. Okay, I mean, maybe we didn't have anybody brave enough like they did down there in SGP trying to take on Jeff. Let's hit these phone calls at 877-881-1053. Some people just can't stand the idea that the entire world thinks that guy is the toughest dude in the school or the toughest guy in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I got to take just the confidence.
I'll show them.
If you're also a guy that's never lost a fight, you got to go see.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, my gosh. There's so much I can say right now about Jeff, bro. Man, like when you just said that part right there, I don't want to say too much, but we used to pull up on other schools. And be like, yo, who's the tough dude here? All right, we're about to mop him up.
Nice.
That's badass.
See? You got to know.
And they bring Jax with them just in case that, somebody wants to jump in. You're not going to fight Jax. Jax, we named him after the Street Fighter character.
Oh yeah.
Crazy,
Just
bro.
to make sure we're one-on-one.
Crazy.
All right, at 877-881-1053. Where are we going first, Lucius?
Let's go to Dayo in Dallas. What you drinking? What you thinking, dog?
Hey, fellas, I'm drinking some water. Right now, what I'm thinking is, brothers, that last play where I guess Kenneth Murray was trying to bait inside, is that like a coffee house blitz that they were trying to run? The one that Deron Bland gave up on the 4th down?
Yeah, I think to me, though, the alignment was bad. I mean, you're trying to maybe disguise what you're trying to do. So, yeah, I think they got beat by alignment. Me personally, if that's Sean Lee, Leighton Vander Esch, Dat Nguyen, somebody that has that kind of ability to kind of show it, then go. I think that play, I think you might have been. I think Flues had the right idea what they were going to run. I just wish that Bland wasn't at such depth. But, man, that's a tough one, man. It's a tough one because you've seen them run with that cover 2, run that Mike linebacker up the middle of the field, and they still haven't got there on those. They just don't have a linebacker to make that play. That's a tough defense to call in that situation, to be honest with you.
Look at that, Dayo in Dallas talking ball with Brian Broaddus. Question about a coffee house blitz.
Coffee house blitz.
I like that.
Seriously.
Okay, where are we going next, Lucius?
All right, let's go to Harrison in Mesquite. What you drinking? What you thinking, bro?
Hey, I'm drinking on a little Lemonade Minute Maid.
All right.
I'm thinking, hey, fellas, Diggs and Bland, they both got their deal based on that man-to-man coverage. I believe that's the best option at this time for the defense is to go man-to-man. I think it's going to help them tremendously cover the wide receivers. I want to say this here in closing thoughts. You guys know Diggs like to look at those Instagram pictures, and I think his old lady may have caught him. And you just can't do that in a black household. She going to tell you one time and she warn you. The second time, somebody got to pay.
Maybe a Tiger Woods, Elin Nordegren situation.
That's smart right there.
Told you to get off that Instagram. You know, you hit that magnifying glass, it tells all your stories, doesn't it?
Well, it's the real truth serum.
She'll get real familiar with
your phone.
Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Polo and Garland. What you drinking? What you thinking, homie?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm back. I've been moving the last couple weeks, man. I've been upset with my apartments. I had to go bad on people about mold and everything. But I just took a shot of tequila. So I'm not tequila, but I took a shot of Bacardi so I could be real about the drinking what you thinking. One thing I'm thinking is that the State Fair of Texas is too doggone high. It don't make sense to go pay $25 for a turkey leg when all y'all rich people that proclaim y'all rich can go to Wing College at the Tom Thumb, go get you 2 turkey legs, $5, smoke them yourself instead of spend $25 at fair. I'm sick of the fair just having Texas, OU, and PV and Grambling. We need to get a third game. I'm thinking maybe SMU and North Texas. Since North Texas, y'all think y'all so cold, got blew out by South Florida. And y'all, I want to ask y'all a question. Besides the upstairs restaurant in Dallas, where would y'all go get the best burrito taco? Me and my girl be going over there on Ross and where we going, baby? It's over there on Ross by a little car wash by Old Acre, right before you get to Lower Greenville. I still call it Lower Greenville. I don't know about no lowest Greenville. I call it Lower Greenville. But where y'all get y'all best burrito tacos? I'm not talking about no little fancy restaurant. I'm talking about a little silent place, or a little Argentina lady, or a little Spanish lady cook the real best taco. Where y'all get y'all burrito tacos at? Bye.
I mean, Hurtado, right?
Hurtado's a great spot. We used to, the legendary El Pariente.
Oh, gosh.
If only it was still around.
If only it was still around in Denton.
Now, I do consider Hurtado to be the single best taco in the entire world, but I have a confession to make. It's the only place I've had a birria taco.
Yeah.
I think Chris and John's is getting it done at a pretty high level.
There's a spot called
Tacos
Tacos Los Angeles in Plano that just opened. Theirs are pretty solid. But, man, honestly, any of these taco spots that are like selling out of gas stations, usually they're going to be pretty damn good.
Yeah, I've never been disappointed with a gas station taco.
I didn't appreciate that shot at the Mean Green, though, Polo. Come on, man.
I do like the idea of more games at the fair.
I do, too. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Like, you got 30 days. Why don't we play 30 games there?
Yeah.
You know, that'd be a lot of fun.
By the way, I don't know if they do birrias, but there's a Michelin-starred taqueria, El Khalifa de Leon, that is in Dallas till tomorrow.
Damn.
This is some type of
like
thing that they're doing
thing?
it's a pop-up thing. They're actually from Mexico. It's the only taqueria that has a Michelin star. It's popped up over the last couple of days. Tomorrow's the last day.
Oh.
And it has something to do with the Mavs playing their game in Mexico City at some point, and so they did some kind of deal, whatever. But I would try that. El Khalifa de Leon.
That sounds
badass. Hillcrest Avenue, University Park.
Sounds like a rally point to me, Lucius. Where are we going next?
Man, I get all my tacos from a meat market. I don't even know the name of this place. Just a straight meat market off of Story Road in Irving, Texas. And the translation, sometimes I have to use my hands and let them know what I want. But that damn thing be good. Yeah, I had to point, make like a taco with my hand, act like I'm putting cheese on it. Yeah, there's all types of weird things. Let's go to
You do a
Barry.
little sprinkling motion?
Yeah, I do a little sprinkling thing. Like, yeah, let me get some.
Sounds good.
Queso, please. Por favor.
Por favor.
Barry in Ennis, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
I'm currently drinking a Rockstar energy drink, and I'm thinking that just because CeeDee Lamb's back on Sunday doesn't mean that Dak Prescott needs to forget about what's on the other side of the field. Number 3, George Pickens. And I'm mainly saying that because he's on my fantasy roster. Wide receiver number 1, been carrying my team the past 2 weeks.
Yep.
So I got to keep them rolling. There you
go.
So Dak Prescott, do not forget about what's on the other side of the field. Number 3, George Pickens. Happy Friday, you guys. Love y'all. Go Cowboys.
Salute to you, sir.
Go Cowboys.
That's why fans get so mad at these players.
Oh, they do.
Fantasy football.
I gave a guy fantasy football advice yesterday, and I'm just praying that what I gave him was right, or else I'm going to feel like a jerk.
I've
You
done
tell him to
that.
stop playing?
I did that one time.
I told him, don't listen to me.
You said start Ibuka, even if he's out.
Yeah, no matter what. Ibuka, no matter
Bench
what.
Tom Brady.
He's going to find a way to score not playing.
Yeah, I think this thing is huge here. Like, it's got to be so great now that you got everybody back other than Cooper Beebe. That's a huge storyline. That getting your pass rush going again and getting the run game going again, I think, are the three biggest asks that I would have going into Sunday at 3:25. Where are we going next, Lucius?
This is the real Wee James. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
What's going on, fellas?
What up? Afternoon, sir.
I'm drinking Bland Special Reserve with a Crown, Coors Light Chaser.
All right.
Living it.
All right. Yeah, what I'm thinking, like old boy said, Diggs got busted, cheating, and old girl went upside his head with a skillet. That's why he got the concussion.
Can't rule it out.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
As far as what Paulo was talking about, the best tacos, it's the place it's on the corner of Bryan and Haskell. It's an old tire shop, but they got the best tacos it is. I guarantee you.
Bryan and Haskell. Haskell.
I think we lost him.
Wee
Salute to the real Wee James, an
The
absolute
real Wee Wee.
legend here on 105.3 The Fan. Watch parties at OT Tavern back in the day. Speaking of Lower Greenville, with Jeff and them, they'd be having an incredible party.
That's
I would,
a
of
good
course,
time.
be at the stadium getting ready to do the post game and hearing and seeing all their festivities happening on social media.
Oh, no. Just the FOMO.
Yeah, the FOMO was hitting hard.
Oh, come on.
It was. But, yeah, it sounds like Wee James is off to a great weekend and has some good taco ideas. Where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's go to Isaac. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Hey, this is Isaac. I am drinking my own spit, and I am thinking of something that rhymes with spit but has an H instead of a P. But here's what I was thinking. I'm really happy my schedule got changed so I can finally call you guys. I always had to listen to you as I was driving home. But so last week I got a little upset of the poo-poo that Fournoy and Williams were getting for those 100-yard before the first half. It's like people forget that, even the great ones, Emmett and Irvin, they played against terrible teams too. It doesn't matter that they got it against the Giants a couple weeks ago. Give them their due. They earned it. They played against professionals, and so yeah, I just wanted to, they're probably not listening to me 2 weeks later, but just wanted to let them know that hey, you did good.
It's good clarification, Isaac. Thank you for the call.
Please.
I hope
Are you kidding me?
What?
Flanoy, we talked him up the whole damn week. Gave him his props. Halftime, gave the stat, gave him their props. G-Bag, we gave him the love that they deserved. Maybe the other shows didn't. Williams and Flanoy, we gave them their love for that. That was an incredible stat.
Yeah, it was great. I think there were some fans out there that were mad they didn't do anything in the second half.
Come on.
That's picking nits too much.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Did you just go B, please?
I did.
Wow. What's in that cup over there, bro? You getting into the vodka
Told
a little
you.
bit? You starting
No,
early?
the whiskey. The
That's
whiskey.
what you drinking, what you thinking.
Brought to you by Jake's Burgers, by the way.
That is right.
Yeah.
Salute to Jake's
That's
Burgers
some
and all
damn
their
good beers.
locations across DFW. Couple more phone calls here, Lucius.
Yeah, let's do one more. Big Jim is in the house. Big Jim, what are you drinking? What you thinking?
Well, it's Friday. I'm about 4 fingers in on a little Basil Hayden whiskey today, so feeling pretty good. I'll knock out a few more fingers. Oh, Gavin, you did a fantastic job yesterday carrying the radio show on the cell phone. I don't know when you took a breath. I couldn't detect one, so you've got some of that. I don't know who those guys that can blow on those instruments down there in Australia. They can just keep blowing on them and breathe through their nose. You could do one of those. Or, I don't know what they're called. They make that deep sound. But
that circular
man,
breathing
you did a good
technique? Yeah.
Yes.
Didgeridoo.
You did such a good.
Oh, the didgeridoo guys.
That's right. Yeah, you got if radio doesn't work out for you, there's something for you in the future.
Get a good fallback.
Notice, I heard you talking about you working on your T-shirts on the Crown.
Yes, sir.
And I had an idea. I think it'd be a really fascinating T-shirt. I figure if you took every logo of everything that you contribute to and put it on a T-shirt, you'd darn near it looked like a NASCAR.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a really good idea, and it'd be kind of fun. You could put your likeness on, a cartoon or something.
I'm working on that one, Jim. I am working on that one. You're absolutely right.
Okay. So not all my ideas are They're not always good.
4 fingers
ideas,
in, you're good today.
Yeah, well, that's right. But yeah, so I thought that was be good. I do, and Walchik, I brought it up on the post game, because Sam had asked, what was different about the last 6 quarters and the runs against us. And I said it, but I've been thinking about it all week. I think having the white fella there in the middle, Sanborn, at middle linebacker, as slow as he is, I think we missed him in the run game, and we'll see what happens with it. But anyway, I love all you fellas very much. That's not the whiskey talking. That's my heart. And appreciate the joy you bring to so many of us every day, every week. I've said it before. Listen, Cowboys are the Cowboys, and we love them. But you guys make it so much better because you give so much context and color to it. So I really do appreciate you fellas. I know I speak for a lot of us out there. And have a good weekend. Walchuk about us. We'll talk on Sunday.
Sunday. Yep.
There he goes. That wraps up another edition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking here on The Fan, brought to you by Jake's Burgers. Okay, and we're coming back. We got the G-Bag today coming up with Lucius here in a few minutes and LA Live and all that. And we're back from Pickler Universe in Carrollton. The best pickleball spot in the entire world is right here at 35 in Bush. But I want to talk to you about something else, because here we are. We're heading into the weekend. If you do not have all of the energy that you need to tackle your weekend, make the most out of it, whether it's getting more work done or cruising around behind the kids around town or playing yourself, whatever it is, Men's T Clinic can make sure you're supercharged to accomplish whatever life throws at you. Men'sTClinic.com, 972-GO Men's T. We have 5 DFW Men's T Clinic locations, and they make it so easy for you to get in, get out, get back to being you. Just a quick blood test, about 5 minutes. They'll tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then they'll get you optimized. And you'll have so much testosterone in your body, it will feel like your late teens, early 20s. You can get that back. It's not just getting old. It's that our bodies produce testosterone less and less as we age. And the great news is we live in a particular time where Men's T Clinic can put that back in there for you. So give them a call, 972-GO Men's T. They're going to get you optimized, and the performance benefits, the life benefits, the health benefits of it are outstanding. Our Tolos describe their therapies as life-changing, but that's not all they do. They have hair replacement, they have bedroom wellness, they have natural replacement or natural therapies for joint pain, stuff like that, get you back in the game like pro athletes get. They got it at Men's T Clinic. Just go to menstclinic.com or give them a call and tell them I sent you at ease.
North Dallas, your Tuesdays just got wild at Spearmint Rhino. It's $2 Tuesdays. Every Tuesday night from 7 p.m. to close. Sip on $2 cocktails and beers and $2 street tacos all night long. And catch the vibe that only Spearmint Rhino North Dallas delivers. Come for the drinks, stay for the vibes. Check out our entertainers before you arrive on our visual roll call. Spearmint Rhino. The name is famous. Spearmint Rhino. Just like Vegas. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys return home to battle division rival Washington. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 12:30 Sunday with the Cavenders kickoff at 3:25.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back.
And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This college football season, AAA is your MVP. The real hero that gets you to game day and back with zero stress. On or off the field, AAA has your back. With member perks that keep your plans moving. We're talking roadside help when you need it, affordable car insurance to protect your ride, plus discounts on sports and event tickets, gas, gym memberships, dining, and more. AAA members save an average of $220 a year. And here's the game-winning play. Enter now for your shot at a $5,000 AAA travel package. Just head to AAA.com/MVP for your chance to win.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, the home of the best pickleball place in all of the land. They've doubled their courts. It's amazing. Salute to Stella Artois for being out here with us as well. It's 35 at Bush. If you need a pickleball HQ, this is your spot. It's time to hit the expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts. G-Bag of the Day and LA Live is just right around the corner. The biggest story, Trayvon Diggs out Sunday after a home accident that caused a concussion. So the level of difficulty gets ratcheted up a little bit. You got Kyer Elam on one outside now with Reddy Stewart in the middle and Deron Bland on the outside as well. I think they were going to go Bland on the inside with Elam and Diggs, so it has shuffled their plans a little bit. You also have the 49ers planning to start Mac Jones. Brock Purdy is going to be out again. Brock Bowers doubtful for the Raiders. Jacoby Meyer's status is in question, as possibly he is on the trade market. Do football teams, Brian, hold players out like in basketball or baseball when a trade's bubbling?
Yeah, when they got something going on. If you're pretty close on something, you might think about that player needs to be available, player needs to be healthy, needs to pass a physical. So
yeah,
if you've got somebody in mind, you're moving, you might want to hold them out.
And if you're selling, you're thinking about, do we really want to win this game? No, we don't. We want a top 5 pick, don't we? We want a top 10 pick. You're getting two birds with one stone there when you sit out an impact player and you're a team that, maybe like the Raiders could be thinking we need a new young developmental quarterback. Rashee Rice, very sharp in practice ahead of his debut. Kansas City right now with the 4th most efficient offense in the NFL. There's been a lot of hand-wringing about the Chiefs' offense, but they've made strides already. I think they're about a field goal better than they were last year. And this thing right here, Rashee Rice, should push them into being dang near unstoppable again. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm not annoyed by the Chiefs. I'm a fan of the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes considers North Texas home, and I need some football players to cheer for that are actually going to win. Okay, and Pat Mahomes is my guy.
Winner.
We got good news for Trinity Rodman. I don't know if you saw that the other night, but she went off the field in pain. It looked like she had maybe torn knee ligaments. She was crying, and she was just back like 6 months and got hurt again. Well, it's going to be okay. Well, I mean, not
just
perfect.
A scare?
Just an MCL sprain.
Sprain.
You know how those go. So she'll be all right. Cowboys things you want to see better on Sunday. I got, running is huge here. I need my Clayton Adams confidence back. The defensive line play just overall. Okay, let's not get whooped and let's rush the passer. And let's see George Pickens plus CeeDee Lamb making them unguardable. That's what I want to see, guys. Anything to add to that or anything else?
I mean, it'd be nice if you could generate some form of pass rush. That'd be fantastic. I mean, could the defense look any better? I mean, can you find a way to just get a couple of stops, maybe a turnover, help yourself have a better chance?
How about some punts for the opponent?
Yeah, keep him under 30. That would be unbelievable.
It is so brutal when you're watching the game and you're like, okay, we scored, but there's 3 minutes to go and there's no way we can stop them. Yeah. Like, stopping them would be shocking right now, and that's the way I felt recently too often in fourth quarter situations. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day, into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
All right, check. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you see anything that you think I should be playing, you know what? I'm not even going to do all of that.
Just send him everything.
I'm not even going to do all of that, bro.
He spent his whole weekend doing that.
Lucius is a big meme guy.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not even going to do all of that.
Anything you could do that you might feel is really funny, just send it to Lucius.
Yeah, they send me the vacation photos and whatnot. I'm like, fam, what we doing, bro? What we doing?
Cards.
Yeah, what we doing? All right, this is day number 1, going for 2 for this champion audio because we did not have a G-Bag of the day yesterday, so this audio lives. It lives to fight another day. It comes from the night show here on The Fan, The Fan After Dark with host Fred. What's up, shipmate? Fred Davis. And his special guest host, Blake Elliott. Nah, bro, man, I can't deliver that when you laugh.
Every time you say
I can't deliver it, bro. Yeah, they were going over, I guess, maybe a list of top 10, maybe top 5 people that can run through this Cowboys defense. And let me just say, the views expressed do not represent.
At number 1, now, is he mobile with his legs? No.
Stephen Hawking.
Do you have to put him in a wheelchair? And maybe we don't want him doing the play calls.
Yeah.
But maybe he's just hearing the calls. And you won't need much blocking because Kenneth Murray's the one in the hole. Give me Stephen Hawking at the 1 spot. I don't see that being stopped.
He clapped his hands.
Ron laugh.
Juke right. Spin move. Touchdown.
Get it, stop. I'm trying to say something. It's just Donovan Wilson. No move needed.
Jeez.
Jeez. We almost lost Fred.
Sam Williams.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to laugh to avoid crying because you know it's kind of true.
Yeah.
Like, if the defense didn't know Stephen Hawking was getting the ball, he could have scored last week.
Yeah. Fred's going to get up to those big pearly gates up in the sky, and guys going to be like, I'm going to play this right here for you, fam.
Touchdown.
Right. Step to the left, please. Step to the left.
Triple touchdown is so good.
Step to the left. All right, what else we got on a Friday? Oh, this is a big to-do. RJ Choppy's Bet MGM tonight hit.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Let's go, Brad Evans.
This guy's name is Brad Evans.
Brad Evans.
Okay. What's his deal?
He does fantasy football. He's bounced around like NBC Sports, Yahoo Sports. Now he's with BetMGM.
He's living in a fantasy, apparently.
It's nonstop too. It's genuine.
This is crazy.
He's like a living cartoon character.
You got to think this is a bit.
Yeah, you ever seen that guy, Baba Westway 4? Westway 4. I feel like he has glasses on like that guy wears. Let's see. Here's how the intro of that situation went.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvath in the host here on a Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to our friend RJ Choppy about them Cowboys here in a second. It is 14-7 right now in the ATL as I'm watching Khalil Shakir just undress dudes in the open field after the catch on that run. I was 3rd and 10, and he got about 14-15. So the Bills trailing, and this game's got a lot of pew-pew-pew shootout appeal down there in the ATL, and Buffalo driving, approaching midfield here in the second quarter. We'll keep you up to date on that. Friendly reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us ahead of a week 7, if you as well want to talk a little college football, whatever's on your mind, sports betting or fantasy-wise, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at
Clearly
BetMGM tonight. Right now, though, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D this year, especially on the defensive end. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy, who knows the Cowboys inside and out. He's a host on Shannon RJ on 105.3 The Fan in the Dallas area. Also on X. Give him a follow, would you kindly? At RJ Choppy. Again on X at RJ Choppy. RJ, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, holy mother of the fantasy gods, is George Pickens going absolutely nuts week in and week out in this offense.
Woo!
It just doesn't stop.
Did he ever get to a question?
I'd have hung up.
2 minutes and 38 seconds.
I'd have hung up.
Yeah.
I would have acted like something happened and you can't get me back.
You just hear the dial tone.
Yeah, I would have if we're on the video, I would have just hit the button.
And they were. RJ said he's on the video with him.
Yeah,
so he's looking at him the whole time.
Yeah, I would have hit the little. I'd have moved the mouse to the X and just gone off the screen.
My man said I would have hung up. Wow, looks like we lost Brady.
Yeah.
We lost him. We lost him.
Little touchy for the big man. Little critical of his football team.
Gosh.
I'm serious, man. Those segments are probably, on those big shows, are probably 5 to 7 minutes. He did a 3-minute introduction there of all that stuff.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It's like when you guys went on with Mark Schlereth.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah.
We just need 2 questions for Mark. 30 minutes later, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Now, Jerry Jones, he joined the KNC Masterpiece, and Kevin decided that he would kind of mock this dude, that MGM guy.
We're back in the Big D, and right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager. It is Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, man, I want some of what y'all are smoking today.
Hey.
There we go.
It's excitement, Jerry. It's excitement for a big weekend.
It
I love
is.
your energy. I love
All right,
your
thank
energy.
you.
I want some of it.
I want some of it.
I want some of it, baby.
You boys are smoking. In that
I have
rowdy
heard
van.
Jerry will not make you skip him in the rotation.
No.
If he's there.
No.
Maybe a little of that Johnny Walker flowing.
He in that rowdy van, hotboxing.
Kentucky Bluegrass.
Kentucky Bluegrass.
I'll talk to Rowdy about it.
Yeah, I'll talk to the real boy. It was the real boy. Hey, this isn't one, but it must have been a hell of a game for Romo and Manning, like the Roman gladiators in a sense.
Yeah, it was.
It was a slugfest.
It was. The Denver-Dallas game, that 51-48 game that
there's a part of me.
Romo and Manning hooked up in.
That was a hell of a game.
Gosh, hadn't heard that Peyton rumor. Alrighty, what do you say? Time to vote?
Imagine that good game, little slap on the rump.
Yeah.
You probably jiggled that thing a little bit. All right, let's see. Yeah.
Shake that thing out.
Shake that thing one time.
Just one time.
One time, please.
Is it our champ, Stephen Hawking? Is it Choppy and the GOAT? Is it Jerry with KNC? Or is it the Denver-Dallas game callback earlier? That was about, 12 years ago? Oh, a long time ago. 2013, 2014 maybe?
You never forget that.
Okay, I'm going to vote for, it's so hard today, but I'm going to vote for Jerry with KNC. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with our fatties.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
The KNC masterpiece.
Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with Brad Evans.
And Brian.
Champ.
We're tied at 2. Jump onto at GBag Nation. Is it the Fatties or is it Jerry with KNC? Whenever we are tied here in the GBag of the day, you will cast the decisive votes. Jump onto at GBag Nation. Follow us all when you get there. We'll create a little Insta poll here and announce the winner towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of LA Live, here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
All right, baby, it's finally Friday. Let's get into LA Live, a feel-good Friday edition right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Pay attention to this.
What is the most disgusting secret you're hiding? This bloke's gone.
Hold on, sorry.
Hiding. You're hiding.
Hoarding is hilarious.
Disgusting, eh?
What are you hoarding there, huh?
What is the most disgusting secret you're hiding? This bloke's gone next level here. My wife went out drinking with her friends and got shit-faced. I had to struggle to get her inside. She was blackout drunk, crying, puking. It was a nightmare and not the first time she'd done it. After putting her to bed, I went out to the driveway and next to her car door and told her she did it.
So then she cleaned up his
So he's gone with that. Also told her that our neighbour saw her do it. She found it going to work the next day. She has not gone out drinking since, and this was 4 years ago. She does drink it all. She's one and done.
Win for the boys.
That's pretty fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Never felt so good.
That is commitment to the cause.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, good for him, man. Way to think right there. He didn't have to poo next to the car. He just could have put some poo down by the car and still got the job done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in a sense, he's kind of ridiculous too.
Yeah, he is.
He got tired of her being toe up like that. Hey man, this is LA Live for Friday, October 17th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. People, we made it! Oh!
This serious joint was too sloppy.
Hey!
Get my point.
Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. Now let's enjoy this weekend safely. Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. I mean, hey, if you're getting on the highway, get your ass on that highway. Quit playing around. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. Stay away from DFW scanner, please. In other words, don't crash out like this Houston nurse. Hello, nurse.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the phrase drunk words and sober thoughts?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, well, this is not a sober thought right here. We got a Houston nurse was caught out there drinking and driving. It can happen to the best of us, even though it shouldn't. Ooh. And to make her situation worse, she started talking in the back of that car when she was being arrested like Mel Gibson was. Uh-oh. Oh, she was talking a lot. Let's go to Houston for this story.
Stop! I have a child!
A contentious ride to jail Saturday in Magnolia, and the woman in the back seat wants officers to know exactly what she does for a living.
Well, I'm a nurse, and when you come through my hospital, don't worry, I'll let you die.
Oh!
Oh, no.
Well, that's really going to help your case.
Yeah,
Shout out to her lawyer.
No! Oh, no. Oh, my God. All your family members, and this is all on recording?
It sure is. Police identify the woman as 35-year-old Crystal Tadlock, a nurse at Memorial Herman's Heights location.
Greater Heights, don't go there.
Officers say they pulled Tadlock over for speeding just after midnight on FM 1488 near Heritage Lane. but they noted it took her 40 seconds to stop and that she ran a red light and struck a curb.
Oh, no.
They also note she had bloodshot, glassy eyes and slurred speech.
So do I right now, by the way.
And that she admitted to having 2 drinks at a concert. During a field sobriety test, they say she almost fell over backwards, which Tadlock blames on a recent eye injection.
I couldn't walk straight because I had an eye injection yesterday. Because my perception is permanently off.
During the long ride to jail, Tadlock appears to take issue with one officer's heritage.
You can't speak straight because you have an accent from another country.
And when he tries to inform her of her rights.
All right, I'll be playing on audio. Make sure you listen to it.
No, that's because ICE hasn't picked you up yet.
Damn. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, man. Yeah, you had the right to remain silent.
Yeah. Anything you case.
Remember that. You do have the right. You should flex it. Don't crash out like that nurse did right there, y'all. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Poor lady. Here's a weekend warning, folks.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail.
Just like that lady
did. End up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
That's what she means, man. When I say Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner, that's it. Hospital, newspaper, or jail, okay, folks? All right. Let's get the vibe right. Hey, it's still R.I.P. to D'Angelo. Still R.I.P. D'Angelo. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I got got a heavy folder right here that I'm just gonna let some of these clips that I've been sitting on go.
Let's go. Empty.
News bloopers are always fun. Hold up. Hey! That's weed. Hey!
Walking in the dark, watching love do the thing. Boo!
Yeah. Hold up.
You don't live in Paramount?
Hey! Okay. Sorry about that. It's a little vibe, bro. That's a vibe. Let's go to KXAN Austin. This news reporter right here, he just hasn't had his coffee yet. He don't know who he's talking to.
Yep, absolutely. Good morning, Sam and Sally and Tom. I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Sally and Tom.
Jeez.
Sally and Tom. Those are pretty two simple names.
Sally
Come
and
on,
Tom,
dude.
bro. Sally and Tom. All right, here's another one. Stay in Houston here. Fox 26. A cameraman was spat upon. Spat upon while doing his job by a deranged man. Isaiah Carey. Are you familiar with this guy, Isaiah Carey?
I haven't heard of him.
He had a bug fly in his mouth one time while doing a report.
Yes.
What really happened? And yeah. Anyway, he does a report on it, and he read that man for filth.
And here it is. We actually captured it on video. It began when a man who appeared to be drunk and possibly homeless was thrown off a city bus after arguing and fighting with...
By the way, if you're not homeless and the man says you possibly are homeless, you really just rolled out of bed and showed up, didn't you?
Yeah.
Either that or you're going to class.
Right. Been there.
Yeah, shout out to Eric.
When that man walked by us, he spat on one of my coworkers. Thank God that coworker had incredible restraint, because any other Tom, Dick, or Harry on the street would have whooped his inebriated ass. That is one of the biggest insults someone...
Fam, this is on the news.
...can endure. Someone else spitting on them. And my hat is off to my coworker who didn't beat the out of the man, because I simply couldn't guarantee that from me. But my advice, I don't care if you're drunk, homeless, or suffering with problems, never spit on someone, because otherwise you're begging for a beatdown. With the right person, if you stumble across the right one that day, the next time you try it, you may just wake your dumb ass up in heaven.
Wow, man.
He went after it.
What a
I like
great
this
report.
career turn from him. Yeah, we need more news like this.
Great report right there.
Yeah.
Down there at Fox 26, Houston. You guys are having a lot of fun.
It was a good use of Tom, Dick, or Harry.
Any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Let's see what else. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Somebody sneezed during the little game on television. Listen to this sneeze.
It is?
Oh. Oh, my God. It sounds scary.
It is?
Oh.
That's his jam.
Oh, boy. Whatever. All right. Let's go to Georgia. Fox 54 in Georgia. Weatherman Jay Jeffries.
Oh, Jay Jeffries.
Jay Jeffries. He's doing his report outside. And you remember you used to go on car trips with your parents and you do your arm like this so you can get a 18-wheeler to honk. You start pulling that horn down. He did that during his report. He wanted somebody to just give him a honk.
Let me see if I can get somebody to blow the horn. Wait a minute, what happened to the traffic? Where